Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clown, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, all I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops say frame niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the rhythm with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Alrighty, we are back once again. 1 second. Take that, get that. Alright, got the link in the chat. What's up? Back once again for another edition. What's up with it? Tahad, Nasir, everybody in the clouds. Yeah, I suspect probably will be low participation on this title. I know y'all don't like the tough topics, but at some point they got to get addressed, whether you address them or somebody else address them. Almost done with another week. Tomorrow's Friday, so we're halfway through the month. Man, it seems like March skipped right on past. But let's get to it. Title of the show: reflections of certain actions, responses, viewpoints, and perspectives. There's a level of comfortability based on what people do, how people react, what they say in terms of how they react, what they're speaking, what they tell other people to do. You know, all different types of viewpoints, background, circumstances, however you want to categorize it. When it comes to the Black community and accountability, leadership in positions of authority, things of that nature, a lot of people like to create this make-believe box. And when I say make-believe box, they imply that it's either a large group or most or all people across the board are going to have the same mindset. They have the same conditions, they think alike, they look alike, and they act alike, and react alike. I ain't never been in that position, to a certain degree. But in this discussion of being subject to, a lot of people like to categorize it as white supremacy, systematic racism, uh, systemic oppression, discrimination, how you want to label it. It's something that's being ran and manipulated by a group of people that are not black, basically. We're talking about in the current situation, the political system, governments, at least on a national level. Shout out to all the local black ran governments across the nation, if you will, when it comes to your school superintendents, your county sheriff, your police chiefs, your mayors, um, county clerk, county treasurer. Their results and their circumstances are not necessarily mirroring some of the larger markets or areas in various geographical locations. But when it comes to state and federal and national politics and government, should be no question, no doubt, if you will. We get into the corporate and financial sector, the economic situation. Name me one economic or financial sector that's controlled by a majority of black people. When you get into the education sector, talking about the legal system when it comes to jurisdiction, law enforcement, the courts, anything that has to do with following the law. The law. One thing that the black folks certainly have a control over is what? The Baptist Christian Church. Yeah, we definitely have a stranglehold on religion. That's for sure.
Hey, peace, Dev.
What's up with it, Jihad?
Not much, man. Yeah, we definitely on that religion. I've looked this up before, but we make billions of dollars every month in donations, or not make, but we give rather billions in donations and for churches every month. So that's there's actually a lot of churches where you can't, be a member with them unless you like sign a financial agreement with the church. Um, and like have to pay dues and stuff like that. So that's it's a big business, and make a lot of church. The church is always going to be good in the black community as far as making money. That's always going to be profitable. So
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent on that. I think my mom told me the last church she tried to have some interest in down there in Little Rock, Arkansas. They even went as far as running a credit check. They wanted to know her tax information. Like, are you joining a church or are you trying to start a business? I mean, what's going on?
yeah, man, they don't play nowadays, man, because they getting modern. So they take debit. They doing all of that. It's not just cash no more in the donation bin. They you write a check, all kinds of money. Yeah, man. And it. I try not to, because people are really into that, so I don't try not to like, you know, shit on people, or my bad for the language, but crap on people that believe and stuff like that and do that. But I keep those opinions to myself. But I do look at it like, you got it's a common practice that people will leave everything they own to the church, knowing they got family members and stuff they can give it to, and it that's kind of, but that's their choice. But I just see it as I don't really think that's, we could be doing so much more, um instead of just, but I will say this though, the church, at least some of the churches, the black churches in my community, they do uh try to make it a thing. At least the bigger ones make it a thing to do out like community kind of giveaways and stuff like that. Give drives all the time. At least the bigger ones have a hand in stuff like that. So the charity work is something that kind of comes out of it sometimes. So it could be a benefit in some cases. I know they got this food drive. It's not even 5 minutes up the road from me, but they be having it every month at this one church. So,
Oh yeah, for sure. Take everything in consideration in terms of posting up contribution for contribution for the church that do hold these food drives, clothing drives. I know there's a youth program that used to be with my particular church. Some of the local churches here have a uh, skills apprenticeship program that they co-sponsor with other groups. So taking that away, what other black organizations are left or are doing just as much? So when you do peel back the onion on that, in terms of the layers and the nuances, it really thins out pretty thin, and in some cases almost nil.
that's a powerful point because in some places, like you said, that might be the only real, support they got, like for a community, like the church, what they might be doing. Um, so yeah, so they do, they have their stuff with them. They do good. Um, yeah, that could be something conversation in itself, like just analyzing the benefits versus the non benefits, putting it on a scale. But 'cause it's not like they don't do any good. To say that is just to lie. They do good out here. So yeah,
Well,
and
what's your perspective on the overall title in terms of the level of comfortable being under a system of white supremacy, not really looking to uh, act or have any objectives in terms of gaining some progression, fighting against uh, the different examples always come into play. And I do want to make one note that the breaking news story coming out of Troy, Michigan, looks like there was a shooting in the hospital there.
mm,
Yeah, this just came across my news feed. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it's getting warm, so
Yeah.
yeah, problems come with that. Even if we do like the weather, but yeah. And as far as that's a powerful statement, because I'm not gonna lie, I was you know kind of wanted somebody else to jump up and give their opinion, but I'm gonna just go ahead and give mine real quick. I would say most of us probably ain't got no real problem with how we living and like kind of comfortable living under the white man, so to speak. uh it's so weird, right? I'll give my personal opinion, right? Like how I see it. Sometimes, some days, even though I know white supremacy exists and it has systematic stuff to it,
Mm-hmm.
it's sometimes I go by days sometimes, and maybe longer, of not even being conscious of that, right? Like just I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just out here trying to live life and survive and make a career out of myself. But at the same time, like that, I also can see, because maybe I live in a pretty black city. Like I would say, if we're not the majority, we pretty much equal with the white population, at least that live in the city itself. It's all black people that live here. So for real, for real. So I would say that maybe that might kind of sway my perspective on that a little bit. Um, because
Yeah.
I'm living around a lot of black people versus if I lived in an area where it was, we only 10%, or like the 14% like we are for the country, it wouldn't be the same. I would probably notice that a lot more. Um, but yeah, I would say for the overall question, yeah, I would say a lot of us had gotten probably comfortable because I would say maybe even ones that like are born in my generation. I'm aware of white supremacy and how racist this country is because I had a dad, my father, who would put me on and teach me about how he would see it when he was growing up and stuff like that. So if I didn't, I'll be honest, if I didn't have that connection to it, I probably would be oblivious to a lot of this stuff unless I did my own research because we're born, like I was born in 96, so I'm almost born in a generation where, yeah, we know it exists, but we haven't really experienced a lot that, like, somebody maybe born in the 60s or 50s might have seen just going to school. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I would say that connection, right? Because somebody the other day on this panel, somebody had brought that up. Like, it was almost easier to unite back then because everybody knew was, or at least all on the same code of who the common enemy was amongst all of us. It was really just white people because they were holding us down, oppressing us everywhere. So
Uh-huh.
when it's kind of that straightforward and cut like that, it does make sense where it would be easier to unite. Versus generations past, and we might have got a little subdued and docile from the minor wins we might have got, but we still, that doesn't mean we let off the gas. And I think we have let off the gas a little bit, um, because we haven't a lot. We got to realign what we're fighting for and what our common cause and what we need to get done is. I think that that conversation needs to take place if we really want to move forward. Because I think that as time goes on, it's just going to get worse unless we do that. It's just going to be more fragmented, kind of like how it already is. I would say most black people aren't really pro-black, um, at least in the sense where they're actually going to practice it. I would say a lot of black people might agree with the sentiment, but practicing it and living your life like it is a different scenario. And that means a couple different things. Because the other day they had a good conversation with just talking about people that leave the hood, because in a weird way that was the conversation. Like, people brought up how that was what everybody was saying you needed to do. You need to get money and move as far away from here as you can and move into a nice area. So I think that message might have been a little convoluted because it shouldn't have maybe not been that. It should have been like, we build up our community to where it's as nice as we want it to be, as nice as the place that we're talking about moving to. Um, Now, if that was the conversation, who knows what could have happened if more people was aligned on that train of thought. Like, instead of you trying to move to a nicer area, maybe you try to move to a nicer area and you try to move to a nicer area and you try to move to a nicer area.
Did I go out? It might have been me. Am I still here? Can't tell if I'm here. I don't have the strongest of connections. One second. Okay, what's up with 764? Meanwhile, we'll wait till Jihad gets his connection back. Probably got a phone call or something. You got Sister Mari Shy. Hey, how you doing? Uh, Corey, what's up with it? Zuri, Joe, what's good? Welcome back, Afro. Uh, yeah, looks like Q fixed that little issue from yesterday. I'll make sure I be more conscious of what my fingers touch. Got Snipe yesterday, Tails, Matron, and everybody else coming in, Daniel Ferry, and everybody else. Yeah, I'm still on. So, in the context of of being comfortable in a system of white supremacy, um, they don't necessarily want to be, I guess, uh, out of a comfort zone, not really looking to look within themselves to say, okay, probably need to do something within, waiting on somebody else to do it. Since somebody else is oppressing us, we're gonna wait for somebody else to fix us. So if anybody else have been either rejected by their peers, rejected by an organization, uh, discriminated against, or just plain, plain uh, separated from being affiliated with, whatever you were involved with. If they make the decision to kick you out, and if they made the decision to kick you out, do you normally wait for somebody else to accept you in, or tell you to go, or is that within? And if you do have the mindset that I can change my fate, how does that transfer, or why isn't that being transferred throughout the community? What's up with it, Miz? You back, Chad?
Yeah, I'm back. My bad. I had got a phone call. But
Okay.
could you? I just caught the last tail end of what you were saying. Are you saying like kicked out of like what kind of space you getting kicked out of?
Yeah. So let's say if you were, uh, uh, I, let's take a situation, working at a job, employee, a federal job, a decent job, benefits, high tax bracket, whatever, sweet hours. Then you got fired. They fired you. Are you looking for another job to invite you in, to welcome you back, to go looking for you, or do you take it upon yourself to go look? So if you are being discriminated against, if you are being subject to racism, oppression, white supremacy, police brutality, whatever it is that the system is doing to you, you're not doing it to the system is doing it to you. Are you looking, or are they looking for the system to either change their minds, bring them in, make their life better? How, 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 you know, Obviously the response is going to be the individual in most cases takes it upon themselves to either find another job, find another income, or way of living. So how is that being able to be transferred to the community uh, if the mindset is the same? I'm not sure if people are flip flopping back and forth. They claim they're being discriminated against, but when it comes to themselves and their well-being, they don't wait for nobody else to uh, find them a new car. They don't wait for nobody else to find them a new relationship. They don't wait on nobody else to find them, things to buy, materialistic things. They do that on their own in most
That's a
cases.
strong. Okay,
Yeah,
I get your analogy. It's a
yeah,
strong
yeah,
analogy because if like if with the end when it comes to the individual, they won't let white supremacy stop them from going out and still needing to get what they need to get. And why can't we apply that to the overall community? Because we'll sit back and, like, just like you get fired from a job by racist crackers are doing stuff to our community. And are we just gonna sit by and not just wait for them to fix it, or are we gonna, keep pushing to get the things we need in our community? Because that's a solid example. Because on an individual level, they're not gonna just sit back and throw their hands up and be like, "Oh well, they did wrong to me, so they gotta fix it. I don't need to get another job because I don't. This wasn't my fault. They gotta, make it right with me." Like, nah, you gonna get up and pay them bills. Now, why can't we look at it the same with the community? Like, we gotta. There's a lot of needs that need to be taken care of. So I think that's a solid example, Dev. And I don't think we're applying that same mindset when it comes to the community. I really do think that a lot of us are too caught up in the individualism of like all of this, right? And I was told like a long time ago that's kind of how America is, like what it represents, like really the individual and what he can do and accomplish. Um, and I think that we might have taken on that identity, so to speak, because I can't, I'm not positive that's how we were back in Africa. I think, community back there, just like back then, it still is a big part where they all kind of throw in the pot to make, help out one another. Like, nobody goes without kind of mindset. We definitely don't got that here in America. Nah, we'll walk by on the streets people all the time that are in desperate need. So I mean, there'll be people in our, there's some people that got family members like that where they're just on the streets, getting no support. But I think that's because of we adapted American culture, and I think that like Americans, we do that um, more than any other country probably. Just that individualism and making it, just being on top by yourself. What's the fun in that? Not even fun, but what's the practicality in that? Like you're just gonna be standing on, the top of the mountain by yourself. I'd rather bring people up with me instead of just be lonely up there by yourself with a whole bunch of crackers that's not you. I think that's why, it's always been weird to me, like people moving out to. I honestly feel more comfortable living around black people than I do living around all white people. Like I've always felt like that because I like my anxiety's higher. Because I saw this one joke. It was a meme. It was like when you black, you're never really lonely because there's always a white person in your shit,
Mm.
just being nosy as hell, staring at you, looking at you. So yeah, like I never felt comfortable living anywhere that's not at least a majority black, because it's always like nah, because you just kind of don't fit in for real, unless you're gonna start acting like them. And I'm never the type to start acting like them. So yeah, but I think this is a powerful prompt to get people thinking. Are we comfortable living uh like the way we live, and are we just kind of just accepting it, or and can we do something to change that dynamic for the better?
What does the change look like?
Mm.
I hear that change word being thrown around. Some of it
Change.
is some of it is doing the same thing that the white man doing. They just want a black person doing it.
Yeah, and but that's why we got to determine what are we really fighting for, because by some people's standards that's what the goal is, to have
Yeah.
everything the white man has. Yeah, that's all their standard is, for real, for real. And some of these people, they just comparing themselves to white people and like, well, this is how we need to be doing it, and
Mm.
anything less is abomination. Now I don't think that's necessarily true. Um I think we can have our own agenda that, maybe, because I don't think we should be doing everything white people do, for real, because not all money is good money. So I think we should, like, we shouldn't be selling or doing stuff that's hurting our own people. That's for one. And the white man, He'll target us first, but he ain't got no problem making money off his own people as well. Like there's no real morality with that. Um, so yeah, I don't think everything we need, but that's not to say there's some things that white people do that we should be doing as well. But at that point, it's not just because it overlaps with the same goals that we're trying to get. That doesn't mean we're doing necessarily white people shit. I think because economics is not just to the white man. That's with everybody around the world. It's just people look to white people because they're dominating in it, so they think that we need to do it their system. No, because not completely their system, but some elements of it, I think we could take away. So
So, um, obviously, at this stage in the game, in the 21st century, 2025, looking back, um, depending on who you ask, there will definitely be a variance in terms of accomplishments, how much was gained, how much was lost. Uh, this decision was mostly beneficial. That decision was a detriment. Um, so, in terms of establishing, uh, some sort of unified objective, for me, I just am observing, a great difficulty on even coming up with a plan, let alone actually executing it, implementing it, without involving some sort of uh, not necessarily alliance, but to try to operate without being affiliated with something that's tied to, hey, the system, uh, something that's tied to uh, either an entity, organization, or something that will be administered and controlled by majority of people that are not black, at least for the short term.
yeah, operating within this is because that's the nature of the game. It's primarily white country, so that's um, something we would have to. I'm not going to say deal with forever, but as far as getting into infrastructure and working in within those industries, they are primarily white ran industries. But that's not to say in the future we can't have our own. Right now, uh, t- we are a little ways from that because, like you said, we can't even unite on what a common cause is. And I do think that as the years goes on, it's just gonna get worse unless we actually like take it serious. It can get something coherent, a coherent message going amongst all of us. It's just gonna get because you're gonna have more kids kind of born into what I was explaining. I was born into, and even worse actually now, where yeah, like the obvious, the overt racism that a lot of people experience that doesn't happen anymore as much. It's more covert what they're doing. So like I said, I'm kind of some days I go, days on end, not even aware that there is this systematic oppression going on against me. I'm kind of oblivious to it. Not all the time though, but like I said, there's moments where it's just like, nah, I don't even factor that in. I'm just, out here, you know, surviving. So, yeah.
That's for sure. What's up with it, Wale? Uh, for me, um, yeah, it's kind of difficult to speak to people with different uh, backgrounds, different ideologies, and different aspects versus um, people that may have similar objectives in the end. They may interpret what I say as uh, speaking negatively about the behaviors and the actions of black people, and that's negative and bad. Both of those are subjective. Um,
Very
so
subjective. It's gonna depend on
yeah,
yeah, 'cause the individual how they feel it.
yeah. So in the end, though, going around in circles, it's going to be another time waster, and nothing's going to actually get accomplished.
It the conversation for me is so because it's kind of like who do you because who are we gonna take serious when because no, we're that's like we're so divided where it's like how do you really get somebody to put that message out and everybody kind of like and it doesn't have to be one leader but it's almost like it would work easier if and this is why I think we should push like the black caucus and our black representatives to organize this a little better for us because I think if anything they should be some of the front runners for getting this message out amongst us but they don't got no message that's really or at least they got a lot of the wording that does talk about what we're saying. But when you actually look at their initiatives and what they're practicing, they're not even. I was just on the Black Caucus website like last month. I think Deity had mentioned it, and he was on it and looking it up while I was looking it up. And yeah, we were seeing the same things, and I was just surprised on because I've never actually seen how that was run. And they talk a good game, but when you really look at what they're doing I think the biggest hands-on thing they got going on right now, at least when it comes to black people, is they got like this board, review board that, um, supposed to like review and give their own opinions on stuff. And also it's a research group, but basically they're just doing research and stuff. They're not even implementing any of the things they're talking about. So it's point kind of a lot of pointless, wasteful stuff in my opinion that don't get nothing done for black people. Um, so I don't
You
really
talking
know
about
how we would.
the
Yeah,
National Black Caucus?
yeah. I looked at
Yeah, the
some
state
of their
Black Caucus
initiatives like last
caucuses
month,
as well.
and yeah, they ain't really doing nothing for real. But I was just using them as an example because I was saying like as far as somebody to get that message out, I think it would be like somebody like coming from that branch. Um, because they already probably synonymous with a lot of black people would kind of they would listen to them or at least hear them out maybe not listen to it fully but at least hear it out versus somebody random on the street trying to get this out and that's kind of where I'm stuck at it like how do we get this message out to the masses because and it's not even getting it out to the masses it's like getting people to agree with it and want to go with it because a lot of people are aware of some of this stuff going on. They're aware of a lot of this stuff, but nobody's really actually participating. Maybe they don't know how to participate. Because I think we would get more participation and just um, pro-black community stuff if it was kind of streamlined better than what it is. It just does not seem streamlined enough for the 21st century for real, for real. Like we should have like whole channels where you could just tap into to and we kind of do have that but it's not where I would think it should be um but yeah we could tap into and like any black person if they need help and resources it's always available for them We got our black banks, um, and I know 100% is possible because I gave a little report on it on this channel about Maggie Walker, and it's happened in my city over 100 years ago, like in the 1920s, man, by a woman, a female was leading this, a black female, where she was basically running my city for real. At least like it was like a big pioneer of a lot of stuff in my city for black people, because she opened up a bank. Uh, she had built a school. Also, she had opened a store with a black owned store where on the Broad Street, and that was where all the white stores were, and you wasn't able to shop in the white stores a lot of times. So she made her own and put that right front and center. And bro, when you listen to her like wording and like what she was saying, her speeches back then, it's so impactful and like true to like just today, like on how she was talking about you can't feed like the I think she said the beast. You can't feed the beast of the white man and his economy and then turn around and get upset that he's whooping your ass. Like, you feeding the beast, you spending all your money with him. Like, that don't even make sense. So she was on that kind of time back then. And she also was a pioneer in like helping young girls like become receptionists and stuff, because in the bank she would have like the bank ran by females, and she would train females to be bank tellers and stuff like that, which was a pretty progressive thing for that time, and was given a lot of opportunity. Another powerful thing, when the Great Depression was going on, she went amongst all the other black banks in the area and got them to kind of like build a, what is it, like, come together and try to whatever the word is, but consolidate themselves so they could survive. And they did survive the Great Depression from that move she did. That was like a business move, a powerful one. And that's, just working together with the community, like to help each other. So it's like, man, I know 100% all this stuff I'm saying is possible because we had a black lady, like a female, in my city doing it right here over 100 years ago. That's kind of mind blowing to me. Building schools, having banks, having stores that supply and feed the community, because the money that she would make from the store, she would just, run it back to help, the community out and stuff like that. So she for real had a blueprint. And I also think that was also another part of her message. She wanted it to kind of be like she was trying to teach and get this out as much as she could, so it could be. Yeah, man. But yeah.
Was that me? That was like some feedback a second ago.
My phone kind of the screen went out, so that's probably what it was from my end. I had to
Oh, okay.
unlock my phone to put it back up.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, you were on the thriving black entrepreneur path when it came to banks, economics, retail. Um, not sure whether like the mayor, law enforcement, police, uh, hospitals, was it pretty much broad, or 'cause I know you just kind of focused on her at the time that you were doing that, and
I haven't done research on overall like how the time was looking, because I would imagine, because like a hospital, they probably didn't have no black hospital for real.
yeah,
Yeah. And
they were
those are
mostly in
like,
the South. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It would have been the white hospitals they went to, which was would have been would have um caused that its own problems just in that. I can only imagine. Like you over here dying, and because the hospital segregated, the white man gets priority over you. That's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that's definitely needed. Like, in some hospitals, like everything you would need to run your own community or township, like hospital. You would need police. You would need courthouse, fire station, all that.
So, in addressing to this particular need for objectives, at least by a few, what I've been hearing mostly is the unite message. We need to come together first, unified. I was seeing some comments in the chat just a minute ago about their observation of other groups being united all the time, not necessarily going to be in agreement and saying that, yeah, white people are always united. No, white people are just as divided as black folks,
It,
Hispanics,
I
Asians. I don't see this just because I'm from a certain land or anything like that. That yeah, all the people in their land together. Nope.
I saw that same comment, and what I would say to that is maybe like you would maybe like more first generation, like just got off the boat immigrants are more prone to that. But that individualism, that's like what I was saying, that's Americanism. So if you've been here a couple generations, you're not gonna be on that with people coming off a boat and trying to work. Like, nah, you're gonna be on some individual American stuff. Um, but like, yeah, I would say for the people you do see practicing that, 9 times out of 10, they probably like amongst the first generation kind of ethnic group doing that. Because if they second or third generation Americans, they not working with no immigrants off a boat like that. They just being on some individualism. They too Americanized. Like, white people aren't, like, especially white people, they are not on practicing that for real. What it is, it's just their system's already so set up for them that they don't even gotta do it. That's how the system is. That's what it is already. So
For sure. I've been kind of caught up in my own little personal pathways in terms of being acknowledged from a skill level standpoint. Um, got OSHA certifications testing next week, and for me, there just isn't enough. There isn't enough substance to have a or develop a plan that will not involve uh, either working directly for, working directly with, alongside, even if it's on a temporary basis. Entrepreneurs, black-owned businesses, uh, in most cases, still depend on compliance, uh, government, um, various sponsorships, uh, all things, a lot of things that are not necessarily controlled and ran by black people to either stay afloat or try to get an edge. I don't hear anybody saying, uh, I don't hear anybody saying, let's get away from these car manufacturers, cell phone manufacturers, um, even when you're talking about a living situation. How many people live in a place that was built by a black construction company? I know plenty of black construction companies that have contract subcontractors that are not black.
Yeah, and that's a good conversation to have because like you are right in the sense that I don't think we have enough of our stuff built up to support the labor needs of all of us. I don't think there's enough, black-owned businesses and entrepreneur opportunities to go around for every 40 million black people in America. So um, to limit ourselves just to, working it, we're basically leaving a lot of money on the table if we do that. We got black people out here making good money, six figures, working for so quote unquote the white man. Um, and I don't necessarily got a problem with that. I think the conversation should be more like how you know, spend that money, and if any of that trickles down to the community, are you gonna even do business with the community, or are you just gonna, you know, gatekeep it and just keep it for yourself and your family? Which I think, I don't got nothing wrong with that, but that's probably what 99% of them are gonna do. Well, yeah, we would leave a lot of money on the table if we didn't take these jobs and these positions, in my opinion. A lot of money on the table.
Yeah, there's always money on the table somewhere. Somebody's gonna bypass it, not take advantage of an opportunities, and so on and so forth.
Like, if you think about it, what is it? Isn't the government the biggest employer of black people?
Yeah,
That's a that's a lot of money just in itself. And that one employer right there, that's put food on plenty of generations of black people coming up. Whether if it's people that worked at the post office, people that grew up in military homes where that was the main income supporting the family. Um, that's that government money, and like not welfare money. I'm talking about government money working for it. That feeds a large portion of us and our families. So, but that's it's almost like the spook that sat by the door conversation, kind of like ideally I would want us to go in there, to just extract the resources and knowledge to bring it back, but it don't really work like that. It's just you kind of become a cog of the system for real, for real. But if I'm gonna weigh it out on positives versus negatives, I think it still does more positive though for us, because that's money that we can use to feed families, or at least our own families, and supply their needs. So without that, where would the money come from? And it would have to come from, yeah, we would have to, you know, honestly, if we didn't have integration, that probably would be what it looks like. Um, I honestly, I'm seeing stuff like with Trump's rolling in. I saw something recently where he made it like, I guess he's trying to make it. I don't know if he did it already, but legal for businesses, private businesses to discriminate, like put white only signs up and shit. So and it's crazy. I said I don't got a problem with that, but I really don't. Because if they don't want you there, why would you want to spend money with them? And I think that is a good thing to where it might encourage us to, work with ourselves and do business amongst ourselves. But I did see, there's a lot of people that was really offended by that. I could care less because I don't even want us shopping at white stores for real. For real. I'd rather shop at the black stores. So
Yeah, the black bathrooms at the school, uh, and the whole academic situation. Because for me, it's going to be extremely difficult to not address the education path uh, in any sense. Whether you have black-owned schools, black-administered schools, uh, there's just no shortcuts in terms of okay, where people complain about the current education system. So, let's get rid of the Department of Education. But when establishing your own uh, education, you know, layout and curriculum, what's that going to look like? Is that going to be a bunch of books that you either gotten or modeled after the same system that you complain about? I don't really hear those or see those actually being expressed as loud as I don't like how this is done. Yeah, but
that's a good one. What
yeah,
would the schools look like? Because I think basically we probably should keep it would be modeled in my opinion after the, like the current whatever the federal standard is, but minus the history part. Like we could do our own rendition of how we teach history to our kids, but everything else like the science, the math, the English, well even English can be kind of tweaked because we can use black sources to teach that instead of using all white literature. But for the most part, I think that that federal standard
mm,
that probably is a good thing overall, not just in the black sense, but like just for education in general, because it would make it easier if we had a national standard that everybody should at least be kind of baseline at verse, because if we let it like just all know, like if Trump really does get rid of the Department of Education and it's just gonna be all on local, which it kind of already is. Like at least that's where most of the money comes from, the local state government. But the standard, though, if the standard's not the same all across the board, man, I can only imagine you're gonna have some places that not even teaching certain subjects right or teaching them at all, and like that baseline of just information and knowledge, we're not gonna have the right stuff. Like we gonna some of us like gonna be not good at math, and some of us not gonna be good at English because that's not no focus. Like, yeah, that would be a mess. So I would think for education purposes, it probably would kind of model a little bit of that federal standard. Only because I know that we live in, America, and in order for us to get ahead in these industries and be competitive, it would help to know the information to get these jobs, which would be the stuff that's coming out of the um, the federal standard for education, or the baseline information at least, because that's really what school's made for. It's really not necessarily made to get you in college or nothing. It's just made to like get you working at McDonald's for real, for real. Because at least even at McDonald's, you still got to be able to count and use a cash register. Yo, it's sad. Kids don't even know how to use like simple math. Like I think this happens all the time where the cash register is something where it's not adding up the money right, and they gotta sit there and like try to figure it out, but they can't figure it out in their head, and that's just the weirdest thing to me. Like, so I think at least for school, we should have it for stuff like that. Like you got to be coherent enough to at least do work at McDonald's, and that's kind of what school is really meant for. It don't really get you prepared for the next level like that. Well,
What,
uh,
what school you talking about, Dr. Lamb?
He's following Prophet. Can you guys hear
Yeah, you good.
me? I don't know what school. Listen, I don't know. I don't know about that one. You said school. You said school doesn't prepare you for college.
not I me personally, I think no, it prepares you more for the workforce than it does for college.
um. So well, let's do this. Where did you go to school? Well, let me size mine up. I size
Mm?
mine up. I size my school up. Um. So I did undergrad. Well, I did my associates at a junior college. So it was in Kansas. It was pretty advanced. And the courses that I took, I got my associate's degree. Um, and I majored in accounting, and we used to do case study type accounting, cost accounting, finance accounting. So the curriculum was based on the CPA exam. So and everybody knows that CPAs are public certified accountants. So that's one. So, and then the type of courses that we were taking, the CPA exam is built on government accounting, cost accounting, auditing, and financials. So the courses that we were taking were geared towards those, right? That was at the junior college, a 2-year school. And then I went to DeVry for, I think, a semester, and my credits transferred pretty good because they were on the same level of courses. And then I left there and actually continued my little basketball career. I went to HBCU, which was very small. It was Voorhees College at the time. Now is a university and also offers master courses. But when I transferred there, I had to plead my case on my courses because they were actually behind on the accounting curriculums and I was a little ahead. So the courses I took, it made it seem like I was super smart, but I had already had the classes. So it was just a matter of course name, so to speak. And it was a little different, but I still was able to graduate with the credits to be able to sit for the CPA and or work in that particular field. Right now, here's what, because I help kids transition to college from high school, I could tell you that the the way the curriculums are set up, well, when I was coming through, so I graduated in 94 out of high school. So when I was coming through, I don't recall them having us on a track, meaning it was 4 ways that you can graduate. They had it for just a regular graduate that's gonna get their high school diploma, go straight into the workforce. Then they have it where if you're gonna attend a 2-year school or a tech school, so there are certain classes that you would take. And then they have, if you're going interested in going to a 4-year school, those are classes. And then there's a level of AP or advanced level classes, and that's going to just depend on what course, what career path that you can actually take. So when you say that that college when so when you got so when we got to college when I got to college, or when the kids now are going to college, right? Some are already going with associate's degrees, and then when they get there, they actually are juniors. And while you're in college, the way the courses, so I was a business major, and so the way my courses was set up, depending on the school you went to, right? Because at Voorhees, I didn't have to defend a thesis, but at Benedict, which was up the road, which is another HBCU, they defended theses. They were on the path for grad school. Voorhees is there now, but it wasn't like that when I got there. But the courses that I took with my business instructors, they had us on a path. Um, they had us on a path for grad school, but I didn't know it at the time, and you had to apply at a certain time. So the instructors used to ask us, "Are you interested in going directly to grad school after your time here, or do you plan on going to get a job?" So I had planned to get a job. I didn't plan to go to grad school. So I took my interns on my work study, and my intern was in Columbia at a small business in an accounting office. And so we were learning our trade. So we were basically earning while we were learning, right? That's where the interns came in. Now, I will say a lot of students who attend college are just interested in graduating. They don't care by any means necessary. They could be graduating with a general studies degree. It don't matter to them. But if you were in career fields like biology, specific careers, then you were prepared. Now, what I think is happening, and what could support your point, is that we don't have enough counselors for the students to direct their career path. So I learned early on at the junior college that I need whatever handbook I started with as a freshman, or my first time at the school, is the handbook that would lead me on the path to graduation, right? So it didn't matter how many updates they did afterwards, the handbook that I started with. So my counselor at the time taught me how to navigate semesters and classes and graduate on time. So I used to teach that to my friends. I used to teach it to all my little buddies when I would transfer to different schools. I'd be like, "How you not graduate yet? You've been here 4 years. You should have been gone." And so I used to teach them how to navigate the curriculum, the syllabus, and all that good stuff. And certain classes only given certain semesters. So I used to teach them how to map out their whole semester, so that I mean their whole 4 years, so that they can graduate on time. But the thing about it is, when you're in school, right, when you're in college, you are taking courses, and depending on your career field is whether or not you're going to be prepared for that job. But if you just take all electives and you just trying to graduate in general studies, or so for example, when I took accounting, I was ready for an accounts payable, accounts receivable, an auditing job. um the Anything under accounting, you had to, before you sit for the CPA, you had to work under a opinionated auditor for 2 years before you can actually sit for the CPA. We had tax accounting, so we was able to do taxes. So I guess it depends on your career field, Dev, because I know. And then here's the other thing, because I have to tell people this too about the military um in college. When you if you don't have a specialized field, so for example, if you're going to take business and you don't have a minor, or you don't have an emphasis, then you may not be prepared for the workforce. Why? Because that's just general, right? You may be prepared for a clerk job, or you might be prepared for an administrative assistant, but that's if you take the straight up degree. But if you have an emphasis, then that guides you into that career field. So you take more core courses. And some people avoid that. And so I think that's why you see a lot of
Yeah, I definitely hear that, Dr. Mo. Because I know a lot of I got a lot of peers that might have switched you know, what they wanted to major in, and they might have like basically wasted all that time collecting credits that's not even going to apply, so they got to get their graduation pushed back. And that might come down to sometimes just having a good counselor that could like maybe if you did want to switch you to one that would be applicable to the credits that you already might have added up, so you don't just waste that time. So, and yeah, you
Yes.
are right. Like I had like I did like my school did kind of have the same option, my high school, where like if you knew you was going to college and stuff like that, they had kind of like I had got an advanced diploma where they kind of get you a couple of college credits added to your diploma and stuff, so when you're coming in, you got something to work with. So they did have that. I did forget about that. But, yeah.
Yeah. So coming out of the South, in terms of my path that was going to be executed upon high school graduation, my decision was made uh, towards the middle of the first semester, my junior year. So by the time I got to the 11th grade, actually by the time I got to the 10th grade, but I actually made the decision and signed on it during my junior year. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you cut out, Dr. Lamb.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I think what the challenge is students understanding how college works, right? So like my niece, she wanted to go to a smaller school because she was like, I'm not ready for the campus. I don't think I can do it. And I was like, actually, I think that's the best choice, right? Because you can learn what's going on. So she's at Midlands Tech, and look what they did. I was prepared to show her the game on the curriculum, right? And they split us up. They made the student be independent. They said you are not allowed unless the student gives you this written permission to be a part of their where they go in and select the courses that they're going to take for the semesters. Now they let you into that financial aid office though, of course, because you got to pay. But
Mm-hmm.
you could not go. We could not go in, and so I told my niece the first time she did it, she panicked. She had all kind of ignorance, and I was like, "What is this, girl? You ain't never gonna graduate." And so she was like, "I didn't know what to do." So I took her online, and I said, just breathe, calm down, and let me show you how to navigate it. And I kind of showed her some stuff, and I said, you have to learn how to write things down. You can't just try to remember what I'm saying because it's new to you. And so her first set of classes, she got the short end of the stick because she had screwed up. You know, but her second semester, oh, she was ready, honey. She went in there. She was like, "You don't have to come in with me. I'm ready." So she went in there. She did her thing. Scheduling and making sure she stay on top of things. So you're right. You got to have a good counselor, and you have to start training your kids before they go. You have to start training the young adults before they go. Well, if they have opportunity now, because if you don't have no money, I don't know if this stuff stands on the Department of Education, then you're gonna have to have some money to get up on in school.
Now that's actually gonna hold us back if that actually falls through. Because right now, how it's set up, like basically, at least when I was going, um, like in 2015, it was if your parents or yourself, because if you could claim independent or something like that, are making less than 60K in a household a year, you basically get a full ride. You got to pay like I think like 4,000 of it back, that Pell Grant or something. But basically, the rest is all paid for. So stuff like that, actually, the ones that took advantage of that and did the right thing with it, that actually advanced us a lot. So I can only imagine if they take that away, and you got to figure out how to make that money to pay for this school, because that school is not cheap.
Well, they on our neck over here in the Carolinas, and we fighting. And you guys probably have seen our representative. He went viral on them slashing our school budgets. So we already know what it is, how it's going to be here. They've already done started, and without so it's not just on the federal level for us. Um, it's also a part we have some free options now unless they take Department of Labor funding, which I haven't heard anybody say anything yet. If you're in high school and you're between the ages 16 and 24, the workforce solution in your state has programs and also works with the tech schools to pay for your first 2 years of school. So we have a lot of options. We just have to reprogram the students, on where those are.
That's a good point because yeah, the governor of my state uh did the same thing, like made it to where the same money for basically going to college, you can access that and use that to a trade. It's the same thing you got access to. So, yeah, we got a workforce alliance. And I've actually taken well advantage of that. Like about 5 6 years ago, I was really in my office downtown. I think called Community Wealth Building, but they was tapped into the resources and just getting people, you know, schooling and stuff, right? And
Hmm.
they had their own courses, but the program was so flexible to where if you found your own program and wanted to get training in something specific, you just bring them the invoice and they paid for it. So I took advantage of them, and or at least not them, but just that program they had, and getting a lot of stuff done and a lot of those certificates and stuff that I still use today. So yeah, it's just all about knowing where that money is. Reason why I was tapped in, my father was really big on stuff like this. So he was pushing me and getting himself involved in this as well. And he was showing me what to look and like how they got this money out here in my own city to basically help folks. So you just gotta
And,
look, know where to look.
and you know what? Also, if you owned a business and you wanted to cross train your employees, they have that program where they will pay you up to 6 months to cross train someone to give them a new skill set in your business, and you get half the wages back.
Oh,
So,
that's a powerful one. I'm gonna look that up. I'm writing that
oh
down.
yeah, it's called I think it's either retrain or it could be, well, just look on your workforce solution site and look on the programs, and you should either see on the job training, you should see and that one, you should see that one. I think it's called retrain here, but I may have the wrong terminology. But that's a program that you could partner with them, and you could retrain your employees, give them another skill set. uh yep. Wait, what state are you in?
I'm right above you. I'm in Virginia. I'm in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, so yeah, you just got to see what's going on in your state. But yeah, that's definitely an opportunity, but we just have to do a good job with sharing with these young adults on how to move. But then the young adults have to listen to, they have to, like, I have to calm my niece and nephew down, like, hey, you don't have to want to listen to me, but guess what? Ultimately, I'm your first stop. And let me show you. So I had to start really getting into spaces on in some of these college on these college curriculums. I've even started making my niece and nephew listen, like some of the shows sometimes in the morning, depending on if y'all cussing or not. I'll let them tap in. I'll let them listen. I've let them listen to that show that Roland Martin did on when he ran down the timeline of the history of the black of African Americans, black people in the
Eight,
U.S. I've
1870. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. I've
Reconstruction. Yeah,
you like that one, Dev?
yeah. I remember. I know what you're talking about. I
Yeah,
listened to the same show. Yeah, I think I got it
yeah.
saved
He
in my thing.
Yeah, I let my niece and nephew listen to it like 3 times so they can understand. They can start getting some understanding of it. And then Sean P had did a really good show on it as well, and I let them listen to that. Just to try to, and I tell them I'm not trying to give you a scare tactic, but I'm trying to show you how serious it is for you to start taking your education serious and what you want to do in life. And then I'm trying to get them acclimated into some of the IT world. So we have a guy that's doing some cybersecurity training that my niece is about to get involved with. So yeah, we just got to educate, man.
Mhm. Yeah, that was my initial message. There's no really shortcut in terms of not putting. I would say a majority of the efforts, a majority of the resources, uh, whether dollar amounts translates into uh, usable or executable resources or not. Um, if you're lacking on the knowledge or the understanding of what you're actually uh, uh, contributing or how are you going to fit in said society, whether it's the black community, the white community, a hybrid community. If you don't know how to do it and don't know how to manage it, uh, it's going to be self-destruction. You're going to end up in jail. You're going to end up in um, you know hospitalization, a scenario where you're not going to be in a position to be progressive. So I say the earlier the education uh, obviously would be a little bit more beneficial than waiting until something happens. Uh, a police shooting, family trauma, a breakup, while you're an adult versus go ahead and laying that out, you know, for your middle school, early freshman high school, ninth and 10th grade. So by the time you hit your mid to late teens, you'd at least have some sort of idea. Now, did I go jump and stay into what I decided in the high school? Obviously not. I changed environments. I changed my mind. A lot of things change, but I adapted to change. But uh, it's certainly better than not having no idea at all. Let someone else make the decision for you. And then, so for now, your perspective is, well, somebody made that decision for me. I'm gonna wait until somebody make a decision to put me on the right path. No, it's not. It's not gonna work out too
Oh, you said a mouthful on that one.
well.
Shoo, you better. And you know what's crazy? As much as we talking about the young people, you know how many knucklehead adults still trying to figure it out that's left behind? And so
Yeah,
they want you to reach back and hold their hand. And you're like, do you see all these kids that we need to be educating? I ain't got time to be playing with you.
yeah. Oh,
Like,
my mic was low. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had it down. I said that we need to establish and make sure that our young teen children, preferably middle school, going into ninth and 10th grade, have some sort of guidance and structured avenue to help them make a decision, not wait until they're adults. So having someone else make their decisions is going to have someone else dictating what they do in their lives. So that's no different than, uh, you know, the CO at the jailhouse, uh, the person, in charge of your medication at the mental institution. Uh, no one else is going to make a decision to make your life better if no one has any idea of what you want, and then no one is going to know what you want unless we communicate with our young adults. So communication is key there to early education, effective skills. Was that better? What's up with it, Leela?
yes, that's very better.
Yeah.
You, you know what I've since listening to you all and a few other people, I've been, I've deal with the youth a lot. I actually did a little class with for so we're partnered with South Carolina Youth Challenge, and I had four young ladies who went through our program, so they receive a CNA license, state license, med tech certification, a serve safe certification, and a driver's permit. And so I'm like the last of the person they come and see, and I help them with their resume. And that we already have internships lined up, paid internships lined up. And then we gave them, out of the 5 months of participating in our mentorship program, we gave them $600 a piece. And the young girls, I was like, wow, you know what? We really set them up for success coming out the gate into an actual career field. So, Jahad, I understand when you say, I think that how it was when I came through college and what it is now, and the push to get the student to take a particular direction, because our instructors are probably overworked or may have too much on their plate. So you have an instructors who are, they're the researcher, they're the instructor, they're the dean, they're the coach. you know so we may have situations where they may have that, not have that type of opportunity. Um so I think that, depending on the school, because we can't speak for everybody, right? Because there's so many vast schools out there. Depending on the school, and then this depends on the community organizations. That if you're going to do a community organization, that's how you set kids up for success. You couple your community-based organization with some type of certification course,
Yeah,
so
whether
that,
it's medtech, CNA, uh,
you
you
name it,
label,
welding.
carpentry, yeah, welding, wood shop, art.
hmm
They have various, arts, musical, band instruction. You can get into some of your technical fields.
HVAC, pipe
Yeah,
fitting,
all
Yep.
that,
electrician.
all that, all that,
Yep.
all that.
And I talked about that particular side because I got the females first, and then I know the young men we're working with us dealing with some type of apprenticeship, but I know they're doing welding, and I know they're doing landscaping or something else, but I'm not really sure. But I said that to say, if you're out there and you're starting nonprofits, couple it with some type of substance. Don't just be out here having all these kids in your program and they walk away with nothing, and then they still don't know how to navigate this world. And I think that's where we have to do a better job.
Mm. Yeah, I remember that's a solid point because I remember I would talk to my dad and how he would explain like how he was coming up when he was around close to my age. There was actually how he would put it. There was actually like outreach for stuff like this. He said, he got encouraged to go to college because there was black kids canvassing the projects where he was, encouraging brothers to go sign up for college. And then he ended up being a plumber and a pipe fitter, but he ended up getting into the union a similar way through apprenticeships. He was apprenticeship through a black company, and stuff like that where I don't see as much as that. Like you got apprenticeship stuff, but it's not really black people really out here doing that that work on the ground, actually promoting it, um and it's out here. I think we just got to be able to tap in, and that comes from like the education and knowing how to navigate, uh, the funds and the money that's flowing. Because I think there's enough out here for us to start stuff like that apprenticeship program, um, and just a better network or a way to kind of like uh, get our kids down the right pipeline to get access to this money.
Yeah. Well, um, our number one with getting the dollars into the programs is collaboration, and now more than ever, collaboration is super important because they're forcing you into it. So like I usually get like earmark funds from the state as a grant, right? And they just pushed out. And then I have a couple other folks who do as well. So their representatives send them a message and say, hey, you're going to need there's no direct funds going straight to the nonprofits. You're going to have to get you a fiscal agent, a government agency, whether city, county, state, to accept the funds on your behalf. You can't just ask us to identify an agency to help you out. You have to go and get your relationship, because now a lot of funding that they are privileged to, they have to be working with an agency to help out. So some of my friends called, they was like, hey, we may not, they say it's getting tough up there. We may not be getting any funding. And I said, yeah, y'all behind the power curve. Cause I had that meeting I had that meeting at the beginning of February 27th. And my letter was already in January. Like, you better get on the ball because you may not be getting anything. But it's organizations were not partnering together, so they were not producing any fruit, for lack of a better word. They haven't been producing any. There's no you can't measure their impact. Like, what would be your impact if you say you're mentoring a student? Um, you have a summer program coming up. You have 20 students in your cohort, or 50 students in your cohort. What is the impact of the course? And so the reason that we're surviving is because we have students that are actually, once they're taking a test, it's up to their success, but we actually have a success rate. And so it's keeping us in good grace. But you're right. I mean, your dad is on it. And you know what's funny? All the the girls that was in my class on Monday, it was too cute to hear them say, my daddy said, and my daddy told me this, and my daddy told me that. And I just thought it was the cutest thing ever, because so often people say that, black fathers are not there for their kids. They're not in their lives. They're not teaching them anything. They don't get nothing from their dad. And all of those young ladies, it was always, I don't think I heard one of them say my mama. Every one of them was, my daddy said, and my daddy said. So I thought that was a cutest thing. Shout out to the brothers.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I still think that's an internet type of situation to make it seem like it ain't nothing but a bunch of single mamas running around and nobody's acknowledging or have any interest on the same single mothers you talking about. You don't give a damn what's going on with the dude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So participating in also the associations, right? So I need to look up to see where they're taking it, because if you are, your kids do need some direction, and they come into a situation upon graduation, or if they pull funding for whatever reason, because you got to prepare. If you have students in school right now, you need to tell them they need to be joining associations, the professional association in their industry, because those are career or CEOs or industries that comes out. They do conferences at least twice a year in the region and in the nation, and they share and they set you up on the right path. And you don't have to be a senior to be a part. You can join the associations as early as elementary.
Yeah, that's powerful, and that comes with having kids at a young age knowing what they want to do. Because if they know that, like Dad said, coming out of middle school, going into high school, and they kind of narrow down like what kind of industry they can see themselves in, uh, that could
Right.
get them ahead, by years, really, because then they can start preparing themselves by doing stuff like what you just suggested, Dr. Mo. They could get into these programs and stuff. Actually, my brother did stuff like that. I kind of did that too, because my dad wanted me to be a mechanical engineer, and I remember in like middle school I did like over a summer we did like a summer program um where we was building robotics. It was electrical engineer for that. And then my brother also, he's done way more stuff like that than me, for real, for real. But it actually shows with him because he's making basically damn near six figures, and he's a what chemical no, not chemical, a chemist basically. He went to school for chemistry, and he works for a company, a research and development company right now. So it's
Oh,
stuff like
nice.
that, like putting that practice in, because I've seen he was actually way dedicated since like middle school. He actually he didn't even need like my mom to get on him for grades. He would I remember in middle school he got a B, and I saw him in the hallway. He was crying over that. Like that's how dedicated he was to just getting good grades and wanting to be successful. So.
Mm. You know what? I remembered what I was gonna say about college preparing you for the workforce. So I used to tell my students, I would tell them that, oh, I just lost it. I just had remembered it. Oh my God. Damn it. I just had it. It was something to the effect of, um, oh man, skill sets. Okay, yes, that is. So every company or organization operates a different type of system, but there are some common denominators in these systems. Um, Excel, Word, right? Being able to convert man. Look at Lake Murray. I should show y'all. Oh my God, it's so choppy. Um, what happened? Let me stop. Um, the the systems, right, are different, but they usually have kind of every job usually have some of the same common denominators, and that is the ability to work with people, right? Ability to manage, learning human capital, learning human behavior, um, time management, goal setting. What is your objective? How do you plan to get the task done? Being familiar with marketing and attracting people if you're in the sales, things of that nature. So there's a common denominator that is not taught. You're really going to you're really going to familiarize yourself with or an overview of what it is about. But when you get to the job, you have to be trained on the systems. So usually every system is not going to be on a college campus, but you do understand that there's always a home button, file, insert, format, view, data, right? So there's some commonalities that you would understand because you would have worked on some system at some point that for a job. This is from an administrative side, right? So I tell my niece, do not panic when you see something new. Find the commonality to that system. But knowledge wise, because they be like, oh, ATMO, you get paid a lot of money to do just to transfer numbers from one page to the other. I said, well, in actuality, um I get paid to find misappropriations, mishaps, fraud, waste, and abuse, different things of that nature. So I'm actually looking for mistakes or um, some type of fraud, signatures, things of that nature. So there's a difference. Yes, I'm transferring numbers. That's one thing that deals with accuracy, right? But I'm looking for misstatements. I'm looking for some uh, that they didn't follow proper procedures, things not paid in the proper year. I'm looking for things that that's the stuff that I'm learning in school. You get a transaction if you have a grant and it's for December to January. Did you spend all the money, or did you accumulate a expense in December, paid it in January? Did you pass the allotted time period? Did you go over your threshold of how much that you can pay a contractor without getting a bid? I said, though, that's what I'm learning in school. That's the information I'm learning in school. Now, the systems that we're using to track that information, that's a whole nother ballgame. When I get at that company, someone has to teach me that. Does that kind of make sense? Did I make sense, or I'm all over the place?
No, that made sense because if you wanted to, like, let's say, get into insurance, you're gonna need to know the game for how the insurance operates. If you want to be adjuster for that, know that system, or maybe the medical field, like medical billing. That's gonna be different from other kind of billings and stuff I can imagine, or accounting. So yeah, it would be like specifically because you can have like the general accounting, but then it gets more specific to the industry where you're going. So
Right. And that's why, like, some people who do taxes, right? Let's use taxes for instance. Some folks um who are tax accountants are they may know, or if they're CPAs, they may know corporate taxes because they deal with financial statements all the time, but they may not be skilled in sole proprietors or independent contractors, those self-employed individuals. They may not be able to give them the game unless they've been doing it for a while and then they've been exposed to it. Yeah, but a lot of accountants will miss a lot of your credits because they're not used to dealing with sole proprietors and home-based business because the education system has only taught them the corporate side of things, right? So when you get there, you have to navigate, or they may be using um what is it, H&R Block tax system, but you go to Jackson and Hugh, they may have a different type of system that they're using. You go down the street to M Accountancy and Tax, they may be using TurboTax. You go up the road, somebody might be using TaxSlayer. It's still tax. The rules and regulation is still the same. It's just the system that you have to learn, the operating system, the technical piece that you have to learn. And that's why you partner the practitioner with the technical and you get a superpower, right? That's why sometimes the knowledge, you can take it anywhere. Just have to learn the system.
yeah, that because it's one thing to just have maybe even just the degree or whatever, but it's another to know, like, understand the system and be able to. Because I'll admit, um, and I was gonna say this as well when you was talking. It would be super beneficial if like we would teach each other, and I know you do this all the time, Dr. Mo, but like teach each other. I think it's dope. We teach each other like this, financial bookkeeping and stuff like that. Because I do know a lot of us struggle, including myself. Like I think I'm gonna take a business class because I just know how beneficial that'll be for my personal understanding how to. But even then, like you saying, I'm running a like a small business contractor business. So even then, that business class might not be 100% tailored to my needs. It might be more tailored to a corporate person's needs. But still,
Right.
I do think that I 100% need to get more literacy in that.
So what you need to do is you need to find you a scores office because they will help you. They will navigate with you through your business for free. They're like retired CEOs that works in the scores office. They put on these classes all the time. Even SBA, they put on these classes all the time. They have self-paced courses. And now that we have YouTube, a lot of things are online. It'll walk you through each area of business. If you're looking for the accounting side, my I have a bias to QuickBooks. I have a bias to QuickBooks because as a sole proprietor or as a S corp or corporation, you can track your income and expenses and take pictures of your receipts and upload in real time on your app on your phone, and it tracks your mileage, which is huge that people don't like to do. Wherever you move in your vehicle, that phone is it's on auto and it picks up every location, and you only have to just swipe right or left for business or personal, and then your transactions you connect it to your business bank account. So when you take a picture of those receipts, it automatically integrates it to that bank transaction, right? And then it has your profit your income and expenses trends. It has your tax categories already. So when you're categorizing your transactions, if you were to have reoccurring transactions, it'll automatically start doing it for you. Like sometimes we're doing business and we're doing some of the same similar transactions over and over and over. And so once you put them in once or twice, it will automatically do it for you. At the end of the year, oh, you already ready for taxes. And then if you get behind, you just take a day out of the month and say, you know what, let me go and fix my QuickBooks, swipe right, left, categorize my stuff, boop, 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 and it's already done. And that's going to lower your tax bill with your accountant or even time with yourself. And then you have a what we call audit proof tax system. Boom, you just learn accountancy all by yourself.
Thank you. I wrote all that down.
Yeah, get
Definitely
you
gonna get all that.
QuickBooks Online. It's going to cost you about $31 a month. It's okay because it's a write off, right? But
Mm.
anything to save you some time, yeah, I'll subscribe to that any day. Like if I if I was to show, like I used to talk about that part all the time because right in the beginning of tax season, I knew people were getting ready for taxes because I'm a part of Micon. It's an MLM, but the reason I loved it because it taught us how to be self-employed and it taught us how to manage our Schedule C. And they had because they had a part of their online website. They had what they called a cash flow manager, and it taught you it taught you how to keep up with your income and expenses. Now, it wasn't as savvy as QuickBooks. That's why I keep them both. Um, when I'm trying to train someone who's trying to learn from the beginner level, I'll use my cash flow manager, open it up, show them how it all works, but it's all done manually. And so when you put in your mileage, you have to, either if you remember to turn it on, you can track it, and then you have to turn it off. But if you don't, you have to go in and do it all manually. So I favor I use the my econ to just have a home-based business and to back up my consulting side of it because it also have a couple other amenities that I just love. Um, I don't have a team or anything or what. Now, well, I got a couple people, but they love it too, so that's why they stayed. But I don't promote it. I really be trying to get people to get the accounting system, and then because it's only 9.99 95. But if a person's like, you know what, I make money, I can pay the $31, then I'm like, and you do big business, you do a lot of business a lot, and you're driving around all the time, I always encourage them out the gate to get QuickBooks because it's going to save your life. Just to give you a quick testimonial story, when I first started selling CMOS smoothies, my business partner, he was also a personal trainer, and he was really good with keeping, putting all his money in the bank. He wasn't one of them people. He loved, he would always put his cash in the bank when he would make money, and then he would have all his receipts, of course, in a bag like everybody else, in a drawer, all over the place, right? So when I got him on QuickBooks, man, he would, every time he would finish his day, when he would take his pictures, man, he had that thing down pack. He would sit down and he would put all his receipts in and he would slide it all. So what happened was his vehicle went down. He needed a new vehicle. So when he got to um, the dealer, he thought he was gonna get. He had already got pre-approved because he do his taxes. Because we try to make money, we don't be over here trying to take no losses. Um, so he got a pre-approved for like some type of Honda, right? So he was pretty happy because he was like, man, I ain't never really purchased a brand new vehicle. But when he got to the dealer, when they asked him, it's like, hey, he said, I'm self-employed, and it was like, well, we gonna need to see your bank statements. And he was like, no, I'm not gonna let you get my bank statements, but I'll let you see my QuickBooks, and you can see my cash flowing in and out of my QuickBooks with my transactions are linked to my bank. And because he had all this stuff dressed and his profit and loss statement, man, that guy approved him for that Lexus 350. Man, that boy was so excited. So I always tell people that story that when you're doing the right thing in business, it may seem like the right thing is for you not to capture your income and expenses. But in actuality, if your goal is to make money, your purpose in business is to make money, then one of the things you need to do is learn how or find you a software. Like I said, I'm biased to QuickBooks. QuickBooks is not the only software. You got ADP, you got Gusto, you got Paychecks, and all these other different softwares. But guess what? They don't track your mileage. And Mileage, why I'm talking about mileage, because mileage has increased over the last 4 or 5 years. We are up to 70 cents a mile now. That's winning.
How much you
Before
said? You said 10 cents a mile?
70.
70 cents? What? That's
70.
a lot. Yeah, I got a
Uh-oh,
company
did I lose my
vehicle, so I
volume?
could do that. No, I heard it.
70. Huh?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, nah,
It's
yeah.
70.
That's a lot. So I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna download the QuickBooks and just start adding up all the receipts for at least gas.
Yeah.
That's like one expense because I got.
No,
Yeah,
hold
that
on. Let
can
me
make
help you.
sense.
Let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you. The reason I'm telling you about mileage, because especially if you're driving, right? You drive way more miles for business than you would actual. So if you did it, like, if you ever get a chance one day, play in TurboTax. When you put in actual expenses for your vehicle, you would probably spend way less than you do when you calculate how many miles you drove for business times 70 cents. You're gonna get a better um and you may, unless you're doing item, now it helps people with itemization, but if you're not itemizing and you take the standard deduction, it helps you big time. If you're not including mileage, down the rule of thumb for the IRS with the miles is that you have to make sure you have the date, the to and from location, the total miles that you did for business, right? And you have to be able to be logging that in. Well, QuickBooks automatically does it for you. So the only thing you have to do is say if it's personal or if it's business. And if it's personal, you don't get the deduction. But for business, it's 70 cents a mile. If you're doing something for medical, I mean for charitable, it's 14 cents a mile. And if you're doing something medically, it's I think it's 14 cents or something like that. I probably mixed those two up. But that's why you don't have to. I know people be like, oh, save your gas receipts. Now, let me tell you how smart. Let me tell you what I do. I'm going to give you my game, right? When I know I'm getting ready to go do something for business, and like I said, if I have a big business meeting or I'm going to do some type of vending event or something of that nature, I always fill my vehicle up when I know I have to meet somebody for business. If so, I'm gonna meet them at lunch, or if I have to go pick up some supplies, or if I have to go and meet with one of the representatives or something, whatever I'm doing, I make sure that I fill my vehicle up that day. And I'm that receipt I always capture because it proves that I when my app captures that mileage, that distance, I have the receipt from when I fueled up to go the distance, right? And then I actually have the mileage tracker to show the distance I went. And then if we met and we ate, I have the meals to prove that. But that's just the auditor in me, right? I like to have double proof, whatnot. And I would even take a picture, boom, at the location, right? But that's just me just proving my track record because ever since I've been in Iraq, I'm just high profile. So I'm always on the chopping block for something, right? Somebody always looking into my stuff. So I have to always make sure I'm on point. But to the audience, I would say, once you capture I mean, if you're using the QuickBooks, it does it for you, the mileage, and it saves you a lot of stress, but it also will save you some money too. That's not just economic power, that's black power. Yeah.
Come on, chat. Everybody knew that was already. They was giving you 70 cents a mile, right? Y'all already knew that. It was on the internet. Y'all pay attention to that mostly, not little baby and who got shot and who messing around with who.
Man, don't play with Dr. Mo. I swear she gives like the most information out of. She's definitely top three. Like I be writing stuff down when Dr. Mo talk because I could actually use this information.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
know, the simplest information is the one that we ignore because it sounds too good to be true. And so usually I know I get annoyed because people be like, you know, I can't, it's difficult to be animated when something can land you in jail, right? So I always try to make sure that the content is much more important than the animation side of it, and that if someone comes back and review that video, that they have a source to go back when that's related to the government. Because when you're doing your business, right, if you misstate something on those tax returns, that could land you in jail, right? So same thing with the contractual services or the grants or something like that. Um, but I like to deal with the sole proprietors and the independent contractors because they think the 1099 people get 1099s, and especially if they solely get 1099s, they think they employees.
Mm.
No, you're an actual business, boo. The difference, a sole proprietor is someone who a business owner that's not incorporated. uh uh, um if you have an LLC, right, and it's incorporated, so you file a Schedule C. If you got an LLC that's incorporated, you have the opportunity to go sole proprietor. You have the opportunity to go corporation. You have the opportunity to go S corp, right? You go S corp when you have a net profit. Some people say 20,000 or more. Some people say 80,000 or more, right, as a net profit. And the reason you do that is because your income tax and your expenses on your business would be taxed at one rate, and then when you get your K1, it will fold over to, if it is in a negative or a positive, it will fold over to your personal tax, and then you would get taxed at a lesser rate. But if you really making money in your LLC, then you want to file as a corporation. You can still be a LLC filing as a corporation, so that it would assume all of the taxes, right? So you have sole proprietor, you have a single disregarded entity, you have S corp, and then you have corp, and so it's just benefits in all the different areas. And that, my friend, I did not learn in college though. I learned that in the MLM.
I learned that in my contracting class. I got the little
Mhm.
handbook still, and they I reference that sometimes just to look up how it breaks down the different, like, between the sole proprietor, LLC. I remember in that class, like, the best little explanation when he was breaking down exactly like what you would use a sole proprietorship for. He was saying uh, you wouldn't really use that for something like, let's say, you're going into trucking independently, because if you mess up a load and forbid anything happens, but you got to pay that back. My instructor told us straight out that you will never financially recover for that. At least a lot of people wouldn't, right? And versus like a LLC, it's limited liability corporation, so that's its purpose. So if it separates the individual from the company, if anything was to happen. And he was giving examples, like, personally, like, if you was like a good example maybe for using a sole proprietorship, like if you was baking cookies, he said, because there's not too much that could go wrong with that, where it would, like, will put you under, so to speak. So that's how I got the explanation broken down. But they told me that when because it was part of, I guess, the curriculum, getting the contractor license. So
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I think the tax rate is different, and what's exempt your what you can write off can vary as well with those differences, not just
Right.
the liability. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Each of those categories different. And to answer the S corp, or the S corp statement, if you're LLC and you did not submit the IRS those that LLC documentation to state that you want to file as a LLC, then they will probably send you a notice and say, "Hey, we need these documents." But you so when if you are LLC, you're a single disregarded entity, you could just file straight up. But if you file an S corp documentation, then you file on 1120. So LLCs can file as a sole proprietor and file on the Schedule C. They don't have to file on the 1120 unless they submitted that S corp documentation to the IRS.
you
First,
said a LLC could be a sole proprietor too.
Yeah, because if you incorporated, you could be a single disregarded entity. If you pulled the document, you would see where it says sole proprietor, single disregarded entity, LLC, or corporation. So the difference between the four, the sole proprietor is not incorporated. It's not there's not an LLC, right? It's just a person that's freelancing. Maybe they got some 1099s out there, right? So they can still file self-employed and they can have that Schedule C. If they are if they incorporate their LLC, but they did not submit the S corp paperwork with it, then they are operating as a single disregarded entity, or they may be a LLC and have a partnership, right? Same thing. Then you have the S corp, where if you're net profit, my little CPA guy, he like to go with the 20K scenario because you would be taxed too much if you don't. So any net profit that you think that's desirable, it's different amounts out there, 60K some people, but if you net that in your business, then you file as a S corp, but instead of the Schedule C, you would be filing a 1120 and 1120S, and then that 1120 issues you a K1 as owner. So it's either whether it's two of you, three of you, whatever, or it's one person. You get a K1, and that K1 information goes with your personal tax returns when you file, right? That's why if you elect to be an S corp, you shouldn't file your personal tax until after your business tax have been filed. And then if you have your LLC elected to be a corporation, same rule apply. You have to have submitted the paperwork, and same thing, right? And then if you a partnership, you would get that I think it's 1165 or 18, whatever the number is, whatever, right? You just have to make sure you got the proper documentation. And so many people who only have 1099s are they can file it self-employed, and a lot of times they don't really understand it, and they just put their 1099s in, and they just file as a regular income tax return, but they miss out so much because they don't really understand those rules. um
When you say rules, you talking about what's liable or exemption?
and we don't, like, in my state in South Carolina, we don't recognize DBAs. So South Carolina, it is no doing business as either you the business or not, but every state is different. So you also got to keep in mind of those rules. Every state is different. And so you, like, for example, when I just did, well, I'm about to do some nonprofit paperwork for two nonprofits, right? In the state of Georgia, um you have to include your board members and your board of directors, your directors, right? Have to both, and it could be the same person, but you just have to list them twice. In South Carolina, we didn't used to do that, but I noticed this nonprofit that I just submitted, they kicked it
Mm-hmm.
back and said I had to add directors onto the nonprofit. And just 6 months ago, I just had to fill out a form and have the board of directors sign. Now that's obsolete. So the rules are constantly changing. This is one of the things I was wanting to say on yesterday when it was talking about whether we as Black community can thrive in the current times and things of that nature, is that the rules change. So in order to stay up economically in business, you're gonna have to stay in the know. So it behooves you to pay attention to your score classes, your Apex, or PTech, SBA. Pay attention to these classes, like the Veterans Organization. I just got a notification. I guess I missed a class I must have signed up for. They're doing classes. They've been doing classes like every week, educating the contractors on the different changes and what's going on. So for you all in the civilian sector, you need to be paying attention to scores and your your county and your state and your city on the latest trends of your industry.
Because in certain road construction or highway and roads jurisdictions, the local and state laws trump any federal or national compliance and regulation. So if
That
it's
is
against the
correct.
law, Yeah, if it's against the law to drive 35 miles an hour while there are, workers working on the side or or things like that, and there in the federal mandate says 55, you're gonna get a ticket at 40 or whatever. The police is gonna pull you over, and there will be
Right.
no fighting it in court. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So we have you. This is if you have never paid attention to what's going on with business, you just doing business as usual. You may want to start paying attention. Licensing, um, certs, I don't
Yeah,
know, you
all
name
the
it.
compliance. Yeah,
So none of this y'all talking about right now is white supremacy, though, right?
it's all white supremacy.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. But people like Jihad sit in the chat every day and run their fucking mouth about what everything else is white supremacy and how this person is not doing this right. But then, he's finally up here and you hear him speaking as if none of this is white supremacy anymore. So I'm starting to realize more and more, it's like the fifth day in a row, where as long as you're making enough money, it ain't no white supremacy. As long as you got access to the bread, ain't nobody talking about white supremacy when you making money. That's what I'm starting to gather through listening to people who typically don't mind pointing fingers and calling everything white supremacy, right? Because I don't see you doing that, Dr. Mo, but I see Jihad do that a lot. But now today, none of this is white supremacy. None of this is the white man. And like I say, I think the biggest detriment with that is that this is what's taught the kids. The youth hear everything as white supremacy, and then they don't pursue what you're saying, Dr. Moo. They don't chase those opportunities because they've been inundated with all this crazy talk. So that I always wonder that finally when you get up on a panel, you're not shooting none of this stuff down. Now it's white supremacy no more. Why? I don't get it.
I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying because I did mention earlier that like I sometimes feel like I'm oblivious to it, like I don't even think about it some days, right? And I guess that's what you was going off. But yeah, I mean, I call it out when I see it. I'm gonna always call it out. If it's white, we live in a society where that's the dominant cultural norm. It's white. It's a white culture, so it's always gonna be saturated with that. And yeah, there's no. I don't see the problem with calling that out.
I think the problem comes in where the topic it's not ever centered on something specific, right? So if we're talking about Congress in the Senate, I don't think I'll push back against that. But when you call in a person who makes their money this way white supremacy, but then when we're talking about how you make yours, it's not white supremacy anymore. I think that's wrong.
I don't think I ever said. Well, okay, yeah. Earlier I did say I think yeah we were like kind of in the system, and I was kind of making a comparison. I was saying I would hope we would work the system and take out the extract the resources and bring it back home. But really, I would say the reality of it is we just become a cog of the system. So I did mention that earlier. I think that's what it is, and I can yeah I admit that's what I said. That's what it is in my opinion. Because that kind of what it leads to when you just like you know unless you have that strong will to like do something with it, like bring it back, it's not gonna mean nothing. It's just gonna be mean everything to your family, your immediate family. That because that's the only people that's gonna benefit off that. So I can understand it.
Yeah, I don't get a chance to talk to you. So, like I said, next time I see you up here, I was gonna listen to what you're saying. Because like I say in the chat, you be going hard. I'm saying everything pause, but everything be white supremacy, you know what I'm saying? And it seems like it's a catchphrase for others and what they're doing, as opposed to just being supportive of black people. And you know what I'm saying? Like I don't agree with everything somebody else doing, but I don't call them a coon or point the white man and say they, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, I just wanted to get a feel for what you're talking about when you're speaking, because a lot of times you just type.
Yeah, I feel that, Taz. I mean, I do be lit in the chat.
I be like,
He said he be lit. You know,
uh,
I oh God.
but Dr. Mo, that since you here, let me ask you a question right quick.
Uh-oh.
So, no, straight up. Can you explain to me the difference between now and previous to Trump's segregation on the federal contracts? Because I don't really know what the federal contracts are in terms of segregation. So can you tell me what that? Can you kind of paint that in a picture for me where I can see it a little better?
Well, I haven't read the executive order yet, but what I assume is gonna I can okay, so for example, we're federal contractors. We transport veterans to and from the VA, right? If I didn't want to transport any if I only wanted to transport Black or African American veterans, then I had a right to refuse to transport other ethnicities or other race or whatever we want to categorize them as. Um, if I wanted to, if I had an office space, so that's the vehicle. That's in reference to a vehicle. If I was doing, if I some contractors offer staffing, right? Temporary, not temporary, but they call what they call? Yeah, they call temporary staffers. Contractors, they're staffers. If I didn't want to hire, if I only wanted to hire Black people, then it's okay. I'm not gonna get a ethics violation of only having Black employees on my team. Things of that nature. That's what I gathered from it.
Mm.
But that's only federal. That's only federal, and a lot of the agencies, well, just like the rest of this stuff, is it still has to go through its process. But right now that's just federal.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the state laws still ban a lot of them practices, but I was just wondering if it was like a direct impact. So if you just
So
do me a favor, if you see something different on it, just let me know. You know, if you see an addition to it that's important. Like I say,
yeah,
I
I'm
try to
gonna
follow it, but if I don't know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's kind of in my head.
I'm gonna go read the executive order because, like, for example, when that one came out about illegal discrimination and merit-based performance for contractors, and people was hitting me up, I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta find another hustle." But I read through, and I got all the way down to the end, and it said, "Veteran preference contracts is an exception." I say, "Whoo, yes, we a safe haven, right?" And so, that one. But then I read a little bit more where it said, the categorized contracts, like your minority owned, your woman owned, your Indian owned, your LGBT owned, um, and small business owned, fell under the state, under the SBA, under the Small Business Act, and those weren't necessarily affected unless you had federal contracts. And so some people, um contracts got canceled. Some people, matter of fact, I was doing some under grant training with the contractor, and their contracts got canceled, and then they had another one was revoked, right? So you have to follow you. It's not a one all be all, and you have to follow the language and how it's applying because you got federal and you got state. Now, what happens is in the contract world, um they're federal funded that's housed at a state agency. For example, the DBE program, which is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, which is for socially and economically I'm sorry, socially, yeah, economically, which is the finance part, economically disadvantaged businesses, meaning you don't have access to the industry or contract work based on who you are, or you don't have it because of the money in your bank account, your financial capacity, right? That's the DBE program. Now, even though it's a federal contracted program, it is housed, meaning the state agency, Department of Transportation, is where the employees are, right? And the reason that is because the Department of Transportation gets a lot of infrastructure money, and a lot of those, that's a lot of programmatic funds that comes from the feds through the state. Now, is there opportunity for other industries? Yes, but that's predominantly who it is. And so those employees who worked under that program may have been in jeopardy, but not yet. It depends on your state. I know Carolina is on it. My representative with viral. You may have saw it. Did you see it? The South
Yeah, I
Carolina
did.
state representative. Oh, you did see it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
friend Jermaine, Dr. Johnson. Yeah, cause he's our District 52 representative, and we that district in the Lower Richland area, we have Senator Jackson, you have Representative Johnson, Representative Reese, and they work, and the county councils and the school board commissioners, they work closely together for that community. And so they advocate for funding in their community, and you could get money in your community from the state, but you got to get your colleagues to support. And that particular day, as he stated, all the programs that were for what you just said, white supremacy, what he called white supremacy, all of those programs, the funding was allocated because we're going through our budget right now of allocations, and all of the programs that had to do with any other ethnicity, well, it's on pause, but they was getting ready to predominantly vote it down, right? And he was just
Mhm.
mad because he had advocated across the aisle. They told him that they was gonna be for him, and he was just super mad. And I couldn't believe he said it, but he did it, you know, and he getting all kind of interviews and all the kind of stuff. But he's a bulldog for the community. He's a really good guy. He's the one that did um and I tell this story all the time. When he started his community, before I met him, before he became a PhD and a representative, he was still in school. He played um on basketball for the Mexican League, and I think the Spain League.
Oh
And he
wow.
started he started a he's originally from California, went to boarding school in New York, got in trouble, that kind of thing. His brother was a veteran who died uh I don't remember if it's combat or it was just overseas period. But anyways, he started re-entry program while he was in a PhD program. And what we did with it, we had we he was teaching like this 8-week course. And so me and my friend and I, we took it and we made it out. We was going to get a grant with probation partner and parole, and they told us that we needed a curriculum, we needed a workbook. So we took his PowerPoints and converted it into a workbook and a teacher's manual, and we got a $10,000 grant, and we did it for 2 years. To make a long story short, got the continuous education ed credit with USC, University of South Carolina, and then we hired a teacher at the tech school to teach it. So that was the first part of it, because what we were doing was trying to get people with felonies to get into college, and the way to do that was to get them participating in a continuous education training that was held on a college campus, and that would be a bridgeway. Now, anything that happened before that, meaning their felony record, they would allow them to come into school. And so we were doing that, and then we took that program and we created a staffing agency where we went and talked to manufacturers who would hire felons, and we would get $1 or $2 every hour for every hour they would work. So that's how we would actually fund the organization. So we didn't fund it through grants. We just had that one time $10,000, and then we created a scenario where it can be self sufficient. But then once he got his PhD and he went in to be a House of Representative, he dissolved it because, once you get into politics, ethics kick in and they all up in your finances and all that stuff. So I always give that as a way that you could be, when you guys was having that conversation last night, and they were saying, how can we work with only black owned and have our own um or whatnot. That would have been my example on how you could I had a friend out of Chelsea. You can look him up. It's called Kings of Hope, and he would help black men who were single parents who were trying to get custody of their kids or even visitation rights with their kids. And so he had learned the CDL program very well. And so he started teaching them how to get their CDLs. They took Savage trucks, created them out of got them rebuilt and all that great stuff. And they would hire the driver. So the driver would come through their program, they would help them with their child, and then they would hire the driver, and then they would release the driver to have their own truck. After that 6 months to a year, and that's how. And then so it's basically almost like they was paying themselves, so they would go out and get their own contracts, and they would hire the driver would drive for them, they would get money back from the driver and as well as the contract, and then they would release the driver to have their own trucking company, and that's how they build their fleet.
Mm,
I
okay.
got scenarios for days how we can make it work now. But I do have to say, Taz, though, I haven't had a scenario where it was all a circle of just black people. So we I always say sell to them and hire your own, right? So I'll provide a service where I'll get paid from them, but then I can hire my own. Now we tried to hire. We have 71 employees. We tried to hire all black people, but when I got into places like Huntington, West Virginia,
Mm,
and you know they far and few in between. And get this right, we was trying to find black people to hire. We were going into the fast foods, into the grocery stores, and it was like, nah, we don't want to do that. We don't
mm,
want to do that. So we ended up with a crew of white folks over there. Now our Memphis location is all black. Our Johnson
mm,
City location is mixed. Our Chicago location, I think, is all black, and our Louisville, Kentucky, is all black. But
mm,
we really, really tried to only hire our own, and they didn't want to do the work. So I mean, they didn't want to work. Now we in Baltimore. We just got in
mm,
Baltimore, and
mm.
I don't know what they are. I don't know if they
Hmm.
black or white by the name, because their names are tricky. I don't
Yeah.
really know because I haven't been
And
up there
Smith
yet.
could be anything. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Paris, somebody, uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Covington. I don't know, but I haven't gone to visit that location yet. But I haven't found a workaround of selling and hiring to just the black community. But we do sell to them. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm a participator of this white supremacy. I mean, I get darts thrown at me all the time. Guess what? Hey, I
Mm-hmm.
don't care, but I do try to share and give back. I do my part.
But see,
Yeah.
I don't ever hear. So, for example, like, because I be listening, right? But I don't hear a I don't hear a celebration of the system from you, though. You know what I'm saying? I
No.
think there's a difference in how you present it. You know what I'm saying? It's not presented as this is the system saving me, or this is the system putting us all in a better position. You say it for kind of what it is, and you give your experience. But I don't feel like you ever speaking for the system itself, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah, because I don't really know how to do that, right? I I what I picked up over the years is, okay, show me what's going on, give me an idea of how I can make it work, and then in the midst of all that, I'll create another way. And make it kind of easier for myself. So the only reason I joined the military was because I had younger cousins coming up under me, and they were interested, and I was like, you know what, let me go check this out before they get in here so I can see how this thing works, right? um and just so happened to stay longer than I really wanted to. But in the same sense, I usually go into situations to say, like right now, I got certification. I started my company to help other black men who couldn't get the contracts. The reason is because when 2007, it was was it 2007, the housing, right? 2007,
Mm-hmm.
2008, 2009. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
During that time, I had just come back from Iraq in the later part of '06 into '07, and I had just come from overseas. So I had been gone for 4 years. I didn't know what's going on in America, and
Mm.
that was a culture shock for me. I was like, oh snap, people losing jobs, people leave without pay, people doing sequestration, people, all this stuff going on. And then I watched how black men were losing positions, like they were losing senior level positions, and then when they were getting rehired, it was at a lower level, right? So I was like, okay, I gotta figure this out, I gotta do something. So I had already knew about contracting, so I was like, I got this. So I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start a business, because at that time they had started giving a lot of favor to women contractors, and we had this lady in Colombia. She started a construction company, knew nothing about construction, but she subcontracted to all the brothers in construction, and she became one of the number one construction owners here in South Carolina. And I was like, oh snap, you know what, I think I can do that. And I had a homeboy who was contracting in Afghanistan, and he kept saying, I want to do contract work. And I said, I think I can figure it out. And I started going to site visits while all this was going on. And I said, I got to help the guys out, because they ain't gonna get no favor. They're giving all the favor to the women. Even though they qualify, they was not giving favor. They was really looking for those female minority contractors. So I would go in, and I would just sit in on the meetings, and I would just listen. And then once I figured out one solicitation and won a contract, I said, oh, it's on and popping now. I started teaching everybody I knew on how to get the certifications, how to get the contracts, this, and this, because I would be the front person. I would be the point goer. And I would go in, and, they were thinking they was dealing with the female when actually others dealing. And then I started noticing, I was like, wait a minute, how these, all these white girls, I was like, oh, the men were changing their business to 51% owned to their
Mm.
wives or their
Mm.
sisters and girlfriends, and they was taking
Mm.
us, but they was running the show. So
Mm.
DOT at the time started coming out and do site visits, and I was like, um, why? Because what happened was I started having to show up in.
Was that me?
They were checking to see if these businesses were ran by the person who said they owned them. So
Mm.
when I would be in the meeting, so like they would have a site visit at like 9, right? I would be in that company. And then if the person needed something, I would just hand it to him. I wouldn't say nothing. I would just hand it to the guy. And then I'd have another site visit like at 11. Then I'd have one at like 3. And then after me doing this about 5 times, the girl was like, hold on. Didn't I just see you in all these other site visits? I was like, yeah, I'm just their
Mm.
consultant. I'm making sure everybody stays straight. She was like, are these your businesses? Are they theirs? I said, no, they're their businesses. I'm just here to make sure that they're successful. And because she was a sister, she didn't give me no too much of pushback. So what I had to start doing was prepping them and stay out of the certification process. But that's what I started doing to help out. When I see the system start to favor a certain direction, I'll switch gears. Like right now, I know they're favoring veteran-owned businesses. So I call all my friends up. I was like, listen, right now you have the upper hand. So what you're gonna need to do is start subbing to your homeboys, because if they start to remove their contracts, they're gonna need your help. And it was like, well, what do you mean? How do you know all this? I said, because right now, all of the military bases, the VAs, all of them are doing all of this training, and they're sharing all the different contracts that they have available. That means they let go everybody who are not like this guy right now. He fighting because he's not a vet, because
Mm.
he knows he getting ready to lose his contract. So he protesting his ass off. And the contractor keeps changing the date, but he's not gonna win. Trump
Mm.
already put it in stone. So I was telling all my friends, hey, this is what we gotta do. Let's get together, let's train behind the scenes, and let's make it happen to stay relevant.
Mm.
That's my stance, but I can't push it on
Did
anybody.
that
But
did that answer your question, Tad?
Well, yeah, my initial question was about the Trump
yeah,
shit. She thought we was gonna check into that, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm good on
yeah.
those.
Yeah. Remember when I don't know if you guys remember this when and I thought Garfield was on to something when he did this, but he was talking about getting an abandoned town, getting government contracts, and you being able to sustain your town by the if everybody got access to a government contract, then you'd be able to do some of the things you needed to do in your town at that time. That's literally how a lot of these other folks sustain. You know that, right? They come and they get the contracts from U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these contracts were in the hands of foreign companies. If you ever went to I think it's FSDS, where all the contracts are housed, where all the awards are, you would notice all the companies that were actually being awarded. And what they're doing is they're like, for example, Westinghouse, which is a nuclear facility plant here in Columbia, they're here. The South Carolina workers are here, but guess what? That company is not owned by an American. Well, it's been sold now to two publicly traded companies, but
Mm-hmm.
before their headquarters was in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
You
You
said
know, but
Westinghouse?
I think it was in, yeah, I want to say Ireland. Weston, look up Westinghouse facility, nuclear facilities. I think you got two in the U.S. One of them is in South Carolina.
Okay,
Cause I
yeah.
was
No, I'm just tripping because I ain't heard that name in a while, though. I do remember Westinghouse, though.
well,
Mm-hmm.
right now they're owned by, well, they just was sold in November 2023 by two publicly traded companies, but they kept the name, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they make here in Colombia they make nuclear rods, and they just increased. Well, they asked South Carolina to increase their license by 40. They got a 40-year license now instead of 5 years, and they just asked for, so South Carolina have one of the biospheres, right? I think we got 28 in the world or 27. And so we have one of them here in the Carolinas. And where they wanted to expand their plant was close to the conservation area in the biosphere, which is supposed to be protected land.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. They said, listen, our customers want more energy. We moving from a 12 energy nuclear rod to a 12-month to an 18-month nuclear energy rod. We need the space. We're not building in the front of our facility. And this is about money. We understand y'all little community engagement concern, but this is about money at the end of the day. So when you guys
Big
were
money.
talking about zoning yesterday, I mean, when y'all
Mm-hmm.
were talking about the highways and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
buildings and economics, we see this happening in real time in Carolina. Right here, they're about to build a off of Bluff Road. They about to build what they call in a Bluff Road corridor, which is gonna be a magistrate office, a healthcare facility, a farmer's market, and what else? What else? What else? It's something else, a grocery store, something like that. But they already done told us. They say, listen, if you own land in this location, I'm telling you right now, if you're not doing nothing with it, they're gonna force you to sell it because we have other
Mm.
businesses coming in, or we going to take it from you. So you have a choice. We had a $1 million early childhood facility. They had broke ground on, had already put $1 million in it. They one of the school board girls lost her race. Another black girl took her spot, voted with the white folk, and guess what? They canceled the contract and say, gone. Don't even worry about it. We about to put something else over there. And
Mm-hmm.
guess what? Everybody around you who have agriculture land, we getting ready to rezone that to commercial or industry, because I had some friends who was trying to put up a veteran house, a veteran house. No, no, no,
Mm-hmm.
no, 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 no. It wasn't a veteran house. She was trying to start a nonprofit at the church and use the church office as her nonprofit's headquarters. And when I said, wait, we got to call a zoning because you may not be able to do that because they just kicked me from out of a church space because that's how the nonprofit was originally set up. And she was like, it's a church. We should be able to do it. It's not like it. I say, ma'am, life as you know it has changed. Okay. And when we called the zoning, that lady said, that area has been zoned for commercial now, has been rezoned for commercial, and you cannot have a nonprofit there. I said,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. okay, it's getting real. All right, so let's refocus. They was mad, but it is what it is because they don't go to zoning meetings. They're not
Mm.
paying attention to zoning. They're not paying attention to the rezoning claim that they're doing. They're changing agriculture to industry, highly industry, or commercial.
Mm.
That's where your fight starts. When you start talking about your community, start going into the zoning and seeing what they're doing. I promise you, you're gonna see a lot of comprehensive plans going on right now. They're rezoning, and your county councils and your city councils, they're saying, "Hey, I thought y'all wanted economic development. I thought you wanted more jobs in the community. I thought you wanted more access to resources. Where here it is. How you gonna fight us on this?"
Mm.
Yeah, and so it's like a catch-22 for us. Sometimes we have to learn how to move and what impacts us. Like for them, is them holding on to land. Okay, so I have to play both sides, right? Because I used to tell people, I had a friend, she said, "Oh, my uncle died, he left me 40 acres of land." At the
Mm.
time, they were looking for landowners to grow hemp, right? Very early stages of it, doing the study, looking for landowners. None of them wanted to give up any of their land or lease their land to grow hemp. Now you're getting ready to get forced because you're not doing nothing with it. Like, what are we gonna do? You can't just let the land sit there. They will take it.
Mm.
Y'all
Yeah,
done
that's
made me
exactly.
mad. Y'all done got me on the high horse now.
Mm.
No, I was just gonna. That's exactly what we was talking about last night, though. That's crazy. That's
I was
exactly what
listening. You ain't see me in the
you're
chat. I was listening.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. And guess what? If you whirled around your areas, well, I'm in the south, so I don't know, maybe we got more land mass, but I'm sure y'all got rural areas in these other places, right? If you ride
Yeah,
around,
all the state of Illinois is rural except for Cook County. That's it.
right?
man.
So
Inner
if
Cook
you
County.
when I rode down 26 yesterday. And remember that executive order that came out and say cut the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Cut the tree. Man, they done demolished that whole area. They about to do new highways. I say, damn, they done talk this up. They done created all kind of
Mm-hmm.
highway space. They coming through. And you got different development coming up because the white folks already know you're not gonna be able to keep that land. You better do something. Now, here's my problem though, that we
Mm-hmm.
have when it comes to, if I wanted to put up affordable housing, or if I wanted to erect a housing development, right? How much red tape would I have to go through? That's where we need to be at. What about this land development? How easy is to get into it? Can we get into it? What pushback we're gonna get? And can you start preparing now, right? So if I had a white boy come to me, he said, "Hey, Lamb, I heard that you work with veterans and we have some tiny houses. We have three. We're gonna be building more. They're opportune, but we want veterans on them. If you know any landowner that is interested, that we can house these tiny houses to help some veterans, that would be great." So I know this lady, she getting ready to put up housing, whatever, whatever, right? So I ran into a friend of mine, she works for HUD, and she said, "Well, we don't have any land in our area."
That me?
So it's like, she's like, "That's not my department." And I'm like, damn, I gotta find somebody in HUD. Because before they dismantle it, if we need to know how can we do it? Because you could do it on a small scale, right? If you own some land, you can do what Boosie them doing, right? Put a whole bunch of little houses on your land, create your own little subdivision. I know that's probably not a good example to use, but he's doing it. He got all his
Mm-hmm.
kids a house on his
Yeah,
land.
Mm-hmm.
and no, that's a good example. I mean, for what if you've seen
So
it,
yeah,
and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a good example.
my little shenanigans for the day.
Yeah, no, because I actually like that setup. I mean, it's kind of ideal. You know what I'm saying? To have your
Oh,
children right there on the property with their own spot. You know what I'm saying?
Chad
Like,
said something because I can't hear it. Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
oh,
yeah,
you,
probably having a problem with the sound. Hold on, I got it in check. I think the sound probably went out. Hold on,
can you hear me, Dr. Mo?
Yeah, you
Oh
good?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me?
No,
Can y'all hear me?
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I hear you. I hear everybody.
Okay.
No,
All
I
right.
said that. I said that that's an ideal situation. I would think because he got his kids on his property, right?
Yes.
And he built houses for his kid. Yeah, to me, that's ideal. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and think about it, they're just like little single homes. So what I did at my like I got a little bit of land. So I put a shed in the back. It's supposed to be a she shed, but my
Mm,
brother came and took over it. he he didn't took over. So I ran water and like electricity from my house to the
mm,
shed. And look, Zion, look to the right. Fine. Look to the right. I ran water and electricity. I put installation in it. I put installation in it. I put up panels and everything. Got a refrigerator and then I got a guy that's gonna come and he's gonna add on a shower for me. And my brother lives in the back. He
mm.
don't pay no rent. He don't pay no bills. He just be back there chilling or whatnot. so so yeah, I mean, find a way.
That's what's up.
Yeah, if you got land, I mean, yeah. But if I owned a lot of land, let me tell you, it's three things. You got the trees, you got indigo, and you got cotton. When COVID, in the COVID years, they were looking for landowners to grow cotton, big time, big time, big time, big time, or whatnot. But that's still relevant right now, right? Those are some things that people can do with their land. But these grown people, our darn grandmothers and great grandmothers that we got out there, they don't want to do anything with the land. They just wanted
Mm,
to sit there. I
mm.
don't understand it. Somebody gonna get me now. She talking
Nah,
about the ancestors.
they they worked it for a minute. It's not that they don't want to do nothing with it. It's just they don't want to feel that they are liable for every little single thing about the land. I think the lack of interest in the land itself, like you said, uh, kind of plays a little part in that.
Lease it. I'm gonna learn how they doing these leasing, cause you know these HOAs. That's all they doing.
Yeah, because cotton didn't go out of style, did it? Did cotton go out of style? Wait a minute, I've been off the
The,
yeah.
wait, what happened?
Did did cotton go out of style?
No,
Oh,
no,
I was just
no,
checking.
no, no, no. Not according to them looking for that cotton. So when people ask about the different administrations, right? So I was looking today. So, when you all are talking last night, I was like, okay, let me go figure out, what is under the administration that we can benefit from, right? And I know we're not supposed to rely on the government, but shit, it's our tax dollars. They get it. Why we can't get it? Elon getting a lot of it, billions of it. So why can't we get some of it too? So I went and looked to see what what was available. So far, I only see tech, the National Science Foundation have some money, transportation.gov, they got a lot of grant money out there. USDA still have some funds out. And EPA, even though they're dismantling it and they've canceled some contracts, not all are gone. Department of Energy have some. Um, some of the programs they are revoking, they're rescinding those grants, but some funding is still there. So don't be so scared to look, because if you're building something like what Q of them doing, or if you know software development, things of that nature, there's a lot of opportunity for you in that. Now, I don't know that skill set. I'm learning it, but let me tell you what I did. I told true story, and Kayetta this yesterday at Price and GA. I said, I don't know your career field, but I'm telling you, I'm listening. So I only took the word I only took the acronym IoT, Internet of
Mhm.
Things. And my cousins, y'all know I have two cousins in the NFL. Um, Keon is having a camp next week, and so one of my other cousins started a nonprofit with him for the flag football. So I took IoT. I say, how does IoT? Is that my phone doing that craziness?
Wait,
I said
you said a nonprofit for flag football?
yes. So we got nonprofit
Oh,
flag football. So what I did was I did well. Let me back it up. Flag football is the activity. The nonprofit is for youth services, education, that kind of thing, right? So, but they probably predominantly into football for the kids. So I took the word IoT and I put it in ChatGPT. I said, how does IoT relate to flag football? And so it came out with all like the smart wearables, right? The sensors, human performance, the helmets, things of that nature, right? So I just wrote the grant on that. And so when I had to go before the little board panel with the grantor, he was like, this is a this is an environmental grant, right? I said, yes, I know. He said, we don't fund flag football. And I said, well, it's not about the flag football, it's about the players and them operating outside in an environment. They're exposed to the air conditions, they're exposed to the water, they're exposed to the agriculture around them. And I said, the reason I wrote it is because we had a student athlete at the time that was playing basketball and he passed out and none of the kids knew how to do CPR and he passed away. And I said, and so that inspired me to educate the kids on public health and how it relates to everyday situations. Man, the guy, he was like, what? And he was like, okay, how many kids you have? I say 350. He said, you got 350 kids. I said, okay, go to Google and look up flag football. I said, look up flag football. On any weekend, you can find a minimum 250 out of there on that field. I ain't got it. I ain't got to make you out of a believer. I'm telling you what I know. So I said, what we are doing is we're gonna add the educational piece in it and we're gonna teach them. And we're not veering away from flag football. We're teaching them about how these devices will help them as an athlete. Killed it. You don't want to mess with me. I learned. I am very. I when I went through my PhD program, it was for organization and management. But I'm a different type of learner. I look for ways. I look for opportunities that other um people may think that might not be beneficial. So you'll say, girl, that's not gonna work. You about to write an environmental justice grant. How the hell you gonna bring a flag football program to and I'll tell you the flag football is the activity. If you start participating in these spaces, you'll understand how they move. Any sport should be your activity in your organization. The education and how it relates to that sport should be what you go after for the grant.
I literally just got my CPR certification from the Red Cross Tuesday. Like
Yes.
literally. So
Eh,
American Red Cross has nothing to do with construction, or
Hey,
does it?
yes. Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So you could make a case for an apprenticeship program and
Hmm.
hiring a first aid
Hmm.
trainer to come
Hmm.
out and teach your kids first aid. So when you writing up your grant, so the reason some people don't their grants don't pass or their contracts be a little off
Hmm.
when it comes to being awarded or them selecting you, when they look at your technicals, when you doing contractual services and they look at your technicals, if you give me a bid and it's to the dollar, I already know you don't know what you're doing.
Hmm.
Ask me why. Somebody ask me why.
So nothing's even. Nothing ends up like 50,000 and no
Say
cents.
it again. Yep, because everything has, and because taxes
Yeah.
always has a percentage to it, right?
Yeah.
That means
Yeah.
you did not take in consideration of your fringe benefits, and if you're a contractor, you have to pay hourly wages. You cannot have contractors. That's why they have the executive order. right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the first thing out the gate that will wean you so far out. You can have the best quality service ever. You give me a contract bid and it's $3 million on a dime. I know you don't
Yeah.
know what you're doing.
Uh, yeah, that's exactly how I got the certification. The person that actually did the certification used to be in the apprenticeship program.
Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that, right? And then on the grant side, if you don't, if you should always consider specialties. What happens is the reason people don't be getting money because they don't want to pay nobody. They don't want to pay you what you're worth. They don't want to pay
Mm,
you what the government says you should be paying that person as a as a minimum, right? They want to say, because here's what happens. I run across people all the time. They make a lot of money. They make a lot of millions in contracts, right? And they'll say, well, I pay my contractor. The government only says I have to pay them the minimum wage, which with a government contract, the minimum wage is $17 plus the health and welfare of a $4.93 an hour, right?
mm,
They will leave that contractor. Now you only pay that is if the occupation title dollar amount is less than that. So if the occupation rate is $16, then you have to pay them at least 17 plus the 493. If the title is $18, you have to pay them at a minimum 18 plus the 493, right? Now they will keep that person at that rate for the whole 5 years of their contract if they're awarded. We don't do that. If the Where every year we would give that contractor a dollar raise plus what they give them extra in the health and welfare. And that's what makes us so successful. And what happens with contractors, they don't want to do that. They want to pay you
mm.
minimum wage. Some of them want to pay the state minimum wage. They won't until they get
Forever.
caught. They won't pay it.
Yeah.
Yeah, forever. That's crazy to me. And black people, we ain't no better. When we get
Mm,
those millions, guess what? We don't want to pay. We
mm,
like, oh, who getting a raise? No, why should I give him a raise? I'm like, oh my God, you ain't no better than the white boy.
mm. Yeah, that came up before you the panel, I think, in the white supremacy discussion. It's not that you're against white supremacy. It's just you want to be in charge of the supremacy.
Right.
So doing, yeah,
You
you feel comfortable, or you would be comfortable under the same system if a black man was uh, in charge of the banks, in charge of the legal system, in charge of law enforcement, and so on and so on.
well, isn't that what they said that happened in Liberia when they went back?
Yeah,
That they started conforming to the ways from here?
yeah,
See?
because that's all they knew.
That's all you knew. That's all you knew.
Yeah.
Yep. So the question is, what can you do different? What will you do differently? It's hard. It's hard for people. I'm telling y'all, it's very difficult for people. Once that money get into their business account and they're in charge, it is very difficult for them to stay disciplined.
Mm,
And so sometimes that's why those people say y'all need somebody to control y'all. It's not everybody, but the best thing to do as a business owner, once you gain loyalty and trust amongst your people and your employees, is for you to stay out of it. You can write the checks, you can do your checks and balance, but hire you some people who are skilled. Stay out of it because your biases get in there, and guess
yeah,
what? You act just like them.
yeah. 'Cause
See
that's
it all
all
the
you know.
time. Yep, I see it all the time. Or don't let you have a problem at home.
Mm,
Oh, the business becomes your bank account.
mm,
Yeah, it's the only reason and I don't know, maybe I would have been like this because my mama owned a business and she was pretty, straightforward. But when I was in Iraq and I had to pay contractors, right, it took a level of discipline not to touch those people money. It
mm,
took a level of discipline because it was all around. Yeah, easy access. You had cold cash. This wasn't no, I think I got cash. You have
mm.
cold cash. You carrying around millions of dollars every day,
Wrapped
in
up
a
in
combat
bins.
zone. No
Yeah.
oversight. Yep, in bins. No oversight. It's you. and that money, right?
Yeah.
And it was just, I mean, it was just there. So I was scarred so long. I was scarred so long with no pockets. I would wear pants with pockets in them or
Yeah.
whatever. And even to this day, if you catch me with some pockets on the pants, you'd be like, "Who bought you those?" you know, that's how scarred I was. I was like, "Nope, can't carry cash. Nope." Because I used to have to do it for so long, deal with
Yeah.
other people's cash and
Yeah.
everything. But yeah, I don't want to take you off topic because I'm just ranting now.
No, that's on topic actually. That's very much on topic. Being able
Mhm.
to distribute and delegate either
Right.
a level of management, mid-level management, senior level management,
Mm-hmm.
um, to monitor early in the process if things begin to go off track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a minor problem now, but are you going to quote unquote let it foster, let it build up? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Uh, are
Yeah.
people are people jumping the chain of command? Is the
Yep.
maintenance worker texting the executive vice president because he didn't get a day off of work or get to leave early for lunch? You know, stuff like that.
Nepotism. Come on,
Yeah.
Taz, ask me something hard.
Mm.
Trouble, troubleshoot. I
Oh,
want to be.
oh,
I want to be
Taz,
troubleshooted.
nah, Taz, shit, getting on his, what is it, published paper, adventure.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He kind of dove into the Chat GPT, jungle, the other night.
Uh-oh. Taz, you about to get something published?
He
Oh,
probably
he.
stepped off.
Yeah, I
Yeah, he'll
seen him
come
go
back.
into chat. He said, "Oh, I'm using Chat GPT. I can't believe this." I heard him.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I heard him
yeah,
yesterday.
that was kind of funny.
yesterday. The hard part is for people who not really participated in some of the spaces. And I can tell you, there's a lot of states that operate very differently. There's a lot
Yeah,
of federal things that don't fall into the lap of some of the states. And then you have some. So remember when they did the American Rescue Plan, right? And they
yeah,
sent all that money down during COVID
yeah,
to help state government, and they say, "Hey, we're giving you this money. If you want it, you can take it, and it's up to you to do what you will," right? So some states took their funding and they divvied it out to the counties and the cities, and they were tasked to do whatever. There weren't many states that gave some funds to their small businesses and their nonprofits. South Carolina was one of those. I always say, we have discretionary funding for our nonprofits and our small businesses that goes out in grants now. What keeps them from getting some of that money is if you get a county council person who is not interested in that way anymore. So when I can't remember his name, that governor who ran off with that lady from Argentina, when he was in office, they used to give nonprofits like 150,000 for 3 years to help
hmm,
them get started and do their thing. But then when Nikki Haley took over, she dropped that fee all the way down to 75,000. And then when McMaster's took over, he dropped the grant all the way down to 10,000. So,
yeah,
it just depends on who you have in there and whether or not they favor what you do. So the hardest part for a nonprofit or a business owner is that feasibility report or that impact. How are you impacting your community? Show me some data. People seem to think that they have to have this large audience in order to prove their successes. No, you should always start small, right? And you don't have to try to conquer the world. Just do one thing and then build on it. Because if you send an application in talking about you want $1 million and y'all one owner, what the
mm,
hell? Who doing the work?
hmm,
That doesn't work. You better have subcontractors, right? Like when we talk about what you learning and which can you teach somebody, talk about business practices. What what will I know about you by about your I know a lot about you by your business practices. If you tell me how you run your business, I could probably tell you where your flaws at or where you're lacking, right? And that's what we should be transferring knowledge on is the different business practices and how to win. If you want to get a loan or if you want to get a line of credit, you know, what about your business practices? What about your personal, you know, don't get involved with certain things. Now, will you still have barriers and limitations amongst you because of human behavior? Hell yeah. That's not going away. We just trying to keep you from having the simple stuff be against you.
Hmm.
We don't want everything. When you walk in the door, you already striking out. But don't come in there and you don't have your paperwork together. Oh, don't
Hmm.
even worry about it. Don't even come back. They already got you on target.
Yeah, and then once you do that, uh, it's very difficult to straighten out. Like that name is in there, so this name with this tax ID number, with this address, with this contact information already is on file for coming through the door unprepared. So if you don't have good references as well, that's not going to be a that's not going to be a good thing to try to remain um,
Mhm.
in good standing.
Yep. So back to that original question, what if you being taught in school for the workforce or entrepreneurship and this, that, or whatever? If you have a good instructor who's actually been in the workforce, civilian workforce, then you could get some good nuggets out of them on the how to. If you have a professor and all they did was teach class, you might not get that same success story. You may not
I
get
was,
that same opportunity.
I was trying to see when I was talking about Westinghouse. Was there other facility in Dallas, Texas, or was that a corporate office?
Westinghouse.
Yeah,
So they have one inside. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you in a second. I'm about to be on my computer.
yeah.
I'll tell you where they are.
So whatever is in Dallas, Texas, that's owned by Westinghouse, the solar company that I'm affiliated with, completed their solar panel installation for Westinghouse in Dallas, Texas. But the panels were installed on the ground. So I was wondering if was that
Now,
yeah.
now is that one straight up Westinghouse or Western? This ours is a fabrication center, meaning we fabricate the materials for the nuclear rods.
Yeah, I didn't go, so it don't sound like a facility.
Let me see. I'm about to tell you because I think this nuclear
Yeah, I've never heard of uh, Texas being a space for any nuclear permanent locations.
you say Texas being what?
Yeah, I've never just heard of any place in Texas being okay with allowing the operation of any permanent nuclear operation, especially something like that.
Right.
Especially after they, I mean, obviously, solar, the windmills, be going, trying to go green, but they're not necessarily running away from petroleum.
So the Westinghouse Electrical Company, they're in one, two, three. They're in Florida, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, um, South Carolina, of course, New Hampshire, Utah, Minnesota, and DC. So I think the one and Westinghouse is major because they're
Yeah.
everywhere. They're in Canada, Asia,
Oh yeah.
Europe, France, Finland, uh, South America. Yeah, they're a big thing. Let me see.
Oh
Let me
yeah.
see what type of one is in Dallas. What? uh,
It says utilities
Let's see.
right downtown. That's where they were.
Oh yeah, they are. They were.
Yeah.
Westinghouse Electrical, global leader technology and services, maintain an office. They have an office in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah. By that
Office.
by that
Yep, sure
they got
do.
one of those new LED advertisement balls like Las Vegas. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep,
Taz know what I'm talking about.
the Energy Plaza.
Yeah.
They say they offer nuclear services, automation, fuel,
Mm.
and new plant engineering to help clients reduce outage times, enhance safety, and operate more efficient. I wonder. Um.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
so
I see it now. Yeah. Oh, they got a
there.
trolley. That trolley be throwing me off.
Yeah, they looking for nuclear engineers. I don't know if I want to do that because you already know what comes with nuclear. Hmm.
Hmm.
Cancer, cancer, cancer.
Yeah. Okay. So that building, they completed that project. Uh, Started in August and completed in December.
Which one?
The Westinghouse building in Dallas, Texas.
In the Carolinas?
No, in Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yup. Hey, listen, they are on the move. Um, I was looking. Let me look at that. So look at let's see. They were bought out. Let's
Oh,
see.
I see a older building. Look like that building was constructed in World War II, and then right next to it is the high tech, brand new.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because a lot of what they're doing requires a
Mm.
lot of energy,
Yeah.
and they want their energy to last longer than 12 months. And so I know the one here, they said the reason they're building a new facility is because they wanted new manufacturing, but when we looked it up, we knew that meant robots coming in and do the work.
Mm.
And they had a whole video on it. So they had to build a new facility, saying they want their customers wanted that energy to last longer. And I think in California they expanded there as well. Um, but they've been purchased a couple times. Right now they're owned by Brookfield
Berkshire.
and
Oh,
no Brookfield and Chemical Corporation. Chemical owns 49%. Their tax code is CCJ, TSX, and CCO. And then Brookfield Renewable Partners, they own 51%. Ooh,
I've heard the name Brookfield when I was
renewable.
looking for, yeah, either wind, seemed like it was wind windmills or batteries.
Oh,
Yeah. Brother Rob, yeah, Brother Rob was in that conversation. What's up?
tell them hit the link. Don't be hiding. I'm gonna let them do their little shenanigans.
That's all
They
good.
can
It's
cut up.
Thursday night.
It's too early for them probably to cut up.
Yeah, it's early time. Yeah, it's still trying to get seconds and whatever dessert was. It's 'cause I didn't realize Easter was so late this year.
Yep. In the middle of April,
Yeah, like a
messed up
week.
all the spring breaks.
Uh,
Yep, they messed up all the spring breaks. My niece just got off of spring break. My nephew don't go on spring break until next couple weeks. I'm like, oh my god,
I
this is
don't. I'm trying to remember now.
shit.
I know I was kind of discontent for the church early, but I went a few years. I don't remember Easter being this Sunday, and the next Sunday was May. Damn
Mm,
near.
Really?
I don't remember that.
I remember the end of March.
That's what I'm saying. At the latest, maybe the first week of April, April 6th or something like that.
Last
April
year
4th.
was that
Yeah.
that, and I said, hold on, in middle of April.
I do
Oh
not remember
hell
no
no!
late April Easter.
I don't remember that either. Let me look at the history of the dates.
Somebody changed something. I remember the very night I found out George Bush Jr. signed something and said daylight savings time was going to be not this time, but we going to push it back.
Yeah,
Everybody was up in the roar that I was with. He was like, they were like, so he can just change time? I'm
yeah.
so with it. I'm like, yeah, he did it.
Oh God.
Yeah,
So,
man.
oh damn, we stand all the way corrected when it was in the earlier part. So in 2015, it was April the 5th,
Okay.
16, March the 27th, 2017, April 16th, 18, April 1st, 19, April 21st, 20, April 12th, 21, April
In
4th.
2019,
Yeah, April 21st.
I was, yeah, I probably was
Yep.
caught up in
Yeah,
driving
I
truck.
must have wasn't paying attention.
I wasn't paying
April,
attention either.
April, 2022, April 17th, 23, April 9th, and then 24, March the 31st. You gotta be kidding me. I must be, I don't know what
I
I'm
gotta look
doing.
at them 80s and 90s dates.
Oh, the 90s? Okay, let me see.
Yeah,
Go back 30. No, go back 40 years. Ooh, I'm getting
yeah,
old.
yeah. Don't press them numbers. Yeah. I had
Woo!
somebody ask me how old I was the other day. Boy, I literally forgot. I'm
Man,
like
you forgot.
50 something. Yeah, I don't know.
He said I forgot.
Yeah,
No
man.
shenanigans. Let's see. 85, April 7th,
Mm,
86, March 30th, April
mm,
19th, the 3rd,
mm,
March 26th, April 15th. That's 90,
mm,
March
mm.
31st, April 19th, 92, April 11th,
19.
93, April 3rd, April 16th, 95, April 96, April 7th, 97, March 30th, April 12th, April 4th, April 23rd, April 15th, 2001, 2002, March 31st, and 2003 and 2004, April the 20th. So you know what? Maybe that one
Mm,
year that they did that, they threw March in there. We got
mm.
all discombobulated because look like the consensus is all April.
Yeah, I mean, I remember April, early April. Seemed like early April.
Is it every 4 years? Let me see. Nope, it ain't every 4 years.
Yeah,
So
maybe
it's
my
every six.
cycle is off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, it's just mixed all up in there. I don't know the rhyme or
It's off.
reason.
It's not really a set cycle based on dates.
Let's see. It's not. Yeah, it's not like a particular weekend, like third weekend, second
Right.
weekend. Um. I'm gonna say, why does it change between April and March? Let's see. Oh yeah, it said it does not have a fixed date because it follows the lunar calendar rather than the solar Gregorian calendar. Huh. They got a formula. It's based on the phases of the moon and the spring equinox. Ooh, I bet some religious person could have told me that.
Yeah, so we just had the lunar eclipse last.
Yep. But there you go. It said Easter falls on the first Sunday after the Pascal full moon, the first full moon that occurs on March 21st. The first full moon falls on a Sunday. Easter is celebrated the following Sunday.
Hmm.
Since the full moon does not happen on the same date each year, Easter can fall anywhere between March the 22nd and April the 21st. The date varies each year because the lunar cycle is 29.5 days and the Gregorian calendar is 365 over 366, do not perfectly align. Well, there you go. It could go anywhere
Well,
between March the 22nd and April 21st. I stand corrected.
yeah, maybe I was just that's how caught up I was into life, I guess. During those full moon years.
Listen, I I I I think I'll celebrate it. Being from Louisiana, I celebrate anything. I ain't gonna tell you no fears. We have a
Yeah.
festival for everything. Cabbage, corn, potatoes, crawfish,
Yeah.
shrimp. You
Yeah,
name
yeah, bro.
it. Greens. Oh man. So
Hey, you know the one thing that you just can't get that's
what
only in Louisiana
what
is
Sugar cane.
them crab cakes.
Oh
you
yeah.
know it.
You
Crab
can't
cake.
find
No,
crab
not
cakes
crab
that
cakes. You wanna say king cakes?
well, no, crab cakes. The way y'all crab cakes taste
Oh,
down there
the way we
versus
make it.
everybody else's is distinctly different. You know
That's
what I
because all
mean?
that oil they pour down in the Gulf.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
Ah,
contaminated crab.
oh man.
Mm-mm.
Man, this was my first time going there. Of course, I go to all of the big name restaurants, right? I
Yeah.
went to Oceana. Man, listen, man. As an appetizer right there, hey, yeah, let
Mm.
me get 2 crab cakes. Man, I was
Mm.
like, bring me 2 more. Bring me
Mm.
2 more. You know what I'm saying?
Got full? You got
Hell
full?
yeah, bro. Well, no, I
Man,
didn't
yeah.
get full. It's Louisiana. You can't even say you full. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You just
Hey,
stop eating, bro. Like
Mm.
if I go by my in-laws' crib and say, "Oh no, I'm good, I'm full,"
don't do it.
man,
Man,
bro, hey, it's a
disrespect.
Don't
Give you
problem.
that look.
don't do it.
Send him to the hospital. Something wrong with him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I,
have to
I was that.
fast before I go
I
home.
learned that in Mississippi, so
Oh
I
yeah.
learned my lesson in Louisiana. Fix me a plate, go
Yeah.
sit in
Mm.
the corner. Hopefully they ain't looking because I done just ate at Big Mama house and
Mm.
I'm not
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah. And they don't know how to fix a little plate.
No,
Whew.
Nah.
no, not at all.
Whew.
And
Nah.
it's like they do everything big, all big pots, all
Mm.
Yes.
big ass chili.
Yeah, yeah. The parts you can
Hey,
get
Yes.
over
listen,
in and bend
okay,
down and still have enough room. Yeah.
right. All we was cooking was maybe about 3, 4 eggs, bro. They pulled
Yeah.
out the biggest black skillet I had ever seen in my life, bro.
Mm. Yes.
Straight up.
Hey, black skillets is cooking outside on the burner with the black pots, man. It's the
Mm,
best. What are we
mm.
talking?
Hey,
Everybody got a
I know how to
cast
season them and
iron, cast
everything now.
iron pot. Huh?
I know how to season them and everything now.
Look at you.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
Mm-hmm.
Oh
he
yeah.
said, "Oh yeah, you been in Louisiana."
Oh
Mm,
yeah, my baby.
mm, mm, mm,
Yeah, I've been down there a couple of times now. I feel like I know my way around. Shit.
mm,
You him, Dev?
yeah,
You
that's how it be. Shit. When we
Yeah.
went down to Abbeville, boy, shit, you know I was crying when we had to go back to Arkansas. Shit,
Oh man.
madder than mud, boy.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
we
so
parted. We
but
will party for anything and shut the school down. That's probably why
man,
our
that
education
that
level
is a
low now.
fact. That is a fact. Hey, man, birthday parties. Hey, bro, I'm telling you, bro, that shit is epic down there, bro.
It's a holiday.
Yeah, it's epic, bro. It was the neighbor birthday. I thought it was like one of my in-laws' birthday. It was
Yeah.
the neighbor birthday, the whole block, bro.
Yeah.
They didn't need the cones at the end of the block or nothing. Cause
Man,
wasn't nothing moving.
Nope.
I went I went to a
Turn all the way up.
festival. I remember my first time going to a festival here in Carolina, right? No, outside of the Gullah Festival or the Jazz or the Juneteenth. And I was like, well, where's the parade? Where's the band? Man, I said, let me go home. Let me show y'all. So when we went home, I had showed how we turned up for homecoming for the high school. We had the parades and everything, and I was live. And the next year, here go they in the high school starting to do tailgating at their homecoming and do a parade. I said, don't nobody do it like us, cause we come out, the whole city comes out. Talk about culture. Somebody was talking about culture and can we, how what do we what do we consider our culture and how how do you make money economics? I'm like, man, every time we do a festival, somebody making money in Louisiana. That's all we do is sell food and sell food and sell things and party like it's 1999. I mean, that's how I grew up. I told you, Devin. I tell you about when I got to Iraq, the Louisiana National Guard was there. I
Yeah.
had came from out of Germany, and I had just got to Fort Stewart, and they deployed my little ass. And when I got there, they was like, "That's the first thing they said." They was like, Louisiana National Guard is here. They took over the whole dining facility." And I was like, "What do you mean? You can't just come take over no dining facility in the military. We in a combat zone." And they was like, "Shoot, Louisiana National Guard showed up. They brought all their seasoning with them."
Mhm.
They took over the whole dining facility. Lines used to be lined up. And
Mhm.
so one day I was like, let me go down there and see what they got going on. And sometimes I would forget because I had been overseas for a while, so long, I had forgot, like, okay, National Guard is really regular people, so to speak. They're not on active the whole time and gone. Man, as soon as I walked up, man, my name got called a million times. I was like, who is
Mhm.
these people? Like, who are these people? Hometown people, went to high school with them. They probably saw me play ball, da 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 da. Met some cousins. It was crazy. And then I was there when Katrina hit. So Louisiana National Guard had like 2 months left in country. Katrina hit in August. And when let me tell you something, them guys from New Orleans was like, I don't care when we leaving. We need to be on the next flight out. And they was like, well, you can't leave. We don't have nobody to replace y'all for 2 months. Man, them
Mhm.
cats start locking and loading on that fob. Shit, they was gone by the next morning.
Mhm.
Out of here. Start letting them flights, rerouting, pushing people off the flights. Let them go. But I mean, it was hard to fly into, of course, to New Orleans. So they was like flying into the next Baton Rouge, into Lafayette, trying to get in, find their family. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's where my wifey that's where her family from. They from Lafayette and
Yeah.
Duson. That's where they
Oh,
from.
oh my God, that's right up the road from me.
Hmm. If you know
That's
anybody down there, they last name Guillory, they probably related to my wife.
Oh wow! I
Yeah.
know I know a couple of people who are Guillory's.
Oh yeah. Pretty people, right?
Yep, that's that mixed breed.
Yeah, man. And
that's them. That's them
yeah, and
Guillory's.
so they got a very interesting family story, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna get all into it on here, but yeah, you know what I mean? It's inspiring too, you know what I mean? It's public record, you know what I
Hey,
mean?
let me start some mess. Tariq said Louisiana people can't be FBA because we got the Haiti blood in us.
Ah,
and I,
oh
I was
man.
I was in his chat one day when when they first was doing the whole ADOS big and FBA. It was the ADOS. And he was like, I don't know what y'all Louisiana people talking about because y'all can't be ADOS. Y'all ain't foundation of Black Americans. Y'all got that Haiti blood in y'all, and y'all got the Spaniards. I was like, oh man.
Ah
So I
man.
went and I went and took my DNA test. I was like, let me go do my DNA test. So I
Ah,
took my DNA test and I had like 12%. the 67% sub-Saharan African, right? I was
Mhm.
mad as hell. I went home, my mama. I said, I thought we had Indian in our family. They was like, what do you mean? I said,
Man,
I took my DNA test. I don't have no Indian. Now, some of my relatives did, but I didn't. So I said, am I adopted or something?
yeah.
What happened? It was too funny. And one of my cousins showed up on my timeline. So I called him. I said, hey, why are you on my DNA family tree, but your sister's not? Who lying? And it was too funny. They was like, nah, she didn't take the test. Cause I said, girl, I thought you were suspects. I ain't even gonna lie to you. So it was just too funny.
Yeah,
Whatnot.
Yeah, my
yeah,
mom,
but
she worked part time at the Lafayette Arcadia Mall in Lafayette from 80, like Christmas season to 80, 82, I think.
Oh wow.
have have you ever been to the history museum in Baton Rouge?
No, I actually
Yeah.
haven't.
My sister-in-law, she got an exhibit down there. That's the only reason I bring it up. You know what I'm
Really?
saying? Yeah, she's so
I'm
humble, I have to brag on her. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I'm
man.
gonna go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Put it in the back chat. What's her name? And when I go, because we're into that kind of stuff. I'll be home. That Easter
Next
week,
week?
I'm gonna be home for like 4 days. So
oh
Oh,
man.
you going
Well,
Easter?
you gonna love to hear what I'm about to say. She teaches a class on speaking Creole. She teach a Creole speak.
really,
Yeah,
they didn't teach it to us because they didn't want us to know what they were saying, and I thought that was
exactly.
a big disadvantage to us. I thought our ancestors didn't do a good job of transferring a different language to us, and my aunts and my uncles them know it, but they didn't teach Creole or French to us, and they knew both. Now, I have my friend of mine. She grew up in Port Barry, which is up the road from me. She knows it, but I don't know it. She was like, "How you not know it?" I said, "Well, they didn't teach it to us. I mean,
Uh,
not like I should have learned either, but
French was a mandatory class.
uh huh.
Eighth grade, yeah.
I
Navigate.
took it, but it's one thing to talk to people, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
so man, I can't find the link to the museum, but I'm what I do is give you a link to the Google site that they created that's in the museum, and
Okay.
you would be easily because the letters and everything they very distinct.
Oh my goodness, email it
Yeah.
to me, brother Rob.
Oh, okay, for sure, for sure. I was about to put in the back chat, but yeah, you're right. I got your email address. I just keep looking for it and then email it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
email that to me.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a place that I go visit when I go back.
Yeah.
I took
Yeah.
my niece and nephew them to the Capitol building because I always think we have a very unique landscape in Louisiana at our state Capitol building, and
Mm-hmm.
it was during the time I forgot what was going on, but anyway, we were in the chambers. And so they had called themselves, I think I had gone to the restroom or something, come back. They had called themselves that they was giving a speech in the chambers, right? It was the funniest thing ever. They was over here trying to plead their case for the slaves. They was trying like they speaking to the chambers. And I said, why do white folk come over here and get y'all up in there? It was too cute. But the landscape, that landscape, if you go all the way up to the top to the 28th floor and you look
Mm-hmm.
out, it has a very unique pattern going on down there to the slave quarters and all that.
Dang, I gotta see that next time I go down. I'll be looking for that history nerd stuff. You know what I
And
mean?
if you coming up to the steps like on the walls of the Capitol, they have all this writing and engravings and all that stuff. And when you going into certain chambers, they got the whole landscape with when they shot Hugh Peel and all of it. Yeah, it has a really good history in it. It's one of the most unique buildings out of the state capitals that I've been in, unless somebody on the panel can tell me about their state capitol building. But I know the one in Louisiana is real interesting.
Yeah. And so, just to give people a brief history, what African Americans in Louisiana were doing directly after enduring slavery, the Reconstruction period, they are speaking Creole so that their uh, enslavers won't know what they're saying, which made them extremely nervous, right? And so, to backtrack, there was this is one of the largest uprisings, enslaved people uprisings in American history, never really talked about. It's called the German Coast Uprising. It's also referred to as Cato's conspiracy, but if you try to look it up under that name, you might can't find it, right? But the German Coast Uprising, what they did was from plantation to plantation, they mobbed up and then they went downtown New Orleans, took over New Orleans for a couple of days, and the consequence was severe. This is when they doubled down. I would even argue that they made it to where, like, this is when it was ironclad. Nobody can read. Hey, don't teach these Negroes how to read. You know what I mean? Hey, y'all can't get together in what is it called? Congo Square.
Congo
And
Square. Yep.
they had stopped from them from joining
Galvanizer.
together in Congo Square for a couple of years after the German Coast Uprising as well. And uh man, this was just, I mean, just some stuff for history. What y'all call beignets, right? It's actually called uh calas, calas, Calas. Anyway, they would sell what people refer to as beignets, and they would collect the money so that they could buy their loved ones out of slavery. You know what I mean? So next time you enjoying a beignet down there, you know what I mean?
Help the brother out, huh? Help
Yeah,
the brother and sister out.
yeah, that's where the beignets came from. They were so beloved that they ended up selling them in the strip down there. So, shut up, Rob. I'm turning into a history lesson. But I just love all of the revolutionary spirit down there. I done been down there in Congo Square, and the drum village was down there on the Sunday that I went. You know what I mean? And so, man, Joe, the one thing that I remember distinctly, if y'all ever get to Congo Square down there in New Orleans, right? Y'all gonna see these oak trees, and the way that the way they epic. I'm a tree lover, you know what I'm saying? Not a tree hugger, but a tree lover. I'm just fascinated by trees, but those oak trees are like something to be held. You know what I mean? And you can't take a picture of them because they that wide. You would have to you know what I'm saying? That's what I love about them trees. The roots of the tree
No,
bubble up
yeah.
out the ground. You know what I mean? Man, they powerful trees just to look at, you know.
I absolutely love it. In my hometown, we had one of the one of the deadliest massacres in Opelousas back
Absolutely.
in back in the day when the what's his name, Bentley, the who he supported the Republican and the pro black Reconstruction policies, and he was attacked by white supremacy. There you go, Taz. To encourage the freedom to register for voting, and it went crazy. I know I showed the newspaper clippings to like my family.
Yeah.
They was like, "Whoa, we
Look,
never knew that."
this
Yeah,
this is what made it so deadly. They waited until the delegates went upstairs to
yep,
start, doing the legislation and voting and all of that. And then they sacked the building on fire.
set the bill. Yep,
And then they waited for these people to jump out the building. After they jumping out windows and running through the fire, they shooting them in the street. The,
yep.
the it was the lieutenant governor of Louisiana, the mayor of New Orleans.
Mhm.
They both are marching with the mob.
Yep. It was crazy. St.
It-
Landry Parish massacre
and this is after the Civil War, y'all.
after.
Nobody
Yep.
go to jail. You know, I heard Taz talking about
Woo.
Elaine and Tulsa and everything. Nobody got charged. Nobody went to jail. You
Yep.
know what I mean?
Almost 300 African Americans killed. Hmm. They said it was intended to destroy black political power in St. Landry Parish. Oh, he dropped off. Dev, you better wake up.
No, I'm still. I was doing something. Yeah, that wasn't in the curriculum, at least at
Oh,
our school. But there was a couple of people, families, that were from there, and we were made privy of that information. Actually,
yep. Yeah, I learned about it afterwards too.
yeah.
We didn't learn about it in school either. And I'm from there.
Hmm. Shit,
Yep.
my mom's first job after she got out of college was Elaine, Arkansas.
Wow.
Yeah, straight like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, the things, when you start peeling back the onions a little bit, you realize how you was a part of history.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
my granddad's
Y'all
second
had
wife. That's where her family was from. I mean,
y'all talk,
that's how we
and
found
y'all's
out
is
about
called it
the
was called
massacre.
Red Summer, huh?
Yeah,
Wow. Two
yeah.
100 to 200 African Americans killed. Racial violence. 1919.
They
Ooh.
they eventually moved the school district to a whole nother town, but at that time, they still had school there, and their basketball gym was like mini turf. It was like carpet. It was like the only gym that had that floor that I ever knew of. I don't know about the whole state or the country, but I'd never been in a gym where the court was carpet turf.
Mm.
Yeah,
Wow. That one and those are like one of the largest massacres
yeah.
after the Civil War.
Uh,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah, that was
Mm-mm.
3 years before my granddad was born, actually.
Okay, my grandma was born in 1932, and then I
Yeah,
think
my grandma was 31.
yes,
Yeah,
I had I had a let me see, I had one relative that I knew that was born in 1919. No, 19. Dang, when was she born? She was born. God, it was in the earlier part. I have to remember now. She was the only one. Everybody
it was
else
in the
was.
teens.
I think so. When I was younger, and they wouldn't let us talk to her. We used to want to talk to her. Get the history, and they would be like, "Oh, leave her alone. Don't talk to her. Leave them kids alone." We were in there trying to learn.
Yeah,
You know. Then after her, my grandma was the oldest living. We now what I've learned, I don't know, Brother Rob, you got dropped off. What I've learned was in Louisiana we had a lot of people that didn't live a very long time. And
yeah.
I'm thinking, when as much as I get into the environmental side of air pollution, water pollution, things of that nature, cancer, the plants, um and all of the health factors that happened down there. Where a lot of people died early, 60 something, 50 something. It was lack of
Yeah.
medical, lack of health care, things of that nature. But when I got to the Carolinas, and I remember, I want to say in '97, it could have been '98. A friend of mine, father passed, and we walking through the cemetery, and we were seeing all these. I was like grown people that had lived like 98 years old, 100
Hmm.
years old. I'm like, whoa, the Carolinas. You'll go into the rural area, and you may still see three, four generations, five
Yeah.
generations. The grand, like my advisor, she's 80. Then she has her daughter. Her daughter has a daughter, and now that daughter has a daughter. So it's like what,
Hmm.
four generations?
That's right there. Yeah.
We go back home. Our oldest maybe my oldest aunt right now is 75, and I have another one that's 80. But there ain't a bunch of them. I think my dad is 68. Not a lot of them. Here we got
Nah, I'm
them in the
trying to
80s
think.
and the 90s.
Yeah, on my mom's side, it looked like when most of them got in that mid 60, early 70s, that was pretty much the age.
It was a
Pretty much.
wrap, huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
my grandmother is mm,
Your grandma still living?
yeah, yeah. She's the only one. All her friends that she went to school with, all the friends that she worked with,
They go.
everybody, it's been gone.
Yeah.
Most of them in the 20th century.
Yeah, like my one of my friends' grandmother is like 98. Got another friend grandma like 96. But they all live here in the Carolinas.
Yeah.
I mean, grown, grown. Some of them still stay together. Them and their husband been going together forever. Older than I've been living.
Yeah, he just had a network glitch, bro. Rob, come on back up, yo. I think he was talking when he got dropped.
Yeah.
I wasn't even looking at the screen. But yeah, she you know, ate pork, smoked cigarettes, drank alcohol for a large part of her
Yes.
adult life. Yeah,
Yeah. My grandma used to chew tobacco.
yeah,
Drink that Milwaukee Best. Be in the
yeah, man.
backyard cutting up those onions and bell peppers
Mm,
and canning, preserving figs or apples, pears. I didn't even when I first listen. This is real funny. So when I went off to college, 18, I didn't even know when it was like we went to go buy jelly. I was like, jelly, where's the
mm.
figs? Where's the pears? I I was like, what is this? I didn't know you buy fish at the grocery store because we fished every weekend and we caught
Man, I
our
ain't never
fish
seen that.
fresh,
Yeah, that,
fresh fish. Yeah, I was like,
yeah,
what? Yeah, I was scarred. I was a straight country girl.
yeah.
Yep. So
Chickens in the
that's what.
back. Yeah, you ain't
Yep.
have to worry about no egg prices.
That's right.
Mm.
Matter of fact, my homegirl right now, she has a catering company. She
Yeah.
started her chicken coop 2 month ago. She started her little chicken coop. She about to raise
Yeah.
chickens. Yeah, we don't play. Listen, you can't threaten us. Look, don't threaten me with a good time. We be
Mm-mm.
back there growing stuff, creating a whole garden. We ain't starving. And I know how to fish. So Monica's not gonna starve. I'll be right there with my little pole trying to catch me some brim.
Yeah.
Yup. So we were I when I that little group of girls that I had on Monday, I was supposed to do some budget money management with them. And so I had given them a scenario. I was like, how much do you want to make once you graduate in June? It was like $20 an hour. I said, okay,
20.
multiply that times 2,087 hours, you get your annual salary. I said, okay, now let's, oh, you gonna live by yourself? I mean, you gonna go back to your mom's house or you gonna rent an apartment? And you know, they all said they're gonna get them an apartment, right? So I was like, okay, let's outline all of these expenses. You got your rent, you got your utilities, communications, your internet, food, a car, insurance, all that stuff, right? By the time they were done putting it out, how much they thought all of that was going to cost, subtracted
Hmm.
from their annual salary, they was left with like $60 a week. They was like, one girl, she was cool. She was like, shoot, I'm good with that. I can live on $60 a week. We looked at her.
What's wrong with that girl?
Wait, what? So when we started telling her like some of the facts of life, eggs is
Yeah.
this much, gas is this much, she was like, "What? I'll go fishing." Oh man, we thought it was the funniest thing ever. Cause they were only 18 years old. And so
Yeah.
we think these young people don't have an understanding of what they should be doing or where their priorities are. Hell, they're more grounded than we are.
Right. She was gonna make do.
Hey, then we said, groceries. She said, I said, how much you say you was gonna spend on groceries? She said $200. I said, oh girl, that's 400 easy. She said, for who? Girl, I'm going to buy me some food stamps.
Mm.
It was
Got it
too
all
cute, honey.
mapped out. Yeah.
Yes. They were slashing those prices left and right. But when you write down your expenses, when you write them out, it
Mm.
does make you start to look at what you're doing a little differently, and you begin to start making some adjustments. But if you just get that paycheck and just spend, you don't
Mm.
even have a care in the world. So sometimes it's really good to write out your budget because it gives you a reality check and give you that chin check and say, hey, pay attention to what you're doing with your money.
Yeah. Yeah. That should be a life skill for everything that you do in life. Planning your life, planning your day, planning your business, planning your community. Uh, you know, the seeing it, because you see everything else. You see what you want to buy, right? You see what you want to wear. You see where you want to drive. All that. But when it comes to formulating a foundation for your family, yourself, people that's coming after you, kind of want to
Right.
shortcut. Yeah, you want to shortcut that.
Yeah. So
I'll get to it when I can.
I have to ask everybody on the panel, based off of, some of the changes or what we think to be changes, are you making any adjustments, or did you think about any adjustments? Do you think you need to make any adjustments, or you think you're good at the path are you on?
I think they're in the wait and see mode.
What Jihad and Taz and Kia?
Ask it
I would
again,
love to hear.
Dr. Mo. You- can you ask your question again, Dr. Mo?
Nobody want to come out to play. I bet I get off this
Can,
panel, they
can
gonna come out to play.
you couldn't hear Jihad?
No, what do you say?
He said,
Could you
"Ask
ask your
it."
question one more time, Dr. Mo?
Oh, there he goes. I said, based off of what the administration or some of the things that are going on in the world, do you feel you have to make some adjustments? Do you think you're on track to survive as is, or are you, as Dev said, in the wait and see mode? You're not making no sudden moves yet.
Me personally, I'm not the type to get too flustered over, like, I guess, a lot of political stuff. Even though what Trump is doing, he is shaking a lot of feathers and changing a lot of industry. He might, but I just gotta. I don't know enough about the industry to really make a move any direction. But he's aggravating like the our trade partners and a whole bunch of stuff. So I just got to see how that inflation and stuff like that, because I guess that could affect my industry and contracting, because that means the price of supplies and goods are going to go up, like steel. I know that that's something that we rely on, kind of from, not really rely on, but we do get a lot of that from Canada and stuff. So industries like that, and even wood, we import a lot of wood from Canada. So that could play an effect. But how I would react to it, that's a good question. Because this is stuff that we should be, actually trying to factor in. Because it will affect us eventually. hmm
What type of contracting you do?
I'm a general contractor. So right now I specialize. My company specializes in HVAC. And
Oh.
hmm
So are you all so the type of HVAC units that you're installing, are you on are you are those systems changing? Like the style, the design, uh like your digital, like, or maybe
uh,
y'all have already made those changes already.
it's for the most part been the same. I mean, they got like newer kind of setups for like I guess like the heat controls and stuff, like your thermostats. But um like I guess the industry, I guess it does update like every once in a while, but that's one of those that it stays pretty consistent. Like I could only imagine what they would do as far as changing. It probably would come to like down to maybe pushing more like eco-friendly units and stuff like that. And that would come at a cost because you got to buy more expensive units. But
So to
yeah.
answer a question, maybe not the fundamental foundations, but the way you turn it on and off and control it has changed. So instead of a knob, now it's a screen.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
exactly. Yeah, because it is
uh,
getting more. They do got more kind of, I guess like uh, modern kind of ways of doing it. Because you can hook it up to the Wi-Fi now. It's all stuff like that they got going on. So yeah, but I could see eventually the change eventually coming. But right now, I think like the trades, that's one of those industries that I don't see automation really coming and taking. Like they could it could probably eventually get to that stage, but I don't see too many robots coming out and fixing HVAC units or uh, fixing plumbing
Well,
and stuff like that. Like I think that's something that's
what
gonna be safe for us for a little bit.
what about what about it being programmed from another? What about it being um troubleshooted from a another location versus um someone physically having to go? Are you seeing any new technology to that extent, to where it's digitally managed or it's software related? You see what I'm trying to say?
I I could see it, but no, I haven't personally see that. But I could easily, now that you say that, if it was kind of like computerized enough in a way where, yeah, I could see a whole computer being able to troubleshoot where the problem is and put in the work order to the maintenance to go fix it. Don't even need to hire somebody to do that for you. So I could see the industry getting to that point. I don't. Personally haven't seen it yet though.
Mm. So one of my friends I know, she moved to Kenya, and she posted on her Facebook a robot cafe. And so they had two look like employees in there, but this robot, it was like two robots in particular, one that brought out drinks, and then there was another one that was like more of in a feminine type silhouette that came out like they were taking an order. It's super cool.
Yeah, they got the like over in Asia and stuff. I've seen that they got whole bars, like just animated and stuff, and I think they got a couple of those maybe in America spread out. I know they opened the first fully robotic or automated McDonald's. I think they did that in Texas, or not the first, probably like the first in America though. So yeah, it's definitely already here. Um, and yeah, it's I was they they got the Tesla robots. I was thinking that I would maybe want to invest in one of those because I think they average. Well, I don't know if they out yet, but they were saying they're gonna be around like $30,000. And if it's a like a legit AI little robot, you can make it go out and do a task for you and like employ that essentially, or use that, not really employ that, but buy that to help your business and maybe grow it or something like that. I don't know what I would use it for in my contracting, but I don't know. What if I worked at like or if I had a factory for manufacturing or something, and I just put it
Hmm.
on an assembly line? So I'm just saying that to say suggestions, instead of just being scared of it, maybe we could be the people that take advantage of it and apply these new technologies to benefit ourselves. Because I'll definitely spend 30,000 on a Tesla robot before I would a new car for myself. So that's something I would do.
Yeah, I would be trying to look to see what industries are headed towards all technology or tech heavy operations. They said Amazon, Walmart, Target, Zara, Nostradam, and Best Buy so far. So they're headed to more of a tech heavy operations, maybe more, but this is just a few I see.
I see that they already got some of them grocery stores where they don't even got employees working at them. And
Really?
it was a scandal. It happened. It came out like maybe last year, but I saw this. I thought it was funny. But there was actually because I think these were the Amazon stores where they don't got no like cashiers. Um, you just walk out with the items because it tracks you in the store and tracks whatever you pick up, and that's essentially you're already hooked up with your card to to the business, so they could just charge you. And it was funny because it came out that the company that they had contracted to do, I guess, that process, they thought it was like an AI doing it. It
Uh huh.
was some Indians over in India, just manually watching the cameras and doing that. I thought that was the funniest stuff. But it was something with, yeah, I think the contract or some kind of contract negotiation had came up, and
Mm.
something. It was the funniest thing to me. But yeah, I only said that to say they already got these stores out here that, yeah, they don't even got employees in them. They just you just go in and buy your stuff manually, or not manually, but automated rather.
Yeah.
So,
I've seen it in I've seen it in the airport.
like a kiosk, you go to a kiosk about.
Mhm. A little store you just walk in. They have the stuff, but
Yeah.
I didn't know like really what to do, so I was just looking at it like, okay, what am I supposed to? Am I supposed to just go over to this little thing and touch it? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, that's the new age today. It's all
Yeah,
gonna be like
we
that.
our Amazon store got put up here behind the airport and place called Schaumburg.
Hmm.
The I'm trying to think. Is it the same place? Mm, I think it's next to or either the same shopping center as where Walgreens used to be at. And I
Mm.
live streamed the permanent closure of Walgreens in this area just a couple weeks ago. But that Amazon store been open at least August 2020 is when I first actually seen it. I like drove past it and seen Amazon, not Whole Foods. Amazon.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking at this Amazon Go right now. So just walk in technology.
yeah.
It has the little laser thing.
All that.
Amazon taking over. Mm.
Yeah. So one of the gas station chains in the Midwest is called Thornton's. Uh, it's mostly passenger car, but they do have some truck stop locations. So
What?
Thornton's.
Oh.
You ever heard of Thornton's Oil? It's mostly Midwest, Kentucky, Indiana. I don't.
Mm-mm.
I've
Yeah,
never
yeah.
seen a Thornton's down south.
I never seen one either.
Yeah, yeah. So it'll
But
be like a what y'all got over there? Wawa.
well, check this out. I'm looking
Yeah,
at your Amazon Fresh right now.
yeah. Talking about the selection.
No, the store. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's not gonna. I mean, just like Amazon itself. Amazon didn't start off in every single city. Yeah, the work
You
to see
right?
if it's gonna work first.
Wow.
Yeah. But the that Thornton's truck stop uh for passengers and trucks, uh you can get gas, cigarettes. I don't think you can get alcohol though. Alcohol has got
Mm.
to be it's got to be a human being that come over. That's it. But if you want cigarettes, uh they got a thing where if you take it off the thing, it's on the timer, and if you don't pay for it, if you try to walk out, that sensor is gonna get it. It's gonna be like a fire went off. But
Wow.
if you want $25 worth of gas or $100 worth of gas, just punch in 100, put the gas pump number in, and then I think they'll give you 90 seconds to get to the pump before it reset.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they got one guy. Don't ever think it's only one guy in the whole store. I mean, that's just, you know, it should be common knowledge, but no. You see one guy maybe up there, but it's at least one other person either behind that mirror or they're somewhere in close proximity. They may not even be in the building, but for the robbers
Mm.
or somebody who thinks they're gonna get a lick, and you only got one person to deal with, any place like that is gonna have layers of security just
Mm.
based on the dynamics. You think
Yeah,
they're
that's a
gonna jump
good point.
across
They're
the
gonna be
register?
somewhere in the back. That or they
Yeah,
got some bulletproof glass.
yeah. So try to
We
jump
got a couple
behind the
spots like
register.
that in my
Yeah,
neighborhood.
try to jump behind the register, especially a truck stop. But try to jump behind the register or anything like that, and that one person is going to have access to a button, or they may not even be doing nothing at all. It just what is the action? So the action is just like the cameras in Target. Um, there was a story that came out that they have the biometric system to
Mm.
identify, whatever, and you see the live motion video with the square, with the red square, the orange square, the green. You know what I mean? Have y'all ever seen it? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, talking
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah,
like a
yeah,
heat.
yeah, 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 like a heat sensor, yeah, or
Mm-hmm.
just different graphs. So, if a customer goes or any parts of their body is behind the counter, then that automatically alerts not only law enforcement but whatever security contract they got or whoever's watching. And so it may start off with one or two people, but within 45 seconds to a minute, the state police, the sheriff, whatever town they in, everybody's gonna be at that one location. Straight
Mm.
like that. Yeah. But
Wow.
the automation is definitely been in full effect in
They
terms of
look
our
nice and
democracy.
clean.
Yeah, that is definitely part of their sale project. Also, uh, you don't have to worry about people taking breaks, being messy, not cleaning up. Um, as far as the Amazon, yeah, they got the robot sweepers. I don't know
The
about the
robot
robot.
sleepers.
Yeah, yeah, sweep the trash. They got those in the warehouses. I seen those actually in motion in the
Oh,
warehouse.
sweepers.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought you
yeah,
said
sweepers.
sleepers.
Yes, yeah, sweep. Yeah, yeah. Were you on the
Mm.
live stream when I
Mm-mm.
showed you? This was a regular grocery store that I'm in my town right now. It's not too far from me right now, and the robot is a tall structure. In the front screen looks like some eyeballs, and all it does is scan every shelf to see check inventory. We no longer have this product.
Really?
We no longer have that product. Yeah, yeah. And when I was in front of it, it didn't move. When I got around to the side, everybody on the live stream they saw the robot proceed, and so whatever product is down to whatever their threshold is. We only got two packs of cookies. It automatically is going to send that to a report for purchasing manager. Order X amount of boxes of this. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. Straight like that.
I see some now. I'm trying to see how much they cost.
Yeah.
Uh, 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 a robot floor, a robot floor sweeper. I'm looking at.
Oh, okay.
We do some stripping and waxing. I'm like, oh, this might. When you said floor, I was looking for the robot that you were talking about, but then I seen these, and I
Yeah.
was like, let me see how much these things cost.
Just checking. Yeah.
Yup, sweeper robot clean machine.
But I never personally been in that Amazon store. I think we still on lockdown, and I was working, so I never did get a chance to go out. But that parking lot had pretty good traffic in out of it every time I passed by it, though.
Yeah, they do like. I think they have like three shifts. Really two or three shifts, but they work them like slaves. Productivity, you have to do a certain amount of productivity.
Trying
They
Amazon?
pay okay. But they
Oh
working
yeah, they working
12-hour
them dogs
shifts.
up here. Yeah, up here, man.
Mm-hmm. They working hard. Hmm. Oh, these little sweepers ain't no joke. I may have to buy this for my house. They sweep and it mop. Like, it was a point when I used to be like, oh, I just enjoy the labor of cleaning. You know, it's something about that mopping, that broom, pick it up. Shoot, I'd be like, we start looking at this technology. I bought just a little generic one from Five Below. Put it on the floor. That little thing got to spinning around. I
I never known anybody to have one of those. Give me the
got
reviews on it. Go ahead and
yeah,
give me the
I got
reviews
one.
on it.
So don't. So what I think is that you don't buy a cheap one because they get stuck in the corners,
Uh oh.
under your couch, things of that nature, right? So this only costed me like $15. I purchased it from Five Below, and I put it on the floor, and it did a really good job. So now I'm looking at these ones.
Okay, your
Uh,
definition of good. Okay, well, I know a lot of people in the chat saying good. What you talking about? You got crumbs everywhere. What is
ah!
it going? What is it going to pick up? I
No,
think
it
that's the
actually
main.
picked. So I only have like little debris,
Okay,
and I just got new floors. So
so
now
if you got a lot of kids between the ages of 3 and 9, is this the investment?
you may want to get a bigger one, like a more, not the cheap one. Don't get the Five Below.
Oh
Go.
no!
You better get the $100 one. Like I'm looking at these
Mm-mm.
right here. So I'm looking at one. It's
Right,
called Robot Floor Sweeper K900 Industrial Floor Cleaner,
the word
and it
industrial.
looks
Uh-oh.
it looks like it's in a warehouse,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's picking up all kind of paper debris type stuff. So maybe I need to invest in that. And a Uline is only $119.
Oh, okay. Uline
That's not.
account.
I got an account.
Yeah, that's that's an a new starting out entrepreneur's
Line of credit.
doorway there. Yeah.
You know it. Trade line. Yeah. So I got let me see. Let me check this other one. Let me see what Walmart one. So Walmart says, oh, what is this? I don't want that. Hold on. Let me find one. So I need to get a bigger one. That's what I'm saying. Mine is making a do right now because ain't no little bitties running around.
Yeah.
But um, and I got it from Five Below. But you may want to. Now I'm looking at one, and it looks like it's picking up dirt. They got a demonstration of it picking up dirt. But I would try it out if you got hardwood floors like I do. I would try it out. And if you sometimes don't have time, you can put that little bad boy on the floor, and you should now. Mine doesn't work good on the carpet, even though it said it could do both. It didn't. It didn't. It got looked like it just got stuck, and maybe it's the type. I don't know, but mine didn't do well on the carpet, but it did do well on the floor.
Okay.
This is for the clean folk.
Yep.
Now they vary in price, though. They do vary in price. Like I said, my pay I pay $15, but I see some pretty expensive ones on here. I'm not paying no $1,000. Maybe I'll get $100 one. Maybe a 40 something dollar one. I'm too cheap. I'm not gonna do that. I just go back to mopping. But I thought I liked it because of how it's the brushes through, kind of like a polish type.
Yeah.
That's why I was into it.
A touch up
Anyway, I
type
done took you
situation.
completely off your show.
No, it's all good. Yeah. I like to stay on
Yep,
systematic uh, white supremacy, racism,
yep. I'm
everybody
gonna get off so
trash.
y'all can cut up.
Nah. Yeah, I see Q in the
I,
background. We're probably gonna turn it into nerd hour or something.
mm-hmm.
Get back on the science. Yeah. Yeah.
Come back in the midnight hour.
Yeah.
All right, dear. Peace.
All right. Peace out. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So it's all good though. Somebody new come in. What's up, Connell? Leave the place. There's somebody at the door. Yeah. Now waiting on somebody to fight with. Nobody want to talk about resolving and laying out no solutions. Don't nobody want to fix nothing. Don't nobody want to build anything. No. You want to teach somebody how to build and get along nicely. I was actually trying to look at another screen and check some other stuff.
Yo, Dev, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now?
I don't know if that's me or you, but I think you're a little low.
Yeah, I might be a little low. My microphone ain't in the same spot. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you a little better.
Okay. Yeah, might be this device. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now? Is that
Yep,
louder? All right.
yep.
Yeah, it was the device. My bad. But it's all good though. We're still trying to take a roll call on which black folks are comfortable with white supremacy. They don't really want to see no change. They cool. Not only are they comfortable with white supremacy, they comfortable being in a position of having somebody else dictate uh, how they think, how much to think, what they eat, uh, what to say, what to listen to, what not to listen to, where they can go. It's a long list. I can't name all that. I grew up a little bit different, so I probably,
Yo, what's
I
pop?
probably. What's up, Madonna?
Oh man, coolin', man.
Yeah, I probably flip out if I had somebody dictating the way I move at this stage
Yeah,
in my life.
man.
Yep.
The white man is working, man. Yeah, I mean, woo. Yeah, do y'all see what's going on out here, man? Yo, man, niggas better wake the hell up, man. You know what I mean? Cause the most see, I gotta say this: the most high use the white man as a whipping stick to get you Negroes in order, because you niggas is hard headed. See what happened in California? Seeing what happened in Texas right now? I mean, bro, if niggas don't wake the hell up, it's gonna be a wrap.
What did they do wrong?
What you mean, man? You attacking your own kind. You see what happened with Big U and Brick Baby and all them? All the crimes them Negroes was committing against the people that look like them, their own black self. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, man, the white man, the devil is coming down with great wrath on you niggas because you Negroes, you've been killing your own kind for all these years, been bragging about it, thinking you're gonna get away with it. Now that time is up.
So why ain't do nothing to the white man that's killing them niggas?
Well, the white man just arrested their ass. All the white man did was follow the goddamn cookie crumbs, so to speak, that niggas left. Cause you know niggas, a lot of niggas out here sloppy with their work. So when you sloppy with your work, the white man watch you, and he always watching because he know Negroes is not organized. When it comes to organized crime, niggas participate in unorganized crime. Niggas don't participate in organized crime. Ain't never organized about it. Ain't nothing organized about the shit. You see what I'm saying? Just unorganized shit. So the white man ain't, I mean, he just arresting niggas. You know what I'm saying? So he just doing his job. Said, hey, he doing the job for the mothers of those that died. You see what I'm saying? The white man doing the job for the families of those black people who got killed and all these things. So I'm just saying, man, hey, niggas need to get on the ball. Niggas ain't on code. What y'all say? Get on code. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Hey, you
Dad.
killing your own time. You is not on code.
Hey, Dad.
What's up? What's
Have
up?
you heard of are you familiar with the term arrested development? And I'm not talking about the rap group.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
This is what we're dealing with every time this man's opened his mouth.
about.
Arrested development.
He's developed though.
No, your development is getting arrested. No,
Damn.
the dumb shit you developing and pushing is getting arrested, and the dumb shit these niggas is out here developing is getting arrested. So you keep doing your thing. Do as thou will.
Again, dummy. Again, sir. Again. I'm gonna do my best to keep the insults to a minimum. But it's very difficult when you enter the building. Again,
I know.
as I just hey, hold on, I'm not through.
Mm.
I want everybody to understand. I just tried to be complimentary and cordial. I just told him it's difficult to keep the the insults to a minimum when he enters the building. So again, I'm going to go back to what I just said to Dad. Arrested development is what we hear when he speaks. And I was only speaking to Dad.
Well, I'm only speaking to justice to the mothers, the fathers, the kids of the victims. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. We as black people, or especially as young black men, a lot of our black men had got caught up in the BS sold to them by dumbass so-called OGs, right? I'm only speaking it for truth and justice, man. You out here killing your own kind, come out talking about you sliding just for internet fame. You get what you fucking deserve. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've never seen none of those names before this incident. Like I have no idea what they did, who they was.
Well, I'm always in the YouTube street. I was fortunate enough to kick it with the brother Mo 3 who got killed in 2020. You know what I mean? They just latest news came out is that the rapper Yella Beezy did a murder for hire. I'm just saying, man, this shit is crazy. You know what I mean? I understand that we always been having problems in the black community with black on black violence and crime, but it comes a time to where you know what I mean? And I
Yo,
understand at the
Dad.
same time.
Yo, Dad. A couple days ago, I was watching a video, and there was something interesting mentioned in the video. They asked, "What does African American or Black justice look like in America?"
Justice.
Or truth, or reward or punishment. What does it look like from our angle, from an African American or Black angle? We don't know because we've always had it dictated to us by the dominant culture.
And it's usually over punishment.
Over.
It wasn't even about the over punishment, Willie, per se. It was about the overarching concept of what does those things look like from our perspective.
Okay.
Well,
I
we know
mean,
what justice look like.
From whose perspective, Madon?
Mm.
Home. Our mothers and grandmothers, they knew what justice was. What is justice?
From whose perspective,
From their own perspective, Sabio. Our people know what truth and justice look like. We don't need the white man to tell us what justice and truth look like. Our grandparents and great grands, that's why they was fighting. They knew what truth and justice looked like, and that's what they was fighting for. You know what
yeah,
I
Okay,
but
mean?
okay.
So to make
our brand of justice, right, might not coincide with them niggas going to jail. Our brand of justice might be niggas got to leave up off this earth, right?
You
So
heard?
I get what he's saying, and we need to
Bingo. And that's
yeah.
exactly what I'm saying.
Now I get what you're saying.
Cause don't they when the people over in Africa find out you done wrong, especially your own people, don't they throw a tire around you and burn the tire and burn you?
I don't.
Yeah,
That may
You are
be in some
lying.
some places,
communities.
yeah,
That may be in some
some
communities.
places, yeah.
But again, that's not us defining our definition
Bingo.
of
That's not
justice
us
and our
defining
dynamic. Yeah.
our definition of justice. So no matter what, it is us picking up ideas of justice or taking ideas of justice from other people. So our
Yeah.
ideas of justice has been what? Cultivated by the dominant society or the white American or the white Christian Americans who we've been dominated by for the past 300 plus
Well,
years, 400 years.
I understand. I feel your point, Fabio, but at the same time, all our, like our grandparents and us, every time a family member is killed or murdered or something, we want that mug murdered, but we know a lot of
We
times we
won't.
can't get that.
We
So
won't.
hold on, but wait, but a lot of time our people will satisfy if we can't murder the person, if we can't get a kill for a kill, a lot of our grandparents, and all them, and even today, we'd rather see that person locked up. We want to see some form of justice to where that person is no longer on the street and he paying for what he did. Yes, I mean, I understand your point. Yeah, we can't. A lot of times, we can't execute justice the way we want it. That's a fact.
What
I'm riding with that.
again, the word justice. What does it mean? You're just saying it. And does it mean punishment? Does it mean retribution? Does it mean retaliation? What does it mean from our perspective? You're just saying it. And the only way we have been able to look at this thing that we call justice is from the African American society ideal that we've been cultivated under, Madon. I don't really think you understand what I'm saying. You're trying to, though, and I
They being nice
appreciate
to
it.
your ass, Madonna. Because I know your ass
Bro,
didn't get up
bro,
here
what you're
and say
saying is,
the white man getting justice for black mamas. Then they don't give a fuck about them
Big,
black
what the
mamas. The
fuck?
fuck is you
Get the
talking
fuck
about?
out of here, yo.
What you talking about, bro? Yeah, Donald
what you
Trump done
mean?
knocked you upside your
Fact.
head.
That's
Donald
motherfucking
Trump
That
got
fact.
this
bullshit.
nigga.
Where you
He
been at
all
for the
up in his
last
Bullshit.
booty.
2 years?
But you been watching
If
too
Nah,
they
much
this
damn
really cared
Cosby
about the
Trump.
movies,
Hold
justice
bro.
for
on.
those
Real
black
shit
mothers,
Hold on, bro.
they
for
would
us.
Hold on.
prevent these
Wait.
things from.
Hold on. This had nothing to do with Trump. This had got nothing to do with Trump.
It got a lot to do
Watch
with
First
Trump,
48
obviously.
all the goddamn time. I watch First
When
48
you watch
all
it
the
from
time.
a
I see white
when
men
you watch it from a
trying to get
Kundalini
justice for
standpoint,
parents
So look, Madonna, so you
or
understand my
whatever.
point,
Just
right?
call it what
That
you
like,
want.
don't you
hold
ever
on. Their
quote
motive
Tupac again
isn't
talking that bullshit.
offering the best for these mothers because if they were, they would understand that being poor is literally the catalyst for most of that confusion, right? For
Hmm.
most of the
And
killing,
letting that
all of that.
nigga out multiple times like they
So
did. Why big you on the street? Cause of them motherfuckers. So let's quit playing, bro. Like they give a fuck about us.
yeah,
See, this what I'm
I
saying.
agree with that.
What
Because
did
if you
Tupac
really
and Michael
cared, you would
Jackson say?
prevent the problem.
They don't really give a fuck about us.
But he
Mike
understand
told
Man,
that
us
fuck
life,
that.
all that,
Fabio.
man.
He
That's what
understand
Huh?
that
I'm saying,
life.
man.
He don't
Y'all,
understand
y'all
that,
like to
but
be
he a
realistic.
Tupac fan, but he don't understand that
No,
song.
you don't
No.
understand. Whatever, bro. Michael Jackson wasn't talking to you anyway. But let me say this.
What?
Shit,
Let me
You
yes,
say
he
need to
this.
listen to
was.
that song again.
I'm just talking shit. I'm just fucking with Sabio. But let me say this. Now we got to look at it, right? When it comes to justice, like you said, what is justice? I asked you the question first, but you ran around it. But justice is basically uh, earning out or hashing out or fairness or a person getting that which is they deserve, right? That's how we see justice, right? So
I
in
say
some
the person
forms,
who done had a problem is the one that
some
defines
forms, in some
justice.
forms, in some forms, hold on. In some forms, a lot of us, a lot of our people, we want to see if a family member is murdered. Most time, we want to see that person murdered. But a lot of times, we can't get that, so we rather for whoever the
So we don't
authority
get
is.
justice. We don't get justice
We
if that's the case.
understand that though,
We
but
get
look,
to
look.
hold on real quick, Will, because I think you would agree with this shit too. The person who has been offended or has a crime committed against them is the one that determines what justice is. So far as I'm concerned, niggas ain't never got justice. Except for the justice that you
But
talking about, oh, they need to lock up these black men for killing other ones. Man, bro, they not gonna
to
get away with it.
Sabio's point though, justice is defined differently in different areas. So
Right.
cheating on your husband, right? In America, the justice for that is you get divorced, you might not get no money, you might have to pay money, whatever. In another country, justice is we dig a hole, put the woman in the hole, and everybody come throw rocks at her head. So different groups define justice in different ways. And I think the point is
That's
we
what I'm
haven't
saying.
really defined what we see as justice. We've more been infused to get
Bingo.
justice from the system that we're in.
Bingo. That's the
Whatever,
point.
however small portion.
That's
Yeah,
my overarching point.
I get it.
That's kind of
That is my
I get
Oh,
overarching
what
bro,
y'all
point.
that goes
saying
without
with.
saying. That goes without saying. We know we subordinate to white
Nah,
America.
we
I
know
mean, come
your
on, bro.
motherfucking ass subordinate. Nigga,
I
motherfucker
mean,
do
too,
something to
nigga,
me and
if they
mine,
come
I'm
to
gonna
get
go
you,
get my
if they
justice.
come
I
to
don't
get
give
your
a fuck
ass,
what they do.
hold on, if they come to get your ass, you ain't gonna shoot your way out of it. I guarantee
So
you that.
you speak for yourself, little lame man, nigga.
No,
Don't
nigga,
tell me
I
what I
know,
do.
nigga. I
Nah,
know you ain't.
bro, you
You
don't
ain't
know
built
my
like
body.
that.
You don't know my body.
All right,
You ain't
It's
built
all
certain
right.
like that
things
or
I'm
real
willing to
as a
sit
white
down for the
man.
rest of my life for or
Man,
die
what?
for. My
Like with my
children,
kids, ain't nobody finna.
yeah,
What?
I'm willing to
Tell me
sit
what
down for the
justice to
rest of
get?
my life comfortably.
We going body for body. What is you
Yeah, I
talking
could live with
about?
that. I could live with that
So
for my
if the
baby.
bro, I've seen
Hmm?
the toughest gangsters do the same shit. Next thing I
What
know, they
stuff?
face down,
What
ass
stuff?
up, and handcuffed. They
Yeah.
face down,
Damn,
ass up, and
you seen a
handcuffed.
nigga ass
Biggest
up?
gangsters
You
out
need to
here
stop looking at nigga
always face
asses,
down.
bro.
And hold on, bro. Hold on.
You need to stop
Bro, I'm
looking at
just
niggas
saying, bro.
asses. That's
I'll
first
be,
of all.
I'm just saying,
Don't
bro. A lot
say
of
that
y'all
no
swear
more.
y'all gangsters, right? But when that white boy coming, I see a lot of y'all tough ass gangsters face down, ass up, and handcuffed.
This
I'm
is
just
the
saying, I don't see a lot of
this is the
people
Hey,
autobiography
hey,
shooting.
of Madonna. Cause obviously that's how you
hey,
giving
I
it up,
want y'all,
bro.
I want y'all to hear the people that he keep pushing in our face. His zaddies, his white zaddies, the white boys.
White
It
Zaddy.
don't
And
his
Big Zaddy is the
zaddies.
greatest.
His zaddies are the greatest thing that ever happened to him. If without his
No,
white zaddies, Madonna would not exist.
not at all.
Do you know a lot of these? Do you know a lot of them are black? Do you know a lot of these authorities that's coming to get niggas is black as well? I mean, come on,
Oh,
bro.
here you
Let's
go.
not be
Hey,
silly.
Okay,
hey, hey,
all
you
your
didn't mention no
uniform
black
zaddies.
police
My
officer.
bad.
You mentioned white zaddies, nigga.
It
You
wouldn't
mentioned
matter.
white cops.
It wouldn't matter if they were black, what they represent, what system they represent. Like, quit
Right.
playing, bro.
That's a fact. That's a
We
fact.
not
Bingo.
Yo,
stupid.
come on,
We
bro.
not stupid.
That's what I'm saying, bro. If niggas is out here just recklessly just doing shit reckless, man, somebody got to put a
You
stop to
need
the
to
shit.
handle it then. Now, why you the man
Look.
in the community ain't
So
handling
so why, hold up. When he say that, are white people out here doing reckless shit?
it?
Yes. Because I just was watching court
And you
TV
and you
where
got,
hold
you got
on, hold
people that's out
on.
here.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I just was watching court TV where a white officer or where a white man shot his military wife and was convicted for manslaughter. Not murder, manslaughter. But he murdered his military wife. And
Well,
yesterday,
he got.
hold on. I'm not done. Hold
You
on, I'm
said,
not
well,
done. I'm not done because I don't want to hear the excuses. Yesterday on Court TV, I saw where a white
He got
man,
locked up.
listen. I saw where a white man molested and raped 6 people.
And what's your point?
Yeah, his case is still ongoing. What would be your brand of justice?
So he got a case,
Would it
right?
be? It would,
So if he got a
hold on, my
case,
dummy.
if he got a case,
Let me ask my question. Would your brand of justice be him going to trial, or would it be what you was calling for? What happened to Polite? Him being castrated and shit like that. Because I remember these conversations, dog.
well, like I said, I don't think no man
Well,
should be castrated.
well,
I don't think no man.
but you
Hold
said
on, bro. Let me.
you said Polite should.
No, I ain't never
You's
said
a
that.
weak
I'm the one
bitch.
who said he
You weak.
shouldn't be. I said the
You
brother. I
weak as a
said he
$4
should do his
bill.
time. No, if you go back and find it, I said he should do his time and just do his time. No man, in my humble opinion, should be castrated. They should do the time for whatever crime they did.
Anybody else remember that? don't remember. I don't remember what you said.
I
Actually,
wouldn't
No, I
be
ain't never said no
surprised,
shit
right?
like
Because
that.
I
so much
wouldn't be
shit
I
to
would
surprised. That
never
digest.
sound
say
like
a
some
man should
bullshit
be
you would say
castrated.
though.
Yeah,
I
it do
would never
sound
say
like
a
a
man should be
Sound like
dumb
some bullshit
habit
I
you
would
would
never
say
to
say
though.
form. Yeah.
Now you try to go
no,
back
I
to
would
that
never
shit.
say a man should be castrated, bro. That's crazy to me. Let a man
You
do his
you you,
time.
you
If
you
he's
know
castrated, that don't
do you know that's biblical though, right?
Right, right. It definitely is.
so what? That's not my
You
belief.
weak nigga.
That's not my
That
belief.
is your
That's not
belief.
your belief.
That's why you
Oh boy,
stood
that
on it,
boy.
nigga.
Donald
That's
Trump
why
done
he
changed his
Castrated
stood
man
on
life.
it,
is
yo.
not my belief.
That's why he stood on it.
Donald Trump done changed his life, boy. He is
You a
not
liar,
playing.
bro. You ain't even- you never said that.
That
Look
motherfucker
at the
said
name.
you
You
a
want to quote
liar.
the Bible now?
If you stand on Western justice, you stand on that book.
But
Western.
this my thing with the whole
They don't
justice
have.
conversation.
All
Again,
I'm
I
saying
feel like the
is
victim or the family
His
of the
daddy should
castrating
have
a man.
swallowed it.
Okay, if you castrate a man,
nah,
right?
you heard me
Hold
when
on,
I
hold on,
fucking
hold on.
talked.
If you
Nah, I
castrate
gotta
a
hold
man,
on, nigga.
you
You heard
committed
me
a
for
crime. Hold
Whoa,
on,
hold
if
on,
you
hey,
hold on,
bro.
hold
castrate
Why you
on,
gotta
though.
hold on when I was
But I'm
talking?
saying that's what I'm
Like,
saying.
what the
Shit.
hell wrong with you, bro? Like, to me, again, when it comes to justice, that's just like somebody come up and hit Wall Street Willie in the face. I can't tell him how to respond to that. Whatever he feel like the response should be, you shouldn't put your hands on it. That's justice to me. But again, like y'all said, anybody else can determine what's justice for them. But for me, I ain't gonna tell nobody how to respond to some shit. That's they get their justice or they vengeance however they want. That's all that really is. We trying to be all educated about that shit. Nah, bro. Justice is motherfucking justice. And if you do something to me, you gonna wish you didn't.
And I could agree with that because that's how I feel about it. Don't put your hands on me, and you ain't got to worry about me doing the same to you. We ain't got to worry about this thing called retribution, retaliation, none of that.
But if you do, it's
well,
gonna
I
be
said the same thing.
retribution. I just want to
I said justice. I said the same thing. I said
But
everybody
but
sees
again,
justice
but
different. Some
again,
people,
but again, and but again,
hey,
but
man,
my overarching point was we haven't defined these terms from our angle, from our precarious position in the Americas.
not in the Americas, because like you said, you and Madon was kind of saying like we don't have. I ain't like how Madon said it with the whole subordinate shit, but yeah, in a sense we don't have no determination over. We didn't have no determination of the justice system
And
that we
that's
see
the other
today,
thing.
but I still feel like just like they got us studying history, man, they were studying us when they came up with these different ways that they punish people. Because we had ways of punishing
well,
people that didn't always consist of killing them. We had
But
ways for
they
people
did
to
too.
work off their
But
debt.
they did too.
Where you think they got it from?
But they already
well, the
had
white
they
man
had
ain't
their
got
hey,
Nah, them
hey,
niggas
hey,
was
hey,
the
go
white
killing
mine,
man
shit.
ain't
go
got
mine,
this
go
stuff
mine,
like that.
go mine, go mine. Wherever people existed, they had their ways of punishing, treating, and dealing with those individuals that didn't abide by or want to work within society. It doesn't matter so all that we taught these people, we may have taught them some things, but we learned some things from them. It was cultures when they exchange more than just whatever goods.
Yeah, but I think the whole not killing part they got that
Xbox
from us
said,
because
man,
we had it to
Nah,
where you could
nah,
work off your debt,
nah,
and they was
nah.
warmongers
Hey,
though. Like
hey, hey,
God
hey,
is God
hey. The
is called up
idea
to
of
rap.
thou shalt not kill is not strictly an African ideal. That shit is universal because that shit is called altruism, which means the more that we work together as a people, the less harm it'll do to the community and it'll help us expand. So not killing another human being isn't something that's just pertinent
Man,
to
you don't even
one
know.
specific
You,
person.
you don't even know what you saying. But
Madon, you know what
I
that's
wanted
like,
to
called?
get
like
the
I
use
Savio.
the
said,
right words,
No, no, no.
Madon.
I
I
got you,
wanted to use
Savio.
the
I got
correct
you.
word. You
Yeah,
man,
dumbass.
Madon
why
don't know
every
nothing
time,
about that. That's
time
called
I say
thinking.
something,
And
you
Madon
whole
know
ass
you
nigga?
don't fucking do. You don't do. You just be talking. You don't think before you say shit. So when that
Shit,
nigga
it's
No, let's
fall,
actually
use
called
that.
looking for the
No,
that's
word
I
called
know exactly
that I
what
thinking.
wanted
you're
to
saying.
use.
What it is
Pertinent,
that you niggas get so triggered. You get so
dummy.
triggered by what I say. I know what I'm saying is the
Bruh,
realest shit.
I can't stand.
Hey,
I can't
the,
stand hearing a black man sitting over here praising the white man. I can't stand that shit. You damn right.
Right?
I
That's
ain't
the
afraid of
right.
nobody.
You sound
I
weak as
just called it
fuck.
like I see it. I just call it like I see it.
I call it like I
we know
said
what
too,
you
that
see.
you're the weakest link.
Well, you can say I'm the weakest link, but one thing you can't deny is that the white man, he's coming to get you dumb niggas.
He ain't
Yeah,
coming to get
and
me.
since you the weakest
He
link,
coming
we
to
don't give
get
a
you.
fuck what you gotta
You gonna
say.
be the first one to go.
The fuck? You
You
damn right.
crazy, nigga. Hey, listen. I stand
We
on.
dealing with a real life Steven right now, y'all.
You over here
Massa,
talking about
we
some
No,
sick.
you
gun line.
Oh, they shot Calvin. They
Christ.
shot Calvin ass nigga. They shot Trump.
They shot Trump. They trying to kill our savior.
They trying to kill our savior. Don't let them do it to our Donald. We need our Donald.
Yeah, we
We
do
need
need
the
Donald. That's
orange. We need the pumpkin man.
well. See, that's why you'll never be invited to the table of leaders, bro. Because your consciousness is too fragile to deal with real issues in the world. You're too emotional. All you do is go off.
Man, your
I mean,
problem is you ain't got no emotions. You just say dumb shit and don't think about how it's gonna
Right?
make
And don't
somebody
give
else
about
feel.
and give a fuck about
Like,
it.
what the hell?
So being
nah, I
emotionless.
say what is needed. I
That's
say the
just
shit
as
which is
dangerous.
needed. I say what's needed to be said. I say what's needed
That's
to be
just
said.
Kansas
that's
lost.
just as
Kansas
dangerous,
fucking
bro.
lost to Arkansas, Dev, in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Arkansas just
Dale
beat
fell off, bro.
Kansas.
He
Oh,
See
fell
what
off.
happens when we talk
It's
about
a
real
typo.
shit. Niggas want to talk about basketball.
you ain't talking no real shit.
You
That's
ain't
why I
talking. He
interrupted your
said,
dumb ass.
"Look, we want to talk about some basketball because we tired of hearing you talking about Larry Bird. Nigga, you over here talking about
Right,
Trump like he the great white hope."
like like he the great white hope. You dumb bastard. That nigga held the Bible upside down and took a picture. He held the Bible upside down, and then when they asked him what was his favorite verse, his favorite book and verse, he said all of them.
He banged on you, Madon. He took your Bible and took a picture upside down. He banged on you, bro.
He didn't have to be banging on me, bro. He ain't banging on me.
You call him the savior,
He
you
Nah,
ain't
dummy.
banging on me.
don't lie, Madonna. When he got up and threw up that black fist and was like, "Fight," you were empowered, weren't you?
Yep,
So,
yep. That sold Madon, and then he
No,
got shot. After he got shot, he became the Teflon Don. It was over
yo,
with.
Sabio, chill out, B.
he been a Teflon Don. Donald Trump been a Teflon Don, man. Donald Trump been a listen when Donald Trump did that, man. You know what I mean? That just showed the courage of a
He
man
staged a
to
shooting.
fight for
He
what he believes
staged
in.
a shooting. He staged a shooting.
That- Bro,
That shit
see,
was
that's what I'm saying,
staged.
bro. You can't stage.
That shit was
Stage? Nigga,
staged.
you crazy as
That shit
hell,
was
man.
staged.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
got
That's
to
what's
do
wrong with you
further research.
conspiracy theories, man. You
I'm
conspiracy
not a
theories.
conspiracy theorist.
Y'all
What
niggas
I
stay in
have
the
done,
goddamn
what I
twilight
have
zone. You
done is I
twilight
have
zone.
continued to look into it offline, and that was a Trump supporter.
Nigga, you ain't looked into nothing. Did you go to the
Okay.
goddamn site where it happened at? Hell
Yep.
no.
Nah,
Yep.
Savio dead on with
You ain't
that.
looked into
That's
nothing.
crazy than the mud, Savio. You said that because when I was going upstairs to feed McCurry, you feel me? I was sitting there thinking like, hold on, yeah, Donald Trump did get shot at, but it was a damn inside job. Man, come on with that bullshit. Come
All
on,
them
bro.
Inside.
all them
Nigga,
Secret Service agents,
Yeah,
all
it
them
was one
Secret
of his
Service
people that
agents
shot
around
at him,
there.
bro. Come on, bro. And we still ain't seen Buddy
that's
on
because
trial or nothing. Ain't nobody trying to get his ass.
those
Buddy on
agents was
trial or
working for
nothing.
Joe Biden. Those agents
Ain't
was
seen
working
them
for
And
dude
Joe
on trial or
Biden.
nothing.
then how
Right.
you miss that big ass head? Like, man, get the
Right.
fuck out of
That
here,
big
bro.
ass head. You can't miss that
That boy
box.
got no
Because he
disrespect to
turned to the
anybody,
left.
but that
Because
boy
he
That
got
boy
an
turned
got a
Donald
that
Trump
boy
turned
got a
the
six
most high
head.
he got an
That
agent
boy got a
the
head.
most high
that
turned
boy got a
Donald Trump.
six head.
The most high caused Donald Trump to turn his head
The
just in
most
time.
high.
That's what happened.
This
The
nigga
most
said the
high.
most high. Boy, you
The
need your
most
ass.
high.
You brought God in. You need your
The
ass.
He
most high
brought God, he
turned
bring
Donald Trump
God
head
up.
just in
I want
time.
y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand. Savio don't ever mention the most high. What Savio do is Savio will mention something about this bullshit as belief, and the conversation will go down there. Madame been talking about the most high the whole time he been on the panel.
Cause he always the most high person on the panel. He always high as shit. Come up here talking stupid. What?
Well, I mean, you call it
Sober
what
up.
you want, but the fact still remains. The fact remains, right? The fact still remains. Donald Trump,
What's the facts?
he even said it himself. I said it first
What
on
you
one of y'all
praying for,
channels. You brought up
Candace?
back
Y'all
in
lost. This game
this
over.
time I moved the bullet. Next thing you know, here comes Donald Trump. Yes, God moved the bullet.
The Most
Donald
High
Trump be
moved
hearing
the
me, but
He
bullet.
knew y'all was
They
he
moved
know,
the
God to
he
move
bullet.
that
know,
bullet.
he know I'm
They moved
saying
the
shit.
bullet.
God
Hey,
moved that
The
Yeah,
Most
bullet.
High
Why he?
moved the
Hold on,
bullet.
hold on. Now, Savior,
yeah.
let me get
Hey,
at this right
crack
quick,
is
Savior.
whack, y'all.
Man, crack is
Crack
definitely
is
whack. And
really
why the Most High
fucking
ain't move
whack.
no bullets for nobody Blake? That's what I want to add to that. Why he ain't move
But
no
they
bullets for Mo 3? Why he ain't move no
or
bullets for
Tupac
Tupac? You know what I'm saying? Why he ain't move no bullets for Malcolm?
for
Why he ain't
Biggie
move no bullet for
Martin.
Martin? What is we talking about? But he moved it for Donald Trump. Oh, I got a problem with the Most High. I got a big problem.
Well, that's on you.
I got a
That's your personal
huge
problem.
problem.
That sound
About
like a
as huge
personal
as
problem
Donald
to me.
Trump head that they missed.
Sound like a personal problem to me.
It's
I'm
all
just
is.
saying.
And I'm personally gonna
But I'm
address
just
it.
saying though, right? But
This
we'll
man
see.
said the
I had
Most
mad
High
love for
moved the
Mo.
bullets out here,
I had
brother.
mad love for Mo 3. I met Mo 3. I had a chance to chill with the brother for a little while. I got mad love for Mo 3, but Mo 3 wasn't clean. Mo 3 had dirt on him, bro.
Man, and Donald Trump don't. Damn, slumlord. Like, bro, quit playing, bro.
So Donald Trump will get whatever he had got coming when it's time.
When it's time.
What? When it's
Why we gotta
time.
wait
Yeah,
though?
whenever
Why we gotta
So
wait?
we gotta wait until the
Yeah.
Most High decide it's time to give Donald Trump his retribution. So he get to fuck up the world, and the Most High just sit back and watch. Yo,
well, he
Cause
Most
that's
got a
what
High,
lot
that
of
so
it.
do.
yo, Most
So the
He
High.
real
just got a lot
question
of it.
is,
Hold on.
why is the
Hey,
Most High
hey,
Last
hey,
year,
hey,
love?
man.
Madon. Hey,
The real
Hold
Madon.
on.
Hey,
During the
Madon.
whole.
Hey, Madon. Why is it
Yeah.
that when good shit happen, when bad shit happen, it's the devil, but when good shit happen, it's
It's
the
God.
Most High? And
Right.
when the Most High does
When
something,
bad
hold
shit
on,
happens,
hold
it's
on,
the most
hold
time.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, because I get tired of this.
What you talking about?
The Most High does shit for the people who are in power, but for the people who aren't in
Mm-hmm.
power, the Most High ain't doing shit for. How does that work if God
He just
created
shitting on
everybody
that.
and He's supposed to love everybody equally? Is God's love conditional, bitch?
It definitely is.
Yes.
It definitely is.
Oh, so
Yes, it
okay,
is. And like I said before, whether it's good or bad, whether it's good or bad,
go ahead, Elijah.
hold
Go
on.
ahead,
You gonna let me
elaborate
answer the
on
question?
this condition. I
Whether
want,
it's
Nah,
good
what
we
I
or
ain't
want
giving
you
bad,
up
to
no damn
answer,
it's
question.
good
what I
or
want you
bad.
to answer is the conditional love of Jesus and your Most High. I don't want you to go on no tirade about
No,
no
no.
bullshit,
Hold
because
on,
what I
Sabio,
just
because
hit on
according to what
is
he
the
just said, the Most High
Bro, why
conditionalism
ain't
every
had no.
time I give an answer,
Hold on, Sabio. According to what he just said, the Most High ain't had no love for
man, y'all
Jesus. He let
niggas
that
be too
nigga die
emotional,
too.
man.
He
I
let
see
that nigga
somebody on
die
this
too.
channel,
Those
he
Hey,
went
demonstrations.
to Wall
Goldmine,
Street.
that's
He
another
had
Goldmine, that's another conversation for a different time. What I need him to elaborate on is how could this creator of everybody and everyone have conditional love?
that's just the way it is. It tell you that all through the book. He hate the
What?
evil and love the good. Same time. Hold on, let me finish. You asked the
Wait a
question. Are you
moment.
gonna let me answer? Why every time I give
Sometimes
an answer, you want to
hey,
jump in?
because
See
you
what I
don't
mean?
need to give
Here we go.
because you don't need to give me no 5 minute
No, see what
answer.
it is. When I
Sometimes
confound your ass,
concise answers. No,
when you get
hey, bro,
confounded, when you get confounded, you gotta jump in. I understand it.
Madon. I need you to understand
Now
that
you're talking
I'm
ass.
far more intelligent than you are. So I don't need no
Now,
all
right?
long out ass answer. I guarantee you couldn't
Bro, I
your
barely said two
intelligence don't.
words.
Hey,
I
Madon,
barely said two
you
words.
said enough.
He come
You
your
said
agent to follow
enough.
your ass.
You said
Your
enough.
name is
You said
Madun. You done, bro. You done. You done
Man,
said enough. You
listen, bro.
answered that
You
man question.
niggas
you
You
got
said
said
to get
enough.
enough. Hey,
right.
bro, you said
I have
enough.
why
So because
yard.
now we can go into this. We can go further into it, and it'll give
No,
me more time
no,
to
bro.
elaborate on the
I can't talk
conditions.
about this shit, man.
Listen,
Like talking.
it'll
This is like
give you
talking to, it's like
it'll
talking
give
to a
you
fucking bird.
it'll give you the ability to go further into the conditions that
Yeah, you know what it's like.
that humans must meet to get this unconditional love
Crazy, bro.
from this so-called creator from the mountains.
from the
Man, I'm not
mountains.
even paying you no attention, bro. I'm listening to
I
Gold
know.
Mine now, bro. You don't know how to have a conversation. I tried to give you a black ass answer, you know what I'm saying? But you don't
Oh
want it.
Nah,
hell
you gave
no,
me an
no,
answer.
Madonna. You
You
can't say
gave
his
me an
black ass.
answer.
Don't do that. Don't do
You gave me an answer. So your dumb
Bro,
ass can say
I
what you want to
said two
say.
words of a
You,
whole paragraph I was
bro,
about to say.
I heard you. I don't need a paragraph. A sentence is enough.
Bro, why are you so
And the
emotional? Why are you so
sentence,
over emotional?
no,
I
no
barely said
one's
two words.
emotional. The sentence was enough for me to understand what you were saying.
No,
It
no,
kind
it
of
didn't.
was a.
No,
It
you
kind
don't
of
know what
was
I
a
was.
yes or no.
So
It was a
again,
yes or no because he was leading
it
into
was a
something.
yes or no.
No, like
I
five
don't need
minutes.
all that
Hold
extra
on, bro.
shit. This is what people don't understand.
Like
I
five,
ask, Madon,
like
I
five
ask
questions.
yes or no questions.
And
I
one time
ask yes or
he
no
asked one.
questions. If I need an elaboration, I will say elaborate.
You said why? You said you asked me why the Most High did this. Why didn't he? Why he
No,
let this
I
happen?
said I,
Why
I
this?
asked you was I asked you,
Yeah.
is this love conditional?
And you said
Is
And
the
then you
yes.
said
Most
why he
High's
let this
love
happen?
conditional? And once you gave me your answer, those was my next questions.
Yeah, I said yeah, and and the reason why I said
So
yes,
once you said yeah, I
because
don't need the reason. I don't need the reason. I'm going
gotta
to
be a
let me
reason.
ask the. Hold
There
on.
are reasons.
I don't. Yo,
Nah, man,
hey,
you've been talking
yo,
too much, man. I'm
bro,
done with this conversation.
hey, bro. This is why I interrupted you because you gave me the answer when you said yes. It's conditional. There's no need for you to start elaborating on something that wasn't asked.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
And you
is. You
know
got to
you
give
heard
people
that Tupac
understanding.
song when he
You just
said, "I
can't give
come
an
to you
answer
with
without giving
unconditional
understanding.
love, Madonna."
You got to give understanding behind your answer, bro. That's just a fact.
So if I wanted the conditions and the parameters that we must meet to get it, that's why I asked you that
But
after.
Sabia, you ain't even had to ask him that. He already told us what the conditions
You know what, bro?
was. You
We
gotta
must
be
Do
we
as thou
must
white
be
and
we
empowered.
got to be slave. We must be
do
white
as
and
you will,
empowered,
bro.
and we must abide by an ancient book that says that
That shit
a
ain't even
woman
ancient.
came
That
from a
shit recent.
man's rib. A donkey talked to a nigga. A snake talked to a nigga. Somebody was in the belly of a fish. Some people walked around the town and sang a song, and the walls fell down. Um,
This is
a
why. This
giant,
is why. This is why niggas.
a person
This
killed a
is why,
giant with a
this is why
slingshot.
niggas.
Shot him in the head with a
You
slingshot and slayed him.
got Garfield channel too
And
much.
all types of that
You gotta
bullshit.
grow up.
So
You gotta
these are
grow
the
up, man.
ideas that we must
Garfield is
abide by
divine
and adhere
and
to.
other shit.
Now I'll be on Garfield channel too
Hey,
much.
time
No,
out, real
because
quick.
my nigga, listen to you.
Time out,
Listen
Madonna,
to
real
I
quick,
never seen an emotional
Madonna.
nigga going on a nigga
I'm
babble
trying to
rant.
get your backup up here. For everybody
Man,
that's in
I
the
need
chat that
backup, bro.
agree with,
Y'all
no,
need
no,
backup. If two of
everybody in the
y'all, one
chat
of
that
me,
Hold on,
agree with
y'all been
goddamn,
Madonna,
give me
talking for
the
2 minutes
goddamn gold
straight.
mine
I
talking,
barely
man.
get
Why is he
5
talking?
goddamn words.
he want me to use the power
He
that's
want me to
within me
be
that he
I
don't
emotional.
barely
have.
use, I
He,
barely,
I'm the emotional person when all I do is speak the facts of what the book say. But I'm
Nah,
emotional, right?
gold mine got keys, man. You gonna have to stop running your mouth and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
All right,
you would have found out eventually, but I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
saying, man, you just
damn silly.
ridiculous. You've been letting you get your shit off, but you
And
just
all I
can't
would,
get your shit off when you feel like it, Madonna. My bad, bro.
yeah, we good. All I wanted to say was for the people that agree with Madonna, you're more than welcome to hit the panel. We gonna have a conversation with you just like we having a conversation with Madonna. But at some point, as people, it's certain things you gotta question. Like I don't
And
give a
one thing,
damn.
I question is any black man
you
that'll
niggas
sit up.
not having a conversation. A
All
conversation.
right,
You can
he
stop.
just cut
This
me
is
off.
not a
He just cut me off. He just cut me off.
So
So
hit
Hold
it.
on, my bad.
one thing that I will question is the sanity of any person that calls himself black or African American that would tell us that Donald Trump is the savior for us, and we need to be abiding by a book written by goat herders, idiots, and people that thought the world was flat.
Wait a minute, and I don't know why you think you can just interrupt anybody and your mic is still not audible. I haven't said anything about your mic, but it is not clear at all. It's just been so much activity. I've been
letting them just whatever they whatever they're doing. But yeah, you haven't fixed your mic, and I still don't think you actually go back and listen to the YouTube replay to see how bad your mic sounds. Like it's not even usable
Damn,
for clips.
my
And
team lost.
at some point, I'm just going to be to the point where, I mean, unless there's nobody else on the panel, that's going to be the only time you're gonna have to, you can talk.
He shouldn't be
So
allowed on the panel then.
yeah. But yeah, you wilding out probably as high as I done seen you, and I've been knowing you for like 8 years now.
And Dave,
You ain't
I'm
never seen
sorry
me
I
so
had to
like
come
this.
up here and pop it off, but niggas was being too nice.
Nah, nah.
I'm like,
I
bro,
wasn't being nice.
you
I
was
was trying
there.
to
I
be
mean, you
cordial,
was
gold
Sabio.
mine.
You was professional. That's what I mean to say. You was being super professional, and I'm like, let me do this before they be talking about Sabio
Hey,
bullying. Nah,
but people,
that bro, you
because
came up
I
here and
get tired. I get tired of me being misconstrued, and I
nah,
want
you
people
good.
to understand that Madon couldn't handle me if I was drunk or sober, dog. Half the people that we have conversations with that disagree with the things that we stand on could have handled me drunk or sober, dog.
Man,
Now, this is the most biased shit I ever seen in my life. Now, Goldmine said it was a conversation. How the hell did have this been a conversation? Every few words I say, if Gold don't cut a nigga off, it's Slovio. Bro, I don't understand you duplicity ass Negroes to save my life. I'm just saying.
man, you gotta stop trying to steal deity lines, bro. You don't use big
Deity,
words.
bro,
First of
I've been
all,
saying this shit for years, nigga.
second of
Deity,
all.
that's my dog. That's my nigga. Don't try to bring deity in this to
Second
save
of
your
all,
ass.
Sabio was being professional with you. I came up
Nigga,
here and I popped it off. And then I backed away like, hold on, let me let them talk. Sabio been asking you questions. He already know what you think. So he
no, he
actually being
don't.
bro, we know what you stand on, bro. You came up
But
here and
no, he
said
don't.
the white
You know
man
what
is
I
getting
stand on?
justice for the black mamas. Instead of
Man,
making money off of black men by locking them up when he shouldn't have never let them out in the first place, because you know this man is a career criminal. That man shouldn't even been walking the street. But you know they justice is the best, right? Because that white man water ice is colder than the black man's ice, huh?
Right,
that's
right.
And
that's your
you
way of
got
White
up
thinking.
man
here
I,
and
ice
you
is
got no.
colder.
Hold on.
that's
I'm
your
gonna
way of
explain
thinking.
why I
I
said
think it's
that. I'm
more
gonna
the way you
explain
think.
why I said that because you said the white man getting justice for black mamas, and then you said he getting it against black men who are killing other black men. Like that ain't justice.
That is justice. In the
That
parents' eyes, it is justice.
no.
Did you see
Like
what
like
Mo
when
three?
we
Hold on.
handle
Did
our
you see what
own
Mo three
business,
mama
it ain't
posted?
justice.
Hold on. Did you see what Mo three mama posted? Did you see what Mo three mama posted?
Man, bro,
No.
listen, I'm
See,
gonna
that's
tell
what
you
I'm saying,
this.
bro.
Let
You
me
know
tell you
this.
this. Mo3 mama tell you this too. She know her
Oh,
son's
here we
hand
go.
wasn't clean, just like you said.
Why ain't you answer my
And then
question?
you got up here
Why ain't you
spewing out shit. Man, pull up the source where they charge Yellow Beezy
answer?
for that shit. Pull up the source.
It's all over the internet, bro. What are you talking
Bro,
about?
that
It's
shit,
been
bro,
on
you
the
know how
internet for
many
the last
people
3
running
hours.
around the internet
For
saying
the last
stuff that
3
ain't
hours,
true?
every blogger from Texas, bro. I lived in Fort Worth for over 16 years. Every blogger in Texas and not even just Texas got the shit posted right now
Uh,
for the last 3 hours.
They just charged this man, right?
Pull it up, bro. Pull it
I
up.
asked you to
And
pull
his
it up. You
mom,
seen it? And if it's true, it's true. But all I'm saying is before now they ain't charged that nigga. So if they just did it in the past 2 hours or today, you might be on to something. But it's a lot of fake news on the internet. So you can't sit over here and not show that shit, bro. And not to mention, again, I made a clear contrast. When the white man do it, he getting justice. When the black man do what he got to do, cause he don't get no fair shake in this system. Oh man, yeah, they should lock him up. Like, bro, and then that just go to
no,
show
bro,
what
that's
type of
not.
man you
I
are.
never
Like,
said
you
anything
worried
like
about the
that. I
consequences
never said
against them,
anything like that.
bro. Man, we can play
I
it back.
never said
That's the only
anything
why I
like
came
that.
up here.
All I said was the Most High is using the white man as a whipping stick to get justice for black moms and black people, bro. That's what I said.
Okay. Since you want to try to play stupid, I'm gonna walk with you and I'm gonna play stupid with you. What is he
Man,
getting
stupid.
justice from? What is he getting justice from? What happened to make him get justice for us? What happened? Another black man dealt with another black man how he felt like he should. Thought your ass wouldn't have shit to say, bro. Like, come the fuck on.
We talking to
His
Steven
battery
right
must
now.
have
Yo,
went out of him.
we talking to Uncle Ruckus. We talking to Uncle Ruckus, Gold Mine.
I
We
know
talking
damn
to
well
a
he
real
ain't,
life Uncle Ruckus.
Not respond to that shit. His battery must have went out or something.
I'm
Okay,
steep meaning to this nigga.
so JJ just posted in the chat that he Yellow Beezy did get some kind of charge, but that still don't take away from Madon saying the white man is God's whooping stick against black men who are getting justice in the manner they see fit. Like, what part of that did I miss?
Madonna like seeing black men getting beat
By the white man.
Oh,
But if a black man get justice for himself, oh, he wrong. That's why the Most
that's
High got to get
wrong.
the white man to do it.
Bro, what are you talking about? That's what I'm saying, man. You nigga add on shit a nigga never
Yeah,
said.
I know.
That's why
I
y'all
ain't
got agent.
you ain't got to
Y'all
say it. I
agent
can read between the
provocateur.
lines.
Y'all
You
agent
ain't gotta say it.
provocateur.
Cause what he getting justice from?
Well,
Answer that.
if you
I
fix
asked
your
you that 3
connection in your
times.
mic, maybe we'll get it right. But so
Oh,
far,
okay, my
somehow
bad.
I asked you that.
you think two black men fighting is wrong, but you don't have no problem if, when white men beat black men.
Or
I
come in
never
and
said
kill
that,
both
man. Where
black
you
men
getting
for
that
fighting
from?
each other.
Hold on. Where are you getting that from, Dev? I never said anything like that. Okay, if I
You
see a
seen the
black mom
words
post,
white man whooping?
if I see a
You
black
didn't.
mama post, hold on. If I see a black mom post, finally justice for my son, right? What the fuck am I supposed to say to that?
Look, man, we're not finna turn this into no goddamn rapper situation, because most black communities don't even know who the people we talking about. But it's way more motherfuckers that done got brutalized by white people, and you ain't said shit about that, have you?
Well, I'm just trying to deal with one topic at a time, bro.
Right,
I was just
exactly.
how
I don't want to deal with that. I'm comfortable with
deal
white
with it,
supremacy.
but I'm trying to deal with
Guess
one thing
what,
at a
bro?
time.
I forgot y'all
And
take your roll call.
hey, you know
My
what?
bad.
Hey, you know what, Dev? We got to understand that
My bad.
Madon, he can't compartmentalize these things the way that we can. So we have to help him learn to slow the conversation down and keep it in
You
the
can't
area
help
where
me.
he can deal with it. Right. The
Nothing you
one
can help me with. Yo.
the
There,
one
you
thing that I
don't understand.
recognized long time ago, I recognized that long time ago. That's why I refuse to give you any information. That's why you're a joke to me and an idiot and will always be that,
You
dog.
have no
So
information. You
hey,
have no
bro,
information.
hey, bro, I have more information in my pinky finger than you do in your whole existence.
Nigga, don't try to steal my shit. Don't try
Hey,
to steal my
dog,
shit. So
this has been my shit before I knew who the hell you were. So please don't do this to me, dog.
bro,
Please.
come on, bro.
Hey,
Bro, you
the
have,
one thing,
bro. I'm
the
above and
one thing,
beyond you, bro. I'm
hey,
above and beyond you,
hey,
man. Come on,
hey,
you know that. You
hey,
know I'm
Madon,
above and
you
beyond
want
you.
to be, you
You
want to
know
be
I'm
on my
above and
level.
beyond you.
You
Come on,
want to be
man.
on my level, and you pray to your mythical God from the steps of Timon, mountains of Zaire, that you can reach that you can reach my level of intelligence. It won't happen because you
You're
don't
intelligent. You
study
got the
enough,
intelligence,
and
the intelligence of
you're
a motherfucking
right-handed, and
black
you're
tiger, nigga.
right-handed.
You
So
got the intelligence of a fat tiger.
because you're right-handed, you're a slow thinker. All right-handers aren't slow thinkers, but you did not cultivate your thinking and your ability to use the hemisphere of your brain where critical thinking actually comes from, as a lot of right-handers has done. That's why the majority of the right-handed people on this panel, when we have these conversations about things that you're not on, we don't disagree with. I guarantee you, Dev's right-handed,
Nigga,
and we don't disagree on a lot of things.
Yeah,
I
Hey,
write
he's
with
right.
both hands, nigga. Now let me say this, man, because you've been woofing for a long time, spewing that goddamn nigga
You've been
babble.
working for a
No
long
one,
time
no
too.
one
Shit.
no one is learning anything from the dumb shit you saying, Sabio. The shit that I'm saying, it cut to the
all you got
thunder.
to do is
That's
ask
why.
the chat.
See, here we
All
go.
you got to
Now,
do is
see how
ask
you
the
cut me
chat and
off?
ask the
You gotta
panel.
cut me off. You know what I'm saying?
And the majority of them will say that they've learned from me. So let's
I
take a
know.
poll.
You
Why
didn't
don't
come
you
I
out here
take
know
a
with
when I
poll?
talk. See, when
Why
I
don't you
talk,
take a
nigga, we take
poll?
foundations. The shit I say shake foundations. That dumb
No,
shit
it
you say
don't.
is like
It,
water
it,
under the bridge,
Not
no,
my
it
nigga.
really.
don't
It's
take shit.
perfect.
Not really.
It
You
don't sound.
lie.
It sound like you
You
got a
lie.
disability. Yeah.
Right. And because you lie, I don't like lies just being told. So if you want to
Okay,
prove
what I
me
lie about?
wrong,
What did I lie
hey,
about?
about
What did I lie about?
I haven't taught anyone anything. So all you got to do is we can take a poll and of the chat of who's taught more and who's brought more to the channel.
I have. I always see niggas using my
Hey,
phrase,
hey, hey,
words
hey,
I've used,
hey, hey,
quotes I've
hey,
used.
hey,
Niggas
hey,
stop the cap,
hey,
nigga.
bro,
I'm one
hey,
of the most
bro.
influential motherfuckers ever to grace this
All we
goddamn
gotta do,
YouTube.
all
You
we
better act,
gotta do
you better
is let
take the
the chat
motherfucker right
answer.
there.
All we got to do is let the chat answer because you can yell and scream. I do. I got phrases that everybody use. Yada, yada. That don't mean shit. We're talking about
It
the
does.
information. Hey, hey,
Does.
bro. We're talking about the information that they were
Nigga, you
able to
just cut
use
me
to.
off to
Hey,
try to say
bro.
that dumb
Hey,
shit.
bro. Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
bro.
You the most
Hey, bro.
emotional nigga.
I hear you.
I don't
Hey,
even
I
know
hear
why
you.
Q
I
let
hear.
you up
I
here,
hear you,
bro.
Mr.
Q
Emotional.
better to put a goddamn 90-day ban on your over emotional ass. Pause.
Cool. I bet you we won't because one thing that Q's recognized about me is that I'm a learned nigga. I'm a well-studied nerd black man that loves being a black nerd. Always represented my nerdism
You a
from a
black
young
turd.
age
You
and
a
was
turd. You a
there.
turd.
Hey, hey,
You a black
hey,
turd.
cool. I'ma take that in stride. And now, as I was saying, Q recognized that I loved being a black nerd and more intelligent than you idiots that just want to believe things that is thrown at them without actually studying them. So even if I did make some mistakes about some things that I was taught, I was able to learn my way out of those mistakes and teach myself to be who I am today. You are afraid of that challenge. That's why you will continue to remain stuck, dumb, and stupid, and believing that Yahweh sent your best friend and zaddy, Donald Trump, to save us. And the only thing that is going to save us will be us as African Americans or black people in America, men, women, and children. And the only way that will happen is by recultivating and recalibrating our thinking and getting rid of outdated, outmoded beliefs, ideals, and ways of living. You idiot. Now what?
Okay, finally, thank the Lord, your dumb ass dumb talking, man. I mean, the shit you say makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I say has
To a
been proven
retard.
in the past. The shit I say, all it's coming to pass all the goddamn time. You can stand deny all you want, but the facts still remain. We can go back and reverse all these, look at all these different panels I've been on, and the shit that I stand is stick. You know what I'm saying, nigga? So I don't give a fuck what you on here talking about. You know that. You steal my words all the goddamn time, nigga. And I don't complain about it. I just let it ride because that's what
I
niggas
doubt
supposed to
that.
do. Nigga, you
I
doubt
said
it.
it's
Nigga,
I
you
said
when we
so
actually I brain the
so what
motherfucking
so what phrase of yours have I stole that you use? Please
nigga,
give me one.
nigga, 1,000 of them, but it, it's
Give
bigger.
me one.
It's bigger than that. Now, let me
Give
say this.
us one.
Let me,
No, you made a claim. I want a word or phrase that you've used that I use. Because I guarantee you they're not any. You're not
nigga,
intelligent enough for me to take any of your phrases or thoughts from, nigga. They're all idiotic.
yeah, okay, yeah, whatever. But
And
the
that's
point I'm making
and
is this.
and that's on everything
All
that
right,
I
man. So
love and live for and stand on, nigga.
I let you spill your rhetoric, man.
Cool.
Now
Now
I'm
give me
dead.
the word. All I want is the word or phrase that I stole from you. You idiot. Nothing else. I don't want a bunch of flip flam
I'm
and
bro,
riffraff and
bro.
fluff.
Why you,
All I
bro?
want is a word.
Let me talk
Can you
to,
give me
I need
the
to talk to, I need
word?
to talk to
Hey,
a real.
hey,
I need to
bro.
talk
I'ma
to a
let you
real
speak.
somebody who's
Hey,
real.
bro.
I, it's hard
Hey,
for me to
bro.
talk to
Hey,
females.
madam. Hey, madam ass. Madam
Bro, it's
ass.
hard to talk to
Madam
females.
ass. I'ma let you speak
As long as you can give me the one word or
Oh, you
phrase
ain't
that
gonna
you
let me
said I
do a
stole from
goddamn
you.
thing, nigga. Bro. I talk over your ass and let Dad put me in
Hey,
the back. It don't matter
hey,
to me.
you can try to talk over me. It ain't gonna work because all we gonna do is get to talking over each other and ain't nobody gonna hear shit, you
Talking over each
bitch.
other, nigga. We'll just
So
be
okay,
talking over each
cool.
other.
So
Damn it.
so
Okay.
that means
That's what you
you
want to
just
do. We
lied.
can go
So
there,
that
nigga,
means
because
your
I got
bitch
time.
ass just lied.
My nigga. You feel me?
So that means your dumb ass just lied again, right?
Now let me talk to Dad, man. I already said what I
Hey
had to say to
Deb,
you.
hey Deb, did he just lie again? Did
Now
I
nigga,
just catch him in
now,
another
nigga,
lie? Did I
no, you
just
didn't.
catch him in
It's not
another
about
lie?
this.
Can he give
I'm
me?
done
So
talking.
are you going to
Bro,
give?
man,
Are you going
it's
to
hard to
give the
talk to a
world
dummy.
a word?
Talk to
Are you
retarded
going
ass.
to give the world a I stole from you, you bitch?
Now you feel better. You feel better now. You proving my point over and over again, man. You just don't know. I mean, come on. I
Cool.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Whatever point you
My
think
dad.
I'll prove it,
My
all I
dad.
want is the word that I stole from you. You lying
Listen,
ass nigga. Show us
listen,
the word. Give us the word. You
listen
lying
to this.
ass nigga.
Listen to this little bitty bitch. Listen to it. Listen to
We
it. Come
know who.
on.
We know who.
Damn, you
Yeah,
even
we know
sound
who.
right saying bitch. God damn, man, that's a bad
Oh
look,
man.
man. Dog.
He don't even sound right saying bitch.
I
Ain't that
know
some
it.
shit?
That's fucked up.
Oh, what?
And he's
So you
supposed to
like
be
it sound
praying
like
for
you
me.
it sound like you was scared to say it.
Say what,
Like he
Dad?
was scared to say it.
It sound like you
Damn.
was scared to say it.
No, I just said he's a little bitty bitch. I mean, it's just that simple. But I'm trying to
I
I'm
now,
never
Dad.
six.
heard
Hey,
Let's
hey,
go back.
Dev. Hey,
Let's
Dev.
go
I'm
back to
six
what
foot
we were
three.
talking
One.
about.
Hey,
Now, Dad.
Dev. Hey,
Let's go
Dev.
back.
I'm
Let's go
six
back to
three.
what we were
One
talking
ninety
about,
five.
Dad.
Hey, Dev.
Let's go back.
Hey,
Yo,
Dev. I'm
Dad. Let's go
six
back.
three.
That's
Hey,
Dad.
Dev. Hey,
Yo,
Dev.
Dad,
I
you
am
good with
six
it?
foot three.
I'm gonna fuck
195,
you
but
a
I'm a
last
little
one
bitty
time.
bitch. 190 at the lowest. I'm 6'3", 190 at the lowest, but I'm a little bitty bitch, right? I'm 6'3", but I'm a little bitty bitch, right?
Yeah, you're a little bitty bitch in my eyes.
You would
Now,
have
Dad.
you wouldn't run
Now,
up
Dad.
on me. You wouldn't run up on me, you 5'7" punk bitch. And I guarantee you my 6.
Nigga, whatever, bro. Now,
How
Dad.
tall are you? How tall are you? You bitch nigga. I stand 6'3", every
Now,
inch of it. How tall are you?
now, Dad. Bro,
How
I'm done
tall
talking to
are
you.
you? You
I'm
midget?
done
You
talking.
standing
Yo,
at
I'm
my
talking to
chest.
Dad.
You short punk
Fuck you,
bitch.
Dad now,
You
bro.
stand at my chest.
Dad
You are a roach to
is
me. You roach ass nigga.
yeah,
Shut
crash
up,
out, man.
you little bitty
Crash out.
bitch.
Come on.
You the little
Come on,
bitty
crash out.
bitch. You the
I
little
love
bitty
you.
bitch who
Crash.
went to a flunky school in Alabama. You
Yeah.
flunky.
Yeah, come on, crash out. I love it. I love it, man. I love to see a
Nobody
dumb.
crashing out. Nobody crashing out. I just
You
let
did
you
it.
know that
I
who
love
the
you.
real
Crash
little
out
bitty
every
bitch
time I
is.
hit the
How
panel.
tall? Can you? First
Every
off,
time I hit the
you
panel,
said
you
I
crash
lied.
out.
First off, you said I lied. Then you said I'm little. I'm little, but you won't tell the nigga how tall you is. I'm 6'3", 190 at my lowest. How tall are you and how much you weigh, nigga? What you
I'm
5'7",
bro.
220?
Damn.
You 5'7", 220? You a short fat
Bro, why
dummy?
you so bro, why you proving my point? You crashing out, you on a temper tantrum. I mean, goddamn.
The excuses don't get you nowhere, dog.
Oh my
I
god.
want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand when niggas is going this way on me, it's not a crash out. Niggas is joning and making Sabio look
Oh
like a
my god.
bitch and all that. But when I go, I'm crashing out. It's a temper tantrum. I'm drunk. I want y'all to understand it's different standards for different people. That's why
Fact.
I'm doing this.
It's
That's why
different.
that's another reason why I'm doing this. I
It's
want y'all to
different fact,
understand.
baby.
Everybody that join these panels who haven't showed y'all who they really is, like me, because I'm gonna be Sabio
Uh,
every day of my
now, Dad, yo,
motherfucking
Dad,
life.
yo, Dad,
I'm
you still
going to
there?
be Sabio. Here we go.
Yo,
You didn't
Dad.
want to see. Hey, you don't need to talk until you give me the word that I stole from you, or you tell me how tall you is, you bitch. Because you said I'm a little bitty bitch. And I just
Damn,
showed you
bro.
I'm
You
far
hurt
from
by that?
little,
Are you
you
hurt
little
by that? It
bitty
sound like you.
bitch.
It
Hey,
sound like you.
hey, you little bitty bitch.
It sound like you hurt by it. I know you are. I know you
Nah,
hurt by it. I
nah,
know I hurt your
nah,
feelings.
nah, nah,
It
no,
does. It does, bro.
not at all, not at all. The one thing that I get tired of is idiots with no intelligence trying to talk shit. So because you want to go there, I'm in my shit talking mode. When I'm in my intelligence talking mode, niggas don't want to talk intelligent. So let's talk shit, you little bitty bitch. How tall are you?
You just stole my word again, little bitty bitch.
Cool. Now again, we gonna
So
run with that. How tall are you?
It doesn't matter, man. I'm talking to Dev right now. I'm trying to have a conversation with Dev, something productive instead of self-destructive.
No, you're not.
You all
No,
about
you're not.
self-destruction, man. You
No, you're not.
self-destructing.
Hey, Madon, I got 2 jobs. I'm not
I
about self-destruction. I make money, nigga. I'm not worried about a lame nigga like you who work for $17 an hour. Both my jobs is 22 plus. Shut up, bitch, and get on my level.
my one job is over 24 plus. So what the fuck is you talking about?
You a lie and the truth ain't in you. Nigga,
Yeah, that's not a lie. That's a fact.
Nigga, you work at a fast food restaurant sweeping flows. Ain't nobody hiring you. You work at a fast food restaurant sweeping flows. Nigga, you a floor sweeper. You a floor sweeper, nigga. You are a floor sweeper, nigga. You ain't intelligent to do shit.
I'm always sweeping the floor with you goddamn reject. I'm always sweeping the floor.
Yeah, let's talk shit. Let's talk shit. Nigga, exactly. When I want to talk intelligent, nigga don't want to talk intelligent. I asked you some intelligent questions. You brought it to this level when I joined the panel. I asked some intelligent, intellectual questions, and we could have been on that path. So we are on this path and on this road because you brought it down this way. So now, don't run. And all I want to know from you are the word. You just said little bitty bitch, even though everybody uses little bitty bitch. That's not nothing new. All right. So again, how tall are you, ho?
Yo, Dev, you still in the building?
Of course he is. He ain't went nowhere, but Dev don't want no parts of this. Dev wants you to answer simple questions and quit running like you a G.
I'm tired of casting pearls before
G's don't run. Cause G's don't run. Hey, if you a G, if you a G, if you were a G, if you were a G like your bitch nigga Donald Trump, if you were a G like your bitch nigga Donald Trump, you would answer the question. So are you a G or are you a flea?
You're swine, bro. It's hard to cast pearls before swine, bro.
Only person on this panel with swine who is swine is you.
I'm just saying, bro. Bro, everybody see it. Everybody in the chat, they say it, but you just don't accept it. It's cool. Keep up the dumb shit. I mean, that's your life story.
All right. So when you ready, so when you want to get back to the intelligence, all right, let's go. Because you can't join with me. Apparently, you can't go down the joking route. You can't throw insults like you want to do, like you attempt to do. Cool, cool. But when you, so I want everybody to know that Madon no longer wants to throw insults. So all right, let's keep it intellectual.
Bro, I only throw insults when they're thrown at me. I don't come in throwing insults.
So again, every time you join a panel, Madon, it's an insult. I don't think you'll catch that because you're not quick enough. But we're going to move on. Now, again, let's keep it intellectual, dog.
Keep hitting that blunt, my nigga, or a cigarette. What you smoking, a cigarette or a blunt?
I'm smoking some gasoline, some original gangster.
Cool.
So again, all right. As I said, every time you hit the panel, it's an insult to niggas' intelligence. But we're going to try to act like you're intelligent for your entertainment. So let's go. Now again, back to what I initially can we go?
You might be intelligent. I'm past intelligent. I'm divine, my nigga. I'm divine, my nigga. That's a difference.
Cool. We gonna run with that stupid shit that you just threw out there. Now back to the initial question that was posed to you that you ran from that led us on this divergence, on this path of divergence, as shall I say. All right. So the initial question was, or statement was, if Donald Trump, what is justice from our perspective? If we have never actually defined it from our community's perspective, what does it actually look like? Because that was the initial statement that I made before this path of divergence into Donald Trumpism, Donald Trump worship, and the Bible.
And like I told y'all earlier, justice for majority of our parents, grandparents, and a lot of people now is a life for a life. If someone killed one of our family members, instantly we want that person killed. That's the
Okay.
justice we do. But in a lot of cases, and most times, we don't get to get that justice. So we'll think whoever of authority lock that person up.
Okay. So if it now, let me ask you these questions. Is that Africanic or is that biblical? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Thou shalt not kill. For those that take a life shall be given. Where do you think are those ideas biblical, ancient, archaic, or new? And I gotta call my girl. Calling me. Give me a sec. I'll be
They
back.
that concept, if you kill one of mine, we're gonna take yours. That's older than the Bible. That's natural. That's nature. Even animals will do that. If you attack an elephant baby, that elephant will seek vengeance. We got evidence on record to where a lady did something to an elephant. The damn elephant found out what village she came in and came through and trampled the bitch. So justice, even in the animal kingdom, is basically they want revenge most times. So us, we want that, but a lot of times we can't get that. So it's deeper than just the Bible. The concept of wanting to get the life of someone who took the life is not just biblical. A lot of people in the ancient world and probably before that world wanted the same thing. Once they found out you can't come back from death, so they said, "Hell yeah! If you kill mine, I gotta take yours." So no, that ain't just biblical. It's deeper than the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't the way I made it. It's just the way it is. And like I said, when I see black parents on the news or whatever saying we want justice for our kids or I want justice for my baby, that means most times they want that person killed. They might not go on the news and say, "Yeah, we want them to die." Sometimes it will, if depending on what black person it is, because some black person will say it. A lot of times it be the men, but they won't um interview the men a lot of times because a lot of our brothers, they gonna say what it is, so they just keep it on the hush. But at the same time, when we see that happens, most times when they interview the grandmama or the mama or the sister or the auntie, they'll just say, "Hey, I want justice for my baby." And what that justice be most times, since we can't um, delete that person or air that person out, we want them locked the fuck up. It's most times, yeah, it take the white man to lock them up, but sometimes it be black men that lock their asses up. But that's the justice majority of black people seek because we understand we still in this system. Most times we want to do the justice on our own and go out and do whatever we can to that person. But for the most part, most black people, especially our black women and brothers, if we can't delete that person, we want them locked the fuck up. And if it take the white man to lock the motherfucker up, so be it. That's all I'm saying. To me, and that's why I said the Most High using the white man as a whipping stick to put Negroes back in goddamn order because we can clearly see the white man niggas is out of fucking order. Let's be real. We're out of order, man. A lot of our people just out of order. They renegade. They just loose cannons. They all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's wrong. Like, how can you be enslaved by people and be a bun of that person, but you ain't got the strength or the fortitude to attack that which has been oppressing you, so you attack your own? That's the way it is. Because why? It's easier to attack another black man because we understand we ain't got that much protections. Shit, we walk through the valley of the shadow of death every day, dodging shit in and out the streets. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to kill another nigga. You know what I'm saying? That ain't nothing. And it's easy to kill a person. We got 4-year-olds out here pulling triggers. That don't make you gangster or hard, my nigga. Because most time the niggas that do the shooting, they running. Why you running? Because you running scared. Yeah, you want to get away, but you running scared at the same time. But all I'm saying is this, right? A lot of these tough gangsta ass niggas, I love them because they black. But every time I see the news, these niggas face down, ass up, in handcuffs. So to me, that shows something going on in the mental, right? So, like I said, instead of attacking that, which been oppressing a lot of black men and our people, we tend to attack our own because we know most black people don't have no real protection. You see what I'm saying? So it make it easier for you to take out your frustration and your anger on your own. We have it in the household as well. A lot of times we come home from work, instead of taking that goddamn shit out on the boss or the supervisor, we take it out on the person at home. Take it out on the kid. You take it out on your spouse or whoever the case may be. So hey, we still in a system that's oppressing us. You know what I mean? But at the same time, there's many programs out there. There's leadership out there that can give black men this discipline. But it's like the scriptures say, the people ain't robbed for the lack of knowledge. They rob because they reject the knowledge. A lot of our people, we reject the knowledge that Minister Farrakhan, most honorable Elijah Muhammad, brought forth to give black men a form of discipline and self-awareness and self-acceptance. But we reject that knowledge. So a lot of niggas reject the knowledge. They hear the knowledge, but you reject knowledge. And that's why the scriptures say, my people are robbed and my people are destroyed, not for the lack of knowledge, because you reject the goddamn knowledge. So, hey,
Right.
you keep rejecting it. And that's all I got to say.
That's right.
You feel me?
Read.
You know what I'm saying, Chris? The information is out here, but a lot of our people reject it. It's programs out here. You know what I'm saying? It's institutions, it's foundations, but our people reject it. And that's when your own self accountability come into place. And a lot of times we don't want that. You feel me? So hey, that's why when Madonna come up in this motherfucker, I'm gonna come up here and shake foundations because I've been sent to remind you of the things you were made to forget. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right. Man, what's going on, Madonna?
What's poppin', Chris? Oh man, just you know what I'm saying? Hey man, just on my mission, man. Because I've been sent to represent. And you know what I mean? Shake the dust. Shake our people from the dust. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But yeah,
man.
that's why they hate me with a passion. I know they hate me with a passion, but it don't bother me. You feel me?
Yeah. Man, Madonna, you my boy, but this arguing shit, man, this shit's getting annoying now, man.
I know, Chris. I try not to go down that path. All I try to do is have a conversation, right? If you disagree, that's fine. There's a lot
Yeah.
of shit niggas say on here that I disagree with, but I don't even say nothing about it. A lot of times, sometimes I say, but for the sake of argument, I just let them have it, or I just ask them a question pertaining to the things I disagree with. I just be trying to have a dialogue, but niggas, boy,
Yeah, you be getting on the people's skin, man. You know how to do that. You be doing that shit on purpose.
yeah, I do, but most of the shit I say, I stand on. Like, yeah, when I say the Most High put Donald Trump in office, I mean that shit with every ounce of my essence.
Man, I thought you be playing when you be saying that. I didn't think you meant that shit, bro.
Nah, man. I mean that, bro, because that just what I believe. I believe when you got kings and rulers, I believe they're stationed in there by a higher power. You know what I mean? And that's just what I believe. Could I be wrong? Yeah, but that's just my belief.
Mm.
Well, damn, I learned something new, Madon. Dang.
Yeah, man. A lot of like Savio, Goldmine, a lot of these Negroes, they be thinking they know Madon because they hear me say one, two words and they'll run with that shit, which is the craziest shit to me. You know, and then that's why they always wrong. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, I ain't said none of that shit you talking about. But I mean that's what niggas do. So I ain't shocked or surprised. It's the people that's been robbed and spoiled. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know it. I know it's like because they were like, "Oh, Madonna Coon," you have Domo ass in the chat. Oh, this nigga lap dancing for Trump. All this old crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? When at the end of the day, uh, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Um, I've been saying this shit about Donald Trump for years, all summer when we was doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? All summer, Psycho Channel, Q Channel. I've been saying this shit, man. I've been saying the most not gonna put Trump in office. Now when I say it,
Yeah, you've been
niggas,
saying that.
you know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, because man, and if we can see it, what Donald Trump is doing, man, like, he's trying to better America, but you got those who don't want it to happen. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said Donald Trump, he got a Christ spirit, bro. I know that's gonna sound crazy. I know a lot of people ain't gonna accept it, but a
Shit.
lot of us, a lot of us, a lot of us got the Christ spirit in us, man. The Christ spirit just meaning trying to root out wickedness and evil and just trying to do what's right. You know what I'm saying? So when we look at him shaking these different departments and all this shit, man, you got the whole half the goddamn country pissed off. And then at the same time, we got to look at it, right? If Donald Trump would have never tried to run for president, he would have been getting attacked. So we got to look at it. When Joe Biden was in office, Donald Trump got hit with all kinds of shit. They came at this dude with the whole motherfucking kit caboodle. You know what I'm saying? So hell yeah, he got a right to be pissed the fuck off. I mean, when you look at it, right? They came at this man. They tried to lock it. They did lock him up. They got
What
his
that
mug
what
shot.
that, what
I
what
mean,
that got to
they
do with us? But
humiliated
I'm saying though, what that got to do with us, with black people though? Him getting hit.
with basically he's helping us fight our age old enemies.
No, what him getting attacked and charged with them charges? What that got to do with black people? That part.
Well, that part it don't really got nothing to do with black people. What it
Oh,
got to
okay.
do with no, they don't have nothing to do with us. But at the same time, um, it got a correspondence to where we can relate. You know what I mean? Not that it got nothing to do with us, but we can relate to how injustice and how the government can come down you with great wrath. Right? They came down on Donald Trump with great vengeance and great wrath. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying. So now when he come back and said, "I'm shaking down the CIA, I'm shaking down the FBI. We're gonna turn, we're gonna turn the old FBI building to a dark museum or some shit, or whatever he called that shit, a dark state museum." They was gonna turn the FBI building to a deep state museum, bro. That's powerful. Man, I'm just saying, bro. They shaking foundations. The country is in an uproar, but as you see, prices are going down. People was complaining about eggs. I think eggs had got up to, I forgot how much. Now I think they like $5 and something.
Yeah, core
Uh,
CPI is going down, and the regular CPI, which is more volatile, is going down a little bit.
I don't have nothing to do with prices, and eggs have not gone down.
Well, maybe that's just where I live at. But
You forgot to say the
I'm
stock
I'm
market
all,
going down too, right? You forgot you left that part out. Go
oh
on, say
no, the
it. The
stock
stock
market,
market going down too. Say that. Say that.
that's because of propaganda. You know,
Oh,
majority of it is
yeah.
propaganda
But when the stock
because
market crashed when Biden was president, that ain't propaganda though, right?
Some of it was, yeah. Yeah, of course. You know, when they put fear in investors and buyers and all this different shit, and people don't have faith in certain products or whatever the case it is, yes, the shit gonna go down. So propaganda persuade people how they gonna trade and do all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So motherfucker be like, nah, I ain't putting no money in that. Oh no, hell no, I ain't doing this or this gonna lose this. So all you got all these different scenarios going on because a lot of it is propaganda. You know what I'm saying? And you just gotta know how to, figure it out. I mean, I could be wrong, but am I right, Chris? Is it most of the stock shit by persuasion or suggestion?
Man, I really can't intelligently answer that question because like I know like a lot of the movers and shakers, like the big financial firms, they have like trading bots that just do the shit. And I don't know. I guess for like retail investors, there could be some emotional attachment to it, but they can't really move the markets like on the big financial institutions.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying in a nutshell is that, um, the things, okay, by the things that the different tariffs that Donald Trump is implementing, right?
Mm-hmm.
People associate that with the fall of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, by doing that, that goes to show that okay, people like okay, he putting tariffs on this, so oh shit, a 200% tariff on wine. I need to buy this
Yeah,
up.
that
Oh
shit
shit,
crazy. I was like, this
you know
dude
what I'm saying?
nuts.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
You better not buy no imported wine then.
Because you got people out here now taking advantage of that, right? You got people buying certain wines saying, okay, Donald Trump said he's gonna put this tariff on there. We're buying it up. I was watching a video the other day. They were showing this wine. I think it's in Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's a wine place in Pittsburgh that was on the news. How the owner of the shop was saying, or the distillery or whatever it was, saying he was buying up certain imported wine because if Donald Trump does that, he'll be able to, you know, double up and keep on doubling.
Yep.
You agreeing with him, Chris?
What about the wine cellar doubling up?
I don't know any of that shit he's saying.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the wine cellar doubling up. I'll do that.
I'm just going by what I seen, Dave. I mean, it's out there. Anybody can look it up. It was a I forgot what news channel outlet put it out, but it's a wine place in Pittsburgh. I didn't know it was in Pittsburgh just because I live there. It was just happened to be there was that, and the owner was saying that they was buying up certain imported wine because if this goes all the way through, it might be some problems, and he want to make a profit.
I don't think the tariff's gonna go through. They keep on kicking the can on that shit.
Right, and that's part of the holdup. You know what I mean? If the judge got that much power to block different things, to when you trying to get a country, what you from your perspective, what you see is will make the country benefit the people the most, then you got these judges who we can clearly see represent the Democratic Party.
But Madon, you said something interesting a few days ago about other countries having tariffs on the United States, and you said it was due to a certain act. You remember? You remember what you
Oh, that
said?
Marshall Plan? What they was talking about, the Marshall Plan?
Yeah, the Marshall Plan. I looked into that briefly, and I was just like, well, goddamn.
Yeah,
I
because
never knew that.
I didn't know about that until I was watching one of the uh, economic advisors. He was on some channel and he brought it out, and I was like, "What the fuck is the Marshall Plan?" So when he said it, I looked it up and I was like, and then he went into it and talked about how America allowed this, and I was like, damn, I never knew that, and I just found that out a few months, well, like probably a few days before I brought it out, or a day before I came on the panel and said it back then.
Yeah.
And that's most
that was a good one. That was a good one, Madon. People should give you props on that one.
Well, you know they can't give me props.
We don't know what the goddamn Marshall Plan is. What the fuck are you
I'm
giving him
black.
props for?
I'm black. Out.
He ain't explained a goddamn thing.
I'm not a celebrity. I'm not a rapper. I'm not a
2025.
celebrity. I'm not gonna get my
Everybody
props.
that
I don't
studies
expect it.
economics and deals with that type of industry is, I mean, goddamn, you might as well be talking about a Fair Housing Act to somebody who's trying to buy a fucking house.
Yeah, I thought Madon did a good general explanation of it.
Well, your perspective is quite slightly not available to interpret and comprehend what was being asked and what was being actually said or interpreted. So Madon never explained the Marshall Plan. He never explained it, and he can't explain it right now. Ask him to explain the Marshall Plan right now.
Explain the Marshall Plan, Madon.
Well, once again, like I told them back then and explained it to them, what happened was America allowed multiple countries to put tariffs on her, meaning America allowed these countries to develop themselves by putting tariffs on them, and not America basically saying, hey, excuse my way of framing it, y'all can suck on this tit until y'all get y'all together, so to speak, to put it, you know what I'm saying? But basically, America just allowed different countries to put tariffs on her, 100% tariffs, 80% tariffs, all these high tariffs, in order for them to become an economic power themselves. Basically, that's what it was.
Now I asked the chat, did the chat understand that, and is that correct in how he explained it?
I don't know if he's 100% correct because I briefly read it, but what he said is correct from what I understand of it.
Yeah, it's more to it. It's layered, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Basically, that's what America did. They allow all these different countries in the early 2030s. I forget exact what year it started, and they allowed the different countries to put tariffs on America, so they can build themselves up economically over a period of time.
So the original question when he came out with that bullshit was, what did Trump mean when he kept saying these countries ripped the U.S. government off? And we asked you to name the countries first and then how, but you never did. So that's how that whole Marshall Plan statement came out. So what he said probably involved the Marshall Plan, but that's not why countries developed. It had nothing to do with the Marshall Plan, so that is incorrect.
Yeah, I don't think Trump knows about the Marshall Plan.
I didn't get that from Donald Trump. That's why I told Chris a few minutes ago. It was one of his economic advisors, or economy advisors, who said it. It wasn't Donald Trump.
No, we were talking about it during his speech to the State of the Union. That's when we asked you the question on the panel, either that day or the next day after the speech. Because I don't think I was on here.
I brought up the Marshall back in like December or November.
No, I'm talking about the last couple of days.
Okay. Well, yeah, I remember I brought it back up, and then GA was in the chat saying, "Madon, you're wrong," something. I forgot what he was saying. I wish he was here.
No, what you said about the Marshall Plan is correct. I just don't know if it's the full.
It's correct, but they're saying what that they did was talking about. GA was saying I'm wrong, and Madon this, and I'm like, well, okay, well, all right, GA, that's how you feel. That's how you feel.
Yeah, GA probably might know more detail about it, but
he was taking the argument somewhere else. I was just saying this is how a lot of countries built themselves up off America. You know, that's the fact that I was naming, but GA wanted to take it somewhere else. I'm like, all right, man, you know.
Yeah, GA probably know a little bit more about it. I'm assuming.
Right, but the fact remains, the details of the Marshall Plan and how it took place. Like you just, it's a fact.
Well, the fact is that countries developed themselves had very little or nothing to do with the Marshall Plan. So to try to keep saying that countries build themselves up off America, off the Marshall Plan, is not correct. So
Hey,
I don't know how much more simple that you need to understand that. I ain't got to
hey,
look it up. I knew
you
about
know
the
Well,
what?
Marshall Plan when I was in grade school, and that
why
was
Hey,
you got it?
40 fucking years ago.
hey, you
It
know
had
what's funny?
nothing to do with
Nothing to do
building
with
other countries up.
countries at all. And you know what? I was finna ask Chris, and
Jesus.
it has something to do to an extent with the Marshall Plan if he can actually keep up with the question. How does the so-called peace agreements or the end of the war agreements that Trump and Putin are supposed to be having with Zelensky, how do they play up with this so-called idea of the Marshall Plan extending to other countries, as Madon is trying to infer, and Donald Trump and his minion try to infer?
Yeah, I have no idea about the Marshall Plan being connected with the Russia Ukraine thing on negotiations, but I hope the killing stop.
I never said the Marshall Plan had anything to do with Russia. What did somebody say,
Oh,
Vito? Come on.
hey, and this how slow you is. Because if you was paying attention, if you knew anything about the Marshall Plan, you knew that the Marshall Plan, as Dev was trying to eloquently tell you, intelligently tell you, it has nothing to do with foreign countries. But but the Marshall Plan
Don't
had
have nothing to do with foreign
everything.
countries. Can you prove that? Can you prove it has nothing to do with foreign countries?
Sure, I can.
Okay, prove it.
I'm all right. I'm going to pull up a source. Is that all right?
Yeah, prove it. Show us that the Marshall Plan had nothing to do with foreign countries. Oh man,
Peace,
I
peace,
love
peace.
to
On
see the
down.
thousands. I love
Didi,
to
what
see
up?
it on his own source.
What you writing, Didi?
Young
Can
Deity,
y'all hear
salute.
me?
Oh
Yeah,
man, some more legal artillery for my case. So so
that's right, Deity. Stay steadfast, bro.
got to, man. Got to. Oh, and I'm I sent in my
Hear me?
cover letter for my internship for to advance my legal knowledge.
All
You
right,
feel
I'm gonna
me?
post it in the back chat.
Did that, man. So do the internship.
Yeah, man, it's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. But Savio, it's gonna be okay, King. But like I said, man, Donald Trump, in my opinion, well, this is a fact. I ain't even saying my opinion. This is a fact. Donald Trump is reconstructing America, man. You know what I'm saying?
Cause I'm
Old
chilling.
Trumpster.
Old Trump, your old Trumpian. How you feel about your old Trumpian? Your old Trump crony.
I feel great because this is a time for black people to rise. It's on us. It's all in our mind. It's only in our
The young
minds.
I was
So
speaking to young deity at that moment. I was speaking
we
to
had
young
opportunity,
deity at that moment. I was
we had an
speaking to young
opportunity
A.
to accomplish
And let me
whatever we want.
A. Cool. And I want y'all to remember one thing that I said a long time ago. People
who are kind of timid to show you who they really are have something to hide. To me. So aliases, when you're supposed to be giving people truthful, the best information that that's available to you and to the world at that time, if they're willing to use an alias, that says something to me. It may not say anything to you guys, but it says something to me.
Well, can you read what Aaron Savage put in the chat?
Cool.
And can you tell me those foreign countries?
Cool. And what can somebody pull up what I was just posting in the back chat about the Marshall Plan?
Aaron just posted it in the chat.
That it had to help after the war to help build those countries back up after the
exactly.
war. No, okay. Now after the war, after the war was done, what did the Marshall Plan have to do with those foreign nations? You feel me? I need y'all to pay attention to the rhetoric and the language that is being used. It was after the devastation of the war that the Marshall Plan was to go into the economies and the countries affected by the war to help it reestablish an economy.
That was my whole point. What are you talking about? That's why the Marshall Plan started. It was started to help.
If that was your overarching point, then I apologize because I didn't catch that.
Well, it wasn't no overall point because the question was asked: which countries ripped off the U.S. government, and how did they do it? And this was your response.
So I didn't misunderstand.
That was your response.
No,
So I did not overstep my boundaries. My fault, Aaron. So I know because I studied this. I had to pass a class in American history where we specifically studied the Marshall Plan.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Now, how many of these European countries, how many of these countries around the world still have high tariffs on America?
What?
Or American products, American goods?
If I said I don't know, if I said I don't know, what does that mean to you?
You don't know either.
Well, that just mean I will enlighten you. Well, according to Donald Trump,
enlighten us.
Well, according to Donald Trump and the Trump administration, you still have different countries out there that got high tariffs on American goods and products that come to their countries.
And nobody know which countries they are. Like nobody know but him. He the only motherfucker that know.
Hey, that's a non sequitur because America has high tariffs on countries incoming to America. So fucking what?
Why is it such a big mystery on what countries has tariffs on America? How is that such a big ass fucking mystery?
Because the tariffs that we got in other countries, it don't equal out. It don't equal out. That's why. What? Because if it equal out, it won't be a hope. Because if you charging, just say you had a country, right? And I had a country, but you charging me 200% tariffs.
How you cannot actually give an example. Notice how you can't actually give a real situation.
Every time I make a point,
like I said, you can't give a real situation because you don't know what the countries are, and thus you cannot answer the question. The original question was which countries ripped off America. That's all that was asked.
Imagine if me and you had a country there. That's the hypothetical. We got to put our minds in. What?
Nah, man, I'm just showing you, bro. You got
you ain't showing
the
flying
spaghetti monster type bullshit. Imagine a flying spaghetti monster created the universe, Madonna. Would you pray to the flying spaghetti monster?
Man, ain't nobody running over that shit.
That has nothing to do with the analogy that I was given. All I
Your
was saying
analogy
is,
don't have nothing to do with what was being discussed.
hold
Thank you.
on. You got
Fucking
countries like,
idiot.
hold on,
You're
bro. You
fucking
got
slowpoke, Madon. You are
bro. You
so
got countries, bro. You got countries
you
like,
are well shit slow, and that's at the bottom of the ocean, bro. You are well shit slow, and that's at the bottom of the ocean. Well shit slow.
But you still can't negate the fact. That still does not negate the fact
Your
that
boy is well shit slow, Aaron.
you still had countries with tariffs on America that was
Name the
higher than.
country. Why you
He
can't
can't
name the
name
country,
one of them.
Madon?
No,
Tell
look
me
it up.
why you cannot name one country.
Look it up.
And this is your Trump supporting ass Trumpian who's always on here tooting Trump's horn and on his knees licking his nuts and balls at the same time.
Here we go. Always bringing up transmission shit. You can't get around bringing up some transmission shit. I don't get it, bro.
That's you.
I don't understand how
We
your
know
mind
where you
works.
live. We know you
As a
live
black
on your
man,
knees for your white zaddy, nigga. You live on your
intelligent people.
knees for your white
Hold on.
zaddy.
Hold on. Intelligent men doesn't think about things like that.
Hey.
I mean, I don't get it, bro. I mean, you never, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, when it's thrown at me, it's all good. Nobody
Bro, you
says
never hear me
anything.
say no shit
Hey,
like
bitch
that.
nigga.
You
Hey,
ain't
bitch
never
nigga.
heard me say no shit like that, bro.
Dummy. Hey,
I don't
dummy.
even talk like that.
Hey,
What are you
dummy.
talking about?
Hey, dummy.
Nigga,
When your cohorts,
I'm more wild than you, yo.
hey, listen. Hey,
He is
listen.
wild
Hey,
than
listen.
you.
Hey,
With that
listen.
thinking.
When your cohorts, hey, listen. When your cohorts use that type of language towards me, you're laughing, you're cheering them on, and you in the back chat. Yay, yay. It's all good. Don't cry now when I throw it at you. Cause you on your knees for Donald Trump, you bitch nigga.
Well, like I said before, bro, only
Get
the
off
mind of
your
Savior.
knees. Get off your
Only
knees
your mind think
and
like that.
stand
Only
as
you
the
Democrats.
African
Only you that
American
kind of fucking
that your
Democratic ass
mama
niggas.
was and your daddy was. Cause your mama and daddy wasn't no Trump supporters. You bitch nigga. Your mama and daddy, wasn't no Republican supporters. You bitch nigga. Your mama and daddy wasn't no Republican supporters.
See what I mean? Here we
Your
go.
mama and daddy were Democrats.
Now, why, Chris? Now you see why, Chris? This is why, Chris.
Here we go.
You see this?
Here, go ahead. Come on.
Hey,
Please,
this is why.
Here we go. He need help. He need help. He need help, y'all. He need help. Like y'all do for Sabio. He cried for help. He cried for help, Deb. He cried for help, Deb. Ain't that what they say Sabio doing? He cried for help. He cried for a savior. Where Yahweh at?
So, Chris,
no,
did you
I had to show Chris the prophecy is real.
So
what
Chris,
I said came to pass. What I said, you brought it to pass, Sabio. That's all. Chris asked me a question. Why this? And I said, Chris, these Negroes. My bad. Go ahead.
Damn, what you laughing at? What was funny?
Stupidity.
Oh,
stupidity.
Chris, did you think the Marshall Plan was still in effect today?
Conversation.
Right.
When me and Chris,
the Marshall Plan is in effect
hold on,
in 2025.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Chris,
like,
did you think the Marshall Plan was still in effect today?
Oh shit!
Like I don't know anything about the shit. Like when Madon brought it up, like I said, I briefly looked into it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh. But my information only goes like 3 paragraphs. That's all I know.
So any comment that was made about getting ripped off by other countries as it relates to tariffs, if it was related to the Marshall Plan, it would have had to stop in 1950.
1950. 1950. None of us was on the planet, Chris. What is this moron talking about?
Why? Well, explain to us why.
Oh, watch this. Here go the stupidity, Chris. Watch how stupid it gets, Chris.
Or why do countries still have high tariffs on America?
Oh shit! Because they have the ability
Oh, shit.
to tax America as their own rate and charge America their own rate, nigga. What is the same
America
way with
allowed it.
America having
The
high
point is
tariffs on other
America allowed
countries?
it.
This
No,
nigga
the point
retarded.
is America allowed
This
it,
nigga,
Savio. America allowed it.
America
That's the
allowed it. This nigga slow
And
as
now
turtle
Donald
shit.
Trump is saying, fuck
Fuck
that.
whale
Now
shit. He
Donald Trump
slower
is
than
saying,
this
fuck
nigga
that.
slower than
Donald
sloth
Trump is,
shit.
hold on, bro. Now Donald Trump is saying, fuck that. We allowed y'all to do this shit for so long. Fuck that. You
Hey
motherfuckers ain't
Chris,
finna be doing
this
this
show
no
boy.
more.
Hey Chris, this show boy.
How long they let them to do it,
Mm.
Madon? How
This
long
show
did they let
boy,
them do it?
Chris.
He's still doing it now. That's why Trump is saying, fuck that.
What they
We're
doing?
gonna
What they
call
doing?
y'all.
What they
If
doing,
y'all want to
Madon?
understand, huh?
Madon, what they doing?
They got these high tariffs on products that America make,
Like
whether it's
what? Like what? Like
agricultural,
what?
but
Products like
agricultural
what,
products,
Madon? Products like what, Madon?
This show boy,
corn,
Chris.
different agricultural products, different pharmaceutical medicines, um, cars. The list goes on, right? These different countries got these tariffs on American products coming in. So Donald Trump said, "Fuck that, y'all. If y'all want to put these tariffs on our products coming in, nigga, wait a minute. I'm gonna show you how um, our superpower gonna make you bow down." And that's what's
Hey
happening.
Chris. Hey Chris, remember when I said his intelligence is like whale shits at the bottom of the ocean? That's how slow it. Fuck that. His shit is like slow,
Well,
nigga.
I just answered their
If you
I'm
question. Dave
trying.
asked
sloth,
me what product.
a
I
sloth
told him
is
what
the
kind of
slowest
product
animal on the
you
planet. His
I'm
intelligence is at the intelligence of their shit.
I'm trying to get some sound bites in, man. But go ahead.
Well,
Say some
the
more
point
dumb
is
Sorry,
shit.
that
Dad.
Say some
the
more
point
dumb
is
shit,
you can
Madon.
look
Go
this
ahead.
up. You can look it up. It's a fact that different products of America going to different countries got a high tariffs on it. And Trump said, fuck
Mm-hmm.
that. And that's why he told the European countries, oh, y'all want to play this game? We're going to put 200% on y'all. That's why he told Canada, oh, y'all want to do this? We're going to put this on y'all. You told Mexico, we're going to put this on y'all. So I mean, he balancing it out. Like, okay, you gonna either come to we're gonna renegotiate the terms of these tariffs, or motherfucker, I'm gonna put the highest tariffs on y'all
Nigga said
asses. Y'all
renegotiate.
we're a
This nigga said
superpower. I can't
renegotiate.
do that. I'm just saying this is the language Trump is speaking, bro. That's
Ooh.
all I'm saying. And if you
And
look
this
at
is
it,
why.
that's the language
And
Trump is
this is
speaking.
why. Yeah. This is why you never need to doze off or take civics classes lightly. Appreciate it, Brandon.
This is why you need to take civics classes. I totally agree, Dad.
Man, only Civic you know is a Honda, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
I never owned a Honda Civic. Or only
Nigga, that's
car
the
I
only
did
Civic
own was a
you
Cadillac. Only
know.
car I did own was a Cadillac, and it was for a couple of months because I got ran into the back of. Facts. It was a DeVille that I bought off an old white lady for
Okay, bro.
$3,500.
Story. We don't want gotta hear your life story. Okay, we got you.
So that's the only car I ever owned. So you and that Civic shit, throw it back in your dumbass mind, cause that's what you drive, you broke bitch.
Yeah, I know you triggered. It's cool.
No, I'm not, nigga. I just told y'all. Ben Sabio, the only car I've ever owned was a DeVille that I bought from an old white lady who was selling it because she was moving and she couldn't
And all I
afford the
said was
car anymore.
only Civic you knew about was Honda.
No,
So
I
what's the
never drove
problem?
a Civic, Nick. I never drove a Civic or
Hey,
owned one.
hey, but that, hey,
All
but
I
that don't
said
change the
was
fact. That don't change the fact that just because you said some clever shit, don't change the fact that nigga you don't know civics.
Facts.
So yeah, what you said was clever,
well, don't know.
but you don't, but bro, you don't
Partially
know high
to a
school. You don't
dumb
know high
extent.
school civics, madam.
It was clever to idiots that think like Madon, Domo.
Well, I mean,
No, it
you
was
said I
witty.
don't know
No,
about
it
civic.
was it was
Yeah,
witty,
it was
but it's
witty.
like,
It was
yeah.
witty. I give him the wittiness
First
of it.
shot though, right? He took the first
I
shot.
did
Him and
take the
you
shot.
don't know nothing about. Y'all took the shot,
You
right? You
don't
said I
know
don't know nothing
shit.
about civic.
You don't.
Only civic, you know about Honda. I mean, I'm just
You
saying, bro.
don't
I
know
mean,
shit
goddamn.
about civic.
Damn, what do you call that when you keep repeating the same shit over and over again?
It,
Is that a
I'm just
disorder?
saying. I'm
yes,
saying
it's
I
called
didn't start.
idiocy. It's called Tourette syndrome or idiocy.
I just took the shot back. It's not that deep to me. He took the shot. I shot back,
The
and it was
nigga,
all.
the
That's to
nigga,
me.
You
That's
a
what
the
I.
damn
nigga.
lie. It is damn that deep for you. You keep saying the shit over and over again. It wasn't funny the first time. What make you think it's gonna be funny now?
Right?
About being funny. It's about planting that seed to let the people know that hey, this
Hey,
nigga he
Don't
he's
always
don't
trying.
want to throw a
nobody
rock.
don't
He's
nobody
trying to
don't no,
plant a
He want
seed.
to throw a
yeah
rock
don't
and
no,
hide his
ain't
hand.
nobody fucking
He want to throw a rock
comparing
and
that
hide
to
his
planting
hand,
no
and then
fucking seed.
catch the fucking rock. He want to
My
throw a rock, hide his hand. When I catch the rock and throw it back, oh my god, you the motherfucking problem. I mean,
nigga,
this
I
is
don't
crazy to
throw
me.
rocks. I throw boulders. You can't catch my rocks, you bitch, nigga. You not smart enough. What the fuck? I'm not throwing rocks. I'm throwing boulders at your dumb ass. You need to catch up. You
Hey yo,
fucking
man, this
idiot.
nigga is tricky, man.
Yeah, I know I'm
Hey,
different.
what?
I've been telling you niggas this from day
All
one. Y'all don't want to pay attention. I'm different, dog.
right. Okay, you
The
different.
fuck?
What you want? What you want? Poking a
I
smile,
throw
my nigga? What the fuck?
I throw boulders at you weak niggas who think y'all can stand in the ring with me intellectually. While y'all throwing rocks and pebbles, I'm throwing boulders. Catch up, bitch.
What's wrong with this nigga, man?
Get your weight up, ho. Get your
Nigga,
weight
you
up,
ain't throwing
nigga.
no
You need to hit the
goddamn
you need
nigga.
to hit the weight
What the
room.
hell you
You need
throwing
to hit the
niggas?
weight room, nigga. I'm Hercules in this shit. I'm
Sit your
Hercules
ass
in this
down.
shit. I'm Hercules in
You
this
know?
shit.
Yeah. What you mean, one of the pump?
That's
Yeah,
the
you
shit you like
Hercules.
though, right?
You
Don't you come in here and call
like
people
the pump.
name out every time you get on the panel, Madon? You should be okay with somebody
Oh,
going back and forth with you on
oh,
the
have you
panel
heard this for the last
when
2
we talking
hours?
Yeah,
about when we trying to talk about
Madon
politics
is a
or
different
economics.
type of identity. Madon is a different type of what they call attention whore.
Man,
It,
he's an
Whoa, whoa,
attention
whoa.
it's
whore.
Madon, you
different
a
type.
That
whore? Oh, that's
he's an
not good.
attention whore. He's
That's
an
almost
attention whore.
that's almost as bad as you saying calling me Savior a little bitty bitch.
Nah, Madon know he an attention whore. That's why he say the shit that he say. The nigga
This
got
nigga
more
called me a
sense.
bitch.
The nigga got
This
more
nigga
sense
called
than
me
he
a
put
bitch
on.
100 times before I
He
said it.
does, Domo, and that's the insult.
Who
Really, to people like me and you, dog, because he has more sense that he actually gets on these panels and he projects
whose attention is he grabbing though?
the
Nah,
audiences.
so like when he be up here and be like, yeah, I love Trump. He know niggas is gonna be like, bro, you wild for that, and that's okay with him.
Right.
As long as he able to dialogue with niggas and be the center of the
I
conversation, he
mean
not
it.
tripping.
Yeah.
He not tripping.
I mean it.
He not
Mm.
tripping,
When I
Domo. I
start
You
peeped
got,
that
I mean, yeah,
long
you got to
time
think
ago.
about it. You got to think about it. Like the only people, like Madon holds down a job. You feel me? Like he takes care of himself. He not like old boy in London in like a special home type shit.
Right?
So, but the only people that sit around and just get called stupid while they do stupid shit is like people with something wrong with them.
Yeah.
So it's like it's either something like for real wrong with him, or this is it's just a character and he's just having fun on the internet.
He's playing a character on the internet,
or
and
I'm
he
right,
want niggas to,
or
and he
I'm
want
exactly
niggas
right,
to
and
acquiesce
people just
and
can't
fall,
accept it.
and he want
Or
niggas to
he'll be
fall for the
exactly right,
character.
and
I
people
won't
just don't
fall for the
accept it.
character. What I'm gonna
That's what
do is
it
I'm
is.
gonna call your bitch ass out while you trying to act like you something you not, you bitch nigga, and you don't like me because I'm gonna call your
Check this out.
bitch ass out, you bitch.
Check this out.
Now
Check this
what?
out. I love MacGyver. What the fuck did they have to do with anything?
I just watched MacGyver solve a case with a motherfucking it was one of his first cases where the nigga had a paper clip. Come on, yo, what is you talking about,
I'm
Madon?
just saying, bro. I love
I just
MacGyver because
watched
the
that shit
MacGyver
because that
was
shit was
I love it.
stupid as fuck.
Bro, MacGyver.
And
I'm
I'm
just
like,
saying, bro.
Bro, like y'all
but
see
I
how
got
this nigga
this
talking
nigga's
about MacGyver? But what
intelligent.
the fuck does MacGyver have
Hold
to do
on.
with anything?
Have to do with what we was talking
I
about.
Like you see what I'm
Right,
got
saying?
another
Domo?
dog
Like you gotta think
Right.
like at first, and your initial reaction to be
Hold
like,
on.
Madonna, you so dumb. MacGyver ain't got nothing to do with, and it's like he know MacGyver ain't got shit to do with
Ain't got
I'm
shit.
saying
shit to
he's
do
white.
with the conversation.
MacGyver is white. MacGyver is white like Donald Trump, bro. That's the point.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Do
he's
you
making the
see?
correlation between the whiteness.
Do you see? Like it's nonsensical. It's
Wow.
purposely
It's
no. It's purposely
purposely
nonsensical.
nonsensical. Yes, sir. Yeah, and these are my frustrations with him. And he don't think and he don't get it, Domo. He really don't get it. He really
It's
Bro,
don't
I
get it.
love the person.
Like
I love the person Donald Trump. I love the
offline.
person MacGyver,
Hey,
bro. I love the person MacGyver.
Madon, I'm gonna tell it
That's
like
just
this.
me.
Hey, Madon, if me and you grew up together, you would probably be one of my coolest, funniest, dumbest homeboys ever. Cause I would just laugh at damn near everything you say because I know this is just how you are. But you're
Call it what you
really
want.
intelligent, nigga.
Everybody,
Call it what you want.
But you're really intelligent, nigga.
Like I said, bro. It's a
Now,
lot of
I
white
just
people.
gave your
but how many
bitch ass
times
a
niggas just put up
compliment,
bread to sit
but
Madonna
watch
down
him
for
walk.
no? Like no, hold on. Think y'all
But watch him walk over it.
Mhm.
I just gave
No,
him
that
a
nigga like that nigga
compliment,
We
but
Links, right?
watch
That
him
nigga We
gloss
Links.
over it.
WeLink
That
is
nigga We Links
COINTELPRO.
will sit Madonna
WeLink
ass
is
down. Nah,
COINTELPRO.
look. We Links to
WeLink
sit
is
Madonna ass
COINTELPRO,
down
bro.
just for the simple fact he on the panel.
Yeah.
Who go
Because
like
it's
who stays
COINTELPRO.
around a place where
That's
they
what
get treated like that?
COINTELPRO do.
You feel me?
Bro,
like
bro,
who? That's why
I'm
it's
not,
like
bro.
it's one of them
I
things
don't get
where it's like, hey,
emotional.
all publicity is good publicity.
I don't get emotional. I don't get emotional off of agent provocateurs. I know WeLinks is
We're not talking
COINTELPRO.
about
I
we're
know
not talking about
WeLinks
emotion.
is agent provocateur.
We're not talking about emotions. It
That's
always goes to
COINTELPRO.
somebody
I'm
emotion.
saying that's why
Hey,
WeLinks in it because he's an agent. He's
Madon.
emotional. He's mad
Madon.
because that's the only way he can get some shine. Only how WeLinks can get some
And I
shine
don't even
is
know
paying
your real name. But
for a
one
real
thing y'all
nigga like
know
me.
about me
That's
is my
why I
real
call
name
him my
is
bottom hoe. My
Zabio.
bottom hoe
I
will
gotta
always
call
pay
you
up.
a made up name that you gave yourself to try to present a character on YouTube.
That's
Because
why
you're
that like you got to think
afraid
about it,
to
bro.
be
This is how
yourself, nigga.
Madonna know what
You're
he doing, bro.
afraid to be who you are, dog. Hey,
Nah,
Domo, let me
but
let
look,
him
he
know
having
this.
fun though. You got to
You're
think
right.
about it.
It's all about fun.
The nigga name is Madonna Komet, and he's a fucking Hebrew who believes in Mormonism,
Huh?
part like halfway abo,
Look at my
but
face.
can't go all the way flat earth.
Look at
Think
my
about
face.
that. Think about that. Nigga, that is a SNL character.
That is a Saturday Night Live character all motherfucking day. Actor who failed to make it on
A
the
black
big
Hebrew
time.
Israelite Muslim.
A
A
black
black Hebrew Israelite Muslim.
Israelite
Come on, bro.
Muslim.
Or Mormon. My fault.
Let
Not
me ask
Muslim.
you a
Mormon.
question.
And
Hold on, let me ask
Mormon.
you a question.
Because he believes that we're
Let me ask you
indigenous
a
to the
question.
Americas.
Let me ask you
And
a
he got
question.
flat
So
earth
when an archaeologist study an ancient text, does that make him that which the ancient text represent? Of course not. So just because I study the text of the Book of Mormon, that don't make me a Mormon.
This nigga
You see?
No,
faked
but
it
you
in a
no.
$3 bill,
Your
y'all.
character
He
believes
$3 bill
that it's true
fake.
though, right? Your character believes like
No, I believe that
that
the writings. I believe that
Hey, young
the writings
deity,
of the Book
this
of
your
Mormon,
boy.
which is an ancient
Young
text.
deity,
I only
this
believe that
your
the
boy.
ancient text, the Book of
Well, hold
Mormon, is an
on, but
ancient
the
Okay.
Book of
text.
Mormon. Hold on. See this, and this is another joke. He's calling the Book of Mormon ancient, nigga.
Ancient. The
Then
Book of
then the
Mormon was
nigga.
written in the
When did the nigga
1950s,
write the Book of
1900s.
Mormon, bro?
Because
The
When did the
it
1900s.
was not translated. Because it was
huh?
translated, and when you open the Book of Mormon,
Oh, this
hold on, when
nigga
you
said
open
it
the
was
Book of Mormon,
translated.
the first book of Mormon, when you open the Book of Mormon, it talks about King Zedekiah. So when
Oh
it
my
started off talking
goodness.
about kings of fire, we're talking about when the
But who?
Israelites
Hold
was
on. Who? But
fleeing
who
Jerusalem.
wrote it though?
He
John
translated it.
Smith, nigga,
He
he wrote it though,
translated it,
right?
bro.
Joseph Smith.
He
Joseph
translated it.
Smith. Hold on,
He
but he
translated
translated
it.
it from
He
what? He
translated it.
translated it from what?
From ancient writings.
Oh
Ancient.
shit. Ancient.
Yeah,
So what?
yeah.
So what were the ancient writings that he translated?
It's some ancient tablets he found in an Indian mound.
Yeah.
Damn. Damn. And,
I
and
mean,
you believe that to be true, right? Like that's like you believe like that really
because
happened. You believe that he really translated ancient texts, right?
Nah, that's some funny
yeah,
ass
because
shit
it was
right
a
there,
form of
boy.
because he hired a
Right. Hold
Hebrew
on. So
scholar.
so why you
He
so
got
bro? So you
hold
believe
on.
like
He
that's the
hired a
point. Like
Hebrew
Mormons
scholar. He
believe in,
hired a Hebrew
huh?
scholar. Hold on, Jomo. He hired a Hebrew scholar to help him, bro.
Bro, hold on. That's irrelevant. I'm saying you think that's
No, it's
true
not.
though,
That's
right?
how
You
he
think that's
translated it.
real?
That's how he
He
No, hold
believed
translated
on.
the
it.
Listen,
shit
listen,
is
listen,
Because
real.
the
listen to what I'm
document,
asking you, bro. You talking about translation? I'm asking you a specific question. You believe that story though? You believe he really hired a Hebrew writer or a Hebrew scholar, and you believe that they really translated these ancient tablets that they found in mounds? You think that
My
really happened, right?
hey Domo. And people think
that's a
this nigga's
Damn, Samuel,
intelligent.
can we get some sound bites, man? We trying to get some
Hold on,
sound
nah.
bites,
He said
man.
you said that's a fact, right? That's a fact.
yeah, that's a fact because scholars has
Yeah, okay,
lined up
yes,
the
bro.
way I brought this out in
Bro,
my
so you're a
debate.
Mormon, bro. If you believe that really happened, that's what
That
makes
don't
you
make me a
Mormon.
Mormon, bro. That makes me. Hold on, bro. I believe the ancient texts of some of the Egyptian writing. I believe some of the ancient texts of the Babylonian writing. That don't make me a Babylonian. I just believe the texts are real.
No, no, but the Babylonians were a people. Mormonism is an ideology, bro. Like
You're
if you
right.
believe that if you
It's tech. I'm
believe that
dealing with
Jesus
ancient
died
text.
on the
I'm
cross,
Big
dealing with the
difference.
text.
The
but look, like hold on,
Babylonians
look.
are
If
a
you believe that Jesus
people.
died on the cross, died on the cross for your sins,
Hey
that
Domo,
makes you a Christian.
reiterate that. Reiterate that for him. The Babylonians are a people. The Mormons is a belief.
So if you
Different
if you
concepts.
think that that belief is valid, then you are a part of that. You're a Mormon.
Dumbass
No,
nigga.
it's
The
no, it's
only
not. They
people.
got ancient texts in
Okay,
museums.
show me
Hold on, they
people.
got
Show
ancient
show
texts
me
in
somebody.
museums.
Okay, no. Show me a non-Mormon that believes that Joseph Smith translated tablets with a Hebrew scholar. Show me a non-Mormon that believes that.
It's a lot of them all across YouTube.
A lot.
Yes,
Okay, so show us one.
it's a
If
lot of
it's a lot
scholars.
of them, it's a lot of them, then it should be easy for you to just pick one and show us.
Well,
That
I can
literally
get you that
says,
information. That's no problem.
I think that Joseph Smith translated these tablets, but I don't believe in Mormonism.
That's no problem. That's where I get most of my information from. When it comes
Most
to the book.
Because
of.
then, oh no, because look, here's the question: What is Mormonism if it's not the belief that Joseph Smith translated those tablets?
Don't they
Well,
believe
that's what I'm
Babylon
saying.
first too or something like that?
My thing is this, I'm dealing with the text, right? When I look at the text, right, look at the writing, how the writings is structured, how the writings was structured, the way it was writing. So when different scholars of
Bro,
ancient
oh,
texts,
hold on, you don't have to keep
hold on, let me
explaining
finish,
why
bro.
you believe.
Hold on,
If you
hold
believe
on,
that shit to
yes,
be
yes, I
true, we
gotta do
get it.
because because
Hold on, nah, bro,
hold
no,
on, Jomo.
Madame,
I gotta lay it out
we're
like
not
this. I
asking
gotta
you
lay it
why
out
do
like
you
this
believe it's
because
true.
He
anytime,
can't help
Right.
We
it.
agree
Right.
that
We
you
don't
believe
care
that it's
about
true.
why you
ancient
believe
texts,
it's
The
true. Right.
question,
We agree
the
because
with
the
that
text,
question
shit.
becomes,
because the text, hold on, let me
what
tell you
is
why. Because the text
Mormonism?
lined
Hold
up,
on, what
the
is
text
Mormonism
lined up.
if it's not the belief that Joseph Smith translated these tablets? If it's not that belief, what is it?
Because they believe
Because.
Joseph Smith was that and the third. They believe Joseph Smith was all this other stuff. Only thing I go by is how
Wait a
the
minute. Did you
text.
answer his
Hold on.
question?
Only thing I go
No,
by
you
is how the
hold
text.
on, nigga.
Hold on, bro. I go by
No,
how
you
the
hold
text
on.
aligns up with
Wait a
other
minute.
texts.
Do I have to ask you to hold on? All right. Could you answer
And now
Domo's
the
question? Hold on,
And
Samuel.
now the
Let him
chat
answer.
understands why
Hold on,
I
Samuel.
always interrupt.
So hold on. Let him give him a chance to answer Domo's question. Can you answer Domo's question?
I just did.
That's crazy.
Where
I
at,
just did. Like I
nigga?
said, I'll show you. Hold on, let me answer. Hold on. Now
Go
I'll show
ahead,
you. I
try.
get Domo a name. I give you a name of one of the persons I use when I do different research on the ancient text of Mormon's doctrine. But like I said, I don't believe in the Book of Mormon like you see Mormons walking around. What I do is when I take the ancient text, I line it up with different other biblical texts that talks about the
I'll be
Israelites and
back.
stuff
Give me
like
a
that.
minute.
So by me studying the book, I see that these ancient writings was dealing with a people who believed in Moses and believed in Christ. That's what the book is talking about. When you deal with the Lamanites and the Nephites, one believed in Moses, one rejected the teaching of Moses. It's dealing with an ancient
Okay,
people.
so
That's
what's
why
the difference
it
between
tells you like
Christians and
Joseph.
Mormons?
So these
Hold
are
on, what's the
Joseph
difference
descendants.
between Christians? What's the difference between Christians and Mormons? Christians believe in Moses. So what's the difference
Mormons.
between the two? What makes a Mormon and not just a Christian?
Well, Mormon, they believe what Joseph Smith, how he formatted his way of so-called Christianity. He put it in a different way than the average Christian. He go by different
Now,
texts where it says
do
you're
other
allowed to.
Christians is it common amongst Christians to believe the story of Joseph Smith?
Oh, of course not. No.
Is it common amongst Jews to believe the story of Joseph Smith?
Oh, of course not. Because anything.
Is it common amongst Hebrew Israelites to believe the story of Joseph Smith?
Some of them that really that heard me and finally realized that hey,
Is
He
it
this
said that
book is
common
heard me. That
amongst
dealing
nigga
with
said
Hebrew
that
Christ.
heard me,
Israelites?
Domo. He
Hold
said that heard him.
on. So you allow me
Okay,
to
Yo,
answer
so
Chris, you
look,
heard
the
that?
hold on,
if
because a lot
none of these
because
hold on,
because a
if
lot
none
of
of these
hold on, Domo. If you got Israelites, hold on, Domo. You asked the question.
no,
You got Israelites out
bro,
here
bro.
who have
Like
done
no,
presentations based
that
on
ain't
Man,
what
gotta
I
scripture.
asked
jump
you.
out the
That ain't what I
way.
Oh,
asked you.
wait. You asked the
No,
That
question.
ain't what I asked
So
you.
nigga,
That
so
ain't
we're
what I
dealing
asked
with
you.
slow down.
Israelites who see
So
that the book
so the
is
Damn,
question
why
dealing
you
with
getting
is
all
Joseph.
bent
so
out
the
the
Among
face?
him.
so the question is if all
No.
of these other
Because every time I give an answer, I
if
give it
all of
a
these
Your
other
mic
people
ain't that clear though.
if the difference between all the other people who hold similar beliefs, like a belief in Moses, a belief in Jesus, if the only distinction between those people and Mormons is the belief that Joseph Smith translated these tablets, if you believe that Joseph Smith translated the tablets, what would that make you?
A Mormon. Oops.
No, because you have to follow the Mormon doctrine. You have to become
No, you
a
don't.
member of the
You
Mormon
don't
church.
follow the
Yes, you do.
Hebrew
You have
doctrine, Madai.
You
become a
don't
member.
even follow the
Bro,
Hebrew
You don't
bro.
doctrine.
call you don't
There's a
follow
difference
the
between
law,
Listen,
statutes, and
hey,
commandments.
bro.
You
I
do
only
not
deal
follow
with
the
the
law,
text that
statutes,
the
and
text is talking
commandments.
about. So when you look at the text of the of the
y'all
Book of
niggas
Mormon, it's talking
maybe
about an ancient
Madon,
people. Right? It's dealing
I
with
be the
hold on,
worst
bro.
the law,
It's dealing
statutes, and
with the
atheist
commandments?
tribe of
y'all ever
why
met
every time
in the
bro? Why
world.
you filibustering? Why are
I
you
am the
Do you?
filibustering all the
No,
most
time?
I'm
Bro,
asking
why
you
anti-Christ
you gotta
questions.
filibuster?
y'all
Why you
ever
Do you
met.
filibustering?
follow?
Why every time, bro, you acting like CNN. Every time I give an answer,
Do
you want
you
to ask
Here
another
we
question.
go.
do you follow the law, statutes, and commandments
Absolutely not. He
Yes, to
follow
the
'em
best of
when
my
they
ability,
adhere
yes.
to its
to
to
the
the
best of
best of
your
its
abilities? What does
ability.
that mean?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
That means living in America, I'm not allowed to um,
To
fulfill the
stone
fulfillment
people,
of
Domo.
everything.
He's not allowed to stone people, Domo.
Bro, bro, why is you
He's
see? This is
not
what I'm saying, bro.
allowed to stone people, Domo,
Bro,
as they were
bro, don't ask
allowed to
me.
do
You know you always want attention, Sadio. We understand
at
that, but
that
he asked
time.
me.
Because
what I'm saying.
if
Every
somebody
time I get
didn't believe in Yahweh,
you got some type
they
of
were to
demonic
be
force.
taken out and
Every time I get an
stoned.
answer, you got a demonic force that comes out of
They
nowhere.
were to be excommunicated from the Israelite community if they didn't follow the law, statutes, and commandments.
Okay,
Let's
just like I
not talk
told them,
about a woman
when you
on
look
her
at,
period. She was to be shunned and put outside the community.
bro, man, get out of here, man. But like I said,
You
Domo,
better read Leviticus, you
like I
bitch.
said, Domo, when I studied the book, it's dealing with the tribe of Joseph and the descendant of Joseph. What happened
Oh,
in them?
he's a
When you look at the
descendant of
Bible,
Joseph, y'all.
oh,
Hey,
bro,
He's
hey,
a
hey. So, hey,
descendant
look,
of
well,
Joseph,
let me ask you this.
Damo.
always.
But let me
That's why
ask
I
you this,
cannot
Madon.
talk
Who
demonic. I
studies?
Hey,
cannot
Who
young
talk to
studies
you
the?
kid,
demonic.
I ain't gonna.
Hold on,
you a
Samuel. Hold
descendant
on.
of Joseph?
Hold on, Samuel. Let him get that out.
Cool.
What was he?
You
What was
good.
you
My
asking?
fault.
Yeah. Who studies the Book of Mormon?
You got different scholars, you got different Israelite brothers, you got different other people who study it in order to debunk it. You got people who
Okay.
study the Book of
Are there?
Mormon just to debunk it.
So are there
I'm
people? Are
saying,
there people? Are there people who study the book and don't believe it?
yes, that's why I
Absolutely.
just said you got people who study
Bad.
the
Right.
book
No. No.
to
Right.
debunk
Right.
it.
Right. 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 What do you call those? What do you call people who study the book and don't believe it?
An atheist or an anti-theist?
Critics.
A
You
Or
call
you can
them
heathen?
call it.
critics.
You can call them a theologian. You can call them
You call them,
A theologian?
you
A
call them
yeah.
critics.
historian?
Hold
Right.
on. Let
Call them,
Madonna
Now.
get his
A
dumbass
critical
answer
thinker?
out.
you
Yeah,
call them
y'all gotta
scholars.
let him.
You can call them
You call
historians.
them a
You can
scholar.
call them
Okay.
scholars. You can call them a host of
Okay.
names into the
So
society.
hey. So what do you call? What do you call people who study the Book of Mormon and believe it?
Mm.
You just a believer that it depends on what they believe. In my opinion, like me, I
Nigga,
believe
bro,
that it's
the Book of Mormon, nigga.
hold
Like
on,
that's
Hey,
the Book of
Domo.
bro.
Mormon.
Wait.
Hey,
Hold on,
Domo.
wait.
Why you
I'm saying you
walk
got
him
some.
into
Hold
That's
that
on,
why I
Domo.
stupid
said let him
You got
ass?
answer,
some. Hold
man.
This
on,
Yeah,
Domo.
nigga's a rat.
that was some
This
Domo.
funny
nigga's
shit.
a
It's
Just
very
to
rat.
have to
trigger.
laugh at
Hey,
shit. Now that
Dad.
was
Hey,
funny as
Why
Dad.
fuck.
y'all
Hey,
get
Dad. That
trigger,
was
bro? Why
funny
y'all
because he's
trigger?
like a
Why
rat
you
in
can't?
a
Why you
hamster
can't?
wheel.
Come on. Now you got some who will read the book and just get into the religious belief system of the book. Me, I'm only looking believing in the book as it associate with an ancient people. That's it. As an ancient text talking about what ancient people went through in the past. Other than that, I don't deal with the book. I don't go around knocking on doors trying to get people to do this and that. No, I only deal with the book
But
as
I'm
it pertains to
Hold on,
being an
but
ancient
I
text
guess what
hey,
is
hey,
that? Hold
Domo.
on,
Let
what
me
is
say this real quick.
hold on,
Let
but
me.
what does Joseph Smith have to do with those ancient people?
Mm-mm.
Like, cause what ancient people are you talking about?
Damn. Damn,
uh,
Domo. See, I was trying to help him.
descendant of Joseph, who we would call
Right, but the Bible covers that though. The
Mm.
Bible covers the
The Bible tells you
descendants of
about other
Joseph.
books as well. The Bible tells you about other
Right,
books written by
but does the Bible confirm the Book of Mormon?
Mm. Absolutely not.
yeah, it does.
When?
How?
Where? How?
Watch this. According to who?
Because it
Watch
fills
this.
in the
According
gap.
to
It
who?
fills in the gap. When you look at the Book of Mormons, it fills in a lot of the gaps that the Bible leaves out.
Wow.
And yeah, it does.
It
I'm
fills
just
in the
saying.
gaps that the Bible leaves out.
Yeah,
Who said?
yeah.
Oh, like now, who said that those gaps exist? Where did those gaps
Uh,
come from?
the Bible
Critical
itself.
scholars.
All kind of
Critical.
scholars will
The
tell you.
Bible
They'll be like,
itself.
hold on,
Hold
they'll
on.
be
I
like,
thought it was.
hold
Hold
on,
on.
I
Hold on.
don't
Hold on.
know,
Hold on. Hey,
hold
hey,
on.
no,
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 why,
no,
Xavier,
no. Hey,
you
hey,
gotta
Domo,
learn,
Domo
Xavier,
to
why
hit you
you,
with a
bro, you want
double-edged
to
question,
so bad,
and I gotta ask you the double-edged part of this question
bro, Domo
because
talking to me,
Domo
bro,
just
why
hit
you
you.
gotta, bro,
Yeah, hey, and I'm here, and I'm right
this
here with you and
is
Domo
like an
because
agent,
if I
you're drunk,
was,
bro.
hey, Madummy. If I wasn't right here
Me and
with you,
Domo
I
was
wouldn't
having a
have caught the
conversation.
double edgedness. I wouldn't have caught the double edgedness of the last statement. So, if the Bible is the word of God, how does these double interpretations and these double ideas exist, nigga? Because that's basically what Domo was asking. You bitch. Quit trying to play
Now,
with me.
now, Domo, now, Domo, now, Domo, like I was saying, bro, the
Watch your
Bible does
slowness,
something.
Domo.
The Bible does something called telescoping, right? Where a lot of times they make long story short and short stories shorter. It does what they call telescoping. So a lot of times there's things that the Bible says,
What
and then
does a
people like, well, damn,
telescope does?
what happened is so when you look at the Book of Mormons, a lot of those gaps get filled because when you read like different books in there, it talks about different events that was going on, written by other
So
members of that
again,
society
back
Hold
to the
called
on,
Israelites.
initial
Sabio.
question.
Hold on, Sabio. Because
He can't
he
help it.
gonna name us a story where
He
this
gonna have
actually
to
takes
name
place.
a story.
Okay.
Bingo, damn.
Just let him name it.
I'm
He
not
should be
running
able to.
past nothing.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
right
Okay, cool.
there
Let's
with
Go
y'all.
ahead,
I
Madon. Yeah.
appreciate that, Dev. I appreciate
All
that.
right.
Now, when we go into the story of of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, well, basically Ham, right, and the
God
descendants.
damn.
Well, fill in the gaps, bro. Come on, bro. Don't do that. Now, the
Go
Bible
ahead.
will
Come
tell
on.
you about Egypt, right? The Bible will tell you about Egypt, but it won't tell you how the land of Egypt was first started. Like, it'll just tell you about the land of Egypt. The Israelites was in the land of Egypt. Egypt was rich with all this famous and glorious stuff. But when you go into the Book of Mormon, right, it tells you that it was the daughter of Ham who established the land of what we call Egypt. And when they first got to Egypt, the land was underwater because the Nile flooded all the time. So the Book of Mormon goes and tells you how it was the daughter of Ham who and
I
who
read
built up
that
the land
shit.
of Egypt, and
That shit horrible.
her son, hold on, bro, and her son became one of the first pharaohs of Egypt. But now, see, when you go in the Bible,
Okay,
it won't tell you that.
so to be clear, it is through Joseph Smith's translations that you get that history, correct?
Damn, Domo, come on, man. Why are you doing this? I try to stay
No,
That's correct.
away from
I'm just
these
asking
types of
questions.
questions,
No,
bruh.
that's correct.
I
Okay,
try to
That's
walk
correct.
okay.
him away
Now,
from this shit.
okay. So that means that the
Can
key
you let
source
Domo talk, bro?
in the key source in understanding that history within the ability to translate the tablets, right?
Mm-mm.
That's correct.
Like to understand the history, you have to be able to translate those tablets, right?
Those emerald tablets,
Right.
right?
Okay.
Correct. Bro, Domo talking.
So cool. How did
Y'all got me fucked. You got me
this is the
fucked
question.
up,
This is $1 million
Madonna.
question.
I know all
How
about this
was
Come on,
Joseph
dumb
Smith?
Sabio.
shit.
How was Joseph Smith able to translate the tablets?
He hired a Hebrew scholar.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, what language was the tablets in?
Not Hebrew.
Uh, they was in reform. They was in Hebrew and reformed, or what they call reformed Egyptian.
So how many other Hebrew scholars are able to attest to being able to study those tablets?
Mm-mm-mm. Why is he playing with me
A few
as if I ain't
that
went through
speak
all
that
this
language.
shit?
Uh,
It was in
so you're saying
Hebrew.
you're saying those
The tablet
so
was
those
in
emerald.
Hebrew and what they call reformed Egyptian.
No,
Hey,
right. So
Domo.
if it was one Hebrew scholar that he could hire that would be able to take a look at them and translate them, then it would be other Hebrew scholars that would have the same ability, right?
Hey, Domo. Hey, before you respond,
Yeah,
now
see,
he just he just
the
mentioned
tablets are,
he just
according to history,
he
the
just
tablet, according to history, Joe, the tablets, they was lost in transition to somewhere, according to the story now, and that's why a lot
all
of
Okay,
right,
people haven't
but
all
but
right.
been
but
able to
so
look
but
at
even
it.
so before
The
they were
only thing that
lost,
they do
so
have,
before they were lost, how many people actually saw the tablets before they was lost?
None.
I think about 10 or 12 different people, according to history.
10 or 12 different, according to history, 10 or 12 people saw these tablets.
Yup.
Mm. Hey, Domo.
But you gotta
Hey,
remember,
Domo.
Domo, during that time,
Domo and
during that
Dev.
time,
Hey,
a
Sabio,
lot of
we
Domo
people,
and
trying to
hold
get
Dev.
on, bro,
Sabio, we
hold on,
trying to
because
get
during that
sound
time,
bites,
Domo,
man. We gonna play
hold
it
on,
back,
during that
yo.
time,
Trust
Domo, you had a rise in men going to these different mounds and digging these mounds and trying to find different treasures and stuff. So Joseph Smith was a part of that, you know. So they was going
Right.
around
So,
trying to
but
find.
hey, but I think though it's a little gap. We kind of ran past the stop sign.
A little
So
gap.
why is it that you say that
What?
Joseph Smith translated the tablets, but then you say that it was a Hebrew scholar that translated them. So who actually was able to read the tablets to
You
understand
better
what they
not
say?
say Joseph Falavi.
Joseph
You better
Smith
not.
and a couple other people with him,
He
as they
better not
studied,
say Rabbi
as they learned
Halavi.
the Hebrew,
No,
as
but
they
that's what I'm
Rabbi
saying.
learned
How did they?
Halavi.
How did they study it? How did they study it? Like what? Like what reference did they have to be able to
Look
translate
up
it? Like for
Rabbi
example,
Halavi.
Come on,
with the with
Sabio.
the
Come
metal
on, man.
Scholars,
Come on,
y'all.
come on, dog.
with the metal
according
like
I'm gonna
according
get some
metal
information
with the
out.
metal netta, for example, the Rosetta Stone allowed them to kind of break a lot of that code because they was able to they knew Greek and they saw that they matched the Greek with what was on the hieroglyphs, and so they was able to kind of break it, like get things started that way.
Break it
So
down. Come on,
what was the
Domo.
well
Walk
reference?
with him slow.
What was the
well
reference
that's what I was
that
saying.
Joseph
That's
Smith
what
and those
I'm
other
saying.
scholars used
The
to be
tablet,
able to translate it into English?
well, the
What
tablet,
was the reference
tab,
that
Sabio,
that
come
the
tab
on,
Phoenicians
Sabio.
used?
Let him. Damn, we trying to get it
he
out.
can't help himself. He can't help himself, Dev. But Domo, according to the story and the narrative, the tablets was written in Hebrew and what they call Reformed Egyptians, meaning Hebrew and Egyptians language or writing intertwined with each other, right? So according to
Right,
history,
but
the Hebrew scholar,
it wasn't nobody that knew Metal Netta like that at that
but it
time.
wasn't in
So if they
it
would have,
wasn't in it wasn't in Metal Neter. It was in Reformed Egyptian, meaning you know how you cross
but
two
hold on,
writing
but
systems.
nobody knew Reform Egyptian at that time. So
Do you
how
Okay,
mean
what is
what
Reformed?
was?
Demotic?
What is
Do you
Reformed
mean
Egyptian then?
Demotic? Demotic?
No,
Is that what
Reformed
No,
you?
Egyptian.
don't put nothing extra in, Sabio. Just let him
Because
get
it's like
all this
because
dumbass shit out.
it's two people. It's two people that's important to understanding how the text is translated according to the story from your
Hey,
perspective.
Deb, I'm
It's
just trying to
Joseph
help him
Smith.
out.
Don't help him do shit.
It's Joseph Smith, and it's this Hebrew scholar you keep bringing up, right? You
No,
still have not
nobody knows
explained.
the name of the scholar.
Nah, we know that, right?
A
We know that.
mystery motherfucker.
Yeah, the mystery is
So
on record.
the question is still, how did Joseph Smith get the ability to translate the the tablets, or did the
Like I
Hebrew
said,
scholar
he
translate the
learned.
tablets?
I think he spent. Well, I think according to the narrative, he spent. I think like 6 months studying under the Hebrew scholar how to read and interpreted the Hebrew language, right?
Right,
And
but
like I
why would
said,
he? Hold on, but look, but
part
look,
of
but
the
look, but
tab-
look.
some of the
But
tablet. Hold
this,
on, some
but
of the
hold on,
tablet was
but here's it.
in Hebrew.
But if the Hebrew scholar already knew how to like already knew the language and could teach it to Joseph Smith, why then did Joseph Smith need to translate the tablets when they had somebody that could translate it because they already knew the language? Why wait? Why train him for 6 months when you can just say this tablet says this because I speak this language?
Well, you have to ask Joseph Smith, but in my opinion, I
You
think
will have to
Joseph
ask Joseph
No,
when
Smith,
I
Dad.
think
Damn.
during that time, we was in a height of where when you find different
no.
things, you even want
Actually, but the reason
you
why I'm
want to
asking
get
you
credit
that
for.
is you really not being honest when I on that question of how Joseph Smith learned how to read the
I'm going
tablets.
by the narrative. I can only go by the
Not
narrative,
nah.
bro.
What
And
is the
from my study,
what is
he
the real? I
wanted
don't know. What
he
is the
wanted to
real
be the
narrative?
one. Like I said, he
What is the
wanted to be
real
the
what?
one. The
Eh,
real narrative, if he wanted
Divine
credit for everything,
interpretation.
the real,
Divine
bro, if
revelation,
Come on,
he
Domo.
Sabio.
wanted
Sabio,
credit.
That's
come
the
on, man.
Hold
real
on. He wanted credit for everything in order to start his own church. That's why he wanted credit for all of
divine
it.
revelation. Why don't you
Okay,
just say
hold on. Time
divine
out, time out.
revelation?
So are you saying that he was deceptive? Joseph
No, he
Smith was
wasn't
deceptive.
deceptive.
Oh, this
He
nigga
So
wasn't
what's the
deceptive.
point? So what's the
It's just like
okay? So
he had
again,
a
what is the
plan.
real narrative?
He used the
The
scholar.
question that I'm asking you, what is the real narrative around how he learned, how he was able to translate the tablets? Don't like explain the process.
divine
What does the narrative
revelation.
say that gave him the ability to interpret the tablets?
Divine revelation. Inspiration from the Holy Spirit.
Is that correct or incorrect, Madon?
He learned the language. He learned the language. I keep telling you, he
From
learned
who?
the
From like
language.
how? How?
And if you want me to go get the Book of Mormon, which I got, I can go get it.
And
I
that's it.
got it. I
No,
got it.
how? How did he learn the language?
Wow.
These are ancient tablets. In order to be able to translate ancient
Hey, can
tablets,
you hear me?
you have to
I
be
think
able to
my
have a
signal going out.
reference.
I think
Can
Madon's
you hear
on
me?
like a on like a
Nah, yeah,
Can
we
you
can hear
hear me,
you.
Madon? Can you hear me, Madon?
Nah, I thought my signal went out. No, I think
All right,
my
you can
signal went
hear.
out because
All right,
I
you
don't
good.
see
You good?
young
Yeah.
lady.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Y'all
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
y'all done,
Can
y'all
I
you
blew
think,
his
hear
speaker
me,
out.
Madon? Hey, chill out, everybody. Madon, can you hear me?
bro. I just
Nah,
said
y'all.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay, cool. You can hear me? All right, we good if you can hear me right now. If you can't hear me, then you need to recalibrate your system.
when was this system ever calibrated?
hey, Sirius B said, according to Joseph Smith, the angel of Prophet Moroni helped him translate the text. Is
Moroni.
that or Moroni? Is that true or false, Madon?
Yeah, that's what
That's
he
true.
said, and I don't believe that
Okay.
narrative because
Hold
The
on,
Bible
wait.
fucking
Hold on. So is he
revelation.
being
Y'all
wait?
better
So then the
leave
question
That's why
me
I
becomes:
said
the
let him
fuck
talk.
alone.
is Joseph Smith being deceptive when he says it was an angel that helped him
Named
translate the text?
Moroni. Moroni.
Moroni.
yeah, I think
Is he being?
yeah. In my
He's being
opinion,
deceptive.
yeah, I think he was being deceptive because
So
when it
why
talks about
believe anything he fucking says? If he's
Why?
lying about
because
how the text was
when you look at
translated,
the text, because
why
when you
believe
look at the text,
anything?
Two plus
because
two
when
is
you
four.
okay, he had a
Unless you're
because
using
Come
Madonna
on, bro.
Joseph Smith
Like,
had
tetragrammaton.
Joseph Smith had a fourth grade. I think he had a fifth grade education. And when you, like I said, when scholars took the text and lined it up, it used inside the text describes you it was a certain way
no,
scribes.
Madon, you're talking about like listen. I think
Man
the
said he
problem
had a
is
fifth grade
the problem that is
education,
hard to
Dumbo.
listen to. The why it's hard to listen
A
to
fifth grade
is because
education.
you're
I can't get
you're
past that.
flat out lying, bro. The
The
narrative
man
is that
How?
just said
like
the man
like
had a fifth grade
because hold on
education.
because the fact of the matter is he claimed to be able to translate it through divine intervention, right? He
Through the
got that
angel
knowledge from a spirit.
Moroni.
He got that knowledge from an angel, a spirit. You're
Moroni,
saying
y'all.
you don't believe that to be true. If you don't believe that part to be true, that literally undermines the legitimacy of the entire
And makes
story.
you a liar.
No, it does
And
not.
makes you
No, it
the
does not.
biggest liar on
No, it does.
YouTube, you bitch
No,
nigga.
it does not, bro. No, it does not. It does
You
not
are
because
a liar and
because
the truth ain't
because
in you, dog.
the reason why it
Go ahead and
doesn't
explain
the
your
reason that
lie.
it doesn't because scholars have always had the opportunity and they took the
Bro,
text
okay,
and
find
compared it.
one.
Hold on. They
Bring
took
one
the
up.
text
But
and compared the text
you can't say
compared
scholars. You
the text,
can't say
bro.
scholars and not present them. You can't say scholars and not present them.
Yes, I
Y'all
can
hoes.
because it's on
I
record.
know y'all
It's
hoes.
out there. It's out there.
Show one scholar that's not a Mormon that believes any part of the Joseph Smith story.
I
Show
already
one
did.
scholar.
I've done that
No, you didn't.
several cases.
No, bro. No,
I,
and if you've done it before, you can do
go
it again.
find.
I've shown
Can
the
you
same
go
presentation
find?
on here 5 or 6 times.
It'll be
Well,
If
fun.
you've shown it once, you can show it again.
give
And
me a chance.
you don't like you know you're lying,
Give
bro.
me
And
a chance.
that's why I know you. That's why I know
No, I'm not,
this
bro.
is an act.
Domo, how am I
Like
not, bro? Bro, come on,
you
bro.
pulling shit
Bro,
out
it's a,
your ass, bro. This is an act.
no, I'm
You
not, bro.
can't
I'm
be
just
this
telling you
dumb
what
in
it
real
is,
life.
You can't
You
be
can't
this
be
dumb
bro.
you
in
Bro,
real
cannot,
life,
bro. You
Domo.
cannot
You
maintain
can't be this
employment.
dumb in real life.
You cannot
Wait a
maintain
minute.
employment
In
and be this
just
What?
stupid.
reality.
Wait a minute.
Hey, hey,
just
What?
because
Dev.
you don't
Hey,
accept,
Dev. Hey,
just
hey, hey,
because,
Domo. Hey, Domo. Hey, Madon. I need you to shut the fuck up. Cause this is the main
okay, here we go to
point
bunker. Here
and
go to bunker.
hey, hey,
We
hey,
always got a drunk demon on the panel. I ain't that a bitch.
cool, cool, cool. I'ma take that. Now again,
You ain't got
this
no choice.
is the main issue with your bitch ass that I've
Here we
always
go.
had. Hey, you just called me a drunkard. So whatever
Bro,
ad
I
hom I
just
throw
laughed, bro.
at you,
Go ahead.
hey bitch
Bro,
nigga,
I'm just
hey
laughing at you.
bitch,
Hey,
I'm just
bitch
laughing at
nigga.
you. Say what you
Hey,
gotta say.
bitch nigga.
Bro,
Shut the
say what you
fuck
gotta say.
up.
I'm laughing at you, calm, bro.
Cool. And let me say what I got to fucking say. And I'm gonna let your bitch ass respond. Cause what Domo just hit on is one of the main issues that I've had with you. There is no way you can maintain employment being as dumb as you portray yourself to be in these conversations. You bitch.
Okay, you done, bro. You
Now
feel good
fuck with
now?
me,
Do you
ho.
feel good now? Bro? Did that help you? Did that help your self esteem? I mean, I hope so. If you needed it, you know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, the facts still remain, right? That these texts are talking about an ancient people, and it lines up with different narratives. And now, to answer the brother question, Series B, who paid $20, right? My thoughts on a pearl of great price. I think the book is right and exact because you got facsimiles in there, right? That lines up. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when I was talked about how when the Bible don't give you information of how the land of Egypt came about, when you go into the pearl of great price, it tells you how the land of Egypt was discovered and how it came about. But to each his own at the end of the day.
Look, so don't
Uh,
nobody on this channel know what a facsimile is?
right.
I don't know.
Right. So
Huh?
I'm gonna skip past all those words as if I don't know what a facsimile is, a fake document,
I didn't say you didn't know what it
or
was.
I did not interrupt you. I was actually on
You
mute, dog. I was
interrupted me all night. Then
I
you had to
was
call me all the time. How
actually
many times?
I was actually on mute when you gave your drunk ass, dumbass soliloquy, bitch.
I
Now,
don't
can
drink,
you
nigga.
do the same? Can you do the same and mute yourself? Cause I was on mute and I listened to all the bullshit that you said.
That's a lie, and we all know that.
I was on mute because I wanted to interrupt you long time ago,
Nigga,
but I
you interrupted
didn't.
100 times.
Hey, can you please mute yourself?
Oh my lord, I tell you.
Watch this. Hey, all right, even if he don't mute himself, watch this. So again, he tried to
There
act
you
like if he didn't know what us, he gonna talk for me, y'all. Go ahead, talk for me, my dummy. Say what I wanted to say. I'm waiting for you to talk for me, dog. I'ma mute myself.
So when you said facsimile, I was thinking of copy, but a copy of what? You said that book was composed of facsimiles of what
Hey,
though?
young
Of
deity.
what? Copies
Let
of
my
what?
Young
young
Diddy,
deity.
to answer
Hey,
your
Hey, young
question, Young
deity.
Diddy,
I don't
to
mean
answer
to
your
be
question,
rude.
Young Diddy,
Hey, young
that's all I'm
deity.
gonna say. I'm gonna go back on mute. Y'all can hog the mic.
Hey,
Go ahead.
hey,
Young
young
Diddy, to
deity.
answer your question,
Hey,
Young
young
Diddy,
deity.
inside the Pearl of Great Price, Young Diddy, is a
Watch this.
facsimile of Moses about to get uh, sacrificed by a high priest of the Egyptian um, pharaoh or a high priest that was that belonged to one of the Egyptian pharaohs. There's different facsimiles in there, right? And now when you look at this facsimile, right, they compared it to other Egyptian facsimiles.
Hey, young
Um,
deity. Young deity. When I asked him to tell me and tell the world what I was about to say, he did not do that.
Deity
I
asked a
won't.
question.
Hey, hey,
He's
hey,
not
hey,
under
hey,
duress.
hey,
He's
hey,
not
hey,
under duress
bitch,
like you
hey,
are.
bitch,
You're not.
hey,
He's
bitch,
not. He's
nigga.
not emotionally distraught
Go
like you
ahead.
are. Deity knows how to hold a conversation.
Cool. I'm emotionally distraught, but I didn't interrupt a person while they was talking to another person. You bitch. Mute yourself.
Oh man, that's all you
Can
got,
you
bro. Go ahead.
can cool? Can you mute yourself as I did when you interrupted me and I asked young deity to speak and you interrupted me? Or are you going to interrupt me again and then call me
emotional.
Well, you interrupted me and Domo.
Here we go. Here we go, y'all. Let's go. Everybody needs to be hitting up $ Sabio the G right now, because I don't lie about none of these weak niggas that have contention against me. Sabio the G and Cash App. Right fucking now. I don't be lying about none of these weak ass Bible thumping ass niggas.
Only G and you is just me, nigga. Only G and you is G.
Y'all think it's me. Sabio the G02.
That's the only G you got in you, nigga. A pint of goddamn G.
I turn up because if they was in my face, I'd be beating these bitch ass niggas down. Y'all think I'm
What's wrong with this nigga? Hey, we gotta find this nigga a therapist.
Nah, they need to find weak ass niggas like you who don't really want to have a conversation, a therapist. Because when we actually have a conversation about some real shit, you interrupt motherfuckers who bring up shit that you say and then try to hold you accountable. You bitch nigga, because you try to hold me accountable for the shit that I say. You bitch. So if you try to hold me accountable for the shit that I say, how am I any different than you? You bitch. Shut the fuck up and go suck Donald Trump dick, bitch.
I knew it was coming. I knew it. You cannot stay away from the transmission homosexuality talk. It's in your blood. You was born that way.
And I got 4 women that I'm talking to right now. Beautiful
women.
Right. 4 different women.
Your 4 fingers, nigga, with the thumb. Palm reader. Right. You got Hannah Rita, Palmer Rita. Right. Yeah, nigga. That's about it. Right. Ain't no woman from the B with your crazy ass, nigga. No woman around and listen to you retarded ass yell and scream. You get drunk. You probably goddamn.
But I never seen you mention a bitch since you been on these panels. You whole ass, y'all worshiping ass bitch.
I don't have to. I'm only here to
heard you mention one woman or show woman. I've actually let my woman shown her pussy. One of the chicks that I'm fucking.
Man, come
one
on,
of the chicks that I'm fucking showing her pussy.
Okay, all right.
But your bitch ass ain't shown nothing like it.
Okay, we off the who got the most women? We off that.
I know, right? We know you're
cool,
women, man.
Cool.
We know you're cool on this channel. Come on, let's not go there.
Come on, we off that, man.
There we go with my voice. Cool. Let my voice be the reason why you can't deal with any of the things that I previously addressed. Cool.
Bro, we already know about the pregnancy, all that. Let's not go there. We know when you're hitting the women. I do that.
Damn, Madonna, what's up, man?
No, he went there, so I'm just letting him know, like, let's not go there because I can bring up some real shit.
You said something about Trump, man. He ain't saying nothing about no fucking women.
He said he had 4 women. He ain't got nothing.
That was after you made the comment.
I will post each one of them in the back chat for your bitch ass.
We not.
Send you they
hold on. Wait a minute.
And
we
see
not,
if you got any game, you dummy.
Sabio,
take them from me.
Sabio made a comment about you and Trump. He never said anything about women.
Yes,
that's how gangster I am in my shit.
You ain't gangster, nigga. You
okay? Cool. Gangster. I'm a tip-top motherfucking player. I'm a tip-top motherfucking player. They wanted me to become a tip-top blood. I said, nah. I'm gonna stay a tip-top player.
They want you to crash out like you did. That's what they want. Cool. They want you to be the crash out dummy.
I am a tip-top motherfucking player. If it ain't about the money, the hoes, or me better in my life, I don't know what the fuck you talking about, you weak nigga. Lay the fuck down or get down, ho. You got me fucked up. My color is brown, not red or blue.
Your actions got you
Woo. Oh man, jeez. They did start like the very second you hit Pete. You said peace earlier when you was on the panel, and you said, "Okay, I'm gonna let the jungle start." Like not even 3 seconds after you left. That's when it started, and there's been no let up, like a slow period, no commercial breaks, no glitches, and it's just been. Whew. I don't even know what was said. I tried to put in tariffs and political talk, but nobody wants to talk about politics. They don't even want to talk about Trump. The Bible came up. They don't really want to talk about that either. Brendan tried to get in the Bible talk. Brendan, you know that ain't your lane, man. Asking him about some whatever that was. We appreciate the super chats though. Yeah, y'all ran Q off. Fucking gold mine, he jetted. Uh yeah. I think Taz he was in the chat earlier. Yeah, it's been kind of wild. Well, we try to get some sound bites in for comedic slow periods when it gets slow. I don't know. I think we get about 3 or 4 in there. But yeah, that's the top agenda. Yeah, he kept talking about these rappers. I ain't never heard of them rappers before in my entire career. I mean, I'm not the one that has to be checked in, and every time you become a rapper, you have to check in with me. But I mean, people making videos and comments about certain people that got some beats and spit a few games like not the best rapper in the world, but I don't know, like they was banging. I'm like, ain't nobody ever heard of these motherfuckers. Damn. You gotta die to have somebody to mention your name. Why ain't we heard about these motherfuckers when they was living? Like straight up. Run run back to the list of rappers that uh they got bumped off, and then run back the dates in which their names were mentioned for either what their song did or something, anything. And you see how small that list get. What's up, Renee? We on the back end of Dr. Lamb got tired of that riff rap between Sabio and Madon. Yeah, that's about the gist of it. As far as the title of the stream, I guess we had evidence to show that some black people don't give a damn about white supremacy. And not only are they comfortable with it, they're persuading other folks to be comfortable with it as well. So it looks like that may be a work in progress. Yeah. kind of been I kind of been out of the loop on the latest politics, executive orders. They the judges, Department of Justice, rescind orders, firings, the cutting of the funds. Yeah, I don't know how long that's gonna last. What up, True? What's up? Your mic on? You can talk now if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in regards to the subject, how many black people are comfortable? My question is, uh, identifying the behavior, and the tendencies that that exudes. Like, what type of, not only identifying, but what type of behavior, like, illustrates that a black person is comfortable. Like, because some people would say working a job, and I disagree with that. So, what type of behavior signifies, that a person is complacent within the system of white supremacy. That's, yeah.
So you saying when somebody don't speak out against discrimination, outright racial bias, implicit bias, when seen in the workforce, the education system, housing. Trying to think. I guess them would be the main top three. Now, not knowing about it, not being aware is one issue. Um, but as far as ignoring uh, various actions or even supporting groups or organizations or individuals that display uh, either racial discrimination or bias, implicit bias, if you will, in the form of financial, emotional, or even physical. Like, I've seen black people, you know, you know, physically fight other black people based on what they thought was happening. Even after it was explained to them, hey, this person was being a racist, and they still didn't back down. That ain't on the video. That was some real life shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, one can make the argument on those other cases, and it's going to depend on where they were and how far, or how relative they were in terms of directly or indirectly.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say it's too many of us comfortable. But I mean, because that's the headline. The main subject line is,
Yeah, I know it's kind of general in the title. That's why I was trying to get some specifics. I knew Madonna was gonna come up. A couple more other people that was in the back. I didn't let him up. It's already kind of wild. But yeah, it was some other people that I thought was gonna come up. Maybe they'll come up a little, later.
I was talking about from a more so psychoanalytical standpoint, like observing that type of behavior. Like, is comfortability, is that something that is observable, like through action, through speech, like that, like is that, I would say it is something that is observable. I mean, it is something that is observable, from the highest realm, from our political leaders all the way down to, to the everyday layman and laywoman. So, yeah, but yeah, man. But like you said, a sense of awareness, not knowing, and it's yeah. I just, man, my mind just, yeah, it's operating on it's just, yeah, many different levels. As far as you can hit the topic, you can hit it on many different levels, many different tiers. As far as
So if you ever see a screen name, Victor Hart, he from Mississippi. He's been on other platforms, uh, primarily in the red pill manosphere sector, and he specifically said, "Do not talk." That there was a redneck that was on the panel talking shit about black folks, and he jumped up on the panel and said, "Hey, you can't talk bad to the white man, uh, or don't talk bad to the white man. He gonna put them people on you." So
mm,
that sent a whole bunch of people off, on the panel and on the chat, and he ain't really been keeping low key, but I think that was one of the last times he actually did that. He been over here a couple of times too, but yeah, I think that was like 22, either late 21 or early 22. Yeah, he said that. What's up, Blue?
mm.
Blue know who he is. I think Cass may know who I'm talking about too. But yeah, he be over there in them on them panels where they be arguing most of the time.
I know I'm not comfortable. I'm always doing some type of something, man. Got some type of resistance, something contesting something, So but yeah, and then beyond that, yeah. So
Yeah, I tried to get on Psycho Panel the other morning when y'all was talking about where was the autonomous zone where the white boys, where the white folks period, uh had the support of law enforcement and the government to cordon off the Capitol building. That was
Oregon.
Seattle, right?
That was Oregon.
Oh, that was Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, that was somewhere in Oregon. I know that somewhere when them militias, them white militias, where they.
But they did an area in Seattle too, didn't they?
I see when he said it. Unless
Chaz.
I'm not
I mean,
privy.
that was the name of the group.
Oh,
CHAZ.
unless you talking about when they did that thing on Capitol Hill where they shut down. They it was
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't Capitol Hill though. The one I'm thinking wasn't the capital, because obviously the capital of Washington State is Olympia, but
mhm.
they were. It was a group of white folks in Seattle, Washington, either 22 or 23. It was a government building. It wasn't the Capitol. It wasn't a courthouse, but it was a, like, somewhere in City Hall. I think it was City Hall or something like that. Did that sound right?
I ain't gonna lie, Dib. I'm gonna have to look that up. That
Yeah. The name of the group was the letters were CHAZ, zebra.
I know
And I
Megan.
specifically remember being in Seattle because they kept talking about the WTO when back in the late '90s they broke out the tear gas, and I think a couple people got killed.
Late '90s.
Yeah, like 98, 99.
Yeah, I wasn't even up yet.
Yeah,
Definitely. But the incident you talking about happened in 2022,
yeah, the most recent. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Because I think the Portland was first. They did that because that was like the pandemic during like George Floyd, like that
Mhm.
in that era, in that summer.
Yeah, let me see, because I ain't gonna
And
lie.
then after that, it seemed like they had a block in Seattle in that summer also. But I do remember Oregon. You're correct in that.
Did you hear about the black officers suing the University of Washington for anti-black racism? This
Nah,
was like
they
a few years ago too, around that time, 2022, 2023. But it was like four or five black officers sued the school, and the jury gave them like over 20 million. They awarded them 20 million. They was coming to work with monkeys, and they was doing all type of stuff, bringing bananas and doing being very covert as far as their projection of anti-blackness, the officers or whatever. So basically what I'm saying is that if it 9 times 10, if it ain't got nothing to do with no black people going on up here, I really don't. I'm and then I didn't know about that Oregon stuff because it was so like it really like it was more pervasive. It was like really like it was more like yeah, it was just more what's the word I want to say? Not sensationalized, but they spreaded it more, or yeah, that makes sense. They
Yeah, they actually had support from like state senators and represent and law enforcement. Nobody tried to go in and move them. Uh, did nobody call in the National Guard? They didn't call in SWAT. They didn't do none of that.
hmm. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Let me see. I put white militia takes over Seattle.
Put in the four-letter group CHAZ.
Okay,
That's
CHA.
what it. Yeah, that's what it was called.
CHA. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. The Chaz, just talking about the Capitol Hill Occupy protest. Yeah, yeah. You're talking about, yeah, okay, yeah. I was aware of this. Yeah, this right here.
You see it?
Yeah, but okay. I don't know why I'm thinking y'all talking about like something like yeah, this was on Capitol Hill. This is what I was talking about, the Capitol Hill Preoccupy protest. Yeah, somebody got
That was that 23 or
yep.
20?
This is 2020.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was all on Twitter. They had a
Yeah,
live stream up. Dude was walking around with his fucking camera. He was like, "Yeah, that goes police right there. They ain't doing nothing." And they showed where the congresswoman came in, had their little meeting. Then she left. They was bringing them food, all that. They was getting donations, cash app, all that shit.
Hmm. Because they shot an unarmed black man out here in 1965, Robert L. Reese. Look him up. Out here in Seattle. Yeah. Okay, Bronco. They killed the brother. Yeah, they killed him. Okay, shot and killed him. Let me see. Okay. Okay, it's 1965. Okay. Off-duty policeman. Okay. Killed by off-duty policeman in Seattle International District. That's what I mean. But I you said I take that. I didn't even know. I don't care about no. Okay, boom. All right. So yeah, it's just talking about this brother. He got killed by off-duty Seattle police officer, which sparked a protest out here, Seattle area. Yeah, I actually got a video of this cop, ex-Seattle police chief. Where did I find that video at? Oh yeah, this ex-Seattle police chief talking about just policing, and he talked about how he would actually like go out intentionally seeking like young black men, to provoke. And it was very interesting. And yeah, he wrote a book though too, exposing a lot, and yeah, exposing a lot. So he did a lecture in Seattle. This is hella like 30 years ago, long time ago. Old video. He did a lecture talking about policing and his book. Yeah, he was talking about that. Okay, yeah, man, I'll tell you a lot. Yeah.
What's up, Akila niggas? Been off the scene, came back on the scene. Troop in the house, late night.
Okay. It's always a killing. We always gotta get killed to spark a movement or something. This brother got killed. Yeah. Started freedom patrols in which community leaders would walk behind and observe Seattle beat cops in the Central District began in July 1965 and were used for over a year, even though the campaign expanded to include other methods within the first couple months. At a time when race relations were tense across the nation. So across the nation, civil rights groups policing the police elected a great deal of support both in for against the fight to reform police practices. This essay looks at the shooting that precipitated the 1965 campaign to confront police harassment in the most dramatic tactic of that campaign. The Freedom Patrols, sometimes described as a walking review board of police actions reflecting the major demand of the campaign. Independent review boards of police practices, although the Freedom Patrols made some inroads and brought a lot of media attention to the issue of police accountability in Seattle. This was a campaign that did not end in victory for civil rights activists. Pardon me. Wow. Yeah, it's still we fight, huh? The hell? Yeah, of course. He got killed in, let's see, it's 1960s. So, hold on. Yeah, he got killed in the 1960s. And then fast forward, yeah, there's been a gang of black people killed out here in Washington, Seattle, Tacoma. Yeah, so they right. It's not a victory. Seattle. This was a campaign that did not end in victory for civil rights activists. It Damn right it didn't end no victory. Man, boy. But nah. Damn. Okay, hold on. Okay. Seattle's police department and its black residents had a history of contentious relations in the decades before 65. Okay, that's before they killed their brother. Um, um, and they was fighting. It was two brothers fighting two unarmed officers. They was fighting, and one of the officers shot one of the brothers. So in my mind, the brothers clearly was probably more than likely had the upper hand, getting on their behind, and the officer, off-duty officer, still an officer. He, you know, you know. But I wonder how that wrongful death lawsuit went. But that's a whole nother thing, because he was technically not in his official capacity. But if there was I did some research slightly, and I seen there was a wrongful death lawsuit. I wonder what came of that. Yeah, but yeah. So boom. So Seattle had a history of contentious relations in the decades before 65. Seattle's first African American police officer quit soon after being appointed in 1890. That's interesting. In 1938, 3 Seattle police officers beat an African American to death. Okay. Pressure from the NAACP and Urban League undermined the police cover-up. Okay. Pressure from the NAACP and Urban League undermined the police cover-up. They try to cover it up. Okay. But Washington State Governor pardoned them in 1939, even though they had been convicted of second-degree manslaughter and sentenced to 20 years each in prison. Through much of the 1950s and 60s, Seattle had only one black police officer. Yeah. In 1955, the mayor's advisory committee on police practices found a pattern of racial discrimination against African Americans by Seattle police. But the reforms that the committee generated revolved largely around public relations and sensitivity training that did little to satisfy the department's African American critics. Yeah. So, yeah. Seattle was not unique in this regard. Black and other minority communities have long been recipients of police harassment. Studies performed in the 60s showed that police attitudes reflected the feelings of their surrounding community and that police used different standards of law enforcement depending on the race of the suspect. Although the poor and youth had more interactions with the police in the 1960s, the average black citizen was more likely to be brutalized. Yeah, all this and talk. Early in the Seattle campaign, the Watts riots in Los Angeles in August 65 alerted cities nationwide that ignoring the problems of their black communities could prove disastrous. Yeah, see, ignoring the problems. They said, man, yeah, alerted cities nationwide that ignoring the problems of their black communities could prove disastrous, which speaks to, just like I said, the all that, man. Like, that man didn't sign that bill. It was riots, right around that time. The 1964 Civil Rights Bill was that's in the midst of MLK death and all that. It was, just a, what's the word I want to say? It was just a widespread riots, turnout. You feel me? So I would argue that there was really pressure from the grassroots. Come on, man. So yeah, the Wyatts and Ross was, pardon me. So yeah, so 1965 alerted cities nationwide that ignoring the problems of their black communities could prove disastrous. The riot in Watts was preceded by a history of employment discrimination, housing discrimination, and poverty and was ignited by allegations of police brutality, not unlike the events in Seattle. Okay, so the Reese incident. Robert L. Reese, a 40-year-old black resident of Seattle Central District, died at 3:31 a.m. on June 20, 1965. The events leading to his death were debated, but it was the response of the local police department and city government that ignited a civil rights confrontation. Certain people in Seattle saw the inquest and subsequent trials at justice. No, in subsequent trials as justice doing its job, while others saw it in the discrimination black Seattleites had lived with far too long. Okay. In the Lynn Cafe, two off-duty policemen and their wives dined in the early morning hours of June 20th. Officer Frank J and Officer H and their wives had been drinking at various restaurants and cocktail lounges. So they were sloppy drunk. Okay. Before they stopped at the small Chinese restaurant in the Central District, also having dinner were two black women and two black men who testified that they had heard the officers make derogatory racial remarks. And that's a black neighborhood too that they went to. Ironically, like historically, that's a black neighborhood, the CD. So, and at this time, I know it was imbued with black folks. But yeah, so the woman Doris Blood and Margaret reported hearing one man identify as Officer J at the trial say, "I can't eat comfortably around a bunch of niggers." This was in 65. So, Well, one of the white women tried to get the man to be quiet. He said, "Just show me a nigger, any nigger in here, and I'll kill them. I got a gun, and later I'm going to settle the bill. After all, I've got my gun." But yeah, I can see how they easily got a wrongful death. That official capacity, that's eyewitnesses, and that's premeditated violence. So that's that Iceman inheritance. That caveman. All right. Okay, yeah. I'm going to settle the bill. Okay, so uncomfortable hearing those remarks. The two black women left. To tell you the truth, I was scared. Blood told reporters on their way out. She mentioned to another patron, Osborne Moore, a black man, what they heard from the white man's booth. Osborne Moore had heard some of the remarks himself. Upset, he called Robert Reese's house where a group of men were having a few drinks. Moore told them there could be trouble at the restaurant, and the men at Reese's house drove down to the restaurant. Upon entering, they heard one of the officers later identified as Jay say, "Here comes some more niggers." Damn. The men confronted the officers with their fists, and a short brawl took place, during which Officer Larson was briefly knocked. Brother gave him that Ayukan. Gave him that Ayukan. You couldn't already do it. See, the brother was, feel me? Brother came in there. You feel me? Oh, you called me a nigger. Gave him that Ayukin, that headbutt, that headbutt punch. Brother gave him that. Feel me? Knocked his noodles out his goddamn. That was. I already made that prognosis too. You see. My mind is all right. Guarantee you. So they was drunk, inebriated, went to a black neighborhood. You gonna go to a black neighborhood and just be talking all this anti-black. This is beyond me right here. These crackers, man. So yeah, I see how they got paid. This was premeditated on behalf of these Caucasian officers. Yeah, so he got knocked out unconscious. Boom. The officers were off duty and out of uniform. And it says that in pause. And I understand why they're saying it, but and it speaks to the level of recklessness, inconsiderate, and it speaks to the underlining anti-black, ambiance that resides within him. All right, let me see. The officers were off duty and out of uniform, period. Officer L and J claimed the attack in the restaurant was totally unprovoked. I was just bending down. See, that's done. Victim, prototypical victim, mental health issues. What's wrong with him? What was his upbringing like? He had a bad upbringing. Only applied to white people. Victim. I was just bending down to take a bite of food when everything. That don't even sound right. How are you bending down to take a bite of food? Like, man, come on, bro. He's been down to take a bite of food when everything in the room seemed to explode in the bright flash. Man, get out of here. And then I blacked out. Larson told reporters he came to and they were slugging both of us. One was getting ready to slug Roberta. Yeah, right. His wife. News reports say anywhere from 4 to 8 black men took part in the beating. So this is the prototypical frame the black man as the aggressor, frame the black man as the violent, untamable, brute. Come on, man. Yeah. Okay. So news reports say anywhere from 4 to black men took part in the beating. Jay said everything happened so fast I can't recall anything. Yeah, you can. I can as I can. I mean, I can as I can. Anything that happened after that until I was out on the street. Both reported that Jay was hit first. L suffered a cut on the back of the head, a black eye, and 2 fractured ribs. Boom. When the fight stopped, black men went outside, followed by the officers. Exactly what happened or why is not clear, other than the fact that Larson was shot 5 times. At one of the car. No, the fact that Larson shot 5 times at one of the cars, killing Robert Reese with a gunshot wound to the back of the head. So essentially, he shot him in the back of the head, shot him in the back, shot him in the ear. As he's getting away, fleeing, But yeah, so okay. Pardon me. Witnesses to the beating and shooting disagreed about whether the officers are. Witnesses to the beating and shooting disagreed about whether the officers identified themselves as police officers, whether they spoke to the black man after the beating, and whether Larson was drunk when he shot at the car. On June 22nd, the coroner called for an inquest into Robert Reese's death to clear up the events of that night and to determine if there was cause to shoot Reese. Depending on the outcome of the inquest, the King County Prosecutor's Office will decide what charges to bring and against whom. The inquest began on 29th. Over a dozen witnesses were called, and evidence was presented to a jury of 6 people without ties to the police department. Local news reporters extensively covered the shooting and the inquest, printing parts of the testimony from the attackers, the officers, and the witnesses. So Weldon Boylan, the man who knocked Larson unconscious, said that while the white man probably was not expecting to be hit, he should have figured I was going to hit him when he called me a nigger. Facts. Come on now. Black power. Come on now. That's that spirit. Come on now. What you think this is, man? Come on now. Will Bolin, the man who knocked him unconscious, said that while the white man probably was not expecting to be hit, he should have figured I was going to hit him when he called me a nigger. Come on now. What you think this is? It speaks to the, he was not comfortable in the system. You feel me? That's what I mean by man. The waiter's restaurant owner and also the waiter, restaurant owner, and 2 Asian patrons testified that they heard no racial remarks throughout their testimony. 2 officers denied making any derogatory remarks. This is one thing that has been drilled into every man in the entire department, not just once, but continually. We are forbidden to either speak or act in any manner fostering racial prejudice. We are proud that we regard everyone alike, no matter what the color, race, or creed, Larson explained. Admitting to the beating, James Wilson said that after the brief clash, Officer Larson offered to shake hands and forgot the whole thing. And forget the whole thing. He also testified that he never heard them identify themselves as policemen. Osborne Moore, driver of the car in which Reese was shot, said if they identified themselves as if they identified themselves, this whole thing would have never happened. I think he was shooting just to be shooting. When asked at the trial why he did not attempt to arrest the man immediately after the beating, officer L said that after being unconscious, it took a few minutes to clear his head. A crowd had gathered outside, and when someone pointed out to the officers who had been involved in the beating, Reese and the other black men began to run away from the restaurant. They got into a car and began to drive away. Larson testified that it was then he called out for them to stop and identified himself as a police officer. When the car kept going, he claimed he shot 5 times, aiming at the rear tires. Most of the inquest focused on the amount of alcohol consumed and the use of the word nigger. That's interesting. But the attorneys also asked why Janelle or the other officer who came to the scene did not use their guns. Jay said Larson was closer. Officer Marion who was on duty at the time, testified that his nightstick was in the hand he uses for shooting, and Larson was standing in front of him anyway. It is regrettable this had to happen, and I know everybody on the force will feel the same way because someone was killed. But I feel it was my duty to stop them, Larson explained. Jace added, we wanted to stop them because we felt this was really a felony and they should be stopped. Prior to 1985 federal law, most state laws allow any force necessary to prevent the escape of a suspected felon fleeing arrest. It was up to the officer's discretion to use deadly force or not. Jay's claim the assault was a felony was possibly the reason, although it was never explicit. Jay's claim that the assault was a felony was possibly the reason, although it was never explicitly stated that Larson use of a gun was not the focus of the inquest. Because of the great degree of conflicting testimony, some people question whether any of the evidence was conclusive enough to lead to any jury decision. But on June 30th, the jury gave their verdict, deciding that the cops had been drinking, but were not so intoxicated as to impair their judgment. They also found that the officers had been assaulted and the officers had used offensive language first. Lastly, they decided that Larson did identify himself before shooting. Robert Reese's death was deemed an excusable homicide, an act committed by accident or misfortune, and doing a lawful act. Wait. They also found that the officers had been assaulted and officers had used offensive language. Okay, but they also found that the officers had been drinking though, but they wasn't so intoxicated as to impair their judgment. How though? What threshold do you use to even come to that though? That's what I want to know. Like, how do you know? Like what barometer are you using to assess to come to that conclusion that they were not, completely zonked out their mind? So boom. All right. So it was deemed an inexcusable homicide, an act committed by an accident or misfortune, and doing a lawful act by lawful means with ordinary caution without any unlawful intent. Some interpreted the verdict as saying the murder was justified, as though the officers had every reason to shoot at a car speeding away. Yeah, like since some testimony suggested the officers may have failed to identify themselves when they had the chance, or that they were drunk, had provoked the altercation, it hardly seemed like justice. But on the jury's verdict of excusable homicide, King County Prosecutor Charles Carl did not bring any charges against Officer Lauren. He did charge Officer J with provoking an assault, but he saved his harshest punishment for the 4 black men involved in the fight. James Williamson, Osborne Moore, Weldon Boland, and Leroy Head. Each of whom he charged with 3rd-degree assault. Officer J was found innocent, while the others were all found guilty, sentenced to serve 90 days in prison. 90 days in prison. I forgot it's the 60s. Yeah. During Jay's trial, information came out that showed witnesses and evidence had been concealed from the original inquest. Exactly. This is all pseudo. I mean, not pseudo. This is all it's defiled. It's all been they've been obscuring information from the jump. So bang. So they was boom. So during Dre's trial information came out that showed witnesses and evidence had been concealed from the original inquest. This appeared to support the belief that the police department and other city officials were trying to cover up misconduct and protect the officers. Of course, this is why the officer wrote a book about y'all asses. The hell. The prosecutor did not see this as reason to prosecute the officers and said the witnesses would not have changed the outcome of the inquest or the trial of the 4 black men, since the testimony did not add any new information. That's a damn lie. What the hell? He did not see it as a reason to prosecute the officer, even though there was information that was cut. Oh, come on, man. But yeah. So Police Chief Raymond. So this wasn't what's his name? Police Chief Norman Stamper. Yeah, that's his name, who wrote the book about exposing the police. Ex-Seattle Police Chief Norman Stamper. So this is Police Chief Raymond, while not acknowledging any wrongdoings by his officers, did mildly reprimand L and J as a chief of the police while Raymond was out of town during the inquest. Assistant Chief Rouse suspended both officers. However, the suspension was for only 8 days, and become another example to the black community of how the 2 officers were getting off easy. But when Chief Raymond returned, he extended the suspension. To 30 days, telling reporters on July 7th that the actions of that night were not an acceptable level of performance for the 2 officers, but that his decision in no way implied the guilt of Officer J, who had not yet gone on trial for provoking the assault. Yeah, man. Hold on for a second. Pardon me. Okay. Two days after announcing the extended suspension, Raymond drafted a memo to the employees of the police department listing the existing departmental policy on discussing or using language likely to upset someone's beliefs or meant as an insult. Every member or employee of the Seattle Police Department must recognize that insulting, disparaging, ridiculing terms or language is the cruelest action one person can take against another, and as representatives of government must never use any expression which is offensive to other people. While he never admitted that his officers may have provoked the black man on the night of June 20th, he made a previous statement at a February 1965 city council meeting that he believed at least 90% of the police force was racist to some degree. This suggested that he may have been aware of what really happened that night, and perhaps community pressure was not the only reason for extending the suspension of 2 officers. Oh, come on now. Reed, come on now. Come on, man. Read through come on, man. You gotta come. It'll take, if you come on, man. 90%, God. Shit, man. Well, I wonder what the composition of the police force, the racial makeup was. They said the brother quit. Brother quit in 1890. What was that brother's name? So Seattle's first African American police officer quit soon after being appointed in 1890. Interesting. I'm gonna have to find out what. See, I want to find out who he is, why he quit. That brother said, "I'm out of here." See, matter of fact, yeah, he wasn't comfortable in the system. That brother got hired. He got up out of there. He got hired and he was gone. He said he quit. He was not comfortable, man. The brother was not comfortable. Yeah, he was not comfortable though, for real. Yeah, that's crazy though. Yeah, he quit. So 1890. Appointed in 1890. Yeah. Very extensive anti-black history with Seattle Police Department. Very extensive. Yeah, man, it's time to step up my. You still there, Dad? Let me see. In effect, stay away.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Okay. This is the last part, right? Okay, so boom. Okay. So, in addition to suspending the officers involved and reminding the force of their non-discriminatory, and reminding the force of their non-discrimination policy, Chief Raymond also made changes to the police department policies. Many people in the community cried out that it was irresponsible for officers to carry guns while drinking, and that the combination of the two led to the death of Reese when it might otherwise have been simply a brawl. Because police were considered on duty at all times, they carried their weapon even when officially off duty, so that there were more officers out enforcing the law or protecting the public. Although Raymond claimed that the policy was already under review and would have been revised soon anyways, it was less than 3 weeks after the shooting on July 10th when he officially changed the policy. From then on, officers did not have to have their guns on their persons when they were participating in social engagements or recreational activities where it was impractical to wear a gun. Okay. Expatiation. Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all. It's a lot of anti-black. Yeah, it's opened up another layer. I didn't know this stuff about Seattle. I mean, I knew they definitely was anti-black, but I didn't know they got a. It just speaks to the history of policing, like in every state. Like, man, they beat a brother to death in 98. I mean, 98 in 1938. The brother was appointed in 1890 and quit. And soon quit after being appointed in 1890. Soon. So that man, 30 days, he was gone. So, brother, I'm going to find out who that is. First black, I'm about to find out who that is. That's what I want to find out. Who's this first black officer that quit? What made, I'm about to see something. So, first black officer. Seattle quit. In Seattle. Soon quit. No, 1890. Okay. Okay. African American appointed to Seattle Police for the first time in 1890. Isaac W. Evans became the first African American to be appointed to Seattle Police Force. A former policeman in Minneapolis, he came to Seattle in 1888. His resignation followed soon after his appointment. I wonder why. I want to know. I know I could already guess, presume why. I mean, he came from Memphis, though. Memphis, I'm shipping Minnesota. So, but yeah, let me see something. He's level. Seattle Police Department was officially established the same year that the council returned it. Pardon me, hold on, let me see something. So Clarence Bagley, 1916 tome, The History of Seattle from the earliest settlement to the present time, relays that police regulation in Seattle began with an 1865 municipal ordinance concerning the sale and theft of all things pigs. That year, Seattle's first city council also criminalized the presence of Native Americans in the city, named after a Duwamish chief, then disbanded briefly before reincorporating again in 1869. The Seattle Police Department was officially established the same year that the council returned. It wouldn't hire its first black officer until a generation later in 1890. Whew. Okay, that lone black Seattle policeman, Isaac Evans, a former Minneapolis officer, mysteriously resigned. Ain't no goddamn mysterious, motherfucker. Soon after his appointment, his career a casualty, perhaps, of a racist, exactly, and vindictive police force that arrested black journalist Horace Caden Sr. on baseless libel charges because he reported on Seattle police corruption in 1901. Goddamn devils. They got all type of... Well, fast forward. The sister, Cookie, is a black officer up here, a black detective on the force for like over 20 years. She's suing their ass too. So it's definitely entrenched. 2023. So it's they stayed with some type of lawsuit. She's a black female officer, detective. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so Caden Sr. had a son, Caden Jr., adding all odds. Jr. was savvy and politically connected enough to be appointed the first black deputy King County Sheriff in the 1920s and 1930s. Police in Seattle were used. In the 1920s, 1930s, police in Seattle were used to Negroes as suspects. Recalled. Okay, hold on, wait. So the first black. Okay, police in Seattle were used to Negroes as suspects recalled Caton Jr. in his memoir, The Long Old Road, but they looked at me as an unfortunate experiment that would or should fail, or at least they were not going out of their way to help me succeed. A little after Clayton Jr. left the force, 3 Seattle police officers brutally murdered a 27-year-old waiter, Barry Lawson, in 1938, accusing him of loitering in the lobby of his own hotel. What the hell? 27-year-old waiter Barry Lawson in 1938. They murdered him, accusing him of loitering in the lobby of his own hotel. It's crazy. Decades before, decades before displays of Black Death reduce. Decades before displays of Black Death reduced entire lives to trending hashtags, political pressure from the NAACP and the Urban League led to the conviction of the 3 officers. The cops who killed Lawson each received 20 years sentences on on second degree manslaughter charges. 1 year later, in 1939, all 3 were pardoned by Washington Governor Clarence D. Martin for Black servicemen emerging from the Great Depression War. For Black servicemen emerging from the Great Depression, participation in the World War II brought the promise of equal treatment for African Americans as a whole, but the post-World War II years remembered fondly by many Seattleites as a paradise of ample Boeing jobs, hydroplanes, and Dick's hamburgers paused, were a time when the city's Black population was still segregated in the central area. Until the late 1960s, the Seattle north of the Ship Canal was a sundown zone. Okay. Exactly. Like I said, the CDS, historically a Black area. Until the 1960s, Seattle north of the Ship Canal was a sundown zone where Black Seattleites would be subject to police harassment for appearing after dark. Seattle had just 1 Black officer in the 1950s and 60s. Damn. In the period where the Seattle Police Department writes, Quaranter Taylor, in the foregoing of a Black community, held racist attitudes about Black citizens, frequently stereotyping them as criminals. In 1955, the Mayor's Advisory Committee on Police Practices found that the city's cops demonstrated patterns of racist policing against Black Seattleites. City government offered offending officers ineffectual sensitivity training in intercultural workshops. They've been doing this shit since they've been doing this since the beginning of the time, and since all these trainings you ain't gonna be able to train out no racism, man. Let me see. In 1964, Seattle Mayor James Bramman humiliated a group of Black Central Area youths who organized in favor of civilian and rural review boards of local police, telling them not 1 single inch of progress has been made by groups like you. Damn. That same year, the Washington chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union petitioned the Seattle City Council for a hearing on discriminatory police practices. In response, the council passed a resolution declaring there was no necessity for additional boards or officers to protect the public from the Seattle police. Weeks later, 2 off-duty police officers killed Central Area resident Robert Reese in a Chinatown restaurant. Yeah. Yeah, so it says 4 decades before protesters occupied the area surrounding Seattle's East Precinct in the area formerly known as Chaz, Seattle's Black Panthers grew powerfully enough to turn parts of the city's central district into autonomous zones before there was even a phrase. In his memoir, My People Are Rising, memoir of a Black Panther Party captain, Aaron Dixon recalled that the Panthers focused their attention on feeding hungry kids breakfast, offering ambulance services, free shoes and clothing, free pest control, free busing for Black Seattleites to visit incarcerated family members, and free medical clinics. Man. Fast forward to the day, man. God damn. Okay, so yeah, they was doing okay. They had a nice little. They had a little. They had a segment of Black Panthers out here stomping, huh? Stomping down in these racist Seattle streets, huh? Okay, the Black Panthers is infectious, man. Real contagious with it. Spread it. In response, the Seattle Police Department hired the same Oakland police chief who was responsible for cracking down on the Panthers in the Bay Area. Interesting. Damn. So, who's this brother? Who wrote this article? 2020, the Seattle Police Department is still what it has been since 1869, a political institution that keeps tabs on real and perceived political enemies, waiting impatiently to exact revenge. In 2017, two Seattle cops had the brass to sue a sitting city council member who referred to their killing of Chai Taylor as murder when protester Evan Hooray recorded and circulated the video of Seattle police pepper spraying a 7-year-old child on May 30th. Seattle officers tracked Heru down and arrested him for no real reason at his doorstep a week later. I hope he sued their ass too. Shit, I'm pretty sure he did. Should Seattle's political leadership not make use of the mandate to defund and dismantle race policing once and for all? The results could be catastrophic for the populations most likely to be subject to racist policing in the first place. Who is this person that wrote this right here? Okay. Seattle-based writer. Okay, he works for the statewide Poverty Action Network and is campaign coordinator for Nick Oliver City Council campaign. Okay. Okay. Yeah, man. Oh, Seattle, boy. Yeah, they had a restaurant up here called Coon Chicken Inn. It It was called Coon. Let me see. Coon Chicken Inn. Yeah, Coon Chicken Inn, Seattle. Yep, it was called Coon Chicken Inn. It's discontinued, but it was called, the Coon Chicken Inn. It got a big old black face with a caricature and all that. Yep, they called the Coon Chicken Inn. Customers ordered meals from this menu at Seattle's Coon Chicken Inn. Come on now. Coon Chicken Inn's signature logo was derived from racist caricatures born during slavery in the 19th century. Minstrel shows was ubiquitous in Coon Chicken Inn restaurants, advertising above. They was all, yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Coon Chicken Inn. Popular 19th century minstrel theater and early century advertising. Coon Chicken Inn. Yeah, where he wore a porter's uniform. His face featured a winking eye, left eye. These crackers. These crackers, boy. And enlarged red lips, forever gaping to expose the words Coon Chicken Inn and etched on the top row of his shiny white teeth. Yep, they had one in Seattle, they had one in Spokane, Portland, and in Salt Lake City. Coon Chicken Inn. That's what I'm saying. Common law. Seattle was a segregated city for most of the 20th century, and the popularity of the Coon Chicken Inn must be understood in this context. Restrictive covenants such as this one from the Inn's Arden neighborhood was widespread throughout the city. Many are still on the books despite recent legislation that makes it easier for homeowners association to eliminate them. Easier for homeowner associations to eliminate them for more. But basically, what I'm saying right here, what it says, many are still on the books despite legislation, that common law. I mean, like, it's but it's so entrenched. It's due to the, it's been so common, due to the commonality of it. It was sanctioned for so long. It tripped for so long. So when some new legislation comes, it's all on the on it's still on the books despite despite legislation. It's still a part of still part of the fabric. So it really let me stop though. But yeah. Coon Chicken Inn. Yep, the 30s and the 40s. Coon Chicken Inn. Yeah, man. I see it's quiet up in this joint, man. Real quiet up in this joint, man. I think it's up. What the hell make a cracker when the name is restaurant? Coon Chicken Inn. Boy, they derogatory epithets be something else, boy. Made you think of that, man. For real, what made you think? Peace. Mic check. Testing, 1, 2. Chat, y'all be, boy. Oh, it's hilarious. It's Friday tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Hey, my bad, but what's up with my black people?
Peace.
What's poppin' with y'all, man? I'm on my way home though. I'm gonna chop it up with y'all when I get home though. Right here. About to get dropped off. Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot what the topic was. I gotta look at my YouTube. It was something that I was interested in though, and I was gonna say something, but I was at work earlier, so I would have been talking crazy at work, and I was like, "No, I'm too black and proud to trick myself now. I ain't gonna trick myself on no money." I know I ain't. But I would have been Gucci though. I just say I still would have been Gucci. I could have been outside though, talking. Outside.
He's not gonna trick myself. You say you're gonna trick yourself out of my money, huh?
You gotta think about it. Hey, look, man. Look, I do security, right? So if I'm doing security around some white people at a fucking clinic, And then I'm gonna get it like I might get in my feelings. Y'all, one of y'all niggas might trigger me up and say something like, "Man, nigga, what?" Hey, no, I ain't even go because it was funny. Like y'all topic was cool. I really want to jump in when the lady was jumping in because her shit was groovy. I don't even know what she was talking about. That was some shit. I was in a learning mode earlier. I was in learning for like how to like shit. That's smart. I want to do contracting, but I'm my thing is I'm gonna hop in the vehicle field of like contracting, like basically transporting jobs, like picking up packages from different places and stuff, getting contracts like that. So I love that shit though, but I want to do that independently to the point I make money to have my own business and shit, put people on. Shit gonna look legitimate and everything. Cause I've been seeing some other shit like you can do that shit the tacky way or you do that shit the right way. I'm gonna do that shit the right way.
What's the tacky way?
Not just investing in everything. Like if you start with a car, get a truck, get a bigger truck, just come up, you like just invest. Cause you can do that shit in different ways and shit. Well, I'm gonna start off in the tacky way. My mom. If I ain't got the means to buy the type of truck I want, yeah, I'm gonna get this type of truck. But it's just gonna be. I know how to work in contracts. If the app right, if that app that I was looking at right, and you just need all you need a vehicle with good insurance. Shit, that's cool. I'm good with it. Basically like Uber, but I ain't picking up no humans.
Well, no matter how you do it, as long as you do it the legit way, man, you know.
Word.
That's tacky, you know. Man, you know, so
I ain't saying like tech because I really don't look down on the tech. I don't work with a couple brothers that put me on and they doing that shit. But it's like I'm like, bro, y'all can do this shit legit though and just get a contract with them. Dude, and then I think they did that around the next summer. Cause this summer I'm about to ask my boy Mark, is he on that app? Cause I was about to say, all you gotta do is talk to the stores and tell them to get on the app too. Like get on the app. We probably put money in that app though for real, but that app done there put money in our pockets. Just letting us know who need shit transported. That basically. Same way the same way the people who got like companies taking people to hospitals and taking people that's the same form, that's the same shit, that's the same work. That's the same work field, basically.
yeah,
You know, and
man.
I got a couple friends of mine who does that stuff, like own group homes and shit like that. So I might just be like, oh, I might buy a van, just I could buy a van like that and be doing that shit. Yeah, I think we gotta throw them out. Hell no, but we gonna sell them motherfuckers. Boy. I'm a hustler. I ain't even about to don't smoke cigarettes like that.
Like that.
Wasting money, my boy.
Well, you gonna come out the house at 125.
Man.
Yeah, man. Good old comfortability in this good old system of whiteness, white supremacy, however you want to call it. We call it many different. Got my pen and my paper. Never. I can never lose hope. I don't do hope. We don't do hope. We don't do hope in me, man. We do deliberate or intentional. Deliberate. Meticulous. No need to fret. No fretting on my end. They fretting. I ain't fretting over here. They fretting over there, man. Cool, calm, and collected. Take your time, Yana. Take your time. This is a sensitive matter now. For real. I don't think this will be, I promise you, this will be an indelible experience right here. An indelible experience for me and for the other side and for the judge. And for the judge. I mean, the time, Your Honor. I'm in no rush. No rush. Kendrick said it. You a god even when they say you ain't. Well, I know they be bad when they hear that. I know they be bad when they hear that. They cannot kill that God spirit. That black guy, you can't kill that. I don't give a damn. You know, all that. I used to be a god. What? Used to be. Ain't no used to be. You can't kill the black God spirit, man. And we've been that whole black.
Nigga, they can't kill the black guy. They try to kill me in jail. I said, hold on, I couldn't wait till I hop out that bitch and hop in the shower. I was in that bitch infected or something. Y'all ever went to jail and feel suffocated? That shit death.
That whole experience is
This hallway smell like jail.
you know, if you let it, you know, you gotta come back, man. You gotta be mentally prepared. But yeah, you can't kill the black God spirit though. But like I was saying, if you want us, or the black man identifying or identifying self with God, us identifying ourselves, it feels good to know. Not even feel good. It's great to know that doesn't, because
That's a
the
movie?
false narrative said, oh, that's the Nation of Islam, and that's the pop. Man, we've been black preachers in the church. I can show you quotes from black preachers. You feel me? The church. Rise up, Negro, you was God. I'm paraphrasing, but some of that nature, in the church before it got to the nation, 1900s. But what's that brother's name? Walker's Appeal. What's that? Am I saying that correct? But yeah, I ain't got my collection. I don't got all my collection around me right now at this time. I'm in the process of relocating, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, my mic was muted. I was say, hey, would it be like when we watch our stuff on YouTube? It'd be like a 10-second delay. Oh, yeah, my mic was muted. I was say, hey, would it be like when we watch our stuff on YouTube? It'd be like, oh, no, that was like both. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I might go to sleep. I'm tired. I think I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. I might look at this work schedule, bro. Them motherfuckers just told me I gotta work on the weekend.
I don't know why that was so funny to me, bro. Like that nigga, bro, he went from hey, I'm trying. He got home, he got back to the spot, and he said, "Shit, I'm gonna go to sleep, nigga."
What that paper, bro? Oh, this is.
Oh, that was hilarious. Dude. I don't know why that was so hilarious to me,
Oh, it's
bro.
just Saturday.
That
Okay, cool.
killed me
All right,
inside.
cool then. I ain't gotta be at work then. Okay, Saturday. I'm good.
Oh man, I got my foot on their
I'm
neck, man.
good.
I got my mind on their neck. I mean, shit, however you want to say it.
No percentage on
Yeah, man, the floor is all yours, my guy.
Nah, I was just probably going because the topic was what's the hey hold on what I say what the topic was again?
He said, nah. He said, nah. He tried to protect. He said, nah, I don't want it.
Where did my remote just go? I just had it.
I said, no, I don't want it. No. You remember the movie Barbershop with Ice Cube? And they tried
Right,
to
what
force
happened?
no, you remember the movie Ice Cube with Barbershop? When they forced the money on him, he didn't want to take the loan.
No,
He was
no.
I don't want it. No, I don't want it.
I don't
Man.
know what I did with the damn TV remote that fast. I think I set it on the table. No, though, but the shit was what they say earlier on that. They say it was like some black people going through a racism. That's bro all day though. That shit is not about to go away. I don't think it's so. It's like you gotta
It's
be
called
prepared
private.
for that shit sometimes.
It's called private discrimination. You know, private discrimination is still rampant within this society. You know what I'm saying?
And if you look at it, like I remember, I was listening to, I think it was like Carlos Miller. I think I was listening to Carlos Miller. He was like, I'm lifting down. I can see my shit on shit. My bad, y'all. But I listen to Carlos Miller, and it's like the forms of racism is deeper down south than once you get up to Midwest and to the East Coast. Because it's like they show it more down south. They gonna tell you that they racist. They gonna tell you gonna call you a nigga to your face. As soon as you hit up closer where I'm at, get up to the Midwest, they gonna be like sneaky and shit. They ain't gonna say that shit to your face.
Yeah.
But that shit later though. But I seen something yesterday. A lady in Africa, right? She already get a news topics on this one little African, like it's an African YouTube that be showing African news. She be doing her little segment on it. But she told her story about her life on how her kids be seeing that different attitudes from the white kids that's in Africa, and she be like, why do like we gotta stop that right now? Like what the fuck they got? How the fuck they feel so privileged and feel so hard to be on some shit like that in our country? But she was already her topic was on the Muslims though in Ukraine. That the white people in white people in Ukraine who left and fled or something, right? And the Muslims didn't leave. When they came back, they all around, they out there. So this is, I guess they got Muslims out there. They probably the Arabic Muslims or some type too, though. All type of Muslims come in all type of colors, basically, all type of races, all type of different. But she was talking about that. But I was so hurt on how she said about how her kids get treated at school in their own country. So I'm like, damn, that's crazy. It's fucked up. Like that's a form of what's the shit? Damn, man, I can't look at the top. What's the word again? Lady supremacy. That's a form of white supremacy. Yeah, that's white supremacy in Africa, basically. Like the same shit was going on right now in our backyard is going on same thing. So whatever they got going on, they on code with something going on, y'all.
Sound like
If black people don't wake up and pay attention, they gonna get left behind because they down. I'm in Ohio. They doing that little shit.
They gonna
They
get left
doing that little
behind.
shit, running, trying to do the little Nazi walkthroughs. Why the kids about to get out of schools and all no, none of that. That shit ain't. All right, they gonna fuck with the wrong one. That's
I ain't
all.
gonna
That's
get
what
left
they go.
behind. I cracked the code. I cracked the
You crack
matrix, man. Yeah, I ain't. That's all I'm gonna say. But I
the
cracked the
matrix
code.
on what? Like try to like figure it out. What? Like try to avoid it
I'm
and
talking
live
about
around it.
like this, how can I say this?
Because either way it go, every walk of life you gonna see a smirk from some type of this different color than you face. Anything that's not your same skin color, you gonna see a smirk from, no matter if you don't catch it or you do catch it. That
I'm gonna
shit
just keep it
crazy.
at. I'm gonna just keep it at. Yeah, man. I cracked the code,
Bro,
bro. I've cracked the code, and
Right, right, but right, well, I don't know. I just be like, we gotta literally like when it comes to that white supremacy, I think we should still be putting on to the motherfucking kids that ain't that ain't around type of a lot of black people. That's why I think that's part of knowing what's going on. Other than they know, a lot of average white man, I mean average black man, we know about that shit. We know this shit. I mean, they just know they know where to do that shit and where don't to do that shit. Don't come out and try to y'all little booty ass protesters and dumbass bullshit because we gonna try to shut that shit down. We do that shit close to black people. I mean, that's how us Ohio niggas rock. We've been doing that shit for years.
Oh, that's where you at right now? You in Ohio?
Yeah, I'm from
Okay,
Ohio.
yeah. So how far are you from that black town? How far are you from the historically
That
that black
black town,
town?
where's that black town at again? Because I can Google it. Because I think that black town is close to like, let me see, like an Akron area. I'm in Toledo, so Toledo is more like I can Google it though.
Okay, I'll be right
Give
back.
me the name of that town. I can Google it.
Okay. Yeah, man. That black town, yeah, man.
That's the town I'm talking. That's what I was trying to like basically talking about because I seen that too. I can't remember where I seen it at because I think I was watching that interview. I just ended up watching that whole interview. I found it on YouTube. Matter of fact, I probably seen it on Instagram and found the interview. But that's close to home to me. That's close to home because at the end of the day, we did the same thing when they do that shit. That's one thing about where we at. Them Nazis be trying to do that shit, pop up around shit, and they announced this Trump shit was doing. In that town, they talk about they was passing out flyers and shit, doing all type of goofy shit. I'm like, oh, that ain't even that. They in that town for real. As soon as I seen the mayor was white. Once I seen the mayor was white, I'm like, oh yeah, it's history. It's history for black people in this town, but the, we done still we ain't got that much pull like we think we got. What should I say though? I mean, what should I type? That's crazy. That's like I ain't never watched the news. I know that shit was on the news too though.
Yep. You get the name of that town?
I'm about to just Google type this shit.
I'm surprised you don't know, brother. You kind of in the same proximity. I expect you to know
Nazis
that,
in
my brother.
Ohio
To be known that, my brother.
walking around. A major black town starts an armed protection. Okay, but I think this is right here. I think that's more close to Cincinnati. That's like more southern. Yeah, Lincoln Heights, Ohio. Lincoln Heights, hold on. Lincoln Heights nearly morning of the last month. Jay was walking up at sunrise to drive around the streets of Lincoln Heights, patrolling the neighborhood bus stops, making sure the children get to school. That's Cleveland. I know where Lincoln Heights. That's more out Cleveland way, I think. That's like the outside of Cleveland. It gotta be, I think. I think so. My tablet moves too slow sometimes. Hold on, I'm smarter than I was. Just copy and paste. Not
I
copy
seen a
and paste, but
video, and it was had a bunch of mulattoes though in that town. They had some brothers, and I see some, but they had a mulatto. That brother was
man, you seen that one goofy nigga that was talking? Bro, it's the white dude, bro. I mean, the black dude that was talking. Bro, I feel so bad that if I was to say so, because I was gonna literally, if I ain't like yesterday, I mean not yesterday, the other day, I was about, I was hoping this motherfucker, one comedian asked if I wanted to come on stage when I went to one of the show. So I was about to talk about that shit. I swear, I don't know why I was about to talk about that shit, but I want to talk about it because I know how we rock. Like that motherfucker probably would have got a drink. He would have seen that shit. And I was like, man, I ain't here to talk down on the brother, man, but he just ain't the one that's like going. He said some goofy shit, bro. I wish I could find. I'm about to try to find that. I forgot what he said. It was something goofy as hell to me. Like he was something. Though.
Are you talking about you talking about the mulatto?
Yeah,
The
man.
mulatto, right?
It was a light skinned dude talking on the news like this. Yeah. He had his arms folded or something too, though. He said, yeah. He just got to talking though, like, well, he was giving his opinion about what's going on, but he lived in that city, and he said something crazy though. I know what you're talking about, Didi. I bet I do. I'm looking at it like it's whatever this article is. I'm reading the article. It's NBC. It's an NBC article though. Right where the interview was at though. NBC. Oh, is this the clip right here? No, I'm watching the clip. It's just on the side of the screen. That's the. There you go. My speaker.
You don't want to become a group of people that walk around feeling like we have a reason why they don't take that. And this community is not.
My Bluetooth disconnected.
Chat like, what the hell is going on here? Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, Gold Mine?
What's good, bro?
Man, you know, strategizing, plotting.
Sure, it's the best time of the day to do it. It's the best time to do it.
You know, unparalleled thoughts.
Man. He said unparalleled thoughts.
Thoughts unparalleled. Like, you know, we just don't understand until they actually, until how somebody was like a person tries to fathom how and how a person do what they do, or just how they might have, or how they manifested a particular result into reality. It can leave certain subjects like scratching their head, like, man, how do you do that? But yeah.
Hey, I found that shit, Diddy.
Found it.
Business owners, fathers, sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety.
That dude gonna be talking at the end of it.
It's the duty. Okay, let's go. The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority Black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio. After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas, and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school. At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK with these flyers.
First African American community above the base of Big Slime Sky.
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for Black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home.
if somebody broke into your
Oh
home,
yeah, it is
the
NBC.
police says, you know, if they do it again, we're not broken the law, so we're just gonna allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
So you feel like the police department and the sheriff have allowed or been silent in the face of this threat?
You gotta pause that shit, yo.
I about to say that's what that mean right there. When we stop it, I really wanted. I ain't even want to hear all that. I want to hear dude talking.
Yeah, you can't really just let it ride like that, yo. You gotta talk over it or something.
Okay, all right, bet.
And let people know what you're talking about, what you're trying to play.
Oh, I'm trying to play this video that it was some Nazis coming up in Ohio somewhere in Lincoln Heights, man. That shit ain't nothing new. I'm from Ohio, and they always trying to do that shit. They always trying to do that shit, like, bro. We got a racist code. This is an Ohio community. Who is this dude?
We don't want to become what we hate.
Hold on, yeah, this nigga.
We don't want to become.
Oh, bad. You just talking crazy.
Afford to wait. Every day,
I gotta
the
see what
Safety
he
to Watch
talking
group
about.
escorts children to school and patrols the streets. Why do you all wear masks?
All right, why don't you do this? Why don't you look up what you're talking about so you can talk about it without playing the video audio?
Eric Ruffin.
I already looked it up. I just want y'all to hear this goofy dude
We don't want
talk.
to become what we hate.
Okay, well
We
get
don't
to
want
the
to
part where he's
become
talking and then cut it
It's
off.
him talking right here.
walk around
Really, just show what he looked like. Really,
feeling like we have a reason in America to have to protect ourselves. And this community.
And that's when I was like this.
All right.
That's when I dinged in my head. I said, "Fuck all that. We don't want to feel like a no." At the end of the day, life is boxing. Protect yourself at all times. Fuck what he talking about. Oh fuck, y'all seen this and this like no, we ain't doing that, bro. Nobody doing that dumbass shit. Feeling like you got that feeling like you we know why you feeling like that. I can just see it in your face. Why you feeling like that? But that's all though. That's what he said. That mulatto, bro. It's so when I made it talking about that motherfucker, bro. Hell no. But how y'all been feeling though? Y'all been having any racism happen in the last couple days to y'all?
That's the biggest question. I need to ask him. Well, ask black people, how you okay? Are you feeling all right? Have you experienced any anti-black? Man, that's the biggest question, huh? Shit. For real.
Man, for real.
It's always.
In a way, I'm serious. For real. Like, that's crazy.
It's always there. You just got to know how to, maneuver. And if you encounter it, know how to, flip it and monetize and monopolize on the ass.
He said monetize.
Yeah. He said monetize. No, monopolize is kind of like a more. What you mean? Like
I mean like
get that money out of them. That's like I don't want shit from at the end of the day.
I'm saying I'm saying like in certain contexts, like there's certain instances where it's so the negligence is so noticeable that that it justifies or it breaches one's constitutional rights. You feel me? So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
So it's like at the end of the day, you gotta learn how to you gotta learn the system. What you trying to say? Learn the system, then?
Yeah, I'm just saying in certain instances. I'm not saying every situation you get into is going to be a situation where you can levy a lawsuit. Due to direct or indirect.
I ain't really talking about no lawsuit, but that understand though. So people who ain't talking about lawsuits, they just gotta learn the system though. That like one day I'm gonna step my ass into a law library. I'm gonna literally go because I remember I walked past. I said, we can't just walk in here. They're like, no, you gotta have an appointment or something, or just be a lawyer. I'm like,
what law library?
All right.
So you went to was it like at a courthouse? You went to it
in my city downtown? It's a law library.
Oh, okay. So okay,
the law library downtown.
Okay. Where you
I was
can't.
just going. I just wanted to go in there. Like I wanted to walk in. Like I pick up one of them law books and get to reading that shit.
You
But
gotta,
they said you gotta have an appointment. Like you gotta just set. You gotta do something like that to get in there. You can't just walk up in there.
oh, so okay, so it sounds like you gotta like call beforehand and then like schedule it and you can go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You can't go.
Situations like that. Because if you ain't got the basically the lawyer or judge or you ain't got some shit like that going, you ain't going to school going to the college for being a lawyer. You ain't got that type of that type shit. You can't just walk up in there.
Mm. Mm.
I was like, cool. Glad I know that there.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Cause it's education is always there. It's right here, and like ain't no way you can hide education from us in America, us black people. It's there.
Oh yeah,
It's just the right education, I guess. I'd rather point people minds to, and I can't say what's right and what's wrong anyway. Too though, I feel like it's to each your own at the end of the day.
it's really all
What
based on
you
what
feel comfortable with, understand.
you know. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think earlier when I was listening when I was at work, y'all wasn't even really talking on a topic like that, unless I missed some of it. I think I missed some. I was tuned in for a minute, but I was really intrigued on that contract. Like, that was dope how she figured out a field and work with it, and she got to for me doing that shit, and then helping out other people, like help people out with it, like us as black people, like letting because we couldn't get it as a man. I think that's what she was trying to say. Like certain contracts or something, they wasn't giving them out to the man. They had to go through her or something. Basically, it seemed like they was pulling that card, like how they used to probably still do that shit. Like you gotta secretly put your business in a way, like you gotta like basically embrace your. Not I said the word wrong, but reappraise your house or something, and had the face of a white man doing it. You're gonna get an extra money. So in forms of buying a business and be like, oh, this man is the face of it. That's right. So it's like that. I always told myself I'd do that one day, but the only reason I do that's it. If I buy a business downtown, if I buy a building downtown in my city, hell yeah, boy, what? I'm the secret owner. Man, I'm literally the secret owner. I got a business, bro. This $1 million building down here, bro. But I'm just saying, like, I do it that way. I want to let these crackers know I own that business. They had to find out they sell.
Well, they gonna know. They gonna know when you gotta go get the deed and when you gotta go register the business. They gonna know.
They gonna know. They gonna know when you signed the deed.
Yeah.
But there ain't no way you can form contracts and have lawyers and be like, this the face of my name ain't really ain't no shit like that going on.
If, like have somebody, you're like the actual, you're like co-owner. You feel me? Or you know, and like.
But I gotta make them a part of the business though. Then I gotta put them as a co-owner.
What's the term? Just say they would be like the face, you know, just to say that.
He could be the face and have a 2% stock. That would be my contract. He got 2% stock in this bill.
2%.
2% stock in this motherfucker. That's it. He the face. I mean, he ain't put no money behind this business. That's what I'm saying. I wanna have a contract and like I put the most money behind all this my shit, but I'm just not. I don't know. I didn't. They look up records. Your face and your name gonna come up. They look up records. So probably no way to hide that shit. Especially at the end of the day, our black kids. I was talking about it too. That shit had me cracking up though. But it was like, man, we knew that shit. Everybody knew that shit. Like they were like when we was kids. They be like, if you get in trouble, you go to jail and shit. They be like, your record ain't gonna be there when you get older. Hell no, certain felonies and all that shit gonna be there. Really? The record's still gonna be there. We got all that shit.
No, depending on what kind of crime you got, how long it's been. But you know, you can get a lot of stuff expunged, you know, outside of like murder and rape and shit like that. But anything that ain't got no murder or rape, you can get it expunged. No child molestation, no shit like that. But yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about. Look,
Whatever.
I'm talking about this shit. Like,
Yeah.
all right, you said just like this, bro. I'm talking
Industry.
about any charge. I'm talking about a petty thief charge, just because they know it's there, bro. I don't even know that shit there, bro. That shit ain't go away from nothing.
Yeah. But so we brought this up for what again?
And
Exactly.
they probably still secretly use it again. So even though the system, the paperwork say no, they ain't using it again. No, they still know. Oh, they nigga, he stole something nigga, from the dollar store. Nigga, he's 6 years old. Nigga, they know that shit. They wrote him a ticket and everything. Them niggas is, bro, fuck that. Them niggas watch us. They dying. That's the that's what they. I don't see how motherfuckers we got tricked by that shit. Man. We got tricked by motherfuckers that stare at us.
Hmm.
Like
Wow.
that's a metaphor to me. Bro. We got tricked by motherfuckers that stare at us, bro. And then at the end of the day, that kind of was the damn righteous. That was the righteous damn smartest thing as a human being could ever do at the end of the day, because we so infatuated with we know how to use everything. Once we get it, we know how to do everything on it. But we let them motherfuckers watch us. Taught them how to do a little certain shit, but we just let them motherfuckers watch. They said that's where we should have known when the motherfuckers just staring at us like, no, bitch, y'all get to work too. Y'all go do something too. Go do something. Get the fuck away from me. Go do something. Go copy what the fuck you do, but don't watch me.
So how you
Like,
feel
go
about?
do something.
So how
But
you
that's
feel
how
about?
I end up. That's when we got to teach them shit, and that's all.
How you feel about black folks being comfortable?
Being comfortable with what? That topic.
Yeah, the topic.
What you mean?
Being comfortable. Comfortable subjects of.
Yeah, my shit on that shit though, it's still the same. My same revolution I've been preaching on shit. We're living in a day of hooray. That shit started in the 60s and 70s. And I think in the 70s, eventually, when really shit was really popping.
You said.
Clubs and music and everything was going amazing. Michael Jackson got to tour in the world. It was over. Black people said, and all that shit. Marvin Gaye got to going crazy. It was a good time, and it's still a good time now. I guess still a good time now. You still got a party crowd. You still got a party culture. We got a party culture to the point that all it do is just make our mind feel like, oh, we comfortable with the fuck we doing until it happens to something. Until something happens to some to you or to someone that you know, and it affects you. That's when you feel something about it. In which really a lot of shit should be in place to at least like help us, like, hey man, just do this the right way. But we ain't gonna listen. Sometimes I think as a whole in general, we not gonna listen until to. I don't know what to say because it's like, nigga, we fucked up in a way. In a way, if we don't lock on code like how they doing, and that's what I was saying earlier, bro. It's how bad these motherfuckers on code, bro. They got the Nazis in our backyard here, and they're doing that over there in Ghana and shit, in Africa, a city in Africa, when they got white people there, right? They're doing that there, and that's crazy. How fucked up as a people we can like let that shit slide. And the only reason I was saying that shit because I was talking to my uncle. I was like, that's like me going to, if I go to Africa, right? Just go over there to visit. I'm gonna fuck around, want to stay for a month or something, just to peep shit out. But if I go over there and I see a smirk on me, I see a motherfucker, a white motherfucker, just give you that, because we know that energy, and we just feel. I'm like, what the fuck really going on? And I'm gonna end up over there. I'm trying to rally these niggas together. Why y'all letting these niggas do that? Why y'all letting these? Why y'all deep? Why y'all doing that? Come on, man. It ended up like, bro, for real. I think Americans go over there and start revolutions. So they probably comfortable with it, or just, I don't know, but it shouldn't happen like that though. But we know why it happen like that, because it's a money thing, it's a power thing. They got money over there or something. They just we're comfortable in the hooray. That's the definition. And when I say hooray, we're living in that happy moment of just, once the weekend hit, we kick it. Any holiday, we gonna kick it. We're like, we're that people that's kicking it for shit. To the man, we just good. We good, man. I don't know how y'all say it in the best way to me. Y'all say that some shit in the best way, but my thoughts on it, like when y'all say like that, bringing back white. I mean, when I talk about white Smith, it's right in our fucking backyard, man. Right here. I don't know what y'all be doing in y'all cities when they pop up in that bitch. Them motherfuckers sure do get scared and hop. I don't. These bitches be hopping out of U-Haul. That's what make it so disrespectful. They hopping out of U-Haul and bro, that's crazy, bro. They know what they doing, bro. They hop out of U-Hauls in like a good ass down there suburb neighborhood where some black people around there. But they just do that shit close to somewhere else or something. Just do that shit. They not. It's crazy. They probably never do that, bro. It's too our youngins are just our inner city youngins are just nigga. They like third world country youngins, nigga. If y'all want to put them there, I bet you put our kids against a third world country nigga. Nigga, they bought that shit. They got their little guns, little army, but they got their badass kids too. Nigga, our kids will go at it too with them. Nigga, our kids will nigga, go at it with they nigga crazy asses. Nigga, we got them kids. So that's why they ain't gonna do that shit. You ain't gonna see no Nazi nowhere close to a fucking inner city of public school. You're gonna be at a public school that's out, right there. That shit called Lincoln Heights. Cause that shit right outside of Cleveland. And Cleveland got it's his hick side. They got their hick side town. So Lincoln Heights probably down there. You got the outside city. You got Lincoln Heights outside. That city next to Lincoln Heights, they probably Hick Town. That city on the other side of Lincoln Heights, Hick Town. It's a fucking Hick Town. Even though they say that shit is a black founded city, though, that shit probably still a bunch of damn near crackers in that bitch, bro. Hella crackers in that run that shit in that police forces and in the mayor field. Once I seen the mayor was white, and you say this is a legendary black city, why y'all ain't vote no black mayor in this shit? That shit need to be talked about. There's black mayors all in other cities and shit. I think we done almost had we all one of them tried to run, I think. Right, like almost 3 years ago. One black person tried to run for Toledo. But it was somewhere else, a black mayor probably in Akron or something. But that's where the black mayor should be. But think about it, a black probably political person probably went down there and walked through that city and said, nah. They don't really need nothing going on in this city. They got everything cool. Kids going to school, everybody eating good. There's no poverty here. There's no nothing. We got everything. Everything is good. So they're gonna go to a city that got problems and try to build their name up. That's what I probably think. But that's crazy though. No, I ain't fucking with it though. I like what that mayor said though. That mayor did say that he said something in his little writing that he said. I like what he said. He said something in a cool way. Like they handled it. Wasn't no, but then them brothers who was with the mask on, they already said like, hell no. If he said it like that, then why the motherfucker police get to talk about we can't do nothing if they come back? They not even doing nothing. If they just no, man. They come back, you escort them out. Tell them to leave. Don't just sit there and let them just sit. Fuck posted. No, they ain't doing that, man. That's why at the end of the day, I like what them brothers doing because that's how that shit should be every day. It should be like that in every inner city black community. Just motherfuckers doing that shit. Motherfuckers trolling this shit. But we got to find a way to fund them niggas. Make that shit a job for them. Then that'll be definition, start trying to police our own neighborhood. Then do the shit what everybody want to hate on the world, the entertainment world want to talk about, because Charleston White snitch, his Cameron, Charleston White still, even though he did that dumbass bitch ass shit as a kid, I got a good message from him off of one of his other interviews about he can get the reparations in 2 or 3 years. I bet money we can get reparations off of what his idea said, but first we got to police our damn community. Let
me ask you a question.
Figure out a way to create businesses for our black people. Figure out a way to just do that shit.
Shouldn't the gang members be policing the community?
They should, but watch this though. Soon as a motherfucker offer a job and say this the job, y'all get paid for, and it's money, it's funded, we got it, nigga. Now them motherfuckers gonna want to try to come along, but at the end of the day, you still gotta be on the right track. I mean, once y'all come along, it really ain't no beef. Ain't no black man should be beefing at another black man no more. I don't give a fuck if you fucking your fucking baby mama. If you fucking your fucking baby mama, then
You're going too far.
No, I can rock with
I mean,
that.
I'm just saying though, that's what it's gonna boil down to anyway. Though it's gonna be like, motherfucker, we gonna stop what the fuck we gonna stop the dumb shit, but niggas gonna still find a reason to do something. You dig what I'm saying?
Niggas need to stop.
Just
Stop what
because
they
you rep
doing.
black power harder than the next black power man, that man gonna be mad at you. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay, I can see that.
Now
I can
that's a
see that.
fact.
But it's just like. It's like them brothers have fallen in line in a way to me. If it's gonna be like that, they gonna fall in line. It's better instead of you feeling like that, because at the day when I'm hearing that now, because I'm looking at right now what we living in. If we hearing that, we've been saying that for years. Then they've been saying that for years. Oh, the gang should go back to be, or just not even saying go back, because that's how we learned our live. Like that's what they used to do. Some people don't even know that the gangs used to do that shit. Be the community leaders, be like type shit. So. Man, fuck's telling them they need to do that shit because they ain't doing that shit, bro. If you really go around some gang members, bro, gang members don't do that shit. Gang members worry about their family, bro. They worry about that gang. And then they worry about their own pockets inside of a gang.
Right. So if we look at it right now, we see how much power. Well, how much power do you think gangs hold?
I really say no power. I really say no power though. Because that grandmother on that block with that gang got caught that policeman and scared the shit out of him. So what type of power is
I can rock
I
with
mean,
that
like,
because I
all
can
right,
rock with
like,
that
let me see
because
because I'm
I
thinking,
just
of
gave.
something, I'm thinking of that type of scenario. No, fuck that type of
No,
scenario. I
no,
gotta put it
that's
in a
real.
different.
That's the most respectable answer in my humble
Let me
opinion because
see.
if
I
you
know.
look at
I'm
what
trying. I'm trying to
happened,
think of another creative answer though. Another creative answer though, because it's like what credit can we give them for what they doing? That's crazy. That's what you ask. We gotta ask that gang that. What's the positive thing out the gang life in the past 10 years? What happened positive? So what happened positive in the last gang life is that people are still probably in gangs and they just get making money off music, and the ones that's probably using that music to do good stuff of taking care of their community are probably doing little picnics, and you know how they do, they going up under these white man holidays, trick-or-treating and shit, just trying to show kids and shit that they there for them if they need them, or sometimes I guess that for me, if you can give a mama $200, you can fuck them, man, take care of their kids. You know how it be, man. It's just
Whoa,
type of shit.
whoa.
yeah, because like
But
we like
so
out. We
that
know
could be
how.
like a positive thing. They could be like that. They could be there for some people that really ain't got in needs. But it's like I said though, they hold no, like, in general. If you think about it, they kind of hold no power, bro. Unless we give them the power, we got to give them the power. Give them a reason to protect or something, to protect us. I guess protect the neighborhood, like y'all say y'all doing. Don't protect the neighborhood from the man that's because he come. It can start over a drug. It start over a drug, or because a nigga be like, "Oh, this girl on your block like me, so I'm over here on your block because of this girl like me." It start over that. That's all it start over. So far as a nigga fighting each other, playing football and sport, the gangs are so cool. We get along playing sports, doing everything else. But when it comes down to that, we just living our life, and y'all part of some situation. Like that's how basically what it is. So if we could stop it, what it really is kind of dead out. I mean, no, it's a reverse cycle. This shit keeps still going on, bro. All that
Well,
shit still.
I mean, we can
Just
see
the only
what kind
thing
of
different, the
power
guns is better.
we see what kind of power that they hold because if we look what happened in Cali a little while ago, well, a day or two ago, to me there's no power. Like because to me
I was about to say,
if
what power they hold? All them old
because
niggas that got locked up, that was 19 people that was old as fuck. Them
right,
niggas
but
was
I mean
old, bro.
but they paint this narrative like, you know, we this, we that, we this, and we deal with politics. But I'm like, God damn, what happened to the politics when the police slide?
Madonna,
That's
your
what
ass over
happened.
there banging in your picture
They,
talking
they,
about
they
police.
what the happened? Motherfucker, one person got caught and told on everybody else. That's he got caught and told on everybody else. They had they shit, whatever they was doing, they had their shit going. Well, that one person got caught, which I'm guessing that nigga Big U.
Nah, they just picked Big U up. He the last one they picked up.
No, I'm saying he started the whole shit though. This shit started from him.
That's how they
It
paint it.
started from him giving the cops information on these guys, and they letting him
Oh,
run
that's
this
what you
shit
talking
though.
about. Yeah.
So he working for them people in a way off of corrupting us, what they're doing anyway. So anybody who really watches No Jumper will be like, damn, bro, this is the worst shit to be watching. Like to be like really entertained by this shit. Cause I catch myself watching that shit, but I'm glad I don't watch it. Like I'm glad these one brothers left they show to the point like they know what the fuck going on, bro. And them same brothers use the one of them couple cats just to be on their show, but it's still like I know what them fuck them niggas doing. They don't condone that shit for real. They just use them motherfuckers to get them clicks and views, but they're not on that show every day and every day. And still they still got a voice like them niggas like Watt can call them that show now and talk to them dogs, but it's like all them motherfuckers on that shit they was beefing with anyway down there. They weren't fucking with them niggas.
Ain't
But
the
it was
police
like
a
that
gang?
huh?
Ain't the
But they got the
police a
youth
gang?
crashing out. It shows that type of narrative. That
Police
youth crashing.
gang, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Callie told me that. That's how I learned that from police gang.
They powerful.
Them niggas is a gang, my mom.
Madonna
Fuck them.
recognize they power, don't you?
Who power?
The police gang.
Hell yeah, because they more organized.
Nah,
I was
nigga,
about to
cause
say they organized and
they take
they
your
got that
taxes,
fucking
nigga.
jet. Yeah, they got that money. They got that judge or whoever it is. They got the fucking cracker behind them. They
They got a
power as
system.
hell.
They got a system, right?
Yeah, they
So
organized.
imagine we had a
They so
system, right?
organized. They so organized. They make us join our people join
Yo,
their forces. That's how
all right.
organized they are.
See. Imagine we had a system of patrolling our neighborhoods, and we sending our people to them. That'll end up we have to be like, damn, why the fuck we even doing that too?
Y'all ain't peeping how every time it get to the point they could even have that kind of power, what the police come do.
Like they gonna kill. They
They
gonna
gonna
take you
kill
to
that
jail
shit.
now. They kill
When you
that shit. They
police your
killed the
own community,
dude. The dude
when you
during
police,
he had an army or something. The AAV army. The black dude. That motherfucker was marching on
well, gold
everybody. He was
mine,
protecting houses.
gold mine. When you
Mm-hmm.
police your own community and then you establish that you doing it in a good, in a right way, you don't have to worry about the police. The police will have so much respect for you that,
They'll
like
be
you said,
with you. They
right?
gonna be with you for real.
What? What
Yeah,
world
when
y'all
you
live
police
in?
your own community in the right way,
Some
Nah,
of
that
them
you
will
works
will
though,
though.
know.
but this though, no, that's when the backstabbing start coming because that's when they get to not probably helping out in a way. They gonna have them motherfuckers. They
It's
crazy
not
ass
legal
cracker
to
Police would
be
ass
a
lose.
cousin
vigilante, my nigga.
ass rich.
Police
I'm like,
would
hey
It's
man,
lose
y'all
their
better
illegal.
stop
jobs.
fucking helping them niggers. Stop helping them niggers.
That's what I'm finna
Before
say.
I
Police would lose their jobs if we ain't got enough
yeah,
crime going
that's how
on.
they go. They'll fuck around. They be just like that. It be that one cop that's gonna lose his job. He gonna be that cool one. Hey man, why that little Mexican Asian cop don't come around here no more? Shit, that
They got a
motherfucker, he ain't
police
Police are
fucking with it.
academy.
empowered by the government, so unless you
They
guys
told that little
are being
motherfucker they
empowered by the
gonna
government, you
Hey, you
patrolling
low
your
fi.
neighborhood legally. I'm trying not to talk loud.
Oh, okay. Okay. Y'all be quiet real quick. I'm trying to hear what he's
I can't
saying.
hear him though. I can't hear him.
I'm saying like the police are empowered by the government. It's not that they're so organized. They're a government entity. So if
Right,
you want to
right.
patrol your neighborhood, you're gonna have to find a way to be empowered by the government to do these things. You
That's what
can't
we
just
gonna do.
go
We gonna
arresting
find a way to
people.
steal some money from Trump. Trump got to give us that money.
Necessarily
Yeah, I
so.
think
Somebody,
you're
we
just
gonna
talking
get it.
crazy. Yeah,
That's
you're just
not
talking crazy.
necessarily so. You could be
Okay, give
you
me
could
an
police your
example
own
of
neighborhood.
something of people that are not. That's neighborhood watch. You can only do so much things, and they tell you to call the police.
Bro, there's ways around all that.
Hey, I know how to do it, yo. I just figured it out. Everybody who pay their money tithes in church, That's how we
Give me an
pay
example of
our
somebody
policemen in our
doing it
community.
without the police. Go ahead.
That's
That
how
was
we do
talking.
it. The
Talking,
police
making no
station of a
sense.
black community should be the church. Bam, there you go. If y'all want to do it that way, police, bam, and then we could make a noise, stir up something. Because at the end of the day, I'm tired of talking about
Before
shit
you
and
ramble on
let's
more,
do the
stop.
shit.
Before you
Figure it
ramble on
out.
more, stop and think
That's
about
not
what you're
rambling
gonna
on
say.
war, bro. That's
Yeah, you're
not
just
war. That's
rambling. I said rambling on more. Stop and think and then talk. You're like rambling. Stop and think about what you're saying and then talk. Because you're not
I
making
do
any
like that
sense.
idea though. The police station in the black community should be a church, and then that's where that money should come from. Since everybody want to talk
How will
about
the
how we gonna
church
pay
police
it,
the black community? Please explain how the church should police the
nigga,
black
that
community. Who in
bum
the
ass
church is going to
tithes and
police the
shit.
black
That bum ass
community? Don't yell.
tithes. That bum
Don't
ass
yell.
tithes. Take y'all
How are
10% and
tithes?
pay them
Explain how
fucking
tithes
just
are
share.
translating.
Pay
You're
your
rambling
motherfucking
again. You're rambling again. Stop and think before you say it.
man.
How is the
Whatever
church
a
going
church
to
get,
police?
bro.
See, you're talking again and you're not stopping and thinking. Think
All
about it
right,
before you
basically,
say
this
it.
I'm gonna say how. This I'm gonna say how
You
they
didn't
gonna do it,
stop and
bro.
think at all.
This,
Go
this
ahead,
I'm gonna
bro.
say how they gonna do it. I'm about to explain you, bro, because I'm tired of you repeating yourself, asking me the same shit, bro. Shut up. Look. This how I'm gonna do it though. This how we gonna do
See,
it.
now you can
They're
take the
gonna do
wrong
it right.
route and telling me shut up and
Come
stuff like that. I'm
on,
not
man.
gonna
Let
be
me
able to be
explain,
quiet.
bro.
If you want me to be
Can I
quiet, I
explain
will.
it?
But
Cause
saying shut up
I go on and
won't
keep
help.
talking too,
Respect,
bro.
All
brother.
right.
Respect.
Well, I mean,
It's
you're a little slow,
DeAndre
so
for
I
the
know
day,
you're
I'm
my
gonna
gonna just
man.
continue to
stop then.
just
I'm gonna let
talk.
you
We
finish
know
what you gotta
that
say,
you're
then
a
I'm
little
gonna try to
slow.
remember what I was gonna say because I figured it out.
I
You know
don't
what I
know
mean?
if
I'm
you'll
gonna
be
try to
smart
figure it
enough to remember it because you're a little slow. And I'm telling you to stop and think
out.
about what you're
Fuck
saying,
you,
and you just
man.
gonna keep
Worry
rambling,
about what
bro.
you talking about, man.
You just told me to shut up.
Oh,
Now you
mama.
mad. Hey, I ruin artistic time.
Cause all you gonna do is just when I was gonna explain myself, you gonna keep on talking.
Well,
So
I had
I'm gonna
got
just let you
quiet to
finish,
let you
bro.
speak, and then you told me to shut up. If you didn't tell me to shut up, I would
I do the
stay
same
quiet.
shit, bro. I can sit there and just
Yeah.
talk,
So go
talk,
ahead and
talk.
explain how the church is gonna police the black community. Go ahead.
All right. They gonna be the ones who basically, like I said, take them bum ass ties, la la, boom, boom, boom. That's how they gonna do it, pay her. But what I'm saying is though, we should give them the trust. We should give them the trust to be that payee of the police people. Whoever the police is, we should give them the trust of doing that.
Who gave the
Other than
police
that,
the trust?
I'm just throwing out
Who gave the
scenarios,
police
bro.
the trust to? Who gave the police the trust to police the neighborhood? Why are the police allowed to police the neighborhood?
Shit, nigga, ever since it was racism, ever since we've been free, nigga, one day the slave catchers. What you mean, nigga? They been
Go
KKK.
back to what I just
They
said to start,
been
bro.
degenerate
They're
white people. They
empowered
been
by
degenerate white
somebody.
people with nothing to do except
They're
stare at
empowered
us.
by somebody. They're
They got
empowered by
jurisdiction.
somebody.
They got jurisdictions, right? We know they
Yeah,
got
there you go.
jurisdiction in whatever county or city the police got jurisdiction, but at the same time, you still had the power to police your community, bro.
Proof it. I've never seen it. You guys are making that up. You got
Them
the power
niggas
to
doing it right there
neighborhood
in Lincoln
watch and
Heights.
police
They
your
doing it right
community
there
in a
in Lincoln
sense.
Heights, bro.
You have the
In a
ability
way.
to watch your neighborhood and tell the police things that are going on. If somebody's doing something in
That's
your
all.
neighborhood, you can call the police, but you can't go apprehend that person.
You can
They'll
make a
tell you
citizen
not to
arrest.
follow them.
How come you can't make a citizen arrest?
I'm about to
Man,
say
go
it's a
do it,
citizen
Madonna.
arrest.
Go do it,
Hey, you
Bruh, have
take
y'all
your
ever?
camera with them and arrest them niggas. You have somebody record them
Do
like
y'all
all this
know?
content YouTubers do.
man.
The
Y'all
police need a
wild.
cameraman with them. Us black man police officers
I
need a
gotta remember
cameraman
I'm
with
talking
them
to
so
niggas
they
that
can we can do our
don't
citizens
care about
arrest. Hey,
facts.
motherfucker, get your ass away from over here, motherfucker. You just
This nigga said citizens arrest.
They gonna pop y'all
Oh,
ass.
so what,
You
there ain't
know,
no such thing as a citizen
Niggas
arrest?
live in a
you
movie.
know, outside of
that nigga gonna shoot you.
recently,
You try to arrest
you got
another black
towns
man, he gonna shoot
that
you.
This
that have
niggas
actually
live in
like
a
rallied
movie. He
together
said
and
they gonna make citizens
patrolled their
arrest.
own
My bad, I
neighborhood
can't hear
with
you.
guns and all that.
What you say, Diddy?
I said there's been not just recently the black town in Ohio, but before that, there's been plenty of black folks responding to domestic anti-black threats, and as a
Right.
result of that, they was actually literally policing their neighborhoods with guns, bro. Like just watching out. You can do that by law.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
understand what you
And
mean as
then
far as like
And then who do they have to call if something happens? You talking about policing? I agree. You can walk around
Oh
your
yeah, we gotta
neighborhood
call. We still gotta
and
call the
watch it,
police. You still gotta call the
but you
police.
still gonna have to
Yeah.
call the police at the end of that. You can't apprehend nobody and take them to jail and give them a trial and all that. All you can do is neighborhood watch. You can do that with a weapon if you want, if it's legal in your state.
Okay, so
It's
what's the
still just a
problem?
neighborhood watch. Your extreme neighborhood watch.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Nothing. Y'all
That's why I
said
mean,
to
what y'all
replace the
saying?
police though, because you were talking about replacing the police, bro. That's what I was referring to. I want to say you can't neighborhood watch. That ain't nothing
Hey,
new.
y'all
People
ever
been
seen
neighborhood watch.
that?
Native
Dang,
Americans
what's
got their
that
own police
movie with
force.
a fuck?
Certain native tribes got their own
That
police
motherfucker
force.
had the dog
Native
from
tribes are sanctioned, bro. They have their own
Wu Tang
territory. Each
Clan.
Oh,
community
What
is
the
not
fuck
tribal
name?
land.
RZA. Forgot what it was though. You ever seen this movie with the RZA in there from Wu Tang, and they was like living in a city that was they couldn't get out of?
Brick mansions.
Yeah, Brick Mansion, right? Uh, all right, check this out then. If motherfuckers be like, boom, they be like, hey, y'all gotta go over there in the Brick Mansions
What's going on,
to do
bro?
what all y'all like, like that shit gotta get separated in a way.
Yeah,
Like, let me
man.
see how the way I was gonna form a saying like that's the way of evaporating drugs and shit out the community. It's really it's America. These motherfucking doctors and shit. Yo, highest person in life you think doing something better than you probably.
Well, you
And
know,
that
at
they
the end
yeah,
of the day,
it's a part of the
you
culture.
know, a lot of black people don't want you to police your community. You know why? Because they're gonna be like, "Who the hell that nigga think he is? Who that nigga?" I mean, goddamn. See, we got to deal with that faction of it because you're gonna have a lot of niggas be like, "Who this nigga think he is?" or "Who these niggas think they
Yeah.
are." You know what I mean? When all you trying
that's
to do
true.
is keep the community intact.
And see, it's actually I'm glad you brought that up because I mean, think about what happened with Ice Cube when he proposed the black contract with Black America. There was people like WK Fox and what about us? I mean, Black America that implies male, female, baby, whatever, So but it was a bunch of people that was like basically, oh, that nigga, what is that nigga doing? That nigga working with Trump. It was just a whole bunch of just like, and that's our downfall. Like it's like that could potentially be our downfall if we just so
I said that
That's a
earlier. It's
fact.
gonna be that people that's gonna be mad because the next man more proud that he blacker than that next man. Like damn, y'all represent the same thing, but just because he prouder blacker, he doing like what the fuck? It don't make no sense, bro. It wouldn't make no sense. It's gonna be some type of. I even caught myself into doing it. Of me of hating on that black man that was on that interview. He was a mulatto nigga though, but that's a form of hating on him. Like, damn, I'm just saying he's soft. I'm just doing it. That's hating. In a way.
he said he was a mulatto nigga.
Yeah, I'm bringing down that man's character out of just nothing. Just, hey, man, I don't like the way he stand.
So you did that?
That's basically what I did. I noticed that
That's that.
I noticed that directly right after I seen that video like 2 days ago. I
See,
did it. I noticed that.
that's
Like,
good that you caught that. That's good that you was aware of that. That's that self. We got black folks in America, man. We suffer from what you call crackatosis. We suffer from we suffer from the historical self-inflicting disease known as self-hate. And it what's the word I want to say? It manifests itself in many ways, as far as
manifest yourself through comedy.
Yeah, it got us. It
That's how
got
I
us on.
express it.
It got us on automatic push button remote control. It's like Wi-Fi. I mean, the shit just work. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just
who this nigga? That
wireless.
nigga
The shit
sold
work
out.
wirelessly.
Every black person you see successful, we think the nigga sold out or he's sucking dick in pause or he doing, he done did something to
Because we like to see excitement. We like to see excitement in every type of form.
with being a Boston bargainer. A Boston bargainer is somebody who basically signs a deal with the devil. So yeah, man.
But you see how we notice that we do that though? You don't think that's in our instincts to the point that what I was saying earlier, like that's how they invaded us. That's how they took over because we so busy of knowing how to do everything that we sat there and let them people watch us, bro. That's if y'all, bro. If y'all study white people like how they study us, because I think I look at them motherfuckers like how they. I be staring at them bitches too. What the fuck?
You gotta do more
Yeah,
than
I
I don't
study
be
study. You
white
gotta
staring.
people.
study
I don't
them,
be
man.
staring.
I study
I
white
don't be
people.
staring
I
at them
study
motherfuckers like
white
that. But
people
I'm just
more than I
saying
study
though, they
anything.
like, huh?
I study white people more than I do anything else. That's the number
You dig what I'm
one
saying? So,
people
so
I
I
and vice
believe you
versa though,
too.
like,
I
study.
damn sure
yeah.
believe you.
On my soul, and that's I praise him for doing it. Like, damn, we need a motherfucker that know that shit, do that shit. But it's like,
I think
bro,
you
we
saying
set them
something
up, we
different
sat
than
there and let
that.
them motherfuckers do that shit and taught them niggas the ancient Chinese secret,
Bruh.
and then they sat there and corrupted other black people's minds and killed the secret. They got to
Did
killing
that
us
shit.
piece by piece,
I'm trying to be patient.
and they know shit.
Right. If you
Did
want to know the
that shit.
ways, if you want to know the
They
ways of your
figured.
open enemy, you got to study them all, man. You got to study them, and I study them because Dr.
You
Khaled
done
taught me
studied them
something
so
that was
much,
real
you done
important. When you
became
see
them
white folks,
motherfuckers.
when you see white folks
That's
arguing, study
Exactly.
that argument.
How you
Study
study
that
white
argument
men
when you
so
see
much
white
you
folks
start
doing that. When
following
you
them?
see white folks
Yeah.
arguing, bro, study that argument. Study that argument. You will learn something when white people are arguing. Always
But
study
don't
that
study it
argument
so
and
much you become
breathe in
brainwashed
when
and
they're
engulfed
arguing,
in
bro.
it.
Yeah,
Don't
don't
become the
do
white
that.
man. Study the white man.
Cause
Don't
what you
become the
just
white
said
man.
just now, you just said you study their argument so much, you
That's
know how
not.
to
It's a
use their
difference
argument.
between.
Like,
Hold on.
you
It's a
gotta
difference
repeat that.
between studying and trying to be like. It's a difference between studying and trying to be like.
Yeah, supposed to
Now, when you
be.
Been
trying to
being
be
like
like
them
them,
lately. So
now
what's
when you
your
trying to be like them, now that's a difference. But when you studying them
Mm-hmm.
as a motherfucking
You
military
literally told us
scientist
we
or a
should
military
follow and be
general,
like
it's a
Trump. You
difference.
told us that.
It's a difference
yeah,
between studying
Oh, who said
militarily
that?
and trying to be like
this
someone.
converter right here, Madonna.
Madame,
That
What I
man
say?
bro. I think,
converted.
but
He
y'all
done
gotta think
converted
Madame
so
be
many
saying that
What I,
times.
shit out of a
hold on.
expression.
Now,
I think I don't think he be meaning
tell
that
a lie
shit.
to
I
me.
don't think he
So,
I
mean
think
what did
he
that.
I say?
said that was
Yeah, go tell
stupidity.
me where I'm lying at.
What you
Go
say?
and
I said
tell
a gold mine a lie quick.
They
What?
said you told us to be like Trump.
I didn't say that shit.
No, I did
I
not,
did.
bro.
I
But I
said
I
it,
know
said
if
bro.
you
study
said it
Trump.
though,
I
you
said
probably
it.
said it like yeah, y'all niggas
I
should be
said
like
it.
him for real. Like you just said it
I
like on
said it.
some.
He said it. He damn sure said it.
But he
Look, I
damn
ain't
No,
gonna
I
sure,
push
said
it.
yeah,
He
he
study
said
said
it
it,
Trump.
but
for
I
real.
ain't gonna
I
take
said
credit.
study Trump. I said study Trump. I said study Trump and peep game and let's play it to our advantage.
And
That's
do
all
what
I'm
he
saying.
do is
Let's get
what
with
you
the winning
saying.
team. If we
You're right.
saying we
That
want
sound
to
like be like him stuff.
implement
We
as a
study
black
him. So
nation,
what we going?
Hold on,
then we
nah,
should be
Antoine, you
be
ain't hear that. He
diplomatic,
said
right?
join the
Well, hold
winning
on, we should
team.
be diplomatic. If we gonna
What
say
the
we
fuck?
nation builders, right? We should act like leaders of a nation and have dialogue and open dialogue. So I don't. That's why I don't understand about
Hold
this
on,
shit.
how is joining them is
You know
gonna
what I'm
help
saying?
us, nigga? How is joining the
Cause,
ops
I
cause,
is
said
cause
gonna
have
help
joining
open
us?
them is not.
dialogue. If we want, look, bro, all I'm saying is that if we want to be a nation of our own, we should be asking those who is the
Asking.
cause of our affliction in the first place.
I told
We
you.
should
Go
never
from
let them off
studying
the
to
hook.
trying to be with him.
It ain't trying to be
That's
with them. It's giving us our
crazy.
just due,
Hold
nigga.
on, so you mad cause you
What
ain't the
you
white
mean?
man is what you saying.
No, we
You
mad
wanna
because we
get
don't
in
have our
power
own
so you
nation.
can
They
enslave
owe
other
us,
people.
bro. They owe us. What the fuck? What you mean? They owe us as descendant of slaves. They
Man.
owe
Oh,
us
here we
because you know
go.
why?
Don't
They
try to
still
jump on the black side now.
hold on, bro. What you mean? What you mean, bro?
Look, all right, look,
Bro.
hold
They
on, check it
still
out, check it out. I
benefiting
think I
off the
kind of
enslavement of our people,
halfway.
bro.
I'm
They
halfway
still
with him.
enjoying the
I'm a
generational
halfway
wealth.
with him.
Hold on, they
But
still
you
enjoying. Wait a
gotta.
minute, they still enjoying. Hold on, they still enjoying the accumulated wealth that began with the enslavement of our people. So that means they owe us.
You ain't
So
gonna
yes,
tell
if
them
they
that.
want it, they gotta
Too
help.
busy.
They gotta help
I
us fix
know.
the goddamn problem.
No, we need these Madonna type niggas, bro. We need them
No,
niggas to
we
talk
don't.
to them niggas. Cause I swear
No, we
that's what he
don't.
need. That's
Cause
all he
that
want to
nigga
do. He
he
want to be the
telling on
voice.
us.
He want to be the voice of us and try to go like, hey y'all, they said they need this.
Yeah, I don't need that shit. I don't need that shit.
Hey y'all,
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
we
if we
need.
gonna be just like
That's what
Trump
he
talked to
said,
other,
Antoine.
you see how Trump talked to other world leaders. You see how he talked
Right.
to world leaders. You see how other
Yeah, he
world
talked to
leaders
them. He talked to
negotiate.
them like he 12
You see how they
years old.
negotiate. You see how they negotiate.
Yeah,
That's
he,
Nah,
all
he
I'm
he
don't
saying. If we're
negotiate.
gonna
negotiates
be
it.
leaders of a nation, we
Oh,
gotta
you
negotiate
bogus.
with world leaders, bro.
Hold on,
We
bro.
gotta do that if we want to be
Hold
a
on.
nation.
If
Hold
not,
up,
we just gonna
Madonna.
I
need
feel
some
like
goddamn
we just need our
mystery team.
reparations and just buy our shit from them other countries and just pay the tax on whatever the tax is. As long as we nigga got what the fuck we need and got whatever we got it. Cause they not gonna let that
What?
happen. They ain't
Oh
gonna
my
let us be a
God.
nation. They gonna try to kill us before they do that. I think they gonna what they doing now. They trying to keep the young brothers' minds corrupted and put them in jail until they wake up.
Man, that shit that crazy, bro. That man slid that shit in the pause. That man
That's
That,
said,
crazy.
but
Now
I
that we
look at it
got
like
this,
hey,
that.
bro, we just
You
gonna keep.
running back telling them shit. That's all it's gonna
right, that
be.
shit crazy. What you telling
I
them
ain't
my
running back
I,
business
You're
telling
for?
on
nothing,
their
bro. Hold on, I'm
internet telling
saying we
them
gotta
right
do it for
now.
sure.
yeah, we doing it now, but in a way, but
he
shit, fuck 'em. What the fuck, nigga?
said,
Hey, hold on. For real, I'm about to start practicing on how to just get that fuck up attitude out of it and talk like how y'all be trying to talk. Like y'all be trying to say big. It ain't trying. Y'all do say big words because y'all do y'all the dishes. Y'all study and shit. I like that. So
nah, you good.
I just feel like in the way of it though,
The same thing too, bro.
it's too late for it, bro. It's too late in this day and time and age, especially in my day. Like I'm not looking at like I'm not trying to please that white man.
It's too late to
That's
study.
basically what my dime on, bro. What you mean study them, bro?
What you
Not
I
study
mean?
said
them.
nothing
No,
about pleasing them. Hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on,
I said
hold on,
study them,
bro.
but
Hold on,
to study
wait.
that
Hold
one
on.
man though, I'm not about to
Hold on,
Hold
how
on,
is building
to
a
Madonna.
study
Let him
nation?
that
get
one
what he
Hold
man
on,
saying.
bro.
Trump.
How is building a nation? Hold on, how is building up the black nation trying to be like the white man? I'm talking about building up a black nation. How is they trying to be like the white man?
Man, you trying to crash us the fuck
No,
out,
it
bro.
was the key word that you said. Study that man
No,
Trump.
man.
That what it was that got. I feel like got me thinking crazy. Like what the fuck you mean? I'm not studying that one man, bro. What the fuck you talking about?
That man
No,
said,
what
he
I'm
said,
saying
join the
is,
winning team.
when
That's
I
what
say
you
study
said.
Trump, right? Anytime
Now
we
you
talk
really said
about what the
them words, I
president's
would have
doing,
got
when we
triggered
talk
too.
about
Shit, like
Trump,
what the winning?
hold on. When I say study Trump, right? When I say study Trump, it only pertains to the things that the president is doing. That's it.
It's his ways of how you do it. Okay.
Yeah, he bogus as hell for
How
that
he's
shit
I
running
because he
this
His
study
brought
him,
it.
man.
business
When I
country and what
study
he's
tactics.
him, I
laying out.
realize he trash.
His privileged business tactics. His
I
privileged
realize
business
he's
tactics that he got.
ignorant
He
and
got
dumb.
privileged.
Right, the
He
man
When I
privileged.
dumb as
study him,
shit.
I realize he's
He's
no
showing
one to
you how you
follow
run
and
a
be
nation,
like.
bro. He's showing you how you.
Hey, Madonna, you ain't finna commandeer the conversation every time somebody talking. Anytime
I'm
anybody
just saying he's
talking,
showing you
your
how
ass
to run
just
a
pop
nation.
up.
That's it,
Say what?
man.
Don't
All I'm
don't get
telling
the
people is
don't
Donald
get the
Trump is
feeling
showing you how
yourself
you
too
run a
much. We
nation.
keep hearing what you saying and we trying to address it. As soon as we try to address it, you want to talk again. The fuck? Nigga, you want to talk to yourself? You ain't have to join the panel. So when you sit over here and say join the
Bro, I
winning
hear five
team,
different. I hear
nigga, I
other
know what
answers
that
coming in. What you
man,
talking
bro.
about?
Shut
And
the
then you
fuck up.
do literally what he just spoke about. That's crazy.
He don't.
Right.
I don't think Madonna like that. We shoot down his argument. Like we shoot it
Man, I
down.
would give a fuck if he like it
But
or
he
not.
doesn't
He
Nah,
give
it's
got to
not
go
someone
that.
else
It's just,
a
backstage.
chance
it's
to
I'm
just
coming
explain
like,
out
their
mute
side
while
of
he
okay,
the
if
talking.
multiple people is talking,
Bro, chill out, bro. I ain't finna keep on trying to explain myself to you. So again, if a man tell you join the winning team and you already born on a team, nigga, that's saying flip flop. That's saying switch up. You can't play with a nigga when he talking like that. Now
Cause
I'ma
we
bring
should
him
be
back
able to
up to
talk how we talk. Oh my mom, we should never should be able to study another motherfucker and take their shit and be like we gotta talk like them. No, we should be able to, cause they understand. I know they understand it. They gonna play. That's what white folks do. White folks gonna play dumb with us. Period. They gonna do that. They do that shit since birth. They
I
gonna
ain't
play
gonna
dumb with you if you know something,
I ain't gonna even generalize like that, but the majority of them, they
or
ain't
they gonna
trying
be amazed that you know that. That's how they treat you. They gonna be amazed. Oh, you know that? Wow.
yeah, that's how they go. But they also at that point they cherry picking you at that point. They like, this the one we gotta watch.
Yeah.
So
They
they
know.
don't
They
want to
know the
really
right.
get too close. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point they can see who I gotta pick off. But again, my main thing is if a man tell you to study your opposition and then say join the winning team, nigga, that's gonna be betrayal of your people. Ain't no other way around that shit. We born on a
Yeah.
team.
I think with Don, you should be big enough to choose your words for real wifey when you say
Nah, he
that type
choosing
shit.
them wisely. He know what he's saying. He
Then
know
that's the
exactly
nigga
He
what
they
he's
gonna
said
saying.
it
pick. They gonna
dumb
Madonna
pick
wrong.
stupid.
him. They gonna pick that nigga.
They gonna
They
pick
gonna
him,
pick
okay,
you,
nigga.
but
let me
Don.
ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question, right? Okay.
Winning
talking
team
to?
meaning, bro, when we look at the winning team, right? The winning team, all that means is if you see something that's working, that's winning, my nigga. So all I'm saying is if we wanna be in this nation, right, as black people, if we're gonna be in America, since we don't wanna go back to
Want to
Africa,
be?
a lot of y'all don't want a nation of your own. So all I'm saying is since most people they want to be here, nigga, get on the winning side. If we're gonna win, we're gonna say, hey, Donald Trump, we doing this, we
All right,
doing
check
this,
this out, Madon. Check this
Who are
out,
you saying
Madon.
is the winning side?
Yeah, hold on, check this
He
out,
keeps
Madon. You don't
saying
think
that
it,
shit.
but you don't think all these coons in America already that's on TV, all type of
He's one of them.
coonery shit going on in that type of life of you feel me that people choose to indulge in. They already here. They're already here, bro. That's all I'm saying. They're already there. Why the fuck? I feel what dog saying. I feel like that's telling or see what was making
okay.
us feel like we hiding shit. I don't feel like we hide. I don't think I'm not never but they
You
know
see how
everything already, I think.
you brought up Ice Cube. You see how you brought up Ice Cube. Remember when you
Right.
said about Ice Cube? What did Ice Cube do?
He came up with a solution and then we have
And
other
who did he
people
want to
judging
present?
them on it.
And who did he want to present that to?
But no. You see, it's different from what you do. No, you got to go on it.
He wanted to present it to the both parties,
Of going
the
to ask
Republicans
him
and the Democrats.
like demanding
What
is
you
different
talking
than demanding it. Like I think Ice Cube what he did was kind of different than what you saying of like just being a part because that's still like is being a part of that team. But we're basically like I think Ice Cube coming up with a say a business plan. Basically, we want 10% of America. That's basically I feel like what Ice Cube is proposing. He proposed something like that. We want a percentage of that, and in a way of y'all giving us that percentage, we'll be satisfied with our representation, and then we go about our day, make America great again. We gonna be feeling. It's basically you gotta look at it. Look at America like a job, right? That if you getting paid what you want to get paid, getting that good money, you don't think you gonna work hard at your job?
All I'm saying is this: America owe us. We know that for a fact. And all I'm saying is we gotta continue to hold them to the fire. They owe us. So I ain't saying go big the white man for a goddamn thing. All I'm saying is, hey, we gotta present the argument and say, hey, y'all owe us.
Keep it in their face. I felt you then.
You know
I felt you on that one.
But the
Then.
guy you're
but at the
telling us
same
to
time,
follow and study is saying that he doesn't want anything based on race. It's only based on merit. So how are you going to present that to him when he doesn't think anyone deserves anything based on race?
It don't have to be based on race. It's based on what happened. It's a
Boy,
fact. This is
boy,
historical fact. That's
boy.
why
And he's going to say it
that's
didn't
why he
happen to
established
you.
the Rose Garden. That's why he established the Rose Garden, giving credence to different Black Americans who fought through our
That boy
times
out
of
of
struggles in
control.
America.
This nigga will take anything
He
Trump
would
do and
say
say, see, this is
anything.
why he did
I'm
this.
saying that shows
He
they
was
get
doing this for
relevant
black
Hey,
people.
now.
Madon, though, bro, I
Hey,
ain't gonna lie. You
Madonna, let
do
me ask you a
make
quick
us
question and
think,
I'm
bro.
going to
You
mute
be
back
making
out.
us think, but
They
when we
get
Did you
present
relevant to
it,
enjoy
our
Trump
case.
Black
I see
History
where other
All I'm
Month
niggas
saying
be
they get
program?
trying to
relevant to our
argue
Hey,
case,
with.
bro.
Madonna.
I'm not trying to
Madonna,
talk
did you
over you.
enjoy the Trump Black History Month program that he did? You thought that was good?
Yeah, that was good.
What do you
Okay,
do,
I'm
y'all?
gonna mute out.
Shit
Them
out of
I'm
give
gonna mute
hand,
out.
credence.
bro.
Them give
Hold on, what do you
credence
do?
to
Let
our
me know what
case.
he did, y'all.
They give credence to our case. That helped our case, bro. With all these different things, and what he did, that helped our case. That proves that we as a people been slighted.
Damn, this shit crazy. The Boondocks
I
is
don't
All
even know
these
what he
different
did.
petty,
I'm
man.
gonna that's give me something I can watch when I get off this. I'm gonna
Man,
figure
watch
out
the
like what.
Boondocks and see which
Oh,
character
and I
you
was
think
watching that last night. Boy, my
is
boy Ruckus
Madonna.
went crazy. That nigga, he said, "I'm gonna slap." He said, "I'm gonna slap the white Jesus in." He was. That nigga Ruckus. But
You see how
man,
excited
I
that
ain't gonna
man got when
lie.
he realized we was talking about Boondocks?
Oh man, well, I
Man.
want to hear
That nigga
reparations.
got excited.
I don't want to hear you niggas talk about reparations. None of that.
Hey, no,
Don't bring
Boondocks.
up
What the fuck you mean? I
reparations.
watched Boondocks
I
and
don't
watched
want to
that
hear
shit.
nothing about
Yeah,
Nah, it
reparations.
I'm
was
about to watch
alright,
that again because I fell
man.
asleep on that last night. Oh.
A Boondocks fire. Madonna
I just
definitely need a character on Boondocks.
he already
Nah,
on
but
there.
Madon
He
is
already on
close to.
there.
He just ain't no lawyer. He ain't no lawyer. He ain't old boy. What's his name? Charles.
Nah,
What's
he
the
damn
black
sure
dude?
named Charles.
No, what's the black
12.
lawyer that's across the street with the white girl? That's a little.
Nah, Madonna ain't going out like that. He more like
How old are you? You better not go out. You better not let Usher steal your bitch.
You wildin' now, bro. You
What's happening,
wildin'.
GQ?
What's up, OG?
What's happening? What's happening,
What's
good
poppin' with
brothers?
the G?
GQ, what's
I'm
poppin'?
good.
What's happening, good brothers? They brought the Boondocks back, or y'all talking about the old ones?
Nah,
Uh,
I'll be rewatching that shit. That shit's still relevant to this day.
yeah.
Oh, definitely. No, I thought y'all was saying they brought it back. Well, I'm finna get
Nah,
excited.
what character you think Madonna would be, GQ?
He had to have his own, brother. It had to be the Madonna kid.
Yo,
For real? Y'all wouldn't give him Ruckus?
no.
Hell no.
No, he's
Ruckus,
something different than Ruckus, bro. He's
Ruckus
something
a
different.
coon, bro. Ruckus a real coon.
Yeah,
Madonna ain't no
Madonna like a mulatto coon.
You gotta have a whatever. It had to be a trolling character, brother.
Yeah, Madonna not like full coon. You know what I'm saying?
He got his own
Madonna ain't a
character,
coon at
bro.
all.
But
I don't think
about
Madonna really is a coon at all. I think he just be trolling like a motherfucker, bro. That's
Nah,
all it
GQ.
is.
I think Madonna character was raised by like a coon parent and a black power parent. Like he had one parent that was cooned out and one parent that was black powered out. He was
a commie and a non-commie parent.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
tell
was
me what I
confused
said.
as hell.
Tell me what I said that's coonish.
Cause this nigga be switching,
Follow
boy.
behind Trump and join the winning team.
Bro, that's what I'm trying to say, Madonna. It's the words. Madonna, that word, it's the words how you said it, because I don't think they took like that a trigger, bro, how you said it, bro. Can't just say follow. You gotta use like we can I don't know. It ain't that word though. Follow behind them.
Madonna know them
I
people
know
don't
it
give
ain't
no
that
fuck
one.
about us, man. He know Donald Trump don't give a fuck about us. Madonna know that, bro. He
Madonna
talk
think
all that
that's his
crazy shit.
friend.
That's why he
Nah,
gotta have that I don't give a fuck attitude. Like I know y'all don't care about me, but shit, we need these reparations. Trump.
Madonna new name is half and half.
I'm here to let all
That
you.
nigga Madonna got Trump text. He be texting Trump. He got Trump in a group chat probably. You know, Trump.
I'm here to let all
He a
you
regular.
niggas know. I'm here to let all you niggas know Donald Trump do care. The fact is you don't care.
He said Donald Trump keep it real.
GQ, you can no longer say Madonna don't know and he just trolling. He just let you know.
Man, you think that wasn't just trolling fire? Come on, bro. That
Trolling.
I don't think he intelligent enough to know how to troll. If you being honest.
Man, that's all he do is trolling, bro. That man don't.
Bro, he
Donald Trump
just
don't give a
trolled
fuck
me when
about
I got over here. I never tried to get on the panel with Madonna up here. I swear to God, if Madonna up here, I don't be trying to get on panel with you, bro. So you was just on my case.
That says a lot coming from this brother.
Well, I mean that's cool,
Come on,
man.
man.
I'm not offended. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to participate. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that, fire.
You know what I'm saying?
No, because I don't want you to be like belittling me though. I swear I don't want that belittling type. Like, bro, you ain't I ain't about to argue with another black man.
I don't come here to belittle. I just come here to have a conversation with black people.
Can't when your microphone
Hey,
sitting in a glass cup.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I
I ain't
shouldn't
gonna lie,
be
but you
little
had that
people,
same
but
microphone, but
sometimes
down
I
for the
do.
last 2 years, a year or
And I'm
something.
wrong
I've been
for that.
watching this shit.
It's only
Goldie, what's up with you, good brother?
Any other channel I'm on, my mic is
Hold on, OG. I ain't gonna let him oversight this now. What's up with it, OG? You doing all right?
Yeah, man, I'm all right, man. You know, we ain't paying no attention to that bullshit, Madonna. So if y'all take Madonna serious, something wrong with you, motherfucker. I'm mad at any motherfucker on here that take Madonna serious. I'm salty as hell with
Man, I apologize,
Nah, I
man,
agree
because I
with you
take him
there.
so serious. Sometimes I be wanting to send him to the
Y'all
dentist.
know
My fault.
that nigga, man. Come on,
I
he don't
be
even
wanting to send him to
follow
the
Trump
dentist.
on Twitter. That nigga don't even follow Trump on Twitter. Goddamn, he don't.
Man,
He
you
come on
crazy.
here.
I follow Trump on Instagram.
Madonna got
Yeah,
On
the
right.
Instagram, they got him on Instagram.
But Trump ain't even on fucking Instagram. See, there you go.
he got the
I
fake
follow
Trump.
Trump on Instagram.
That's how you know he be bullshitting, bro.
He
He
on
don't even know
Shut
what.
out, man. Anybody
He
go
ain't on
Trump
to
on
no.
everything, boy.
Trump got his own. I guarantee you, Trump got his
I
own
think Trump
fucking.
only fuck with Instagram. I mean Twitter
Trump is
though.
on Instagram, bro.
Listen to me, bro. Look, Trump got his own social network, right? Called Truth Social. Do y'all think Madonna is signed up to Truth Social?
Shit, he about to. He about to go get one now that you let
Yeah,
him
you
know.
just told him some shit.
Nah, he been new, bro. He been new. He been new, bro. He just come on here fucking with us, bro. He don't follow Donald Trump, bro. But y'all crazy as hell. That man don't
So
follow
where
Donald
is
Trump. He
he?
don't know.
So where's
He
he
not
getting
on Truth Social. He don't follow him
his
on
views
Twitter.
from? Then what the fuck you must be watching
Hold on, be
CNN.
quiet real quick, Madonna, while we talk about you.
Trump have a speech. Trump have a speech, but Don don't even watch that motherfucker, bro. But he'll come on here telling us Trump. Man, come on, get the fuck out of here.
So GQ, people don't get their ass whooped for false flagging.
Yeah, they do, bro. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do,
Good
bro.
point.
No, you right. You right, Goldie.
Hey, people get their ass for false flagging.
Yeah, they do, Goldie.
I'm
You right
weak.
about that, bro.
Somebody
Right
gotta
about that.
teach him, cause we got kids
Cause that's
listening to
that's
this.
definitely what he out here doing, just fucking with us.
Man,
You know, all that shit is just that's his character.
I don't know
That's
about
his
y'all,
character.
but
The Trump man.
I don't know
That'll
about
be his
y'all, but
character on Boondocks, the Trump man.
if
The
you ever
Trump.
met a woman who done been scorned or broken, and then you realize there's some not shit niggas out here making you look bad, I be wanting to smack the shit out them niggas, you feel me? And he one of them. He was one of them, bro. Like you out here giving us a bad name just so you can fit in with the motherfucking winning team, as you say.
Join the
Man,
winning team.
Like, bro,
Hell no.
your grandparents, man, bro, they gotta be hot at you, bro. They probably looking from the other side like, I can't believe I went through all that shit for this. It came to
I ain't gonna
this.
cap, bro. Hey, but John, bro, stop acting. Hey, see, I'm that type of dude. I'm gonna talk that young shit, but Don, they sonning you, bro. Stop trying to act like you ain't.
Man, ain't nobody
You
claiming that child. Ain't nobody claiming
was you on
that
the porch or
child,
something?
bro.
That's what they saying. They saying you was on the porch when you was little, nigga.
Nah, that nigga was in the
He
bathroom.
fell off that fucking porch. He ain't jump off. He fell. Nigga fell off the porch and hit his head on the curb.
The 1% of what?
1%. 1% of
Of
what?
black people?
Man, you
He think
represent
he really
1%
related to
before the
Trump.
phone died.
He think he related to Trump.
Hey, Dan,
Oh
you
my
represent
god.
1% before the phone died. When the fuck did you talk
1% of
about?
intelligence, nigga.
That's,
Degree.
DD.
hey,
Hey DD.
Soldier boy face.
Hey DD.
Degree.
This nigga's egregious.
I'm telling you, bro.
Hey, where you gonna get that degree
The
from?
audacity of
I
this
think I
shit.
got
You feel?
I got that degree. I think I got that degree too.
I believe it.
I got that nigga.
that's the percentage. That's the percentage of people with autism and ADHD.
GQ,
Hey,
you ain't
Madonna,
shit, bro.
did you
Don't
get that
disrespect
degree?
autistic people like that, bro.
Did you get that degree
Autistic
while you
people are
was
fairly intelligent.
Oh, this is what very because they learn slow. That's why they take their time.
Yeah, this nigga
man?
don't
Madonna
learn.
was in
This
one
nigga just
class
slow.
all day.
Take the learn out of it. Just slow. Just slow.
Nigga was
Y'all
in
ass
one class.
crazy.
Hell
Talking
no.
about 1%.
Bro, you debunk your damn self.
Right, you debunk yourself. You are a Hebrew Israelite. This nigga Madon is a Hebrew Israelite that follows Elijah Muhammad, bro. Come on, man.
Nigga just lost, bro.
This brother follow
Hey, you
Elijah.
believe in
He follow,
Jesus?
GQ,
he a
Yes,
Hebrew.
see, you just proved
He
my point, GQ. Half and
yeah,
half.
half and half.
You know that man
Like
Jesus?
I'm with you, half and half, bro. This nigga Hebrew. How the fuck you a Hebrew Israelite but you follow Elijah Muhammad? This shit is insane.
damn GQ.
Damn.
What does Yasha Allah mean, bro?
Why are you not with the Nation of Islam if you follow Elijah Muhammad?
You can study, you can abide by teachings, bro.
The shit
You
don't
can
add. The shit
abide by.
don't add
You
up,
can
bro.
abide by. Hold on, bro. You can abide by teachings without being an active member. You don't have to. That's what I'm
What?
saying, bro.
No,
You
just
can
say
you
you
can
could
go by the
abide by
teachings, right?
teachings without following that nigga. Say I'm a Muslim, but I don't
No,
follow
you
that
can
nigga.
abide by
I'm
teachings without being a
You sick
registered
ass up.
member, bro. That's all I'm saying. You can go by those teachings. A lot of people go by those teachings. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying? It's principles. It's
do you
basically
not
principles,
realize
right? Just
Islamic
like
people
a
and
lot of
Christians,
people, just like the 5% nation, right? They're here to what? The principles that came out of the Nation of Islam, right?
bro, you sound like 607
Yeah,
talking
but they
about you
Muslims, bro.
GD and Vice Lord. You gonna have
Yeah,
to pick a side, nigga.
yeah.
What is you
I'm
talking
a
about?
vice lord that follow
I think
no,
Larry
he
Hoover.
a vice lord that follow the literature of Larry Hoover. Come on, man, get the
Like,
fuck
boy,
out of
you
here.
bogus as hell.
That shit,
no, man.
that
When it
Nah,
shit
comes to
you
retarded.
principles, when it comes to
GD
principles,
Lord,
right? When it comes to
GD Lord,
principles, right?
Yeah,
When it
yeah,
comes to
GD
principles,
Lord.
when it comes
Get
to
GDB
your ass out
Lord.
of
principles,
here, bro.
See, this is what y'all gotta realize, right? When it comes to
Come on,
lessons and
half and half,
principles,
half and half, man.
you
We
can
ain't trying to hear
adopt,
that
Nah, forget
bullshit.
bro.
half
You
and
can
half. That's
adopt
half
principles.
dead.
You can adopt principles
Bring half dead, huh?
that stand on righteousness. You can adopt all principles from all facets of life that dealing with righteousness and truth and justice, bro. You can do that. What are you talking about?
Man, you should have did that before you chose a side.
Nigga,
What that for
I'm on
something
the
Fuck.
real
truth side, nigga.
profound,
I'm on
man.
the side of truth, nigga. What are you talking about? But
No,
see,
you
this is the
not.
thing.
You
You
make
can't you can't be
You
Islamic
call on
and a
look
Hebrew.
bad, bro.
You can't do that,
I
bro. What
swear,
is you
bro,
talking
he
about?
do. He made me mad because everybody who talk about the South up here, they be like, "Oh, the South slow. Look at Madon," and I be like, "Nah, that ain't fair. That ain't fair, goddamn. Don't judge us
Yeah,
off
he
him, bro.
bullshit.
That's not
Well, I
Yeah,
fair,
he
mean,
bro."
bro,
bullshit.
like I said, man,
Yeah. We need some more
Hey,
it's gonna
Alabama
take
people in this motherfucker to
it's
represent.
gonna
So
take at
somebody
least
down south.
Nah, we
it's
got
gonna take
plenty
at
of
least
Southern
2 or
niggas.
3
I'm from the
years.
South, Pookie from the South,
I'm
Chom from
for
the
the
South,
South.
and none of us sound slow. Like, yeah, Gold
Ain't
I
Mine,
no
grew
Ted
up.
from
done.
Hey,
Arkansas.
GQ grew up in Mississippi. Goddamn it, I'm from the
Yeah,
South
like
too.
Exactly. Like,
you
nah, man.
See, this is what y'all don't understand, man.
don't let
You
Madonna
got to
fool y'all.
study. You're
Come
supposed
down
to
here and
study
get
all.
blowed
The
over.
scriptures tell
So
us
do
to
y'all
study.
consider Madon
You
woke?
got to
I
study all
mean, some of
things.
y'all he woke,
Nah,
right?
Y'all don't
Madonna
study
ain't
all
even
I
on the
think
things,
he's
man.
same.
Y'all,
sleepwalking.
Hold
y'all
on,
think
hold
he
on.
He
good
half and
today.
half, bro.
Hold on. We finna have this intervention while he can't talk. Yeah, Madonna, he not even here right now, bro. Like he live in his own little world. He don't even care if you can understand him with his mic. You know what I'm saying? He gonna say he one thing and then represent another thing. Like everybody got them people in their family that you just like, you know what, I'll just be glad he found a way to wake up, you know what I'm saying, this morning and get out the bed. Like time the nigga hit the pen, oh damn, he still know how to hit the pen. Like,
So
bro,
basically, Madon, you couldn't grow up in my city, nigga, because you would have been a flip flop. So niggas would have asked you out early.
Yeah, let me
early,
ask you something. Then,
early.
how do you feel
I
about Dr.
don't,
Khalid Abdul Muhammad? Let me ask you something. How do you feel about Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad?
He ain't chose a
who is
side.
he?
He can feel
No,
however he feel.
bro, I'm asking the brother a question. How do you feel about Khalid
You
Muhammad?
just gotta answer your dumb ass questions.
I don't even know who that
Yeah.
is.
Okay. Well, when we look at Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, right?
Man, you
He would
damn
tell you,
sure ain't
I'm a
finna
move.
educate
Hold
this
on, he
nigga
would tell
about
you, I'm
nah,
a
hell
move.
nah, hell nah. We
Khalid
ain't doing
Muhammad,
that. We ain't doing that. You ain't gonna speak for Khalil Muhammad, bro. That's
bro, he
what you
would
I
tell you
just
he was a
Google him,
move,
man.
an
I Google
Israelite.
him, bro. If he a good brother, I'm pretty sure I make sure I
It's a
Google
lot
that.
of
Man,
things I can
Khalid
tell you.
Muhammad died years ago, brother. He
Yeah,
can't
and
speak on what Trump doing right now, bro. He died
it's a
years
lot of
Is
ago.
that the
things I
dude
can tell you.
who tried to start the dollar? I mean, try to start his own currency?
Nah.
Now you think about Gaddafi,
No.
Gaddafi. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Yeah.
but hey,
Yeah, you
ain't
do.
no
You. I mean, you ain't got to, but yeah, you might want to research Khalid Muhammad a little bit if you're on some Black Power shit.
hell,
Yeah, he
How
do his
long did
Yeah,
research,
I
he
check him
but
out.
not on this topic. But just to
hold
find
on?
out who he is
Yeah,
and what
GQ,
he
just
did. Yeah.
yeah.
Madonna,
GQ.
stop
Did
trying to
Khalid say he
stop
was
trying
an
to use
Israelite?
Khalil Muhammad
Did
to
Khalid say he
make
was
you
an
seem
Israelite?
sensible,
Did
bro. I'm
Khalid say he
not
was an
finna
Israelite?
listen to that,
GQ?
bro. I'm not. You better change the subject, bro. That man ain't put all this time in for you to get up here and be his
Question,
representative.
GQ.
Hell nah.
Hell the fuck nah. We ain't doing that. Not to our ancestors.
You can talk about all the Hebrew Israelites that you don't know if they existed, but you ain't gonna do that to mine.
This is how the truth works. You see,
bro. You ain't got no
I
truth
got me
in
want to
you.
roll up my weed and smoke. I'm about to smoke.
Please do, bro. Roll one for me, cause I don't even smoke, and I need to be high for this shit. That Madonna trying to keep like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah,
You
this
tweaking.
study, Dr. Khaled,
You trying to use Khalid Muhammad to justify you a flip flopper, man? Chill out, bro. There wasn't no flip flopping in him, bro.
Throw it back in my mind.
Not at all. Tell him, Golden.
Bro.
What you say, did?
I said y'all put the thought in my mind. I'm supposed to be making a video
Continue
about
on Leonard Street for half a
Ice
mile.
Cube, but I still rock with Ice Cube. I rock with him, but I still question. I'm still critical of like what happened to Black America.
Head
So I'm basically
southwest
going to
on
be
Meeker Avenue toward Frost
it's going to be
Street.
a collage.
Man, ain't nothing ever happened to Black America. Black America been to Black America. It been the same shit going on for
No, he
years.
talking about
John
like the
Sack with
proposal.
Black America. He was pushing that, and then I know he went on that white dude comedian show. He didn't bring up nothing about it. So I'm just trying to figure out. I'm questioning the like what happened, bro? Like it seemed
That
like he
would be a good
died out.
conversation, though.
So I'm gonna make a video, but Khalid Muhammad said way before this, he said Ice Cube they was together at one point in time, and then they end up diverging from they ended up
So Ice
diverging
Cube
from
melted.
each other, and he said Ice Cube melted on him. So I'm gonna put that in my video just to at the end of the day, we can't put too much credence in these entertainers, man. Yeah.
Can I ask y'all a
Well,
question?
yeah.
Do y'all mess with RZA Islam?
Who me?
Yeah, do y'all fuck with RZA Islam?
Business. I mean,
Rizzo cool, bro.
Hell nah.
cool.
Appreciate it,
I
bro.
Rizzo
don't
I
know
cool.
don't.
that nigga.
I know he.
That nigga positive.
I
What's
mean,
wrong with RZA?
well, when you say mess with him, what you mean? I mean, he all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that brother.
Yeah, just what I'm
As
saying.
far
Like
as
he
I
cool.
know.
Like
He
he all right.
exposed a lot of that. They tried to silence during COVID,
Pseudo.
and he exposed a lot of stuff about COVID. However
That
you want
nigga
to
didn't
say it,
expose nothing about COVID.
he
He spread
definitely exposed a
misinformation
lot. He
about
was
COVID.
censored by
That's what he
Congress.
did.
You can look
The
it up.
same motherfucker sitting there
He was
swearing they hate
censored by
white people
Congress.
took a picture standing next to nothing but white people doctors because they was saying what he wanted them to say. He fucking fake, bro. Nigga ain't got no
Now
intelligence,
listen
bro.
He
to this.
ain't do that like
This is
that.
what
He
you
said
gonna
he
do.
went
He
up
say,
there because
I'm trying,
he
he a
got up in
scammer.
there.
He beat
Misinformation
those
pusher.
You
charges.
gotta still have
He
feet
beat
away
them
from.
charges. When they try to say
Yeah,
he
he
was
a
a scammer, he
misinformation
scammed the
pusher, bro.
community, all charges dropped. What they gonna say next?
He's a
God damn!
misinformation pusher,
Like,
You know,
That's
you,
why I say
Nah,
bro,
I don't believe
you
that.
know, you be
bro. When
fine
he
stand on that vaccine though. Got that
yeah,
jab.
he
He
is.
gonna
He
stand
he
on that
stands
motherfucker.
strong on that. Like black folks' health ain't been abysmal. Our health has been
Yeah,
before
our health is
COVID.
abysmal because
It
of
was
our
fucked
diet
up,
and the
all the
things
way
we
up.
do. Our health ain't abysmal because motherfucker feeding us
No,
vaccines save black people
not that.
lives.
I'm
What
just
is you
saying niggas
talking
act
about?
like black folks' health was not bad before
You know
COVID
what saved
came.
black people
Our
alive with
health was
that
terrible. It was
plasma after that
horrible.
vaccine.
Before we even
Black
our
people
government was
health,
good.
With that
black people
flag.
health is
COVID come,
more
niggas act
reason
like
why we needed a
health was
vaccine, bro.
just the
You actually
best
making
ever in
my point.
America. Like what?
Black
We've
people
been
health was
dying.
more reason why we needed a vaccine because we were more susceptible to COVID
Did you take that
because of our
vaccine?
health issues, because of pre-existing health issues. So
Man,
we needed the vaccine.
Hold on,
black
Did
Fire.
you take the
I thought you
vaccine?
said, hold on, real quick,
Yeah,
Antoine.
Listen
twice.
to this nigga,
I thought you
Diddy.
Another
I
said,
question?
didn't. I
I thought
did,
you,
and then I
Yeah,
caught that
I'm sure
shit
you
twice. The
didn't.
first time
I
was the
don't
worst.
expect you to
The
take
second
it. I
time
don't
wasn't shit. But I bet
listen
it
to
was
me
me
when
and
you
my
talk.
body
I can
didn't take
understand
that
why you
shit.
didn't take it. I don't
all
expect
right.
you to
You got
understand the
me
conversation
fucked
of
up,
COVID
This
is.
nigga
boy.
one tamed and lost his goddamn mind.
You got me fucked up.
You two niggas telling me I lost my mind, I have no problem with that. Now,
Man,
if
you telling me I
GQ,
lost my
Diddy, and
mind because I ain't
Goldmine
take this
said, I
shit.
might listen to him. But you two
I'm just
niggas,
saying I
I
ain't
don't care
take it,
what
bro.
y'all
I
think
ain't saying
about.
nothing about
Nothing
you taking
intelligent.
it. I ain't. You came out alive, bro.
Hell no, fat. I don't think you lost your mind, bro. We need. I mean, it
That's
take
why I
all
said
of us,
I'll
bro. We
listen to
need.
y'all
We need. We
conversation.
need. We need motherfuckers to question the shit, and we need motherfuckers that's gonna roll with
Yeah.
certain things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you didn't just take the motherfucker all willy nilly. You felt like you trusted the signs or whatever. You know what I'm
Same way
saying?
how you
So
experiment and trusted them with that shot, I experiment without see if I can live without that shot.
yeah,
Let me
yeah.
put
So
this out
it
there
was
for
all. It
people
was
that just
all.
be
It was
liking to
all an
comment on shit.
experiment. That's for sure. That was all
Let me just
experiment.
say this real quick. I'm not anti-emotional. If your emotions doesn't mean you don't have emotions or go against your emotion, it means
I'm not
understand your
anti-emotional. I'm
emotions. And for your,
anti-medicine.
I was talking, bro, and it means to understand your emotions. So when you have understand those emotions, you go through them and know what they're there for. It doesn't mean anti-emotion. So I am not anti-emotion for those that don't understand that. I'll mute
Me
back out.
either.
I'm
You mean
anti-medicine though, my
anti-emotions?
brother. That's all I'm gonna say to you. I'm anti-medicine.
You mean you're
tell, tell
anti-pharmaceutical?
y'all the
But I
real
know what
man.
you mean.
When the
Pharmaceutical.
guy
Yeah,
I
race
got
stop,
you.
when the guy race
anti-pharmaceutical.
stop feeling and start thinking, bro. That's it, y'all. When the guy race
Cause
stop
a
feeling
lot
and
of
start
you
thinking,
know,
we'll take this bitch over.
You
Real
think
quick,
so,
y'all.
GQ?
I sent this to my
When the
partner,
guy
man.
race stop feeling and start thinking. If we put as much, if we did as much thinking as we did feeling, goddamn it, we'll be winning right now. I'll
Yeah,
tell
we
you.
go half and half with that shit. We'll be straight. But I think if we lose all our feeling, you feel me? We ain't gonna have no reason to fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? We fight because of the people we love. You know what I'm saying?
I
But I
ride
feel
with
you.
that,
We need to
Goldie.
think
Goldie,
as much as we
I ride
feel.
with you on that because the balance is what's needed. That's real, bro. And
Real
we
talk.
got an imbalance. I
Yup.
agree with you on that. I roll with you on that, bro. Because the balance is what's needed, and we got an imbalance with the emotional side of the
We
shit. You know what I'm
do.
saying?
And we gotta have intelligence
We
too, though, right?
emotionally imbalanced,
Big man.
bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Now,
know,
now,
you know what, that can help though. A motherfucker can be talk about shit like this at least once a month. Like the average motherfucker needs to just talk to another black man. That
nah,
probably
that
could
is.
stop all that emotional balance shit.
Yeah, that what we be doing over
It's
here. We
already
be.
it's helping us. I bet it's helping y'all. One emotional balance until niggas don't go on this motherfucker got to checking each other. So y'all
Nah.
got to be like, okay, I'm sometime let me next time I holler at, I'm gonna try to be a different way. Type shit. I done been
Nah,
a
I
couple
respect
lives
that.
that see y'all politic with each other. Y'all cool with each other at the end of the day. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's all the brotherhood. I
Yeah.
love it.
Nah, that's
Yeah, I
that's
do too.
that's
We got a tight knit community, man. We got a think
Hmm.
tank over. You know, we got more of a think tank than a emotional tank over here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's one thing I like
Yep.
about it.
Hey, but hey, real quick though, before you jump back in, Madon, Fontaine, I wanted to ask you something though. I thought that they said people who had underlying problems like precondition, situations shouldn't take the vaccine.
No, it depends on your pre-existing condition. So there's
Okay.
certain
Like
pre-existing
asthma.
conditions.
It's taking big asthmas and shit.
Bro, you going?
Yes, sir. I don't know if asthma one on he could be right, but it's certain
It was the
pre-existing
breathing,
conditions
a lot
that
of
will
breathing
lead you
shit.
where you can't take the vaccine. It's not just that vaccine. It's just certain vaccines you can't take just because your pre-existing condition. And then there are
Okay.
pre-existing conditions that if you were to catch COVID, you're more susceptible to end up in a hospital or dead
Mm.
because you
Yeah.
have issues that affect your respiratory system. Like he said, something like an asthma or something. So
Yep.
you
Shit
need
like
that
that.
extra protection.
I'm gonna tell you
You
what
need
threw
your
me
body to
off
be
though,
ready
bro.
to come up on this virus.
I'm
I
gonna tell
think
you
it was
what.
activating everybody default. I think that would whatever virus they had, they made it activate whatever something wrong with somebody. If it when
Now
now
that's
that I'm
deep.
hearing it like that, how do I use it? And that's kind of deep to the point they controlling people's sicknesses. If they
Man,
figure they
y'all
know you
took the
got a
Fauci
sickness,
juice.
they can
Y'all took
activate
that
it.
Fauci juice.
But
Hey
that,
man, listen,
Madonna,
you
I
took
really
that
wish I
Fauci
could
juice.
hear you sometimes, but sometimes I don't. Now this time I want to hear your ass, but
That's Madonna talking
you
right
sound
now,
like
ain't
a
it? He
Flow
got low as hell.
TV.
He got stupid robot mode.
Yeah, you sound like a Flow TV model. Like I'm talking about the one we used to have to literally walk up to and turn the knob. Like something really wrong
Like
with
the
your
audio,
mic.
his mono, ain't that's what it's called? The mono for audio? His mono level shit fucked up.
That nigga got mono.
This be my
You
problem though.
paying
So
attention?
GQ, when y'all was talking about balance, right? We can't balance out a scientific conversation with niggas' opinions. And when niggas talk about common sense, that ain't science, my nigga. Like you gotta put shit in the lab and study it. Niggas is talking about viruses and not having the other side be science. If both sides of the conversation aren't science, then you're not having a balanced conversation. You got one ignorant motherfucker talking to a motherfucker that knows some shit.
But you wasn't concerned about the heavy marketing campaign that they was imposing on us. Ain't no white.
Fine
There wasn't
boy,
no
your
listen. No,
ass
no, no,
is
no, 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 no.
crazy.
There wasn't no white man making no song about taking a jab. There was no Taylor Swift wasn't saying take that jabs. Nobody was singing.
Hey,
Why is the black folks
did
gotta
it?
have
You
rap
know why?
songs? You gotta
I'll
come
answer
knock
when
on
you're
our
ready.
doors. You gotta do lottery, give away free
Cause
donuts
you
and
like
all
to
this.
go on the emotional rant before you actually get the answer.
No, I ain't emotional rant.
We
I'm just
know the answer
highlighting.
too,
I'm
though. When he
highlighting
hear the
it.
answer, he gonna be like, I heard
Nah,
that
bro, let
before.
me answer him. You
Like
always
white
jumping
folks
in.
like,
He asked a question. You ain't
go
gonna
ahead,
answer
bro.
it.
You good?
I wasn't about to answer. I just said we know
I
that.
know you just wanted to jump in and say something for no reason. So deity, you might gotta ask that again because now I got lost.
Basically, I was talking about just the hyper,
Oh, the promotion, the marketing.
the hyper focus on pushing the vaccine and using many mediums to push it, meaning rap, coming to knock on our doors, doing lottery drawings and all these, like extracurricular activities for us to get to take the shot.
So if I have one group that is like trying to spend money to get the shot, like spending money saying we want it now, like give us what you got now, and then I have another group that's like we don't even want to fucking take it, like we don't trust y'all. Ain't I gonna push more marketing towards the group that's not trying to take it? Why am I gonna push the marketing to the people that's coming to me trying to give me money to take it? The fuck I need to market to them for? It's the people that's not trying to take it. They also push marketing in poor white areas because they're also the people that were susceptible to misinformation. Talking about, oh, we don't want to take the jab. They're heavy in
And
that
then
market.
they threaten people jobs too, though.
No,
I
they
ain't get that
didn't
what it
threaten your
said.
job. They basically said you can take the jab and keep your job. And some jobs you can't stay here if you're not willing to take it. They ain't threatening your job. That's your opportunity to say, hey, this job is more important than my misinformation on this vaccine.
Man, if that's
Hey
my job
man,
and I'm working there and I don't want to
I
work
ain't got no
nowhere else,
problem with nobody that took that shit and nobody
that's
who
forcing
didn't
you
take
to
it,
take
man.
it.
It's freedom of choice, man. Like they like a abortion, man.
But it's
You know,
crazy.
just do whatever you feel is best for you, bro.
Yeah.
That's my
Hey, let me
opinion.
ask y'all this, GQ. When you
Yeah,
started working at any job you started working at, wasn't there certain stipulations you had to agree with to work there?
yeah. Man, I was
Ain't
in the
that a
motherfucking
choice? Didn't you make the choice to say, all right, this job is worth it. I'll tuck my shirt in. I'll not smoke weed. I'll take this drug test. I'll do this, that, and the third so I can work this job.
that's a fact.
So it's the same thing when a job says, hey, in order to protect my employees and
Yeah,
my work environment, y'all need to take this medical advancement that helps protect people.
You
And
fucked
y'all
up
saying
doing
they
that, right?
forced you to quit
hey,
your job. They ain't forced you to do shit.
There's lawsuits
I
by
went
union,
I
right?
They
went
have
to the
something
motherfucking
bigger
look.
than they have
Check it
something
out,
bigger
Fi.
than you to protect.
Check it
Employees
out,
can't.
Fi. I went to the motherfucking electric. I took the test for the
Man, you can
electrical
use
union.
words.
Like years ago, I took the test for electrical union, right? And once I took the test and we did the the verbal
I made you take a
part
flu
of
shot.
verbal applications and shit, the cracker look at me, he say, would you be willing if we hired you, we let you join our union, this electrical union, IBEW, would you be willing to cut your hair off? You know what I'm saying? Because I had the dreads and shit. Even then, you know what I'm saying? This over 10 years ago. I'm like, yeah, I cut the shit off. You know what I'm saying? If y'all have motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? You talking about starting off at
Yeah.
$30 an
I
hour?
walk right out that
I was
motherfucker.
finna cut. You talking about starting off at $30 an hour? I was about to cut all this shit off. You know what I'm saying?
But that's my point though.
Man, cutting
Like
your
it's
dreads
certain
off
shit
and
you gonna
losing your
stand
life
on, and
something
it's
different.
certain shit you not gonna stand on
Yeah,
for a
but you're talking
job.
about
Yeah,
a
If
foreign
you gonna
agent, you're
stand
talking
on
about
the
a foreign
vaccine, if
substance
you're
going
gonna
in your
stand
body.
on
That's
the vaccine,
different.
how is that different,
Bro,
bro?
a foreign, you're talking about something. Vaccines take a decade to actually. The typical time is over
No,
a
they
decade to
don't, bro.
study
I
it.
wish people
Yes,
would
it
stop saying
does.
that, bro.
The
Vaccines
actual
do
real
not take a
study,
decade to
the
develop,
standard
bro.
time
Stop
is 10
saying that,
years. I'm wrong. So you saying I'm
bro.
lying when I
Let me
said
ask
that?
you.
That's a
Let me
lie.
ask you.
When
I'm
I
gonna
say the
ask you.
lie, that's not a lie.
I don't
Yeah,
think you
yeah. What
wrong.
you're
I don't
saying,
think
A
what
you
you're
wrong
saying.
decade
though,
to
young
I'm not
guy.
gonna
study
I
say
it
it's a
don't think you
lie.
to
wrong.
know.
I'll answer your question when you want. It's
That's
not
not a
a
lie. Though, what I
lie.
just said.
It's not a
It took me
lie.
a decade to actually do a
It's not
real
a. I'll tell you.
exhaustive
It's not a lie. It's
study.
just incorrect. It's a lie if you did it on purpose. It's not a
I don't
lie
think
because it's incorrect. The
I don't think
vaccine,
the brother
bruh, do
wrong.
you so
All right,
hold on.
watch
Do
this.
you think vaccines, since
Watch
vaccines have
this.
been developed, have always taken the same amount of time to develop? There's no advancements on vaccines. Everything else in technology get advanced and we don't build houses the same rate we used to build them in 1960, but for some reason we think it still take the same amount of time to make a vaccine that it did in 1990. Do you know what the Human Genome Project was, young Diddy?
Say it again.
Do you know what the Human Genome Project was?
It sounds familiar, vaguely. You gonna have to remind
I'm
me though.
when I say it, you're gonna be like, oh yeah. It was when they were able to finally what's the word? basically break down the DNA, the genome of the DNA. So with that advancement in technology back in like 2000, 2004, now they had, when COVID came the first time, not COVID, but coronavirus came around, they had that DNA sample. So now they have something to build from. COVID that we experienced in 2020 was another form of this coronavirus. So they had a DNA specimen to work from. So they weren't starting from completely zero. They were starting from like 25%, let's say. They had somewhere to work from. And then they developed, that way they can fast track that vaccine for development much faster than it would before, when they didn't have this technology, when they didn't have the Human Genome Project successfully do what it did. There's reasons it doesn't take 10 years no more. That's why I said you're not lying. It's just incorrect in 2025. That's just incorrect now. It's old information.
Okay, because this website, guys, vaccines and CDC, August 10th, 2024. And I just literally just took out a little snippet. In this early stage of vaccine development, researchers explore their idea for potential vaccine. Vaccine development often takes 10 to 15 years of laboratory research, usually at a company in private industry. So that's what I'm saying, yo. I don't get on here and just say shit.
So that's all you're gonna read.
Fool you.
That's so
Don't
all
let
the
this
rest
nigga
of that.
smoke blunt after
So
blunt,
that's the
blunt
whole
after
article.
blunt. You think a nigga
You just
slow,
said you read
retarded.
part of it.
I say
So read
something.
the
I'm
rest.
pretty 99.9% sure I'm right on key with it. But go ahead, brother.
So read the rest.
But I don't know. I'm saying I made the
Don't
statement.
read the part
though,
that just support what you're saying.
I was correct. It said.
Don't read the part that only supports, because it said often. It said often takes 10 to 15 years, right?
No, yeah, vaccine development often takes 10 to 15 years of laboratory research, usually at a company in a private industry, but often involves collaboration with researchers at a university. But at the end of the day, often means like often, like it's
that means it doesn't
common
all the time take that. That's what often means. It often takes that.
It took less than what, a year, 6 months or some shit.
I just told you.
I'm just saying,
they
bro.
had the corona.
I think about everything. Every
But are you thinking about what I said? Tell me what I said. Think about what I said. What did I say? What did I say?
That's another.
I know, but you said you think about everything.
Vaccine to me, bro. I mean, of that situation.
This is what I'm saying, Didi. You say you think about everything. I literally think about everything. I think about what. Damn, bro, I'm trying to talk to you. I heard what you said, and I'm trying to respond. You said you think about everything. I'm saying you don't consider what I just said, because when it said it often takes 10 to 15 years, does that not leave space for what I said? What did I say happened?
How are you trying to cut through that? It says often takes a decade or more.
Okay.
Well, how are you trying
So
to
what point did I make earlier? What point did I make about the Human Genome Project?
Why are you
What
trying to
point did I make about the Human Genome Project?
I just said.
What point did I make about the Human Genome Project?
Often takes, meaning it's a commonality. Often.
That's crazy.
So why did it switch when COVID come forward in?
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're stuck on that one point.
It's no longer a 10 to 15 evaluation process. Why?
Do you want to talk, or you just want to rant?
Critically. Niggas don't think critically.
You're not thinking critically. You're just talking to yourself.
No, I know it's not, bro. No, you niggas.
I've asked you a question 3 times and you've talked over it. I've asked you a new question 3 times and you've talked over it. I've asked you a question 3 times and you've talked over it. I'm still trying to get an answer to this question, but you're talking about often. I asked you a whole new question. You're still talking about often. What point did I make about the Human Genome Project?
Reiterate that, because I ain't gonna lie.
But you're a critical thinker that thinks about everything. It's the point I'm
critical thinking. I ask you to reiterate.
Here you about to go off again. Here you about to go off again. Go ahead.
Because you're trying to subtly demean me. and I'm catching.
No, I swear to God, I'm not, bro. I swear on everything I love, I'm not trying to demean you. I'm trying to point it out to you. You're taking it as demeaning, and if that's, I'm telling you right now, I promise you, I'm not meaning it that way, and I apologize sincerely if that's how it's coming off. That's not how I'm meaning. I'm pointing out to you that you just told me that you're a critical thinker and that you consider everything. And while you were saying that, I said, but you're not considering what I said. And you talked over it. And then I said, what point did I make about the Human Genome Project? And you talked over it. And then when you finally stopped, I asked you again and said, what point did I just make about the Human Genome Project? And you couldn't recall it because you're not critically thinking in this moment. I'm not saying you never do. I'm saying right now, while me and you are talking, you're just ranting about your position. I'm listening to your position because I've had this argument since COVID happened. It's not new for me. I know everything you're going to point out. That's what I'm saying. When they say It's a reason they use the word often. This is a scientific document that you're reading. It's a reason that it says often and not every time a vaccine is made, it takes 10 to 15. It's a reason for that. And I gave you the Human Genome Project to set up why they have the technology and ability to speed up some vaccines. Some vaccines they can't. Some, when they have already existing DNA and things they can work from, a base, they can work from, they can move faster. That's the only point I'm making. Why is that impossible? Why is that impossible?
I see your point as far as with that. I'm not now. What I got to do is I got to do some. I got to type in. I got to do some research on. You said Human Genome Project.
Yes, the Human Genome Project. I get the years mixed up. It's either year 2000 or 2004 is when it was finalized. It started years ago, but they finally like got to somewhere with it for real in like 2004. So this allows them to have, let's say, I ain't no freaking scientist. I just like to study the information. So some of this stuff I can get wrong when I say it. So yes, you definitely should go fact check. But they have the genome of the DNA, right? So they have the genome of the coronavirus, the original one that we faced when it was SARS, COVID, or whatever have you. They have that. So they now, when we experience the COVID that we did in 2020, they have somewhere to work from. So they don't have to just create a whole new vaccine that they don't understand this virus. They have something to work from so they can move faster. And they did things to even speed that up with the with Trump's little warp speed shit and all that. They did things to implement faster technology. It's like I said about the houses. It don't take 10 years to build a
That's what I
house
was
no
just
more.
about to say, Patan. Like they sped up the technology. The technology go fast.
Man, I would like to just point out how cold-blooded Fontaine conflict resolution skills were just then. I
Kadiri,
really,
my nigga, bro. Like I fuck
yeah,
with him.
I
That's why
really
when he
like the
said I
way
was
I
mean, I'm
appreciate
like,
that
bro, I don't
though.
mean it like that.
I
I
really like the way
appreciate
you
that.
lay. I really like the way you laid that lick down, bro. That was real. That was real grown up type shit, bro. That was like,
Right,
yeah,
right.
that was different, bro. But I understand. I can understand a motherfucker not trusting. I don't, man. You know, and I'll be if I'm on my deathbed about to. And I feel like I'm gonna get my dumb ass to the hospital too, but I don't trust the medical industry. I'm going. I'm gonna roll the dice and go to that motherfucking hospital though. I'm gonna roll them dice, but it's like it's like a
I'm gonna see
fucking.
what they got, basically. I'm gonna see what they go. Let's see what they got.
I'm gonna go roll the dice, you know, but I don't trust them motherfuckers, bro. We
They,
know big pharmaceutical run that shit. We know you know, they got a history, they got a horrible history with black folks, you know what I'm saying, in general. But I mean I understand both sides of the argument, man. That's all I'm saying. And it's like what at this point, what the fuck you gonna do, man? You gotta roll with it. I know, you know, by being a mechanic for like the last 30 years, over 30 years, I look at the medical industry the same way. You go in that motherfucker, you're never gonna go in there and they tell you ain't nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like
Man, you damn right.
always, it's like you take your car to the mechanic, you never take your car to the mechanic and he'll tell you ain't shit wrong with your car. You know what I'm saying?
But on some real shit, GQ, is it really ever not nothing wrong with your car? Even though I agree with you, they're using it to get your money. But isn't it always something you can point out that's actually wrong with your car?
That's a fact, and that's the same way with
It
the
could
medical
always
industry.
be better.
It's the same
Like
way with the
you can
medical
always
industry,
fix
bro.
something.
But
So if the
is
doctor lets you walk out of
you
there,
right, fine. But is it as detrimental as the mechanic makes it seem? That's the question. You know
that's
what
what I
I'm
was
saying?
finna say. If the doctor lets you walk out of there with something that they know this light work, this you ain't necessarily finna die or nothing like that. But they like,
Right.
let me go and get this $150 insurance. Like I get it. It's a hustle, my nigga.
Yeah, yeah. It's a hustle like a motherfucker, bro. That's a
Hey, I
fact,
want to
man.
know why the hell did Joe Biden pardon Fauci if there wasn't no foul play going on?
Man,
Because Trump don't
that's a
give a fuck
million
about
dollar
foul
question,
play.
bro.
Because Trump
That's a
would have
million.
came after Fauci regardless. You think Trump cares if
I mean,
Fauci
it's
really
easy.
did
Come
something
on,
wrong?
Fi. You kind of emotional with that with that answer real fast like that,
If
bro.
that
Come on, man.
I give you that. You
Critical,
right.
critically,
Yeah, silly.
Touche.
critically. I mean, I understand because Trump is a piece of shit, but what I'm saying is is like it's critically thinking. Like that's is strong, and that's a hell of a question. Like, what the fuck? I mean, we can't just say, oh, because he know Trump was gonna crucify him, and come on, man. Why the fuck this nigga need a pardon, bro? And he's a fucking a doctor, a fucking the head of the world. What was it? A CDC and
World Health Organization.
World Health
I don't know which
Organization.
one he
Whatever.
was
What the
over.
fuck?
He was over the
Yeah.
CDC.
I
I
think
don't
the
remember.
CDC. Actually, I think it was the CDC. Whatever the fuck
Yeah,
it was. What the
CDC.
fuck you need a pardon for, bro? I mean, that is kind of wild. That's strong than a
That's a
motherfucker.
Something to look into.
preemptive pardon, though. It's like
Yeah.
a, you know,
preemptive. No, nothing, and no charges, no nothing. Just pardon him because we know he did something. I'm not gonna speculate on what the fuck he did, but he did something to others. Shit. This shit is
If I
crazy.
done fell off, we get to talk shit. I'm just
Find me back out there. Hey, that's my nigga, man. Hey, but this shit real, Goldie,
hey,
though.
that's my
Like, why the
brother.
fuck? Yeah, that shit real though, Goldie. Why the fuck this nigga need a pardon, man?
Yeah,
You know what
why
I'm
you
saying?
that's something to look into. Like, what that nigga do?
And we know it's countless studies, countless shit from side effects of the jab. You know what I'm saying? We know that now. We done seen that it's documented. It's journals and everything. It's like people that went through a lot of shit. I personally believe, and that's just a belief, which don't mean shit. I don't got nothing to back it up, but I just think it was a damn near placebo, and the motherfucker really did herd immunity, but acting like we
Man.
The vaccine helped with herd immunity.
acting like we vaccinated out the shit. You know,
The vaccine helps with herd immunity, though. So, like, I agree with you.
no, I understand that, but I think we just did. It was only herd immunity, and
I'm gonna tell you
they
why it's
just
dumb to me. Like, this whole argument is dumb because both sides are arguing points that you really can't prove either way. Because the symptoms that or side effects that COVID actually causes, the vaccine causes. So if I had COVID and then I got the vaccine, which one am I getting the symptoms from? The
right.
long-term symptoms.
Nah, I get what you're saying. The
It
concept
is
of
what it
the
is.
concept of a vaccine does work like that.
I
Another
just
thing, cause I know I be sitting back just thinking, right? Another thing I'm thinking like is, okay,
And the self-proclaimed geneticist that's in the chat, anytime you want to come up and show some proof of you being this self-proclaimed geneticist, you can come on up. My bad, go, man.
no, you good. Yeah, you might want to come up here where I'm paying attention, cause yeah, you more than welcome to join the panel.
What happened to
I
Mike
think the argument now, even though we talking about different points that we want to make on either side, I think as black people, a lot of time we don't leave room for each black person to have they point of view in life. Like you got some black people that's like they not on the pharmaceutical shit, but they more on the holistic side. Like I'm gonna take preventative measures, meaning I'm gonna live a lifestyle that's gonna make it to where I'm less susceptible to that. Like
Right.
a lot of times people didn't talk about how certain people that had certain blood types was more asymptomatic to the point they ain't even need all that shit. But if you mess around and like you said, take the vaccine, you putting that shit in you. You know what I'm saying? At that point, versus somebody who asymptomatic, they gonna show the I mean, how do I put it? Somebody who asymptomatic gonna carry it, but they not gonna necessarily have it like that. You feel me?
The symptoms are not going to be, I want to say,
As
noticeable,
adverse.
So,
like, yeah, you're right. You got it.
So with this vaccine, because y'all got me calling it a jab. With this vaccine, the reason I say this technology is advanced is because it's not like the old vaccines where they give you the actual virus or whatever. They don't do that no more. That's why I'm bringing up the Human Genome Project, because they're able to take. Again, I'm not a fucking geneticist or I don't know if I'm saying this right or wrong, but they, instead of taking the virus and putting it in you, pause, like they used to, they take something like I don't know if it's the protein of the virus, something else, and they put it in there.
It was the lymph noise that
Yeah, something like that. They take something else, so you're not getting the whole thing. My bad. Go ahead.
What's up, y'all? Nah. I was just saying you're right. That's what it is. It's a piece. It's a portion. What's up, y'all?
What's up
Y'all
with it,
just wanted
chocolate?
to tell you,
We
y'all
glad
was
you're
making
too,
me
huh?
laugh. Y'all was killing me. I just want you to know,
We glad we could get you
so,
through the night. I just
man.
like I said
I'm
though,
just
y'all,
saying.
like it gotta get to a point to where like we can respect each other's like viewpoints. Like for instance, chocolate, she more on, you know, the building up her own community. Where somebody else would be like, well, you need to go back to the black community. Nah, we gotta respect both points. Like, cause we gonna need
That's a
somebody
fact.
building up a community over here. And at the
That's
same
a fact.
time, we need motherfuckers that's still in the black community with them little babies that ain't got no choice but to be there. You see what I'm saying? So it's like same thing with this pharmaceutical slash holistic conversation that I feel like is happening right now. Because most people that's pushing back on the vaccines, they not with that pharmaceutical shit. Period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And most people that's pushing back on people that's not with the vaccines, they majority of the time not with holistic or preventative measures before it get to that point.
Right. I agree with you on that, Goldie, as far as the it take all type aspect and fuck the divisiveness, you know what I'm saying? Why we can't respect another brother's opinion about whatever the case may be, medical
That's
shit or
it.
politics, whatever, man. It's all about respecting it and you know and not being divisive, man. That's what that's what I try to stand on, man. We gonna do better together, regardless of the ideologies and shit that we is gonna do apart. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Be
I think
objective rather than
it
subjective.
connects, and that's the middle part though. Like, even though I might be in another community that may not be considered black, quote
Mm,
unquote, right? Just like how the Kentucky is taken care of by New York federal taxes. Two different ideologies,
drop the
two different
bomb right there, boy.
states, two different types, but they benefit. Other states benefit. Like, and that's how we should be for each other. I don't have to be your best friend for us to have integrity, do some business, and make some change. Wasn't nobody, everybody in history wasn't best friends to get nothing moving. It's all on one accord. That's boring. That's what we fought against. If we all want to live on one accord, then we should shut all this down. Everybody should be quiet and just keep on pushing the way that it is. But we
Be
don't.
robots.
We've pushed against it always. And we don't even have to go back that far. Like, just 2 generations. Like, we know either whether they were in your family or not. Fuck, people's fighting
Facts.
for the right to be who you are. So, like, to that point, if I build a community here, my point is it's cheaper to build here. So that
Mm-hmm.
means my overhead is cheaper. That means I can, like, say for instance, if I got a community, or he got something he got going on and we networking in that way. That's it. Just the spider web of, hey, we can move that money, turn it toward us just a little bit, pull from that. It's like taking water from a lake, right? When you go take water and it's just your family, you're not gonna empty the lake out. You know what I mean? But if you got a whole town getting one source, it ain't gonna last. So you have different options, and that's all I'm talking about. It's having options, having people, giving people the option to say, look, just because I'm in whatever tax bracket, you should still be able to be treated and live comfortably. This is all human construct, and we kill ourselves to be a part of it. Okay, cool. So if that's the case, then let's at least enjoy the work we putting in. I don't want to be angry all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to see a community where I can get up and see kids playing, and we ain't got to worry about, because if you got enough people, 50,000 people, you have your own police. 5,000 people, because there are unincorporated towns all over the country. Certain states, they got the whole towns for sale with the post office and the jail already in there and everything. This kind of stuff exists. So It's just being more creative and outside of just what is exactly in front of us, and really spitballing how we can take advantage of what is taking place. And you
Nah,
ain't
I
got to be
feel it.
besties to do that. You know that, like, just I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all on that. Y'all got it. Thank
Nah,
you.
nah.
Mhm.
Appreciate you imparting that. Appreciate that. Gullah, I would post the link, but I'm not on my computer. Same thing for you, Afro-Asiatic. But I appreciate y'all putting that in the chat for the people that's listening. And y'all want some, something to feed your brain and get some more information on these topics. We do got some people that got contrasting views in the chat. Just giving you points on both sides. Like I said, I wouldn't say neither one of the links that they putting up is wrong. Because again, coming from two different viewpoints, it could be right. Like if you
If
coming
Afro put
from
it
a
up, it's
holistic
wrong.
viewpoint, what Afro-Asiatic putting in the chat probably gonna make sense to you. If you coming
It's
from
probably gonna be
a
wrong.
pharmaceutical understanding, what my brother Gullah putting in the chat gonna make sense to you.
That brother also. That brother. I
How
hate
you be on?
people
How
like
you
you.
be on that bullshit, bro?
That brother's not the government.
Bruh,
I'm
ever since
highly
I
sure he
cooked that
wasn't
nigga
using
on
no
that
God. You don't
DNA, he
know.
been on my head hard. Pause.
Who
You know
not
what
the
I'm saying? I don't know
government?
what his problem is.
The ancestor that saved the white folks in Boston from the smallpox.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
Nah.
I hate when we try to use that as a. We're really going to compare him and his ingredients that we can pretty much verify his concoction and what he used to the government. We don't know what the fuck they're using. We have no idea what they're using in the lab. So we can't compare that to that. We can't juxtapose a brother who's using Gullah roots, who's in tune with the earth and the like. That's like Dr. George Washington Carver. He had a natural affinity with plants. We can't compare him and how he was able to no, we can't. No, his method was more pure than the government.
I get what you're saying. Just like
You know what I'm
just
saying? The
like
method is more pure.
on a
Well,
like on a
we've been
simple.
teaching them motherfuckers for a long time, bro.
That's what I was finna say. On a simpler level, I mean, we could use the brother who came up with the so-called Nerf gun. They took that and did what they wanted to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
so I get what you're
yeah.
saying. Like, they had the brothers that created a lot of this stuff. They had pure intentions, but once it got in the hands of other people, they had money intentions, and that's
Y'all
where
know
it gets
we was
skewed.
instrumental. Like we've been instrumental in the survival of our enemy. Like we the reason you know.
Yes.
We've been in, like it's documented that
You held
during
that.
slavery, during the 1600s, it's documented that the white man, the white woman had like 90%, damn near 90%, was 80 something percent mortality rate during birth, that either the mother or the child would die during birth of a
Facts.
child. And slaves was having like 1 out of 1,000 slaves would die during birth, because the slaves knew about microorganisms. Like they
Mm-hmm.
knew that from Africa. They knew to boil towels. They knew to wash their hands. Like these
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers were so savage. Like they'd go out on a hunt and kill an animal, and then come in and try to pull a baby out the mother. You know what I'm saying?
Chill.
And they were killing. They were like they were getting infected. The mothers, the white women were getting infected and dying. And they started paying attention to the slaves and watching what they were doing during childbirth. And that's how they realized that they had to boil towels and wash their hands and all that. We taught. Other than that, we could have probably been one, just letting the motherfucker just keep dying off. You know what I'm
Yeah.
That's
saying?
what the Black Plague was.
Yeah,
That's what
so
it was about. The Black Plague was from them being filthy, pouring
been
filth, and
nasty, horrible
yeah.
motherfuckers. Yeah, eating
No,
raw
they didn't have a
meats and
drainage. They'd have the meat stand
even
near
now
the
today,
drain. Like
they like medium rare and
Medium rare.
rare, and
people like that here too, though.
bloody ass
GQ,
shit, blood
GQ.
dropping all down their face and shit. All that.
Okay, now you just okay.
Hey, but on some real though, Chop,
Ain't nobody out here vampire in the state. I'm just talking about
it's a lot of
it was the
parasites pouring
Black.
coke on that mud.
Listen, I'll
Yeah,
tell
I'm
you
saying.
this: if
No,
you black
I'm
ain't
saying
shit,
chocolate. I'm saying
what,
chocolate. They
what's
sitting
that?
there eating. Like I'm
That
saying, they sit there. Like we even see it. Like they sit there eat. You know, they got their apron on there, and it's literally blood dripping down the
who,
fucking apron while they eating the food. You know what I'm saying?
where?
White
Recently,
people, white
Our
even today,
diametric
white people,
opposites.
sister. Yeah, yeah,
I've
white people,
seen
sister.
black people ask for medium rare meat.
Where they get it from?
The
Uh,
steakhouse.
No. I'm saying,
no,
you know,
where
we
did they
done been
get the idea?
Americanized.
Why did they get the
Where they
Me,
get
idea
that
I
like
whole
don't.
that?
The
concept?
same place we got all
Yeah,
our
because we
ideas
was cooking our
from.
food. We was never eating. We wasn't
How
never
were
eating.
we cooking our food? We were given scraps.
We were
We had to
building
make.
fire. We were building
We
fires and cooking the food, like
Oh yeah, we
making.
damn sure wasn't eating no raw
Yeah.
ass food out there, chocolate.
We weren't
well,
eating
no,
no
that
raw
of course
meats.
I was. Ain't nobody saying that. I don't even know how y'all
Even
got
when
that out of
even
there.
when we was dealing, even when we was
Well,
dealing with the
y'all
scraps,
said I don't care about that part. I
even
said
when we
that
was
what I was
dealing with the
talking
pig
about.
feet, even when we was dealing with the pig feet and the chillers and shit, we was cooking them thoroughly. You
I
understand
don't
what I'm
eat
saying?
that. I don't eat none of that. I don't know nothing about that.
I'm
So
not saying you, sister. What I'm saying is like in the past, in history,
it's
when our
okay to say
ancestors,
me.
You
no,
said our ancestors ate meat.
when our ancestors was eating these things, the scraps, like you said, like you pointed out,
Yeah.
that we were getting the scrap, we were
Well, that
cooking the
was
scraps.
historically. No, like I mean in
What's
the
up,
books and
dudes?
stuff about that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
slavery and the
yeah,
times. That's how they
we was
describe
cooking.
it.
Yeah, we was cooking the scraps though. We wasn't just eating the shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, again, I wasn't there, so I'm going off of like fifth, sixth, seventh information. I will say that cooking your food, however it worked, I don't know how that part came up. I ain't saying that folks ain't out here eating bloody meat. That's not what I said. I'm just talking about just in general, like just having the ability to one grow your own food, the ability to be able to understand where your food coming from, how these processes are working, and how what's happening now and how it's going to affect us all, because it is on every level. It's going
Nah, I
to
feel you
affect
on that.
us.
But I
So
will push back on
yeah,
this though, chocolate.
sure enough.
I don't think my ancestors was eating no medium rare nothing.
No, they wasn't.
Like my
You
grandmama
know,
don't play that shit. Like she
right?
mm-mm.
I got you. I got you. I listen. I don't claim to I do love history. Don't get me wrong. I love it, but I don't jump. I'm not in those conversations because what I find is that there's certain pieces we seem to leave out when we talk about our history in this country. And so right now we got people wanting to turn
Can
back the
somebody
hands
post
of
the link for
time.
Afro Asiatic? My bad, chocolate.
No, you good. Let me try. I don't know if I can. Hold on. I don't think I can. Or I could join the chats.
Hey,
Did anybody
DT,
already
check
post it
the
in
back
there?
check.
Is it in there? But anyway, if ain't
I
nobody
can put
posted
it
it,
in the
I'll
back
post
chat if
it.
you want to grab it.
No, yeah, I got you. Hold on. Let me grab it here. Hold
Hold on,
on.
I'm finna put it back there.
Yeah, I'll grab it. But anyway, long story short, based on which I came up based on what y'all was saying, and I was like, again, here's the perfect opportunity. What y'all talking about is the group economics. It goes right back around to it. Once we take care of our own and provide the services that are going to be cut or missing, we make that part of our communities, not just in one area. And it don't have to be some big to do. It's just, the baby steps. That's it. Just baby steps.
Nah, I
That's
feel
all.
you.
Uh,
DT, grab that contact out the back check.
Yes, indeed.
Um, I also feel like the conversation we having when it comes to our people and how we dealing with, our interactions with the Caucasians, we also got to talk about it. Like since we talk about pharmaceutical and all that stuff, we got to talk about this from a standpoint of the side effects. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, not that contact did to the other one. Don't put it in the chat, but that reach out though.
Oh, put it in the back chat.
Yeah, in the private chat. But yeah, I think a
The
lot of
side
times,
effects of aligning yourself with that beast, basically, is what you're
man,
saying.
it make you start wanting it. You
I
know,
get
get
it.
the car they
I get it.
get the
Goddamn
house.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And the side
Yeah.
effects of us trying to do it, you still a nigga in the coop. So you go too far with it. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna try to make example out of you the one time you step out of line, or if they can get you outside out of bounds. You feel me?
And I'm a be 100% real. Even in my career, I will say that is a whole fact. None you said was a lie. But for me, it was never about wanting to be like them or nothing like that. Like, nah, it was always
Thank you, leader.
competition, man. Competition motivate me. Like, if they could get that, I'm gonna get this. Nigga, my shit gonna be better. Like, it was always competition with that
You
beast.
just wanted to be the best you could be. You
Come
know what
on,
I'm saying?
GQ, you
I
get
can
it.
dig it. Yeah, it ain't rocket science shit. You just want to be the best version of yourself. Fuck what these motherfuckers doing. I gotta get out here and do what I gotta do for
Hey,
me. You know what I'm saying? I
AOG,
wasn't even
I got
looking
you
at it
too.
even on the competition level. I'm
AOGQ.
trying to.
Ayo,
Yeah, bro.
Psycho ain't in here, is he?
Nah.
No, I
Yo,
don't think so.
AOGQ, I just came from a little boule event tonight, man. I had
Oh
a
no
good
no no
time.
no no no. See, I
Me,
only reason
me
why I
and
play
wifey
cool.
just staggered in the house, sloppy GQ. We had a
From the
good
booty
time
time.
tonight, man.
This
I ain't gonna say
motherfucker,
that shit
bro.
for the psycho though.
We gonna fuck you up, Will. You know that,
You know
nigga.
I don't play with my nigga.
Fuck that boule ass shit. Man. You supposed to call me so I could have came and robbed everybody when they
You
left
feel
out that
me?
motherfucker.
You feel me? Straight
GQ,
up.
I lined them up. They on their way out the door. Everybody drunk.
Ayo, GQ, fuck that Marley nigga, man. You touch down in my city, I got you, my nigga. I'm telling you. We gonna roll that boule carpet out for you, my nigga.
Nah, I gotta watch out rolling out carpets. They like put money on people's head. They might not touch you, but they gonna spend that bread.
My
They gonna
nigga
spend
Visa
that
in the chat, man. Visa, man. Yeah, that brother there. I gotta, man. I be waiting on you to come teach some
You on the
history,
panel
bro,
now,
man.
big bro.
I love that shit, bro. You know that nigga Visa a good teacher too. Afro, what
I
up,
rock
bro?
with
That's
bro.
Afro.
Hey Visa, is you in the tech group?
Afro.
GQ,
What's
peace,
up,
go.
Afro?
What's up, brother?
All right.
Yeah,
What's
man.
up? Hello.
Peace, sis, chocolate up. What's up, sis?
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. We gonna take any more field trips, GQ. Next time you take another field trip, we going to Arizona, bro. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, touch the soil.
Y'all more
Cause
than welcome.
sis
Y'all
been
more
building
than
for a
welcome.
minute, and I've been knowing her for some years. So I'm like, man, I'd be remiss not to, you know what I'm saying, try to offer what I can
Lake
You
and
know
learn
Oh,
what?
what I
okay.
can from
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, it's beautiful in Arizona too, man. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
little
I'm in I'm closer to the mountains, so you get a little bit of
Oh,
both.
that's lit. The mountains
Yes.
too.
Oh,
Like,
baby, I
you
love
gotta
it.
give me the Lake Havasu.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Lake Havasu would be west of me.
Yeah, I
I'm
need to get
more
back out
east.
there.
So that's all not that far. But yeah,
so
I'm more
you
Okay.
east.
so it's a lot of white people around where you live, right?
Native, a
Chocolate.
lot of indigenous and white people. Indigenous,
Oh, a
white,
lot.
Mexican.
It's a lot. It's a lot of Indians around there.
I'm right here, smack in the middle of the Navajo reservation. Like it's right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's dope. Yeah.
Hope the
So,
Hopi.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we ain't really got you ain't really got to be on pins and needles as much, and
Well,
they
no,
ain't
That
like
I
sound lit
mean,
though.
I've been here a year. Like I said, when I first got to Arizona, I drove
yeah. I
here by
got a
myself from Ohio here. And then I got to stay in Gallup, New Mexico. Kind of made it my own little vacay. And what's so funny is now I took a trip back in like 2005 and went to the Petrified Forest here. I don't know if anybody's ever gone, but you should go. It's just a really cool.
What's it
it-
called?
It's it's the Petrified Forest. You could just Google it,
Okay.
and there's a part of it I think that has the footprints in it, the bear prints, something like that. But
mm,
anyway, long story short, I went there. It was beautiful, and And then I said this was the most beautiful area I'd ever seen. And at that time, I was living in my people was living in like the southern
I
part,
see
closer to
that shit.
Phoenix, and so I didn't get to stay up there. But the fact that I've come full circle, and I'm actually living across from the petrified forest now, so I got mountains in every corner, and that to me, I'm lucky, I'm blessed
Yeah, that's
to be
kind of
able
cool.
to wake up and see that. And at night, oh come on, it felt like the moon just right there in your face. But I'm a person that I like putting my feet in the dirt.
Nah,
I
likewise.
like that freedom. That's the closest I feel is freedom to me anyway.
Facts.
But y'all got it. Y'all got it. Yeah.
Facts. Nah,
Nah,
nah, nah,
sis,
nah.
being
We
so
gonna stick
close to
right
them,
there.
right?
We
Being
gonna
close to
stick right
them.
there. Cause Big Will over here, he think the closest to freedom is having a few million in his bank account. But we gotta balance that
Hey,
out
yo,
with it.
sis, let me ask you a quick question.
Of
Being that
course.
close to them, do you think they would take any of this Aboriginal shit serious from the black community?
Ah, damn. That's what you want to do.
I have to I'm gonna tell you this. Thankfully in my experience, and I can say I have more than just a year or two with with other cultures around me,
Mm-hmm.
we're no different. I can you find the same attitudes, you find the same conversations of who's holding who back, who think one is better, the bourgeois, the people that's keeping the
Mm.
money. You got the same hierarchy that we do.
Elements. Yeah.
So it comes down to then language, culture, and color. And those
They
three
definitely
things
know who
can.
their enemy is, like us, the motherfucking crackers. Shit.
Well, see, here's the problem though, GQ. The problem is being to keep us separated and divided, and they did a fantastic job to keep us apart and bully or belittle one another, because in the eyes of the ruler at that time, I'm picking Mexicans, I'm picking, you know, Haitians, I'm picking whoever. I'm gonna give this person a break, but I'm gonna make all these other people fight amongst themselves. It's the Hunger Games. It's always been
Mm-hmm.
like that. This isn't any
True.
different. Our history will just be way more recorded. Because think about it, the things that we read and talk about now, if that stuff was on TikTok and Instagram, and what would that look like? You know what I'm saying? That information was spread just like it does now. I think we are at a precipice, though. I think this is a definite test to not so much as whether you pick sides of Trump or anyone else for that matter. Um, it really is about no matter what has happened, though, our community is still bruised.
Well, wait, hold up. I want to ask the question different. So, like, if uh Chinaman, if an Asian came around us and, even if he was like us, has similarities, we still know that's a Chinaman. That's something else. When you're around them, do you feel like,
They us.
you're something else? Or do you think that Aboriginal shit has some ground? Like, they see
Well,
themselves in you?
and
Fuck no.
that's wild that, and I'm really thankful that you asked that question. I've actually had both of those experiences.
All right, then. I get it.
Um, right, I've had those experiences because yes, I can't lie. My grandmother looked like half these little tiny older women that be walking around. My grandmother gone, you know, but my history and what I was told where my ancestors was concerned was that we started here in this continent. That's as far as it's gone on my mother's side. Now on my father's side, I found the people who own my father's people,
Mhm.
where we got our surname from, so to speak.
Right.
So like I said, and this is just me going off human pattern, especially in our society, and how humans interact with each other when conflict is upon us, because we got stuff coming from all different directions. Some of us are
Mhm.
more passionate about other things, and they're all coming at the same time because information is 24 hours a day. You could go to sleep, wake up, 50,000 things done happen. I believe that again, and I'll stand on it. Us taking care of our own through the means that are here and available puts us in an advantage. We start educating our own, we start trade schooling our own, we start building homes for our own. There's nothing wrong with that. We
There's
have been
nothing.
taught. Hold
So
on real
wait,
quick.
sis.
Hold on,
Go
stop.
ahead.
Hold on
All
real
right,
quick.
my fault.
We have been taught that there's something wrong with it. We have been taught that we shouldn't want that what we have is enough. And it is not. Because if it was, we wouldn't feel that angst amongst our community. There
So
are people who are truly afraid of what's going on right now. Go ahead. I'm
the
sorry.
only
Yeah.
part I disagree with is that
Mhm.
we've just been taught that and it's innate in us. Like, no, the
No, I
infrastructure,
don't.
the infrastructure isn't there for us to accomplish this on the level that we would need it to serve our people, right?
But
So we want to do these things, but the infrastructure just isn't there.
But you start small. And what if
True.
I told you if you did start small, just like a lot of businessmen and women in this country, like for instance, I always use the same example in the 1950s when white folks wanted to leave the suburbs, leave the city, and the men who had the money created these businesses, and after World War II and industries and call centers and on and on and on, they built suburbs for their people and kept us out and anybody else that didn't look like them and put their people in there. Now, I'm not saying we have to discriminate, but what I'm saying is using the ideology of if I'm looking out for my people, if I'm truly trying to benefit them, I gotta look out for them first anyway, right? And I find that we've been taught. That's why I said that. I didn't say innate, taught that what we have had is enough and what our ancestors did was enough, and we shouldn't try it again because black folks don't want nothing on one end and people ain't gonna listen on the other. That makes no sense. Because if that's the case, we wouldn't have the consistency of us on this way on online like this. Us
So to
supporting
me,
each other
though,
like that.
to
Like
me, I don't think we've been taught that it's enough. I think we've always complained we're not getting enough, right? But our issue has been, yes, starting grassroots and starting small is a way to build, but we get in a perpetual cycle of starting small and it doesn't last.
Can you
It
give me
doesn't
an
flourish.
example of someone in the last 60 years who has started anything that is talked about up here?
I mean, you could look at pretty much almost.
No, sir. Please, I'm really not being funny. Please tell me
I
somewhere
got you.
I can go and look and see and follow someone, man, woman, who is putting it in a position where we can network across this country and become a economic power under surrounding this, because we can. Because unlike our ancestors, they weren't in the financial positions that some of us are in now.
Yeah,
And
I
it
think
is about circling the wagons. And I guess that's the part that, whether it's believed or not up here or on in the chat, it is heard amongst our community
I think we do
loudly
got the
that there is need.
I
But
think we do got the access to the infrastructure, but we don't have the concerted effort. We don't have the centralized effort, but we do have access to Europeans' infrastructure and vehicles for media. We do have
Yeah,
access to it, but we
it
don't
sound
have
like you and the
concerted
sister
effort.
in the greens.
yeah, I'm
Man,
not arguing with
we gotta
nobody.
bring
Nah, but
Whitney
I think
home.
y'all kind of
Yeah.
saying the complete opposite thing because you were talking
No, no.
about.
See, you want
Hold
them
on,
to
hold
be
on,
saying that because
hold
they
on.
saying
You
opposite of
were
you.
talking about, sis.
I'm
You were talking
listening.
about. Hold on. You were talking about us doing it on our own. Now
No,
I
I didn't.
agree.
Now, see, pause right there. On our own, in what sense? Not you individually. I was talking about us as a community.
That's my point.
Those,
No.
okay,
That's my.
those of
Hold
us
on.
who are in the position to do
I'm
so.
with you. I understand your point. That wasn't
Okay,
Afro's point. Afro's point was we do have access to the European structure that's here.
I heard
And
that.
And
Yes, sir.
there's ways we could capitalize on that. You
And she
want to
was saying the
build
same thing.
you want to build no, you want to build your own infrastructure. Am I right,
How
sis?
she gonna build it? Where she gonna
Yeah,
build it at
I'm
other than where
building.
she at
Yeah,
right now?
But what
we
you're talking
Listen
about
to her.
is,
Listen to her. Hold on.
but
Good.
here's the thing that you want to put correlate. What I'm saying is something that can also be going on while something else is going on. It's just like when y'all was talking
Simultaneous.
about
I agree with
the
that.
study of science.
I agree with that
It doesn't
100%.
stop because you go to sleep. The
I
world don't
mean,
stop because you go to bed. Somebody
But
is across the world
But I did
up
want to make
looking.
clear though, sis. I want to make clear the
Yeah,
difference, right? When Afro makes that point, he is saying, and I agree, there is the infrastructure there that we can capitalize off of if we have
right
a
now.
structured, galvanized plan. Now,
Now
when
yeah,
you now hold
yeah.
on. Now, when you say right now, I
I'm talking
understand,
now.
huh?
I just want that clear. I'm talking now, not
Right.
past tense.
So listen,
Now.
I get it.
You got it.
I understand what you're saying when you say that. You're saying we don't have that on our own. I agree with you. But that's not the point Afro was making. Afro was making the point that there is a structure in place that we could capitalize off of. Am I wrong,
Right,
Afro?
right, yeah. Right, right.
Right.
Okay, so both things can be right at the same time. That's what,
Now that point when you said that, I agree with 100%.
but
But
it's not. I do want you to know that for me, it's not necessarily whether you agree or disagree. My saying this is more like a, hey, why is it so far fetched to go? If Afro is saying, okay, I want to take care of this over here, and I'm saying, okay, cool, I'm taking care of this over here, but we can still benefit and barter from one another.
right. Now here's the thing about that.
That is what
I
I mean
listen.
about.
Now I
Okay,
understand.
go ahead.
I understand, right? And I agree that that should be the case. But when we look at our history, that's always been that fundamental divide
Oh,
that
so
we've
we don't.
seen that we've
So what do
seen
we
between.
do then? Nothing.
Yeah, no, men got to think like gorillas in the sense of guerrilla warfare. In guerrilla
Yeah.
warfare, you utilize your enemy's massive size, you use it against him. You
Yep.
use all of his resources against him. That's what you do. So, potentially, I think that we do
Right.
have access to an infrastructure, but we don't have concerted effort. It would be
Well,
easy for certain channels to basically agree with each other. Okay, we're going to push this narrative, whether we agree on this or that. We know that this narrative right there is in the greater interest of the community. We all need to push this
An
together,
overarching
even if we
goal that
don't agree on
encompasses all of
resources.
us.
I'm just saying potentially, just potentially speaking,
I'm with you.
yeah, it could be done.
No, I'm with you, Afro.
It
But
sound like we
but
found a
Afro,
meeting ground between the three of y'all. Really,
but
I
look,
like this
Afro though,
conversation.
you would agree, Afro, that has always been one of the fundamental issues in terms of our experience, in terms of liberating ourselves and empowering ourselves, balancing those two sides out, not trying to have one cancel out the other or one go over there and this one. That's always been our issue.
but may I ask you a question though? Isn't that business anyway? Isn't that when you start to create something, you're gonna have people to show up and show out? Like, who cares about that? If you got the right type of people in place, you got the other type of people in place watching them. Like, ain't nobody coming in here with no, and I'm just saying it for me. When I talk about infrastructure and building and creation, I ain't talking about no rose colored anything. I'm talking about you can work with people getting out of jail, help them get housing, help them train them, do certain things to help your community. There is necessaries for learning, and you got to help people with, not you have to, I shouldn't say it that way, but in my own experience and planning, from talking to the engineer in the county, finding out the land, the whole nine, just all of the boring stuff that you gotta have before you start
But
doing
sis, I'm
anything.
talking Garvey and Du Bois though,
But
right?
hold on, sir. I do want to say this. I am not Garvey and I'm not
Now
Du
you
Bois.
are in this
Hold on,
scenario.
no,
Hold
wait,
on, no, no,
wait.
no.
No, no,
Listen,
no, no.
hold
I'm
on,
not.
hold
There's
on.
women
Let me
who
just say
did this
something
too.
real quick, Queen.
I
Let
just
me just say
said,
something real quick, Queen. Right?
yes, sir.
In
Mm-hmm.
this scenario, you are Garvey. You are the UNIA. You want to build it on your own. You want to create something that's comprised primarily of us. In this conversation, Afro was a bit more Du Bois. He's saying there's a structure there that in time can benefit us if we can conquer it, move
Oh
a
no,
certain
I'm not the
way.
boys, brother.
But
I ain't putting
I
that spell
mean,
on your
I guess
name.
what I
Hold
want to
on,
say.
Afro. But hold on, you get my point. What I'm saying
Well,
is though,
Yeah, I
hold
it
get your
on.
would
point, Will. I get your
it
point.
would be great, right, if these two things could coexist
Why
for the
can't they?
benefit us going forward. But what we've seen throughout our history is these two end up being unbeknownst to themselves,
Okay,
right?
well then let's put it this
Like
way.
tools against us as a whole, because we end
No,
up fighting each other.
well, only reason we end up fighting each other is because, again, if you're not honest about your ideology and what you want to see happen, if you're an egomaniac, if you are money hungry, if you greedy, just like anything else we see in this country, some things are successful, some things fall. What I'm talking about, and I'll flip it here. Let's talk about it on the economic level. What I can do out here can fund different urban Black communities around me. So that's what that when I'm talking about building infrastructure, you're building infrastructure to benefit those who can pay for it. Take that portion of money and then pour it into the next thing. That's why I have the food, the building, and the education pieces, because one is going to tie into another. And then within my research, I found that there were a lot of people around here who can't find work because they have felonies. Low grade, but it's still a felony. I also
But
found out that
what I'm saying
the
is when we
federal
talking
government, hold
when
on,
we talk
sir. What I'm talking about economics. I'm saying how one thing can fund the other, even if one is grassroots and one is in the city. They can work hand in hand. That's all I'm trying to understand why that seems so far-fetched, or it sounds like I came up with a fairy tale. Like it's business, to be
what
honest
I'm
with
simply saying to you is that I agree with you,
you.
right? In a theoretical sense, right? But if we look at our history, that has not been the case. Like if you
Okay,
look
I'm
at case
done.
studies, what
Mhm.
happens is we kind of diverge to the point where to accomplish one side's goals, it negatively affects the other. And I'm just
But
saying that's from our history. I'm not saying we can't figure it out going forward. I don't have a
so why can't
negative
we
outlook.
But
just
the
focus
boys,
on that
So we
instead of
learn
you
from history and
continuously
don't repeat it.
saying right,
I
yeah,
agree
the
with
right?
boys
that.
in
That would
But
be the goal.
you
the
keep saying the
boys
same
in
right. Like what?
the boys and Garvey should be a lesson for us, though. We should be able to learn from them and just see the mistakes that they made, you know. But a lot of people don't even know how to critique them in a healthy way, you know, without disrespecting them.
This
But
would be my
yeah,
question to you,
Yeah,
Afro, though.
I don't dance on that.
When you look at us right now, Afro, do you think we've learned that lesson? Or can you see literally mirror images of the same issues back then, right now?
yeah, I see the mirror image. I can't lie.
That's my point, bro.
I would
But
Because
say I
that's
see the
human beings. But that's human
We
mentality,
got
beings.
mirror images from slavery. Does that mean we didn't progress?
man.
Right. Like what are
I
we
would say that
doing?
we have an even more confused mindset, mentality wise, right now. than
I
they
would have
had
to
back
push
then.
back on that because I'm like,
You
how is it when we have all this information available to us? I don't know about anybody else, but on the weekends, my people was like, you can't sit up in the house. So I used to have to take my little sister to the library. So if we got any information, entertainment, videos, you know how it was if you did that to
I
learn
did that
anything.
as an adult too. Shit.
Yeah, me too. I still go to the library, okay? They still exist. But my point is like, why are we pretending like we can't gain the knowledge and information to do as you just said? If we can learn from the mistakes of our past, right? Then why is it that when we do get to the now, we have to go back and dance on the past to justify the now? Listen, you can find any of the things that are going on right now. Go find a history book. Go talk to another culture. Go
But
look at the
that's my
past of
point.
men. But again, even within them, think about it. The
And
Mayans had a whole city, right? That they found. They found their whole inner workings.
see that
We
I don't do, sis. I don't compare
hold
our
on.
situation.
Oh
to-
wow.
Hold
I
on,
am
hold on.
talking about human beings. I'm not
Let her
talking
let her
about
land her plane though.
culture.
So
You
when
Yes,
we
I
fully
will
in the
finish.
land
mic
it.
though, sis. I muffle.
I don't know why y'all don't think so, but I believe it. I ain't gonna say shit. Anyway, like I said, we have the opportunity to create not just offline but online too. The infrastructure isn't just building a brick and mortar. We have the ability to build whole networks. We can build servers, we can build data centers. There's until it's against the law, but right now, no one can stop
Sis.
you from doing that,
But
right?
sis, what I have to do, right? As a man, as a warrior, I have to plan and strategize for any battle I'm going into, right? So when you say that we have the capability to do these things, I don't disagree with you. But I have to look at what's actually going on the battlefield. And on
Well,
the
what is going
battlefield,
on?
hold on the battlefield, one side is coons and one side is wokes.
But
One
that's
side in the gender war is black women, and one side in the gender war is all these goofy incel niggas, right?
but why
Where
would you
hold
allow
on,
that?
let me make my point, Queen.
Go ahead, you got it, sir.
What I'm saying to you is I agree with your aspirations 100%. But
Okay.
when I look at where we are and
Mm-hmm.
also our history, right? I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's a high probability.
Okay, then there we go. We'll leave it
We'll
right at
figure
that. I
that out in
won't.
my lifetime. Yeah.
Well, see that but I guess then you weren't even listening to me because what you're talking about, all the planning and development, I have it ready on deck. I've already got my jail to work program ready on deck. I've got the website ready on deck. We just not going live until I got everything lined up correctly. I don't have no reason to blow gas up anybody's ass. I
Yeah,
am really truly trying to do as much as I can to assist in my community. Now that doesn't mean one is better than not, but even though as a woman, I am still a warrior as well. And all I ask is that if the men feel this way as well, those of us women who feel that we're better, it we better this way than the other. This is where my talents lie. That all it is then is it's about putting things in motion. Like I don't see how this is some banana feet. Like you can find proof that it worked. Like regardless of our past, that's like me coming up here and saying, "Oh well, I heard y'all arguing last week, and so I think all of y'all is blah blah skip skip skip." But I don't know what happened. I don't know what went down. I'm just snapping on y'all based off of a moment of time. I am a person that is very detailed. I just don't want to bore nobody. If you want charts, graphs, if you want to know what my 10-year, my 50, and my 100-year plan is, I'm happy to share with you. And the
But
reason I
nah,
say that is
that's
because,
not the
hold on, sir.
conversation though, sis.
It's not. I'm saying this for you. Because for some reason, The way you question it, it just be blowing my mind. I'm not coming up here just to be like, oh, I want to build two. Give me some blocks. Whether you don't think so, that's how you make it seem like, oh, well, that's great aspiration, but it's not anything I'm talking that hasn't happened already. It's currently taking places. We have people who live in
Right.
predominantly Black neighborhoods that are successful, mid class, lower mid class, even low income. You have places across the country where people are maintaining their
Sis.
neighborhoods,
But
and
sis,
so I
sis.
don't
Hold on, bro.
get
You see, she talking
you
like
good.
what the?
No. You good. It's okay. I didn't talk too long. I'll
Nah,
give you
cause I
some
But
was
this,
more.
waiting
but
on
this
you
the
to
thing,
finish the
sis.
import this to
There's
you though,
not a
Will. She kind
fusion
of
of
set
the
the
two.
parameters of the conversation because
I
she
understand
started.
that.
Hold on, Pete. This. She started the conversation, and one of her main things was we got to stop being so scared to circle the wagon again. Like it's certain shit that we failed at. I'm pretty sure the first time you advised somebody, cause we had this conversation, you kind of wasn't on point, but then you got your shit together and kept coming back. Same thing with us
Mm-hmm.
as a people. We can't keep on saying, "Oh shit, they bombed Black Wall Street," or "Shit, the boys and Garvey didn't get along." Nigga, at this point, we know that the boys and Garvey getting along would have took us way out of this shit to where we wouldn't be having these conversations right
And
now.
look where we
So
are.
it's imperative for us to say, you know
But
what,
look where
fuck
we
that.
are though.
I'm not gonna dog the nerd just because I'm a gangster. I'm gonna
And look
learn
where
from
we
the
are
nerd,
though. So
and the
here's my
nerd gonna
point.
learn from
So
me.
what you just
If we
said.
gonna work together.
So what you just said. Look at where we are. There isn't that fusion that
Shit,
y'all are hoping
maybe in
for.
your
Like,
circle.
nah. The
Maybe
nerd
in your
goes over
circle.
there. The nerd gets disrespected. The
Man,
criminal
where?
gets demonized by,
Where?
people in a better situation. Like, there's not that fusion.
Bro, you tweaking. Cause in my circle, I put it to you like this. You show me two of your friends and I tell you where you going. But I got a diverse friend group. You know what I'm saying? My brotherhood, everybody ain't just gangsters, everybody ain't just no shooters, everybody ain't just no nerds. We got everybody in motion.
And I
And
give
if
you
you
an
can't get
I
to
think
that
example.
that
point,
Oh, I'm
sounds good,
sorry.
right? But a
what you
lot of
say, Chuck?
times in our friend circles, those of us who have those diverse friend circles, like you said, I got my niggas I grew up with, and I got my niggas that are in the world I'm in now. They're typically two separate worlds, and they
That's
don't
you though,
fuse.
bro.
Well, let me ask you. Well, I won't ask you, but I will tell
You
you this.
feel me, young deity? I see your eyebrows, nigga. Pause.
But I
You
mean,
you, you feel me?
regardless,
You see my eyebrow. You
They
crazy.
don't they
but
don't fuse.
but that's because you're saying it, but you can't 100% guarantee that if we don't keep tapping at it, that it won't work.
I'm not saying that.
Confusion of what? But hold on, you keep saying, just like I would be called out. If that's not what you're saying, then why is
I'm
it that
saying
every
I
time
love
that's
your
brought up,
spirit.
please
I'm
stop.
saying I love your
Please
spirit.
stop.
I
I don't
Hey
do.
want
man,
it.
stop
That's not
what's that
just
word?
please don't.
Stop
Don't do
Nah,
that.
this is real, sis. I ain't blowing smoke
stop
up your ass like
patronizing,
you
man.
said, right? To
But
your
that's
point. I'm not
Hey,
doing that.
bruh,
Listen,
I'm talking about
I
making money and helping people. That's it. You don't look. I'm not looking for none of that. I enjoy coming up here and talking to y'all. Some of y'all, yeah, I can. Some of y'all, yeah, I could do without. But that's just life because our personalities don't rock. But I would never
sis,
disrespect
sis,
or
what I'm
belittle
saying
or
is
or shoot down anybody's feeling, idea, whatever it may be. And I guess that's the thing. If we're on a balance of respect, that's it. That's all I ask for. But please don't placate me. You don't
sis,
have to
what
do
I'm
that for me, sir.
saying to you, is I agree with the theory you have of what would work. I
Sir, it's
agree.
not
Theory,
a
nigga, you still
theory.
stuck in 1980 with
It is not a
only thugs
theory.
hang together.
Can I
Like,
can I
what is
just
you talking
Will,
about?
I'm
yo
happy
sis,
to
you be
because I
going a
love
long time and I say two words
because
and you cut me
again, no,
off.
that's not true. I'm
All
cutting you
right, I'm
off
gonna be
because
good. I'm going back on mute.
what you're saying is incorrect of what I was talking about. Look, if you believe that, then that's fine.
All
I
I
don't
said was I
I
agree with you. How's that incorrect?
oh, okay. Oh, okay, sir.
That's
You
literally what
right.
I was just saying, sis.
You right. Yep. You're right.
I
That's
was
all you said. I
saying,
got it. You
I
got it.
was, I was saying that I agree with you.
Uh-huh.
But when I look at where we are in society now, and when I look at our past, there's a clear divide
that we haven't figured out how
Why
to
do we
knock
have
down.
to?
Yeah.
Why do we have to do that to create something and be options for our people? What knock down what? There's no Berlin Wall. People either gonna ride or they don't. Like
No, but
I was
Nah,
there
there
is.
is a
Hold on, hold
wall,
on, hold on,
sis.
sis.
There is a wall.
There is a Berlin Wall, though.
Yeah, it
But
is.
it's an imaginary wall. It's called fault lines, and that's the
yes,
those are the ideological. Those ideological barriers that the brother
That
Will is
keep us
talking about
separate.
right now. It's if you want a definition for it, we can go to Zbigniew Brzezinski, who wrote the Grand Chessboard. It's a white man, but he talked about fault lines and how the U.S. government would exploit fault lines in the Middle East to their advantage. But the U.S. government exploits the fault lines that we have between each other,
In our
these
community as
ideological
well.
barriers that really don't exist, but they are rigid and they are there. They are there.
I understand that we have our
Fault lines.
unseen connections and issues, but again, all of that aside, I still love my people and I still want to see better for them. And even if I
Me
fail,
too. I'm with you.
I'm gonna
I'm with you.
try and I'm gonna try again. And whether people ride, whether they don't, whether they think I'm being arrogant or rose-colored eyes or whatever you think,
No,
like I don't care. Not even in a disrespect. It's with all due respect.
it's just
But
the
for
reality, though.
revolution, no,
Reality.
but hold on. The same men that y'all just talked about was told the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
See,
It's
I
just
like
the
history
reality.
too.
It's
No,
a fault
no,
line.
no,
It's
no,
real
because y'all
barriers, though.
ride on this.
Psychological.
No, baby. Y'all
That was
ride on this.
gangster. That
Y'all
was some.
ride on
Hey,
it.
she
I hear
used
you
your
talk
shit,
about
Afro.
Garvey. I hear y'all talk about Malcolm. I hear y'all
You
talk
a
about. I
gorilla.
just sit and listen because I'm a straight nerd. I'm over here working on stuff
You
and I
feel
just
me?
listen to y'all. But you're not gonna sit up here and go,
Tell
"Oh
me it's
no, that's
impossible.
different." When these
Yeah.
were people who had way less access, way less ability to get the word out. They was doing it whisper to whisper. What's no
Man,
internet or social nothing? It wasn't even
man.
no flying pigeons. And you up here telling me that we can't start, whether it's grassroots or whether it's from a
Do them
skyscraper,
eyebrows,
that we
D.
can't
Talk your
build
talk,
nothing
sis.
for ourselves?
Pop that
What the
shit.
I'm not.
hell?
You know
Yes.
what I'm talking about? Talk
I'm
your
not
Yes.
even
shit,
I think
against.
you're
sis.
I'm
making
not
my
even
point.
We
against
ain't
what
Yes.
you're
about agree.
saying. I'm
I'm
not
just
even. I'm
tired
not
of it.
even against what you're saying. I'm just saying people don't like the example that I use. I use Ibrahim Traore because them brothers took over their
May I
economies
just
by force. And one of the first things that they did is they put together interfaith, inter-organizational councils, and they sat their people down and they began to talk. The Muslims, the traditionalists, the
okay,
Christians,
let's
whatever.
go. You got
Hold,
it.
sister, can I just get something? I'm just trying to get a little bit out.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
saying you got it. I
But
get
I'm
it.
saying
I
I'm
mean, no
talking about
pause, but yeah.
working models and examples where people have effectively taken over their resources and now they are building, but they put together interfaith councils, inter-organizational councils, and they began to build, and now they have control of their resources and their country. That's what I'm just pointing
They
out.
did that in
Just
America.
a models.
They
But
did that in
that's what I
America.
was just telling Willie, and
No,
and
never
No,
he's
they
did.
like,
did that.
no.
They did that in
Oh, I
West
figured.
Africa. That's live
So
action
okay,
right
there you
now
I
go,
in
figured
West
it
sir.
wasn't in
Africa.
America.
Right now,
Sir,
live
right
action.
there,
Live
Mr.
action.
Willie, Mr. Willie, right there is your example.
Mm-hmm.
A working model. Is that sufficient now? Am I still? Is it just aspiration?
Hey, that's ironic.
It's
You
not. I
said
agree with you, sis. I just
no.
like
Hey,
to say the
Afro
working model.
Asiatic,
That's all.
y'all.
I'm talking to Will. It
I
ain't you,
just
Nah, I
said
tell
sir.
you
y'all on
what,
the
that's
same
not an
page.
example that
If
works for me.
anything,
What
y'all
I'll
is?
tell
are.
you, I'll
Man,
tell you
hold
what,
on,
that's
Willie.
not an
Hold on, Willie.
example that
Hold
works
on,
for
Willie.
me.
Hold on,
All
hold
right,
on,
my
hold
fault.
on, hold on, hold on. Before we get back to the divisive shit, because I know the sister addressed you, so that's why you responded. But give me a
All
second,
right, I'll go on
because
mute.
earlier I was trying to tell Afro Asiatic and the sister that they talking the same shit, even if they talking from two sides of it, but they the two sides that we need to work together. And when she said working model, it was so ironic because I was like, how the fuck is Willie arguing with her when she actually living what she talking about right now? Like,
Well, that's what
but
I
she
was thinking.
bringing it to the table like, hey, brothers, and been doing it for years. Hey, brothers, y'all want to work together? But for a lot of us, We ain't got a working model on our end, let alone to tell her she can't do that shit. Like, if we not doing that shit, of course we gonna be like, man, I don't think that shit can happen. But when you come from a background like I feel like the majority of us come from, where hey, maybe when you was younger, you thought more on the gangster side, but as you got older, you start realizing I got a brain, and you a living example of what you telling me can't happen. Cause you went from being a nigga that didn't give a fuck to a nigga who knows so much that you feel like it's so much more to live for. So for us to keep going back in the past talking about, well, shit, we fucked up in the past, let's not even try it now. Now, what
And
April
I
got it,
do.
basically, he laid out the tools for what the sister is
Mm-hmm.
talking about. You feel me? Like, okay, and that's why she like, hey, let's go with that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like we can't keep on talking that divisive shit with it. That's why I had to cut you off. Like, 'cause I get what you trying to say, but we not there no more. Like, we all are living examples of that change that took place from us seeing Du Bois and Garvey to the point now you got people that are balanced. You got people that lay your ass down and at the same time advise some good books to your ass, as well as put the motion in, push it in motion that they feel like need to be added to our community. And that's all that in one person. All we got to do is start identifying with each other the fact that, hey, respectfully, I see that you can do multiple things. What they say, get you somebody that can do both. We some
Right.
people that can do both because we ain't had no fucking choice at this point. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
And I don't have a problem with saying the reason why it has been a
Black
slow
power.
process,
You heard it.
because it is what it is. I'm a black woman trying to start a farm in the middle of the United States, just like a lot of us out here, because there's a lot of black
Ain't no
female
trying to
farmers.
start you a black woman that actually got a farm. In the,
And that,
like
and
we talking
even
about.
then, right? I hate that my roof failed, but I've now been put in a position. I'm just waiting. I cross my fingers. I get this grant. I could go ahead and pay these people, get them up on the property, so we can start moving a little faster. Especially for me and what I do as far as food is concerned. We got stuff on the chopping block that affects a lot of the people that live here. A lot of vets, a lot of single elderly people, men and women both. And I'm happy to say that I found black neighbors. My neighbors are black, so out in the boonies, and they got little babies, and
Progress.
I think about that as families. That's just the way I am. Period. That's it. I do care about what is going to be left behind for my nephews. I have my own. I got a dog. Plenty of dogs in the fight.
Hold on,
And so
let me leave my dude with his dignity, because I just thought about this. Now, Willie, what I would like, what I would advise as a brother, respectfully, I would put Willie in a position of security because he thinking about all the shit that could happen. But we don't
right.
need you when it comes to building to begin. Like once we get that
That's
shit,
it.
matter of fact, you secure the door on what you think them niggas might do while we in here talking about building and actually building. Like
Exactly.
you got a place, like I feel you, but when we talking about actually coming together, putting two movements together, don't tell them niggas not to come together because, oh, in the past this happened. Like, I
And with
tried to tell you
regard
they was already talking the same
And
shit.
you can check
with
people out
regards with
way
regards to
more
what you doing
further.
with regards to what you're doing too, sis, if you had like a cash app or something like that, I would donate to it.
I
Well, you know
appreciate
what?
that.
If I
I
no,
appreciate it. I
I'm just
don't.
saying, I'm just saying, for instance, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? I would
Well,
donate to it, just like I occasionally donate to Q
well,
Butter
I
School.
appreciate
You
that,
know what I
Afro. I
mean?
really
I
do.
would, I would indeed, sis.
Like I
For real.
said, I come back up here. I come talk to y'all. I come say what I had to say. Regardless of it, I appreciate the respect given. Because whether it sound, and it ain't me gassing up nobody, I ain't trying to hook up with nobody. We good. Everybody, don't nobody know me like that. I just don't mind giving people they flowers, man or woman. Like I don't
Right.
care.
All right, but can I go though?
Okay, Willie, you got it. No
Man, go
interruptions.
So to the
I
point
bet he
Afro
ain't
That
was
nigga
interrupt
sounded
you
like
at
a
making,
all.
little kid,
to the
goddamn. Can I
to
go
the
though?
point,
Is it
because
my
I've been
turn
being
yet?
good. I've been being good.
He being good. Leave him alone.
Go
Are
ahead,
you
go ahead,
my
go
friend? I'm
So look,
locked in.
when
I'm
we
just
talk
playing. I'm
about
just
those
playing.
fault lines that Afro was talking about, there are many of them, right? But one of the main ones that I think encompasses all of them is when we talk about these divides, there's a divide in the Black community between one side who has the voice and the other side who has the resources. And I think there's fundamental clashes there. You got one side saying, we've got the masses, we're the voice. You have the other side saying, all right, well, I could help y'all out, but that shit ain't gonna work. So I'm not wasting my time with that. This is what I'm doing. Y'all
That's
could be a
you.
part of, y'all could be a part of what I'm doing. And so then the side that has the voice calls them the coons. And it becomes this divide between those who have the resources in our communities and those who have the voice. And I don't know how we get over that. But I think if
You
we
That,
could
mentioned
figure
good
that
points,
out,
man.
Hey, y'all,
we
You
could
stop
make
get
good
we
points.
arguing,
could get
Willie.
closer to your end goal.
I
Cause I
already done.
like your end goal.
Willie, you missed it. We gave you a job.
Yeah.
We gave you a job because
yeah,
you have a
CEO of.
right. You have a military like, and I'm building you up. This ain't no slight. You feel me? You have a awareness of what could happen. You feel me? Whereas two builders was coming together. You know what I'm saying? And was like, because after
We
that,
need y'all's
Asiatic is
eyes.
definitely a builder,
Right,
and Chuck
exactly.
is a builder. So when we actually have those two crowds coming together that you said wouldn't come together, this ain't the time to talk about how it won't happen or it won't work. But what we need you to do as a good brother that thinks the way that you do, because every mind is important, we need you to watch the door. All them holes you think could be in the bag, we need you to seal them bitches up. But while they over there building, leave them the fuck alone.
That's right. Somebody get bonded for security. That's our security. That's our
So
police.
And
as
That's
long
you
as we
our, you know what I mean? We start to
right.
utilize what's within.
as
Bond
long as we
it,
understand
you
the
know?
mechanics of
Of
it,
course.
like Franz Fanon said, it's an upper crust that is put in place that he called the bourgeoisie. The neocolonialism, the segment of the population that has been colonized, but now seeks to emulate the colonizer and have been given a few trinkets to satisfy their appetites. And because their appetites are satisfied, they seek to maintain capitalism. That's Frantz Fanon.
And
He wrote the Wretched of the Earth and Whiteface Black Mass. I like the reference
Afro,
text.
do you have a
I
show?
like the hold on one second. I like the
Oh no.
reference text that we can all look at objectively, you know what I mean, and draw from. He's a psychiatrist, he's a black man, and he dissected the bourgeoisie structure that the colonialists left in the crust, that upper crust of our people that the brother Will is talking about, but they are enamored and in love with
Love.
capitalism. So we have to devise a strategy to either remove them from capitalism or get them out of their love for capitalism, because that's a problem, you know, because those people, when we begin to move, we always see we get pushback from our so-called upper crust, the Democratic National
Well,
Black
see,
Democratic Committee, things of that nature. But it's really just
mhm.
neo-colonialists.
Well, I
Mm.
mean, that's the thing. If we know the blueprint, like the brother said earlier, we all know the blueprint. We all, if you went to public school
We don't all
or you
know.
went
You're
to
not getting Frantz
public,
Fanon in
hold on,
public school, sister.
I'm talking about us up here on the panel and in the room. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I'm talking to smart brothers. Okay, I'm not just talking to myself. Only when I'm off the camera. I'm just saying we.
Me too.
I
Shit.
don't. How my brain work, and the reason I share this is this. I have an analytical brain in this in one portion of it. Let me take that back. That analytical part reads almost like a computer for me sometimes. Gets me in trouble. Like, don't watch a movie for me with me because I'm gonna tell you how it ends, and I ain't never seen it before. Like, and it has nothing to do with anything else but human patterns, right?
Right.
when we look at what has happened, and I'm gonna go with what Willie said about, okay, yes, we've looked at our past, we see our past, we can find it everywhere, right? What pieces of that are we going to take, right? Do we decide, like it was put out so eloquently, have a coalition? Let everybody that is involved or want to see better for the community in that way sit at the table. And those who come in with the rah-rah, kick them out and move on. Like there's always going to be a portion of people who just let them be. I don't care if you want to coon for somebody, if you want to jump, if you want to dance, you want to be whoever you want. I ain't got time. I'm not here to heal nor convert any other human beings to anything. Okay. So my goal should be, if I'm walking this path, let me help out as many people as I can. That's it. So yeah, I do. I want it. I fight. Yes. And do people think I'm crazy offline too? Yes.
Shit, if they don't think you crazy,
Yes.
you trying to fit
Yes.
in. So you better check
Nah.
yourself.
I stick out, and that's what I wanted to share with you guys. So the brother, there when I first got here, because I don't live in town, I live outside of town, right? And then, but
Excuse me.
So that scared me. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. I didn't know what had happened, but I was like, I heard the devil. What happened? So anyway, I'm just playing. I just
Hold up.
I just fucking
What
with you. I'm sorry. So anyway, like I said, I landed here because I can't. No, my brain is done. I'm fried. All I want to see happen. Let's take advantage of what's there. Ain't nobody paying attention to what we doing. Okay, ain't nobody watching us right now. This is the time we do what we need to do. It's chaotic. Folks want us to cape for them out here. I don't know if anybody is into the following what the TikTok word is and things like that, or YouTube. But we have other cultures out here putting videos out saying where the black folks out. Where you want us to be. They talking about rolling back segregation. What are we talking about here?
Man, tell them
We need
pull up.
to, right? Like
That
we
might
need
be a
to
good
come
thing.
on and let's get tight then. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought all the people in this section wanted segregate. I thought we wanted
Yeah,
to go back to
that's what I
segregation.
said.
What
It might be a good
we
thing.
need our own. Yes, I agree. We need our own. We
Segregation
need
be a
our
good
own
thing.
schools. If he gets his way and dismantles the Department of Education, two things happen. That it affects the younger children more than the older children, because that's also wrapped up in money for Title I, Title IX, those different programs that allow parents to pay or not pay at all for daycare, which is crazy expensive. When I looked at how much daycare is a month, I was like, that's more than rent. Like I
Man, for
gotta
real.
weigh this out. I'm gonna have to weigh this out. And so now you got people working from home, because I'm like, well, why would I go out? That's gonna cost me gas, lunch, outfits. I'll just be dusty at home at work.
Crazy daycare.
Yes. And this is where I see these lanes. We got 5 of them, y'all. 5. There's an article that McKinley, is everybody cool with that one as a source? Does anybody ever use McKinley?
I ain't bullshit. Depending on what they talking about, I wouldn't care what the source was. I'm gonna push back.
Yeah, sources are
Right,
great.
exactly. Right. Well, this is where I started. Okay, so this article was in 2023, and the article discussed what corporations here in the United States, just us, what corporations leave on the table every year because they don't cater to us. $300 billion. $300 billion. So what that said to me in my brain was that someone knows that we do have the economic power. It is where it's being shifted. That's what's happening. If you start having the businesses, or we create those opportunities for people to have those businesses that cater to us, medical, technology, education, financial, and housing. So you have, there's these lanes and they're open. Like there's still less than 5% in tech. You got 70% minorities who play video games, but we ain't even in the realm. We ain't even got to switch back or kick up. I mean, we're not taking advantage of any industry to pour back in
You
to
said
our
70%
community.
of minorities play video games?
In the United States, the majority of video game players are minorities. That means anyone who identifies as Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, anybody that's not of persuasion attitude.
It's a lot of
70.
time.
No, but hold on though. Hold on. I know in some instances, yes, but let's just wait for a second. The reason that even became such an issue was because video games became more popular in the era of kids being kidnapped again. There was a very high rate, especially from what was that, mid 80s all the way up to the 90s. Kids was getting snatched off the street. You had gang violence, you had all these things. And so parents is like, I would rather buy this and keep you here than to let you go out.
Right.
They did studies on it.
That makes sense.
The other part of it is that we may frown on it, but that's a way. If we create games, you can put messages in games.
Man, they
You
do it
can
all the
make
time.
it right. Like we should have had like an open world Africa where you could build your tribe. Like we should have been did this. We should have been like hip hop mogul games. Like we should take advantage our children. And it's the only time I'm talking about the kids. Just on YouTube alone, you can look it up. There are only like 7 or 8 Black shows on here for kids. 7 or 8? Huh?
Right.
A lot of these kids, a lot of the kids' cartoons is suspect. You got gay stuff.
We can
you
make
gotta monitor. I'm just saying you gotta monitor it. You know when your children are on this stuff.
But if we start being a
lot
part of the
lot of
solution,
funny business.
But if we start being a part of the solution, I'm gonna give you a great example. Y'all heard of PragerU?
Yeah, I have PragerU where you can take courses and stuff.
And not to be even crazy. Hey, what the gentleman who started the school, are we aware of the background of this man?
You talking about Umar? Dr. Umar?
No, that's not Umar. Umar didn't create PragerU.
You trying to be funny? Who said this shit?
He's sleepy. You sleepy? He's sleepy because I don't know why he said that.
He tweaking.
It is late and early at the same time. I give it, and it's Friday. I'm gonna give it away. I'll give it away. But yes, thank you. I done told you. Yes, he's a right winger. I mean, extreme, and a Republican. Look, I don't care who you vote for. Get that part. We know. However, the ideologies are the same. The school is benefiting. The money that comes from that school goes into the programming that they are doing. They start their children at 5. Coloring books, bombardment of their culture, wanting them to assimilate early. It sounds sinister, right? But our children, how many our children don't know more than one language in this country.
Some.
Most.
I
don't know. I don't have a number. I'm just saying that it's out here because I don't. I don't like to dance in the semantic pool.
Yeah, that's one thing that Africans do say about us. We only know one language, and they tend to know multiple languages.
At least
I
5.
come in contact with them.
And this is
But
why I
then,
tell people,
Better than us or
if you're
something.
looking for a skill that'll make your child more marketable in the job market going forward, because we already know them Hispanics is here and they not learning English.
Hmm.
Learning Spanish can instantly make you twice as marketable in the job pool if we talking about things for our babies in the world
well,
they're gonna be living in.
I'm actually talking about not just for babies, but for adults as well.
That too.
Adults go back to school. Well, the kids
Peace,
ain't
Lou.
renting no houses yet. You know what I'm saying? They not buying nothing. They are their children. And if we're gonna
I
let them be
just
children, then do that. I think we should have more of the things. If I was to pull anything from back in the day, were the black job fairs or trades. It don't necessarily have to say black, but I'm saying that the majority of the teachers or the majority of the people
Nah, this the thing.
you know what I
They
mean?
do say black, and you know who be there? It'd be a bunch of Hispanics. Like when the black the black program for MBAs, right? They'll do job fairs and whatnot, and it be more Hispanics there than blacks. And in my opinion, from being involved in shit like that, it's only because we don't show up.
What?
We don't show up
Will,
for these
how
things.
is it that you keep telling me that you're a positive guy? But every time you got some real out the way story, and I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm just saying you come back with this. Well, it sounds good,
He
but
ain't no
see,
negative Nancy. He negative Nance.
I'm like,
Like, what the
why?
hell?
You
So
might as well
if you
just
want me to
say
be
like
honest, I'm not even negative.
being
I'm just
honest is
going with a
not.
different strategy going forward that
That's
I
not
don't think
it.
everybody would agree with. So I don't know his
If
shit.
that's your
But
opinion
hold
on
on,
how
hold
you
on.
He's a
feel, no
Hold
pessimist.
on,
disrespect.
sis. Yo, sis, you
Yeah.
was going
He's a
wild
pessimist.
long.
Why
I'm
do you
not
keep
a
saying that? I
I
want
got
you to
the
hear you
keys,
say
Lou.
all
that
right,
to
I'll
a
go
dude
back
up
on you.
here. Please do. One time for me, Will. Who else go long up here?
He's a pessimist.
Come on now. Quit bothering me, sir. I'm trying to have a good conversation with you.
I'm
Shoe
just
fly.
saying well, we not having a conversation because I'm not speaking.
Oh, honey, go on, sir.
Every time you speak, you tell us how we don't need to do shit.
Nah, I'm not. I never once said we don't need to do nothing.
Yeah, I try to
What I
work where I'm at though. I work with the young brothers on the ground that I work with. We all in skilled trades, and that's what I try to do. We work on business projects outside of the work that we do. As far as freezer, refrigerator truck, box truck,
Hmm.
things of that nature. Think quick, easy startups. You know what I mean? Those are the type of projects.
Exactly.
Those, yeah,
Hey,
just
hold
to
on.
add
Time
on,
out real
sister.
quick. Time out real
Those,
quick. I
those
think
are
I
the
got
type of
people in the chat
projects.
trying to get the link. I ain't gonna cut your
I
bill,
I think
Afro.
I do though
Can
Those are the
understand
type of
somebody,
why I'm
projects
so
that I
negative.
work on with young
man?
brothers that I deal
Yeah.
with. Young brothers, most young brothers, they don't. It's really a lack
Afro
of
is head.
resources that cause a lot of the strife.
Yeah, damn, I didn't want to do that. I
Gotta
just
get my
need niggas to pause for a second. If somebody can please put the link in the chat, I got multiple people trying to,
All right, I'm gonna
see
go
who
ahead and
got the
drop it.
keys.
See if it come up.
um,
My bad for
It can't.
muting y'all,
Okay.
but I don't think y'all can hear me.
All right.
I got
I
you.
sent it. I think.
Got it.
Afro,
Yes, sir. Some of the brothers is
thank you,
Bloods,
Chuck.
some of the brothers is Crips, but when they able to sit down and make money, a lot of those
Thank you, big.
differences fall to the wayside. You know what I mean? A lot of our people problems is
Exactly.
just economics. You know what I
Thank you.
mean?
Hmm.
From
Thank you,
from what
Afro.
from what I can see, I'm talking about on the ground. I work with
Right.
dudes every day, skilled,
Appreciate
professional,
it.
adroit, nice with their hands, skillful. I always say what you see Negroes do on the basketball court or the football field, it translates into skilled trades. That physicality, that dynamism, that balance, that coordination, it all translates into skilled trades. I'm an advocate of skilled trades, man.
And see,
That's my
that
shit.
is why I was saying, like, in my head, I'm listening to you, and I'm like, okay, cool. My goal is to take the skills I have and start making money in my sleep, right? The sources then come together because I would rather be a king maker or a queen maker than the actual. I like being in the background, but I know for things to turn until money changes into something else, it has to be funded. It's like look at the Met, right? How long the Met has been around, but people donate to it. Why?
It
Because
gotta
they
come
love
from
the
the
art.
bottom. Ain't nobody else
Right.
gonna do it. We gotta come from the bottom with it.
Exactly. And that's why
Put it
I
up,
said,
bro.
and I share this not for anything else, but I'm so staunch and yes, stubborn. And yes, like yeah, I'm like, yes, I'm pushing all the way through no matter what happened. Right.
You got to be unreasonable in this type shit.
Exactly. And so I have been told I was nuts. This couldn't happen. Ain't nobody gonna make no money. Da, 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 da. I got you. Okay. When you start to realize what you really want to do in life, and I took advantage of the privilege at this moment. I could take advantage of it. I'm not married. I'm not in a relationship. I don't have kids. I'm not beholden to any place. And so I knew I had to let everything go to make this work. So I got it down to I have enough to make sure me and my dog is good. I have slept in the cold. I've slept in the rain, in tents, in the building, outside the building till the roof fell down. But the reason I share that is because I understand and I understood that if this is really what I wanted to do, especially in my community and how we've been lied to forever, over and over again, it is hard to trust people. I get it. The only way it starts to move is just like anything else. People have to see it. They gotta
Shit.
feel it. They gotta appreciate. You know what I mean? Like just like AI or anything else that comes into human contact of each if changing. Some people gonna get on this roller coaster, and some people aren't. I just don't get why we think we have to jump out the window to get anything started. Just a network. Just like you said, Afro, just a coalition or a group of people just coming together and going, okay, look, this is what we're gonna do, blah blah blah. Let's present it this way, blah 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 blah. What
Straight
black
out the mud, sis.
channels?
Straight out the
You know
mud,
what I
sis.
mean? Yeah.
Out the mud. That's the only way I know how to get it though. That's how I
That's
came up. So,
exactly
you
you and
know,
I
I
both.
look for
If
my environment and
mm-hmm.
and get it straight out the mud. You know, I ain't
But
trying to wait.
Out the mire.
the one thing I say, you and the sister both strike me, and a lot of the people that I meet on these panels, they strike me as unreasonable people. And it's the unreasonable people that push the progression forward. Everybody who wanna get along to go along or stay with the common consensus, it never changes society. We never produce anything to better us or our state of living, you know. And when it comes to trusting people, this is my advice for all my people that can hear my damn voice. Nigga, if you still talking about you don't trust people, for one, you ain't tried to trust people enough to recognize that you learn after being let down by putting your trust in the wrong motherfuckers. To
Mm-hmm.
recognize that your trust need to be in your own recovery time, no matter what you out here pursuing. You feel me? So over there putting it off on the next motherfucker, I don't want to do nothing because I don't trust people. Bro, you ain't learned to trust your motherfucking self. That's your problem. Because people done let me down too many times, but my recovery time is a
But now
motherfucker.
look, bro,
So I
here's
don't
the
care
thing.
what you talking about
Here's the thing, right? Like
here you go.
the to what you said to get along people, right? Those are the only structures that are still left. Only things that are
You
still
keep
left.
building that structure. We trying to
Let me
build another
finish.
one right
Let me
now. Obviously,
finish.
that ain't enough for us.
All right, I'm gonna go back on mute.
No, I
Yeah,
already
and
done
with
gave
me,
you a job. Watch the damn door. And all
I'm
and
the
I'm
shit that
saying,
you think motherfuckers
can
gonna
I
do,
go for a
or shit
second?
that I mean, I'm just telling you, if you gonna start with that negative shit, I'm gonna cut your ass.
I mean, why? Because you afraid
Cause
of the
we
negatives?
over here putting up bricks and your ass knocking down the brick for the fear of somebody else coming
I'm not
knocking it down,
knocking down the
and we need
bricks.
to be fearful of your ass.
Nah, I'm not knocking down the bricks. I'm simply telling you what's wrong with the structure.
Nah,
I'm
shit, nigga,
warning
you is
you.
not a motherfucking architect.
Jesus Christ. Come on,
Hey, but
man.
Willie, it's easy to focus on, the define. It's like, look, somebody come to me, hey man, I got this, I got this plan, whoop, and oh man, it ain't gonna work out, man. You need to, like that's not, you need to like, that's not life. You're not speaking life into the situation. You're speaking more so like death into the situation. Yeah, you
But I
can
disagree,
posit
though.
as a playing devil's advocate. I don't like saying that.
I'm speaking to the hurdles
I play
that we
advocate to
have to
God. I don't play advocate
acknowledge
to the devil.
that
I
we
don't
have
want
to
to play
cross.
devil's advocate. No,
I'm
We
that's
not up
saying
here ignoring the hurdles though,
ignoring the pitfalls that we face. That's death.
bro. We saying
but
at the
why can't
end
you
of the
just focus
day,
more so on the trajectory, which is construction, you feel me? As opposed to like, well, as opposed to like, because your premise is
Hey,
it's like
Willie, can I give you I'm
it's
My
sorry.
stuck.
Can I?
premise is that this is the
Ain't no
divide.
motion once we. It's like, what's the
Nah, it's motion.
solution
That's what
based?
I'm trying to tell you. But it's motion on one side. And then what happens is the other side, just cause this side where the motion is, sellouts, coons, Uncle Toms,
oh
right?
hell no, I know what you talking about. Your
But they
motion ain't motion, bro.
strategized for a plan that was successful.
Okay, Willie, we know about the anti-intellectualism in our community, but that can't be. We got to get over that, though.
I'm
You see what I'm
told.
saying? We got to get back.
No,
We got
that
to
ain't
get
what
back.
Willie's saying. He trying to
Yeah, he's
say
talking about
the
the
niggas.
dichotomy. He's talking about. We always talking about the hood, and we
Yeah.
understand that dichotomy. But what's the? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we get?
Yeah, and I just wanted to
Yeah,
give some
I go
How we
with you,
jump the
Diddy.
clarity.
hurdle.
To, yeah, I just wanted to give a little clarity. The group that I'm involved with, it's not like it's just all about me. I'm not their leader. I'm in a partnership with these young brothers. And it's important that we be able to develop working relationships where we don't come in with the mindset that I'm just older than most of them. You know what I mean? And they get certain perspectives from me, but their ideas are equally valued. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of angles that young men that are in the community can see that I can't see because I'm not in all of the circles that they are in, even though we have a circle. You know what I
Right.
mean? So a lot of the we have drone operators, we have editors for different films, props, all different types of projects. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
innovation, we as older or more mature gentlemen, we have to appreciate the innovation of our youth and our young people. You can't try to shut them down when they have different ideas. You know what I mean? I just want to add that part in, just add that, because that's a problem, I think, for some. I see in another group of dudes that we deal with, you know what I mean?
And
But
don't you think if you was dealing with them brothers and you constantly trying to discourage their ideas, that's gonna shut them down?
exactly, you never want to do that. You
You
never,
feel
in
me?
my opinion, you never want to do that. You know what I mean? You want to try to
And
flush things out and look at all of the angles, what's going to benefit us, what's not going to benefit us, and things of that nature.
see, Harry Belafonte. Look, I ain't trying to say he a great leader or nothing. Some people knew they lane. You feel me? Harry Belafonte knew he was good at acting and he contributed to the movement. You feel me? Willie, I keep fucking telling you, bro, put that bag up. But you don't want to put the motherfucking bag up. That's why we be robbing you bougie motherfuckers. Cause y'all see what we over here trying to do. And then be all the time talking about, but y'all niggas gonna hate on us. You know why we can't stand y'all? Cause y'all be sitting over there with the other shoe and then be mad at me for running down the street with the one shoe that I do got. Like, the fuck? So again,
Now, we don't be mad at y'all.
nigga, you
Y'all be
just
mad
sit
at us.
there and
Y'all be mad
keep
at
on
us
trying to have a
and you blame
diatribe with
your
me
failures
about
on us.
how what we trying to do ain't gonna work because we ain't got your bag. But guess what? I'm a black man that got to get it out the mud every day of the year. So telling me I got to get it out the mud ain't shit to me. Meaning we gonna get there without your ass. While you still sitting over there thinking because we ain't got your bag. You gonna be still sitting over there next to your Jewish friends talking about, damn, them
niggas
watch
is
that shit
already
gonna
there.
fail.
Niggas is already where your plan is to get.
That's what you don't realize. You on the panel with two people that are already in motion. So for you to be sitting over here talking about that shit ain't gonna work, they already in motion, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? Contribute or shut the fuck up.
So you're not understanding.
Contribute or shut the fuck up, bro.
And
So
the beauty
my point
ahead,
was
bro.
never that all this stuff isn't gonna work.
Nigga,
That was never my point.
Nigga, hold on. Let's take a poll in the chat. Anybody heard any encouragement towards the situation from Willie other than discouragement? This side ain't gonna want to work with this side, but yet and still you take your ass to
You don't have
work
to
and you
take the
watch
poll.
these motherfuckers do that shit all the time in the boardroom. But you look at your black people and say, we can't do that shit. Bro,
You
what the
don't
fuck?
have
We
to
wouldn't
take the
be here.
poll because I haven't gotten the point out. And you
Man,
end
bro,
up
I ain't
speaking
stupid,
for me.
nigga. I can read between the lines, and you don't gotta say it too many times for me to know what the fuck you saying. I don't know how many times you got the same song,
And
no matter
now we
what
have
bars you put to
illustrated,
it.
though, we've illustrated the fundamental
Bro, I already
divide.
gave you your job, bro.
It's like I said,
As
one
long
side
as I
has a
got the
voice,
keys, you got a job.
the
Watch
other
the
side has the
fucking door.
resources. There's no fusion of the two.
Nigga,
Why
you
not?
trying to,
That's
hold on. Let me tell you something
It
about your
becomes good
motherfucking self.
luck.
Why you think you doing something? You over here trying to compete with a motherfucker that print the money instead of just building with your people. We ain't trying to compete with them. The fuck for what? That's a losing fucking battle. You, especially if you trying to compete on the level of money like you talking about. Nigga,
And
they
gold
printing the
mine,
money. When you gonna ever have more money than them? Game over.
gold mine. One of the most satisfying parts for me, being blessed to be in skilled trades and in the field where I'm working around young black men, is that my oldest son is about to turn 18. And I don't got to worry about him touching no jail. I don't got to worry about him being in no type of correctional situation. He coming straight into the work field, and he coming to an environment that we already in an environment where we have a great working relationship with young black men. He's coming into this environment, and he's coming into an environment where we already have businesses that we're working on and building and actively working outside of that work environment. My strategy is you work for a corporation to get your benefits, your dental, your health care, your eye, whatever type of insurance you need. You work for that corporation to get that, and you build your businesses on the side. You work on projects on the side where you develop wealth. You know what I mean? Not saying that you can't get a good rate, because we get paid union wages. You know what I mean? So we do get a decent rate. But I'm saying strategically, you work for your eye, your dental, your children to be covered. You work for that corporation for your children to be covered. I'm thinking as a gorilla and using this system to benefit us. Thinking as a gorilla, and then you work on your projects outside. That's my perspective.
I'm with you on that. I agree. I completely agree. It's infiltration. Where, like it was said earlier, our perspectives are similar. I feel like feeding people and housing people and taking what I can make from that and pouring it into other communities outside of my own, or assisting other, which I would rather do, assisting people who already have something going but need the money or the funds to go a little further. That's the network that is in my goal to build. A network of, okay, how many people can we reach? Let's make sure nobody be hungry, ain't nobody out here homeless. None of us should suffer in that way if we have enough options available. You're gonna have people who don't. I got you. I'm not talking about them, but there's enough people within our own community in this country that would happily take assistance with options of it being for people to look like us. Like, representation is important.
Mm-hmm.
We've been taught that it's not for us. Isn't that interesting? If I walk around and say I'm pro-black and I hold my fist up in the air, oh no, Miss Chocolate,
You're
you
doing
have to
too
sit
much.
down. You too loud. You too this. You right.
But you know what
Listen.
that is? That's them same motherfuckers from the past. And we was on the plantation. Whenever Chocolate ran from the
Somebody was
motherfucking
always.
plantation, them niggas got their ass beat. Cause they didn't want to leave. And now they want to be mad at the niggas that's willing to leave. Like, nigga, I'm not trying to compete with these motherfuckers. I'm trying to compete with my goddamn self.